Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 rupees. Chapter 102 The Murderer Behind the Scenes, Sharingan. Please subscribe. After easily killing 4 Kirigakure Anbu ninjas, Senju Takuya followed Yuhi Kuranai and others into the Cage building. Come to the second floor. Inside Cage's office, Yuhi Kuranai, Shizun, and Nohara Rin looked at each other. Immediately, then he carefully opened the office door. Squeak. With a sharp sound, the door was slowly pushed open. Immediately, an old man with an old face appeared in front of several people. The old man was wearing a gray-brown robe, and his mouth was retracted because his teeth had fallen out. The face is full of wrinkles, and there are a few sparse white hairs on the bald head. It is none other than the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure today, the Genshi. Mizukage-sama. Seeing familiar faces, Yuri Hong and others bowed respectfully. Konoha ninjas, do you know your guilt? How dare you attack our Kirigakure Anbu? Master Yuan's old voice sounded. Mizukage-sama, we are also helpless. We just want to know what happened in Kirigakure. Kuranai Yuhi explained. Snort. Nothing happened. I won't argue with you about this matter this time. You should leave Konoha as soon as possible. Master Yuan snorted softly and said. After hearing his words, Yuri Hong and others became more confused. Not to mention the bloodline they saw on the way here. Just now, they just killed 4 Anbu ninjas from Kirigakure. But the Mizukage in front of him didn't seem to care. This state is really strange. Has a problem. Nohara Lin reminded her softly. She could sense that something was not right about the physical condition of the Yuan master in front of her. He was caught in some kind of illusion. Yuhi Kuranai and Shizun feel the same way, only, there is nothing they can do about this illusion. At last, one can only set his sights on Senju Takuya. Seeing the help-seeking eyes of several people, Senju Takuya smiled and raised 2 fingers. Open. Subsequently, a terrifying pupil power surged out, and Master Yuan's eyes gradually became confused. Hash 54 euros. A ninja from Konoha. No. You, Senju Takuya-sama. Master Yuan looked at Senju Takuya and the others in front of him and let out an exclamation. Mizukage, you are being controlled by someone using genjutsu. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, a memory emerged in Master Yuan's mind. Sharingan, it's Uchiha's guy. Master Yuan sighed. A few months ago, a mysterious man in a robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Subsequently, then he saw a pair of Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. What happened next? He doesn't know. Sharingan. Hearing Master Yuan's words, Yuri Hong and others were all surprised. Could it be? Is this thing related to the Uchiha clan? Senju Takuya frowned. Because of his interference, Uchiha Obito is not used by Uchiha Madara like in the original work. Uchiha clan. There are no clan members who have mysteriously disappeared. And, although Master Yuan is old, his strength cannot be underestimated. Someone who can pull him into the illusion at a glance must have very powerful eyes. After much thought, there is only one possibility. That is, the mysterious man Yuanshi talked about. I'm afraid it's Uchiha Madara. Senju Takuya-sama, please save Kirigakure. Someone is trying to stage a coup. Master Yuan suddenly spoke. Mizukage-sama, please tell me slowly what is going on. Yuhi Hong looked at the somewhat excited Yuanshi and advised. Here's the thing. A few months ago, I received a tip. Because the ninja world lost the war, Kirigakure also overturned the policy of the Blood Mist. So, the militant Teru Yoruichi clan is dissatisfied and has begun preparing for a coup. I originally wanted to report this matter to Konoha, but that night, I met the mysterious man. I don't know what happens next. Master Yuan said with some shame. As the shadow of a village, he was actually controlled by someone using illusions. It's so embarrassing. Then it seems that the bloodlines we saw on the road were probably left behind by the ninjas of Sonogakure village who were loyal to Genshi. Yuhi Hong analyzed. During the period when Genshi was controlled by Genjutsu, the Teru Yoruichi clan may have started to take action. If you guessed correctly, Kirigakure is now probably under the opponent's control. Lord Hokage, what should we do now? Please give me flowers. Yuhi Kuranai and others looked at Senju Takuya. Now this situation is no longer something they can handle. Do not worry. Leave everything to me. Senju Takuya said calmly. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to remove Kirigakure's name. Only all the villages disappeared and turned into one village. At that time, the entire ninja world is truly unified. While a few people were chatting, there was a sudden noise outside. Immediately afterwards, countless Kirigakure ninjas surrounded the Mizukage building. There are assassins. Protect Mizukage-sama. The ninja outside the door shouted loudly. What to do? That voice just now should be the leader of the Teru Yoruichi clan, Kagaya. Master Yuan looked a little anxious. The guys from the Yoruichi clan are all a bunch of bloodthirsty lunatics. It also has a powerful blood inheritance limit. There were only 5 of them. Want to escape? I'm afraid it will be as difficult as climbing to heaven. What are you afraid of? Come outside with me. Senju Takuya snorted. Be the first to exit the Mizukage building. Kuranai Yuhi, Rin Nohara, and Shizun also followed closely. Master Yuan hesitated for a moment and followed him out. In this situation, all I can do is hug Senju Takuya's thigh tightly. Otherwise, he will die a terrible death. Kagaya, do you want to rebel? Hurry up and get people out of here. Master Yuan looked at the thousands of ninjas in front and shouted loudly. Snort. Mizukage-sama has been hit by a genjutsu and is unconscious. Everyone obey my orders. Kagaya Kotaro snorted lightly, not giving Master Yuan any face at all. And the group of ninjas he brought silently watched Senju Takuya and the others. I am the Hokage of Konoha village, Senju Takuya. According to the agreement, I have the right to intervene in everything in Kirigakure. It's still too late for you to put down your weapons now. Senju Takuya said calmly, as if, in front of him, not thousands of heavily armed elite ninjas, but like thousands of insects. Senju Takuya, hearing Senju Takuya's words, all the ninjas, including Kagaya Kotaro, couldn't help but exclaimed. How come Senju Takuya is here? 3. Chapter 103. A bunch of bugs, so boring, please subscribe. After hearing what Senju Takuya said, all the ninjas in Kirigakure couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. After all, Senju Takuya's name, but it has already resounded throughout the ninja world, although, the other party has not made a move for several years. But, as the man who unified the entire ninja world, his name is still known to many people, even the bloodthirsty Teru Yoruichi clan. After hearing Senju Takuya's name, everyone showed horrified looks. Master Patriarch, what should we do now? Teru, a member of the Yoruichi clan, asked Kagaya Kotaro. Original, they thought it was just a few ordinary leaf ninjas who broke into Kirigakure this time. Did not expect, Senju Takuya actually came in person. Snort, this guy is probably lying to us. Besides, even if it's real Senju Takuya, how can he be so? 147. With so many of us, are we still afraid of him? Kagaya Kotaro calmed down and said loudly. During the Ninja World War that year, he did not see Senju Takuya take action with his own eyes. So, for Senju Takuya, there is naturally no awe. In the eyes of this bloodthirsty madman, Senju Takuya's reputation is just an excuse for losers to find an excuse for their failure. Ninjas are people, no matter how strong you are, there is a limit. And, this time he came prepared, with the power of a cage-level strongman plus the guy inside him. Even if you want to kill Senju Takuya with one person's power, it shouldn't be anything difficult. Not to mention, now all of Kirigakure is under his control. After hearing Kagaya Kotaro's words, the ninjas in Kirigakure gradually calmed down. After all, Senju Takuya has not been active in the ninja world for a long time. Those fears back then have long been forgotten by many people. It seems that you are not going to listen to the advice. Senju Takuya still said calmly. Hokage, I will take this opportunity to get rid of you today. Kagaya Kotaro snorted. Immediately, a sharp bone spur appeared in his palm. This is the unique blood inheritance limit of the Teru Yoruichi clan, Dead Bone Pulse. Can independently control bone bud cells and osteoclasts. Even, can control calcium concentration in bones. Instantly create extremely hard bones anywhere in the body. You guys stand back, Senju Takuya warned Yuhi Kuranai and others. Hokage-sama, please be careful. Yes, you must definitely put your own safety first. If there is really any danger, please leave us alone. It is the most correct decision to break out first. Kuranai Yuhi, Shizun, and Nohara Lin warned with some concern. Although, very confident in Senju Takuya's power. But, facing the siege of thousands of elite ninjas, they couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry, a battle of this magnitude will be resolved soon. Senju Takuya said calmly. Yuhi Kuranai and the others looked at each other and obediently retreated to the Mizukage building behind them. Seeing this scene, Kagaya Kotaro sneered a few times. What a touching scene. It's just that your fate has already been determined. It's just the difference between dying early and dying later. After saying that, Kagaya Kotaro suddenly disappeared. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of Maidenhair Flowers. A sharp bone spur appeared in Kotaro's body, entangling Senju Takuya. Immediately afterwards, his right arm turned into a thick spear. This is the hardest bone that he has condensed with all his strength. It is the most powerful killing move once launched. Although I am very confident in my own strength. But facing an opponent like Senju Takuya, Kagaya Kotaro didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Die. With a loud roar, he thrust into Senju Takuya for a long time. Boom. With a loud noise, thick smoke billowed. Click. As a crisp sound sounded, Kagaya Kotaro's expression changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, he quickly pulled back. The huge bone spear on his right arm had numerous dense cracks at this time. Kagaya Kotaro seemed not to notice, his eyes fixed on the smoke and dust in front of him. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed under the influence of the breeze. Immediately afterwards, Senju Takuya's figure appears again. His body, still standing in the same place, didn't move. It turned into a Rinnegan. In the dark night, amidst a faint purple light, next to Senju Takuya, a dark black shell is drawn. It is clear, Kagaya Kotaro's attack just now hit this shell. What is this thing and why does it feel so scary? Yes, and those eyes, are they some new pupil technique? Lord Kotaro's full force attack just now, but the strongest spear that is said to be able to penetrate everything, was actually blocked. More than that, haven't you noticed that Lord Kotaro's bone spear has been shattered? Hiss, what a terrifying power this is, the defense is so powerful. All the ninjas in Kirigakure exclaimed. No one expected Kagaya Kotaro's attack. He was actually blocked by such an understatement. Especially the ninjas of the Yoruichi clan. They understand Kagaya Kotaro's power better than other ninjas. It is precisely because of this that they felt even more unbelievable. As this, Susanoo, Kagaya Kotaro couldn't help but muttered. Compared to other Kirigakure ninjas, he recognized Susanoo immediately. It is worthy of what was once called the power that only gods can possess. This kind of powerful defense is simply outrageous. And, except Susanoo, Senju Takuya's mysterious eyes also made him feel deeply uneasy. His intuition between life and death for a long time told him that those eyes were definitely not simple. A swarm of bugs. Seeing the shocked look of the Kirigakure ninja, Senju Takuya showed a 1.7 disdainful smile on his face. It was just Susanoo's first stage that made them show such expressions. It's really boring. Senju Takuya put away his smile, and then looked at Kagaya Kotaro. Not good. Seeing Senju Takuya's cold eyes, Kagaya Kotaro was shocked. A breath of death that he had never seen before appeared in his mind. The next second, his right arm was cut off directly. How is this going? Kagaya Kotaro looked at his right arm that fell to the ground and looked around in horror. But nothing was found. It must be those eyes. Looking at Senju Takuya's Rinnegan, Kagaya Kotaro couldn't help but take a few steps back. An unprecedented fear appeared in his heart. For the first time since birth. This bloodthirsty madman, scared. Chapter 104. Damn it, who is the bloodthirsty madman? Please subscribe. What's going on? Why is Mr. Kotaro's right arm broken? Senju Takuya obviously didn't move. What happened? Damn it, how could things become like this? Seeing Kagaya Kotaro's arm being broken off inexplicably, the ninjas of Kirigakure were shocked. Because they were completely unaware of how Senju Takuya did this. Poof. At this time, with a muffled sound, Kagaya Kotaro's left arm was also chopped off at shoulder level. Kotaro howled miserably. He knows now. Around him, there seemed to be something he couldn't detect. Hiding in the dark, be ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. The smell of death. Kagaya Kotaro was shocked and angry. This feeling that the other party could kill him at any time, but he didn't even know how the other party would take action, brought him to the edge of collapse. DX. UB *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Countless bone spurs broke through the skin and grew rapidly. It enveloped his entire body. He wanted to rely on the hard bone spurs to resist the unknown attack. Pity, all this is just wishful thinking on his part. Poof, poof. With two muffled sounds, Kagaya Kotoro's two thighs were also chopped off. Those bones that he was proud of did not play any role. What is going on? Kagaya Kotoro collapsed. He never thought that he would be so completely defeated by Senju Takuya. You should be lucky that you sealed 3 tails into your body. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Senju Takuya walked up to Kagaya Kotoro and said expressionlessly, if Jinchuriki is killed before pulling away from the tailed beast will also die. Although the tailed beast can be resurrected again, it will take decades. So, Senju Takuya did not kill Kagaya Kotoro. Hearing his words, Yi Shintaro's eyes lit up. Correct, 3 tails. He also has 3 tails. If we can use the power of 3 tails, we will definitely be able to defeat the guy in front of us, right? Thinking of this, Kagaya Kotoro immediately released the seal on his body completely. But, soon he was dumbfounded, because 3 tails inside him, no movement at all, not even a trace of chakra is exposed, completely hidden deep inside his body. What happened? 3 tails, come out quickly. Kagaya Kotoro shouted hysterically, but, no matter how loud he shouted, 3 tails didn't respond. This puzzled Kagaya Kotoro. Usually, even with the suppression of the seal, 3 tails still wants to break through the seal all the time. But now, he has completely broken the seal. Why doesn't 3 tails do anything at all? Kagaya Kotoro thought for a long time and found that there was only one possibility. Even the 3 tails in his body. I am also afraid of the man in front of me. Senju Takuya, protect Mr. Kotoro. Everyone, come together and kill the Hokage. Don't be afraid, there are so many of us, we will definitely win. Seeing that Kagaya Kotoro was defeated instantly, Kirigakure's ninjas began to shout and rush towards Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya didn't even raise his eyelids, and the shadows created by the 4-wheel graves and border prisons rushed into the crowd. Poof, poof, poof. With a muffled sound, Kirigakure's ninjas were killed one after another. Soon, thousands of Kirigakure's elite ninjas. Under the attack of Senju Takuya's shadow, he died completely. +4. Why is it like this? Why is the gap so huge? Looking at the thousands of corpses on the ground, Kagaya Kotoro couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Now, his body couldn't help but start to tremble. Even though he was known as a bloodthirsty madman, he had never seen such a hellish scene. That's thousands of living lives. Killing so many people without even batting an eye. Compared with Senju Takuya, what kind of bloodthirsty is he? What kind of lunatic is he? It's more like calling it a joke. And, what Kagaya Kotoro cannot accept the most is that, the gap between him and Senju Takuya, it has reached a point where he himself cannot recognize it. This gap made him feel deeply helpless. In front of the opponent's powerful power, he was like an insect. Until now, he didn't even understand what Senju Takuya's power was. Kotoro. Senju Takuya reached out and grabbed Kotoro's neck, lifting him up from the ground. Subsequently, one hand was placed on the other person's belly. Boom. After the muffled sound, the tailed beast's chakra began to flow out of Kagaya Kotoro's body. Within a few breaths, the huge body of 3 tails appeared in front of Senju Takuya. Isofu, live in my body. Senju Takuya looked at Isofu and said calmly. Isofu didn't resist and was directly sealed into Senju Takuya's body. Just through the unique communication method between tailed beasts, it has already spoken to Kurama and Matabi. That kind of free life is exactly what it yearns for. And, with the power of Senju Takuya, even if it wanted to resist, it would only be humiliating itself. After successfully sealing 3 tails, Senju Takuya turned and walked into the Mizukage building. Master Yuan, the crisis in Kirigakure has been resolved. But at your age, you are no longer suitable to continue serving as Kirigakure's Mizukage. After a while, I will send someone to replace you. Senju Takuya looked at Yuanshi and said calmly. Understood, Hokage-sama. Master Yuan quickly nodded in agreement. This was also the first time he saw Senju Takuya's power with his own eyes. A rebellion of thousands. It was suppressed so easily. In the face of this kind of power, all he can do is obey orders. Red, Rin, Shizun, let's go too. Senju Takuya looked at Yuhi Hong and the others again. Yuhi Hong and the others nodded vigorously. Senju Takuya's performance just now was really amazing. Especially the kind of demeanor that easily defeats all enemies in an understatement. Yuhi Hong and others looked at Senju Takuya with stars in their eyes. Master Hokage, when you return to the village, please let me give you my home. Me too. And me, I can't wait to be your wife. Yuhi Hong and others said excitedly to Senju Takuya. He is so cold towards his enemies, but yet so approachable when dealing with them in daily life. This ultimate sense of contrast made it impossible for Sunset Red and the others to suppress their budding feelings of love. Now that you have said so, I am not prepared to go against women's wishes. Senju Takuya smiled and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, then he took Yuhi Hong and the others and quickly rushed towards Konoha. This time, he did not choose to use paper escape to escape, but to use the perfect body Susanoo. It only took less than a day to rush back to Konoha. Chapter 105 Tsunade, Why Don't I Drink? Don't catch my twin tails, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* directly to the Hokage building. Enter the Hokage office. I found that Tsunade was the only one inside, working on documents. Tsunade sister, why are you here alone? Senju Takuya asked curiously. To know, he has formed a team of beautiful secretaries. Almost all wives have their own division of labor. So, no matter how many files you need to process, you won't feel busy. But now, why is Tsunade the only one here? Oh, don't mention it. Those little ones were getting more and more restless, so I asked them to go back and take care of their children. Tsunade sighed, looking a little helpless. That's it, Senju Takuya nodded. These years, as we grow older, Kabuto, Naruto, Sasuke, they have all grown up into energetic little boys. In addition, the blood power of these little guys is particularly powerful. Ordinary ninjas really can't control them. It's been so long this time, has Kirigakure's matter been resolved? Tsunade asked, looking at Senju Takuya. Solved. Master Yuan was controlled by illusion. Also, the Teru Yoruichi clan launched a coup. Senju Takuya Kaido. What? Who has such great power? Tsunade asked a little surprised. Yuenshi. But Kirigakure is a veteran strongman. Now it's 5th Mizukage again. Who could unknowingly control him with illusions? If I guess correctly, it should be Uchiha Madara. Senju Takuya said calmly. Uchiha Madara. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, this hand was even more surprised. Uchiha Madara was a ninja from a previous era. Wasn't he killed by Grandpa Senju Hashirama a long time ago? How is it possible that you are still alive now? Even if you are still alive, with Uchiha Madara's age, is it a problem to walk? Takuya, why do you think it's Uchiha Madara? Tsunade asked confused. Because, Master Yuan said that he saw a pair of Sharingan before he fell into the illusion. The only person in the Uchiha clan who has the ability to do this is Uchiha Madara. Senju Takuya explains. But, wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by Grandpa? Tsunade asked the question in his mind. You do not understand. Uchiha Madara possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Every pair of eyes like this possesses extremely powerful power. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan also has a forbidden technique called Izanagi. Be able to rewrite the facts that are not good for you at the expense of one eye. Even death can be rewritten. Senju Takuya explained it to Tsunade in detail. Hiss. In this way, the original Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this method was used to rewrite the ending of his death. Tsunade couldn't help but gasp. Did not expect. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Still able to do this kind of thing. If Uchiha Madara has always been alive and does this now, what on earth is he planning? You don't have to worry too much. With my current strength, even Uchiha Madara cannot be my opponent. Senju Takuya smiled confidently. His current strength has reached the peak of 6 paths. Even Uchiha Madara, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, was at best on par with him. Not to mention, it's Uchiha Madara now. In addition, the second tail, 3 tails, and 9 tails are all in his hands now. He is not afraid of anything happening to Uchiha Madara at all. I can rest assured that. Tsunade patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Since Senju Takuya said he could defeat Uchiha Madara, then Jugai can defeat him. There was no need for her to worry anymore. Okay, since we haven't seen each other for such a long time, let's talk about some serious business. Senju Takuya waved his hand to close the door, and then held Tsunade in his arms. You guys, didn't you say you wanted to talk about business? Tsunade looked at Senju Takuya's dishonest hands and was speechless. Isn't this serious business? This is related to the life and death of our Senju clan. Senju Takuya pretended to be shocked. You're the only one who talks nonsense. Tsunade snorted and twisted unconsciously. Senju Takuya did not continue to speak, but pressed Tsunade under the table. What are you doing? It's absolutely not possible here in broad daylight. Looking at the iron rod in front of him, Tsunade said shyly. If you don't help me quickly, I won't care if someone comes later. Senju Takuya threatened. After hearing his words, Tsunade could only lower his head helplessly. Half an hour later, Senju Takuya's body trembled, and he grabbed Tsunade's twin ponytails and held on. Drink it. Despite Tsunade's sad eyes, Senju Takuya walked out of the Hokage building refreshed. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Senju Takuya met Yuhi Mahong head-on. Lord Hokage, Yuhi Junhong said respectfully, don't be so polite, we will be a family from now on. Senju Takuya smiled and waved his hand. Speaking of which, this can be regarded as his future father-in-law. You can't show off in front of your father-in-law, right? Hearing this, Yuhi Junhong nodded noncommittally. He already knew about his daughter Yuhi Hong. In this regard, he had nothing to object to. Senju Takuya is not only a Hokage, but also a hero who unified the ninja world. He is also very happy that his daughter can marry Senju Takuya. But, support is support. When I think about my daughter being out on a mission for so long, she doesn't know how to go home and check on herself first when she comes back. Yuhi Junhong couldn't help but feel a little angry. Even before she got married, her elbows started to turn outward. By the way, what's the matter with you? Senju Takuya asked. It's nothing, I just want to trouble Mr. Hokage and tell Hong Yi promise to let her go home and have dinner with me tonight. Shihi Junhong said lightly. Senju Takuya smiled awkwardly after hearing what Yuhi Junhong said. Speaking of which, Yuhi Hong has been living in the Senju tribe, and it has indeed been a long time since she returned to her home. No problem, I'll tell Red. Senju Takuya nodded in agreement. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Yuhi Junhong bowed and then left. Watching Yuhi Junhong's leaving figure, Senju Takuya touched his nose. It seems, Yuhi Junhong is conveying her dissatisfaction to herself. But, after all, Yuhi Hong is not his wife yet, and she won't talk about going to see her father when she comes back. It is human nature for my father-in-law to be a little dissatisfied. It seems, he had to find time to marry Yuhi Kuranai, Shizun, and Nohara Rin. Anyway, these little girls are almost fully developed. It's time to pick and buy. Chapter 106. Marry Yuri Hong, the two envious sisters. Please subscribe. Konoha Village. In the private room of the barbecue restaurant, Senju Takuya thoughtfully placed the grilled meat slices in front of Yuhi Hong. Hong, you've been working hard these days. Make up for it. Senju Takuya smiled softly. No, thank you, Hokage-sama. Yuhi Hong lowered her head shyly and put the barbecue into her mouth. For a moment, she felt happiness filling her chest. I have proposed marriage to your father, and he has agreed. From now on, you will be my woman. Senju Takuya reached out and took Kuranai Yuhi into his arms. Yuhi Hong did not resist, but leaned against Senju Takuya. She still feels like she is dreaming. Did not expect. One day, I can actually marry Senju Takuya. What are you thinking about? Senju Takuya looked at Yuhi Kuranai and asked. I'm thinking about how I can become a useful woman to you with my strength. Yuhi Hong said worriedly. She is a girl with a relatively independent personality. The strength is also very strong. But, after witnessing the godlike power of Senju Takuya, she lost confidence in herself. With her strength, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help Senju Takuya. Do not worry, my 583 woman does not need to be very powerful. Senju Takuya chuckled. What does it take? Yuhi Hong asked a little strangely. Ninja, don't you just value strength? You just need to take good care of me and give me some healthy babies. All my other wives are like that too. Senju Takuya said while checking the child's granary with his hands. Don't say, quite big. Future. The child will never go hungry. KTI. Yuhi Hong's body immediately softened, and her breathing became a little rapid. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya did not choose to endure it, but put Yuhi Hong on his lap. Yeah, KTI. Here, not here. There are many people outside. Yuhi Hong shouted in panic. Then it's up to you. Senju Takuya took off Yuhi Hong's coat and stuffed it directly into her mouth. If this is still heard, then it's none of my business. Yuhi Hong bit her clothes fiercely, her eyes gradually becoming distant. Ding. Marry Yuhi Hong. Get reward. 100% enhanced illusion ability. Ding. Love my wife Yuhi Hong, and get a reward. Mental power +1. Looking at Kuranai Yuhi who has become his wife, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. The reward obtained this time was actually a 100% enhancement of the illusion ability. That is to say, any of his illusions have been doubled in strength. And, this kind of enhancement, more like a passive ability. That is to say, as his illusion skills become stronger in the future, this doubling increase will become larger and larger. For the current Senju Takuya, this is already a very good reward. After all, now he, ordinary blood inheritance limits are ninjutsu, etc. There is almost no improvement for him. Husband, are you awake? Let me help you get dressed. Yuhi Hong obediently climbed up from the bed and helped Senju Takuya get dressed. Senju Takuya touched Yuhi Hong's head, his eyes became a little fiery again. Have to say, Yuhi Kuranai's ruby-like eyes are really beautiful. Husband, don't you still want it? I can't bear it. Feeling Senju Takuya's aggressive gaze, Yuhi Hong said with some fear. She is still in pain. Don't worry, there are many ways to solve some things drunkenly. Senju Takuya whispered something into Yuhi Kuranai's ear. Subsequently, Yuhi Hong's eyes widened in shock. Can it still be like this? Be good and be obedient. Senju Takuya touched Yuhi Kuranai's head. Yuri Hong, CJFH, knelt down obediently. Lift your head and look into your eyes. Konoha Village, a luxurious dessert shop. Nohara, Rin and Shizun listened to Yuhi Kuranai's description, their eyes filled with yearning. Hong, I really envy you. Now she has transformed into Mrs. Hokage. Shizun looked at Yuhi Kuranai and said with some envy. In mind, the scene of Yuhi Hong's wedding emerged again. The gongs and drums are noisy and firecrackers are blasting. Not too luxurious at all. Which girl doesn't want a dream wedding like this? Okay, you two are almost here. Yuri Hong waved her hand and said somewhat mysteriously. Really? Did Lord Hokage tell you this himself? Nohara Lin said excitedly. If possible, they would also like to marry Senju Takuya as soon as possible. After all, they all saw Yuhi Hong's changes. Not only do I wear expensive clothes every day, but I also wear jewelry from famous stores. The strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. This kind of treatment is simply too good. That's right, at that time, when I was in bed, Yuhi Hong lay in the ears of the two of them and said a few words softly. Subsequently, Nohara Rin and Shizun's faces turned rosy visibly. Hong Kei is really becoming more and more bold. This kind of thing, can it be said out loud? Anyway, just keep your heart in your stomach. In a few days, you will be like me. However, according to seniority, you have to call me sister from now on. Yuhi Hong said somewhat proudly. After Nohara Lin and Shizun get married, she will be able to dominate them both by virtue of her seniority. Snort. Let's see if these two little ladies dare to go against her in the future. I don't. Yes, why should we call you sister? Nohara Rin and Shizun said unconvinced. Wouldn't it be better to marry Lord Hokage a few days earlier? As for that, Snort, don't blame me for not reminding you, this is the family rule of our Senju clan. If you two don't comply, be careful that the sisters at home will unite to boycott you. Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama will not let you off lightly. Yuhi Hong said deliberately. Really? After hearing her words, Nohara Rin and Shizun both stuck out their tongues. Never mind, just call me sister. Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama, they can't afford to mess with them. That's right, call me sister first and listen. Yuhi Kuranai said to the two of them. Nohara Lin and Shizun looked at each other, and then spoke slowly. Ta-ta. Alas, Yuhi Hong happily took the three-color meatball in her hand into her mouth. Don't say, this feels really good. Chapter 107 New Reward, Double Kamui. Please subscribe. Coming out of the dessert shop, Yuhi Kuranai said goodbye to Nohara Rin and Shizun. After agreeing to their request, Yuhi Hong returned to the Senju tribe. Face, still wearing a faint smile, Nohara Lin and Shizun promised her that as long as she could convince Senju Takuya to marry them as soon as possible. After marrying into the Senju clan, they will ask Yuhi Hong to accompany her sister. So, as soon as I got home, Yuhi Hong came to the study and found Senju Takuya. Husband, are you busy? Seeing Senju Takuya immersed in processing documents, Anra Hong quietly approached. I'm not particularly busy, I'm just planning the development of the village. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing his words, Yuhi Hong's face showed a look of admiration. In the years since Senju Takuya came to power, the entire ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially Konoha Village, modern industry is highly developed, and various high-tech products emerge endlessly. Compared with now, the ninja world in the past was simply like a primitive society. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? Senju Takuya looked at Yuhi Kuranai and asked. Husband, I just went to see Rin and Shizun. Both of them, please let me beg you for mercy. Yuhi Kuranai whispered in Senju Takuya's ear. Is it about the marriage? That's right. Quote. Senju Takuya touched his chin. Now, as his reputation grows, there are countless women who want to join the Senju clan. It can be said, as long as he wants, you can choose from any woman in the entire ninja world. It is precisely because of this that those women who want to marry him have a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Even women like Nohara Lin and Shizun hope to marry into the Senju clan as soon as possible. Husband, both of them are my good best friends. Just accept them. Yuhi Hong hugged Senju Takuya's neck and said coquettishly. I have to think about this carefully. After all, not everyone is qualified to marry into the Senju clan. Senju Takuya said deliberately, although Nohara Lin and Shizun have already been the women in his heart. But, since Yuhi Hong came to beg him, naturally, he had to take good care of it. At least, you have to take the opportunity to take advantage. Otherwise, how could a woman be loyal to him? Husband, just promise me. I just boasted in front of both of them. Please. 317 asterisk. Seeing Senju Takuya hesitate, Yuhi Hong increased her coquettishness. A pair of granaries were rubbed on Senju Takuya's body. After closing his eyes and enjoying it comfortably for a while, Senju Takuya showed a smirk on his face. It's okay to let me agree. It's just that you have to take good care of your man. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yuhi's face turned red and her lips turned red. Following Senju Takuya's gaze, she instantly understood what he meant. But, in order to successfully conquer the two sisters, Yuhi Hong gritted her teeth and knelt under the table. Now it's right. Get ready, I'm about to start. Senju Takuya put his hand on Yuhi Kuranai's head. He grabbed the beautiful black hair. Go ahead. With Yuhi Hong's contribution, Senju Takuya soon married Nohara Rin and Shizun into his family. Although they married two people at once, Nohara Rin and Shizun were still very happy. After all, able to marry Senju Takuya, it has been their dream since childhood. Senju Tribe Land, Marriage Room. Senju Takuya hugged Nohara Rin and Shizun on the left and right. The two people's faces turned red, although I have slept in the same bed many times. But, at this time, the two of them were still so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They all lowered their heads and were afraid to look at Senju Takuya. What's wrong? I heard from Hong that you two can't wait to marry me. Why are you still shy now? Senju Takuya said deliberately. That, Mr. Hokage, we are just a little excited. Please do not get angry. Shizun hurriedly explained. Don't call me Hokage-sama anymore, call me husband. Do you understand? Senju Takuya said calmly. I know, husband. Shizun and Nohara Rin both whispered at the same time. Good. Next, do what you should do. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he lay on the bed minding his own business. Asking for flowers 0, Nohara Rin and Shizun looked at each other and started to act independently. Soon, a sad and melodious voice sounded in the room. Ding. Marry Nohara Rin, get the reward, double Kamui. Ding. Being in love with his wife Nohara Rin, getting reward, Chakra +1. Ding. Marry a wife, Shizun, and get a reward, mental power increased by 100%. Ding. Be in love with my wife Shizun and get a reward, mental power +1. Listening to the systematic reminder in his mind, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. The reward this time is really good. First, it was the reward brought to him by Nohara Rin. Double Kamui. This is one of the most powerful eye techniques among Hokage ninjas. Oh, it can distort space remotely and cause fatal damage to the enemy. It can also hollow itself and avoid all attacks. It also has its own different space. It can cause damage even to enemies at the level of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Very pervert. In addition, the reward Shizun gave him was also very good. Mental power increased by 100%. It's similar to the reward given by Yuhi Hong last time. Although it doesn't sound that powerful, don't forget it. His current mental strength is very terrifying. 6 paths, peak level mental power has now been doubled. Just tell me whether it's outrageous or not. Compared to those powerful blood inheritance limits, forbidden technique and so on. Senju Takuya even felt, the rewards provided by Shizun and Yuhi Hong are even more terrifying. Husband, are you okay? Seeing Senju Takuya alone in a daze, Shizun and Nohara Rin were both a little strange. Fine, you two are really my lucky stars. Senju Takuya smiled and pinched their cheeks. You two just rest for now. I go first. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he turned and left the room. Although today is the wedding night. But, he can't waste a single second. Backyard. There are also all kinds of beauties waiting. No way. In order to improve your own strength. Protect the entire ninja world from the persecution of the Otsutsuki clan. This sin, he is willing to bear 10. Chapter 108. As expected of Mr. Hokage, he is so fresh and refined even though he pretends to be cool. Please subscribe. Konoha Village. In a training ground, Hitaki Kakashi removed the kunai from Uchiha Obito's neck. Obito, you are distracted again. What's been going on with you lately? Hitaki Kakashi said helplessly. Yes, youth cannot be wasted like this. Obito, to make up for being in a daze just now, do 100 push-ups with me. Might Guy, wearing a green tights, gave Uchiha Obito a thumbs up. Subsequently, a mouth of gleaming teeth was revealed. Alas, you don't understand. I'm dumped. Uchiha Obito sighed and sat down on the ground. Seeing his sad face, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy both sat beside him curiously. Tell me, why did you fall out of love? Might Guy asked curiously. Yes, speak up and I can give you some advice. I'm a master at this. Hitaki Kakashi also spoke. After hearing what the two said, Uchiha Obito hesitated. If I tell you two singles about this kind of thing, would you understand? Uchiha Obito asked with some disdain. Obito, who do you look down on? In this regard, I dare say that no one in the entire 057 in Konoha understands women better than me. Hitaki Kakashi said proudly. Then let me tell you. Uchiha Obito scratched his head. Actually, you may have already discovered that I have been secretly in love with Lin. Uchiha Obito spoke softly. What, Obito, do you have a crush on Lin? Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy said in shock at the same time. Ah, you don't know. Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi and Guy with more suspicion in his eyes. This matter, basically everyone around him knows it. Could it be that these two guys didn't even notice this kind of thing? Of course I know that, I'm just a little surprised to hear you say it. Hitaki Kakashi blushed slightly. He boasted so much. If you don't even notice this kind of thing, then he would be a little too embarrassed. Guy also nodded quickly in agreement, making an expression as if this was indeed the case. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Uchiha Obito sighed. I fell in love with Lin deeply from the moment I first laid eyes on her. I have two dreams in this life. One is to become Hokage and be recognized by everyone. The other is to make Rin my wife. Now, one is shattered. Uchiha Obito said a little disappointed. Some days ago, Rin is already married to Senju Takuya. Then, when he heard the news, almost collapsed immediately. Obito, you are wrong. Rin is my teacher's wife now, so I still have to call her my teacher's wife. How can you have thoughts about your master's wife? Hatake Kakashi said with some dissatisfaction. I also know that this kind of thinking is wrong, but I can't control it. Uchiha Obito sighed. Obito, I know a way to make you forget Rin. Hatake Kakashi said suddenly. Any solution? Uchiha Obito asked curiously. The best way to forget a woman is to fall in love with another woman. Here, you will definitely be able to find the answer from this book. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he took out a pamphlet from his arms. This is my treasure. As a close friend, I give it to you. Uchiha Obito took the book, glanced at it, and his face turned rosy. Make out heaven. Kakashi, you. Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi in disbelief. He has also heard of the name of Intimate Paradise. I didn't expect Kakashi to carry this kind of book with him. This guy, so boring. Obito, you don't understand. This book was recommended to me by Mr. Takuya at that time. He was able to marry so many wives because of this book. Hatake Kakashi whispered. Hearing his words, Uchiha Obito was shocked. This kind of book, was it recommended by Hokage-sama? What a joke. And, it is said that marrying so many wives is all thanks to this book. Is it really that magical? Kakashi, do you have any similar books? I would also like to learn from them. Might Guy on the side said with some embarrassment. After listening to Kakashi's words, he felt that it was necessary for him to understand this knowledge. Guy, you have too much firepower. I think it's better for you to concentrate on your practice. Hatake Kakashi said seriously. After hearing this, Might Guy lowered his head in disappointment and silently walked to the side to do push-ups. Obito, study it carefully when you get back. I believe that you will be able to get over the pain of broken love. Hatake Kakashi patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder and then left. Uchiha Obito was silent for a long time and opened the first page of the Intimacy Paradise. Only an extremely powerful man can attract women's attention. On the road of love, even if you fail, you must exit like a winner. In this way, a woman can remember it in her heart for a lifetime. After reading the introduction on the first page, Uchiha Obito was shocked. Is this what it turns out to be? In this case, then he must be such a man. Uchiha Obito only felt that his body was full of power. He's going to challenge Senju Takuya. Although Rin has become someone else's wife now, he must show his strength in front of Rin. Only in this way, Rin can remember him forever. Kakashi, this is what you want to say to me, right? Thank you so much. I understand. Kakashi, thank you. Uchiha Obito shouted to Kakashi, then activated the body flicker technique and left the training ground. Kakashi, what's wrong with Obito? I don't know, maybe I was a little excited after reading the story in the book and wanted to hide under the covers. Kakashi's face showed an expression of someone who had come before. Only, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit obscene. Senju Tribe Land. Seeing Uchiha Obito standing in front of him, threatening to challenge him, Senju Takuya was speechless. Although I have long known that Uchiha Obito is a brainless daredevil. But, he chose to challenge himself. Senju Takuya is still a bit unexpected. Lord Hokage, although I have failed on the road of love, I still want to exit like a man. Please accept my challenge, Uchiha Obito shouted. Subsequently, then I started my own 3-tomo Sharingan. I see. Seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance, Senju Takuya could only sigh helplessly. He knows, not fulfilling Uchiha Obito's wish, this guy will definitely take the trouble to find him. After thinking about it, Senju Takuya waved to Uchiha Obito. Hokage-sama, be careful. Key, boom. Before the seal of Uchiha Obito fire style was completed, I felt a blur in front of my eyes. The next second, his body flew straight out. Boom. With a loud noise, Uchiha Obito fell to the ground hard. Damn it, is the gap actually so big? Uchiha Obito murmured in disbelief. No matter what he said, he was still the Jonin who opened 3-tomo Sharingan. But, he didn't even see clearly how Senju Takuya moved. This gap, isn't that a bit outrageous? As expected of Lord Hokage. Really strong. Uchiha Obito looked at Senju Takuya with fiery eyes. It's no wonder that such a powerful ninja can win Lin's heart from him. Obito, can you tell me why you suddenly thought of challenging me? Senju Takuya pulled Uchiha Obito up and asked curiously. It was Kakashi, he encouraged me to do that. And, he also gave me a book. Uchiha Obito rubbed his stomach and said weakly. Subsequently, he took out a copy of Intimate Paradise from his arms. Kakashi said this book is highly recommended by you. Senju Takuya's face turned ugly after hearing Uchiha Obito's words. Good guy, isn't this Chun-Chun ruining his reputation? When did he recommend such a book? Does he need it? Kakashi. *1. Senju Takuya snorted. This disciple of mine is really able to find trouble for himself. It seems, you have to take the time to teach Kakashi a lesson. At this time, Nohara Rin, Yuhi Kuranai, and Shizun ran over. Husband, what happened? Nohara Rin asked. It's okay, Obito 2.3 came to see me for something. Senju Takuya's light Kaido. After hearing his words, Nohara Rin and the others didn't ask any more questions. Standing on tiptoes, they all ran away after giving Senju Takuya a kiss on the cheek. This scene, Uchiha Obito was stunned. Lord Hokage, can I ask you a question? How did you do it? There are so many wives and you can't let them live in harmony. Uchiha Obito asked curiously. It's just about looks and abilities. Not worth mentioning. Senju Takuya's like Kaido. I'm so envious. It would be great if I could be like you. Uchiha Obito said with sincere emotion. This moment, he feels that Senju Takuya is the goal worthy of his life. That guy Kakashi, there is a huge difference from Mr. Hokage. Obito, what you envy is exactly what has troubled me since childhood. Sigh, it's very annoying to be surrounded by women every day. Senju Takuya patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder, turned and left. Looking at Senju Takuya's back, Uchiha Obito's mouth twitched. Good guy, as expected of Lord Hokage. Even the pretense is so fresh and refined. Chapter 109. Double Happiness. Terumi Mei, please subscribe. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Inside the Hokage office, Senju Takuya looked at the letter in his hand and nodded noncommittally. This is a letter from Kirigakure 5th Mizukage Genshi. The letter reads, he felt that he was old, was controlled by illusions, and had made a big mistake. So, take the initiative to resign from Mizukage's position. And, ask Senju Takuya for the right person to be the next Mizukage. Seeing Master Yuan being so understanding, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. After all, although he has unified the entire ninja world for a long time. But, each village still has a great deal of autonomy, including the shadow of each village. It is still chosen by each village. But now, he could just take advantage of this opportunity to hold the right to appoint the shadows of each village. As for the choice, Terumi Mei is very suitable. She came to Konoha a few years ago and has been living in the Senju clan. And, all day long I thought about continuing the family lineage of the Senju clan. Such a woman is perfect to help him rule Kirigakure. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya wrote a reply. Subsequently, then he walked towards the homeland of the Senju clan. Before Terumi Mei becomes Mizukage, he wants Terumi Mei to be his wife. Senju tribe land. Terumi Mei was chatting with Yuhi Kuranai, Shizun, and Nohara Rin. Her face was full of envy. After all, since coming to Konoha village, she fantasizes all day about being able to marry Senju Takuya and become Mrs. Hokage. Even Yuhi Hong and the others were tricked into joining the Senju clan by Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei did not expect. Instead, these people married the man she loved most before she did. Sigh, I don't know when Master Hokage will be able to marry me. Terumi Mei said with some melancholy. Terumi Mei, you don't have to worry. Your wish should come true soon. With your husband's attitude towards you, what do you have to be afraid of? Yuhi Hong comforted softly. Terumi Mei nodded absently. Seeing her like this, Yuhi Hong and the others didn't say anything. This kind of mood, they have experienced it before. At this time, several people suddenly saw Senju Takuya. Husband. Yuhi Hong stood up and shouted in surprise. Red, Shizun, Lin, what are you doing? Senju Takuya chuckled. Just chat. Why are you here? Yuhi Hong asked curiously. There's something about Kirigakure that I want to talk to Terumi Mei about. Senju Takuya said softly. After hearing his words, Yuhi Hong and others looked at each other, smiled, patted Terumi Mei on the shoulder, and left voluntarily. After a few people left, Terumi Mei stood up respectfully. Lord Hokage, what do you want to talk to me about? Terumi Mei asked awkwardly. Some days ago, Kirigakure Teru she already knew about the rebellion launched by the Yoruichi clan. Shouldn't it be? Lord Hokage came to her this time to accuse her, right? Terumi Mei, don't be so formal. Sit down. Senju Takuya pulled Terumi Mei's catkins and asked her to sit next to him. This move also made Terumi Mei breathe a sigh of relief. Read this letter first. Senju Takuya handed the letter written by Genshi into the hands of Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei took it and took a look. Subsequently, his eyes gradually became serious. Hokage-sama, do you have any ideas? Terumi Mei is not a fool. On the contrary, she is also very smart. She naturally knew that even if she was a ninja from Kirigakure, Senju Takuya would not tell her such things for no reason. A bold idea popped up in Terumi Mei's mind. Lord Hokage is going to let her. 0133033295 Filu 16003351. Exclamation mark. When she thought of this possibility, Terumi Mei's heart couldn't help but beat wildly with excitement. Become a Mizukage, but it has been her dream since childhood. Growing up under the Blood Mist policy, she always dreamed of becoming Mizukage one day. Overturn the Blood Mist policy and make Kirigakure a harmonious and loving ninja village. Now, will this dream come true? I want you to be the next Mizukage, are you willing? Senju Takuya looked at Terumi Mei and spoke softly. Willing. I would love to. Thank you Hokage-sama for your cultivation. I will definitely not live up to your expectations in the future. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Terumi Mei knelt down on one knee, her voice trembling with excitement. It turned out to be exactly what she thought. Senju Takuya, let her become Kirigakure's next Mizukage. But, Hokage-sama, you said Mizukage's candidate. After the excitement, Terumi Mei's expression became a little worried again. Although every ninja village is now under the jurisdiction of Konoha. But, interfering in the village election, shadow, thing. Will the ninjas of Kirigakure agree? Without the support of the village ninjas, even with Senju Takuya's orders, can she successfully become a Mizukage? Do not worry, this kind of thing is inevitable. If anyone is not convinced by this result, I will get rid of them all. Senju Takuya said calmly. No one can object to what he wants to do. Who objects? Then just eliminate whoever it is. I see. Terumi Mei nodded. Since she has Senju Takuya's support, she has nothing to fear. By the way, there's one more thing. 390. Senju Takuya said suddenly. Please give your orders. Terumi Mei said respectfully. Terumi Mei, this time you return to Kirigakure. After becoming Mizukage, you can't stay in Konoha forever. So, before that, I want to hold the wedding with you first. Senju Takuya said gently. Ah, wedding ceremony. You mean, you want to marry me? Terumi Mei asked in a panic. Right, that is it. Do you want to marry me? Senju Takuya looked at Terumi Mei's hot figure and asked calmly. Certainly. Great, you don't know how long I've been waiting. Terumi Mei jumped up excitedly. After all, she has the attributes of a nymphomaniac, and she can't even say no to a handsome guy like Takuya. And, married to Senju Takuya, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Then our wedding will be scheduled in 3 days. During this period, you should prepare yourself for being abandoned. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he turned and left. Terumi Mei stayed where she was, still feeling like she was in a dream. Become a Mizukage, marry Senju Takuya. These are the 2 biggest wishes in her heart. Did not expect. It all came true today. This feeling, isn't that great? Terumi Mei feels that there is simply no luckier person than her in this world. Chapter 110. Be good and eat clean. Please subscribe. Ding. Marry Terumi Mei as a wife, and get rewards. Bloody success limit, boil-style blood succession limit, and the power of fairy magic is increased by 100%. Ding. Being in love with his wife Terumi Mei, and getting rewards. Constitution +1, Chakra +1. As the system prompted, Senju Takuya felt a warm current flow through his body. The next second, his strength is even more powerful. Let's not talk about lava-style blood succession limit and boil-style blood succession limit. Although, these 2 blood inheritance limits do not increase his power greatly. But it can be passed on to the next generation through the power of his bloodline. It can be considered a very good reward. Another, the power of magic is increased by 100%. This reward is even more outrageous. The power of magic is extremely powerful. Now it's doubled again. To give a simple example, true several thousand hands, it's also a magic trick. Now the power has been directly doubled, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it will destroy the world. After briefly understanding the rewards of the system, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. Today, he held a grand wedding for Terumi Mei, and, at the wedding, he announced for the first time, after shadows of various villages, it will be up to the Hokage of Konoha village to accept his fate. As soon as this news came out, it made everyone dumbfounded. No one thought of it. Senju Takuya would actually make such a decision. That is the shadow of other villages. To know, the shadow of the village represents the facade of the village. If you don't even have the right to choose the shadow of your own village. What kind of village is that? What is the difference between it and the destroyed village? Many people are concerned about this decision made by Senju Takuya. After all, now the ninja world is unified in name. But each village has a high degree of autonomy. Now Senju Takuya has openly announced that he will interfere in the shadow elections of other villages. This kind of behavior, I'm afraid it will cause massive protests. But more people cheered for Senju Takuya. Think Senju Takuya is the greatest and most courageous Hokage ever. If this continues, the ninja world will become one family sooner or later. After, there will definitely be no war again. Senju Takuya doesn't care about the outside world's opinions. He only knows, if anyone objects, then just eliminate the objectors. Anyway, with his current strength, even if he is against the entire ninja world, he is not afraid at all. Old, I'll help you dress. Terumi Mei also woke up. She sat up, her voice still a little hoarse. Yesterday, she was tortured a lot. How about it? Can your body still hold on? If it feels uncomfortable, we will wait a few days before setting off. Looking at Terumi Mei's wonderful body, Senju Takuya said softly. No, husband, this little thing is nothing. Terumi Mei shook her head. Now, she can't wait to become Mizukage. Yeah, touching Terumi Mei's small mouth, Senju Takuya's heart moved. As expected of the future Mizukage. Last night, this mouth brought him an unprecedented experience. Husband, it's getting late, let's go on our way first, shall we? Looking at Senju Takuya's fiery eyes, Terumi Mei's eyes became a little panicked. It didn't stop all night last night. You're not going to start again, are you? There's no rush in rushing. With me here, it will only take a moment to get to Kirigakure. Kneel down first. Senju Takuya's lips curled up slightly. Subsequently, he reached out and put his hand on Terumi Mei's head. Eat clean. Quote. Seeing that Terumi Mei completed her request, Senju Takuya let go of his hand. Subsequently, throwing the clothes on Terumi Mei. Do you want to eat some food to replenish your strength? Senju Takuya looked at Terumi Mei and asked softly. No. Terumi Mei shook her head. Eating so much, she was going to die. You can't even eat it in both mouths. Okay. That's okay. Get dressed, we're ready to go. Senju Takuya ordered. After a while, Terumi Mei got dressed. Husband, let's go. I'm going to prepare the carriage now. Terumi Mei looked at Senju Takuya and said softly. She knows. Senju Takuya has a habit of riding a carriage when he goes out. No need to bother, just come here. Senju Takuya waved to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei walked to Senju Takuya obediently. Hold me, Senju Takuya said softly. Del. Terumi Mei nodded and hugged Senju Takuya tightly. Subsequently, she heard a low shout from Senju Takuya. Kamui. As soon as the words fell, the space fluctuated. The next second, Senju Takuya and Terumi Mei disappeared. All right, already arrived. Senju Takuya's voice rang in my ears. Terumi Mei slowly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. In front of her, it turned out to be Kirigukure's Mizukage building. How could this be so fast? Terumi Mei covered her mouth and exclaimed. Kirigakure is thousands of kilometers away from Konoha village, and is separated by the Sapine Sea. It was just a blink of an eye, how could they have already arrived? It's just a space transfer. Seeing Terumi Mei's surprised look, Senju Takuya explained lightly. Hearing his words, Terumi Mei was speechless. Space transfer. That's all. This kind of power. I don't know how many people want to master it but have no clue. Why does it feel so worthless in your mouth? And, being able to transport her from Konoha to Kirigakure in an instant. How much chakra does this cost? Don't put on such a bland expression. It's very shocking, isn't it? Terumi Mei complained crazily in her heart. But, Senju Takuya ignored Terumi Mei. Take the lead and walk towards the Mizukage building. Wang's Terumi Mei saw this and followed directly. Entering the Mizukage building, Takuya and Terumi Mei both frowned. In the air, they smelled a hint of blood. Years of ninja career made them realize immediately. This is the smell of human blood. He calmly arrived at the second floor of the Mizukage building. Opened the door to Mizukage's office. What catches the eye? It is the head of the 5th Mizukage Genshi. Mizukage-sama. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei immediately took out her kunai and made a defensive posture. Who is it, to be able to do it in Kirigakure? Killed Mizukage. You are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Hehehehe. Yeah, I'm already a little impatient. The Hokage from Konoha village is also here, so that saves us the trouble. In shadow, there were a few cold laughs. Several Kirigakure ninjas came out and surrounded Senju Takuya and Terumi Mei. Chapter 111 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Just dance. Please subscribe. Master Hokage, we have been waiting for you for a long time. In shadow, 7 ninjas with different looks came out. On their hands, they are 7 ninja swords of different shapes. The leader was a tall, fat man. She has long orange hair that almost reaches the ground. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. Did you kill Mizukage-sama? Seeing the 7 ninja swordsmen, Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and asked. We are just killing Kirigakure. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost is noncommittal. This old guy is too old to have any courage anymore. The shadow of the village actually wants Konoha's opinion. He is not worthy of leading us Kirigakure at all. The Tonkao Yubaemon snorted coldly. Loquat Juzo, Muley Jinpachi and others also nodded in agreement. As a group of people who grew up under the Blood Mist policy, they were very shameless towards Master Yuan's behavior. Then, let's take advantage of the mission report and start working together. Successfully chopped off Master Yuan's head. After cutting off Genshi's head, they have been waiting in the Mizukage building. In order, that is, being able to kill Terumi Mei as soon as she returns to the village. You bastards, what's the difference between doing this and rebelling? Terumi Mei clenched her fists angrily. Of course there is a difference. As long as 103 gets rid of you again, Kirigakure will be able to return to its original independent era under our leadership. At that time, the reputation of our 7 ninja swordsmen will be spread throughout the entire ninja world. After the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost finished speaking, the same shark muscle on his hand instantly grew long spikes. I originally wanted to deal with you alone. Unexpectedly, Konoha's Hokage actually followed. Just in time, this time let us see how powerful Senju Takuya, who is famous in the ninja world, is. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost looked at Senju Takuya with provocation in his eyes. Later I will use the blasting knife to blow him to pieces. Muley Jinpachi sneered. His weapon is called Explosive Blade Spray. This knife can summon countless detonating charms. Any enemy who tries to block his attack will be blown to pieces. This won't work. I have to use all his body first. Kirigakure Kushimaru pointed the long knife and sewing needle in his hand up and down at Senju Takuya's body. Weapons composed of steel wires and long needles are best suited for cutting enemies into pieces and then sewing them together. Let me first take a look at how powerful the legendary Susanoo is in terms of defense. The wild-bait man shook the blunt knife in his hand. Dull knife hyphenation point pocket cutting. It is composed of 2 parts CJAE, knife and hammer. The method of attack is to first chop with a knife, and then use a hammer to hit the back of the knife to add strength. Claimed to be able to defeat all defenses. So, he really wanted to try it. Can the so-called Susanoo withstand his attack? As for Loquat Juzhong and Black Holea, they didn't say much. But, on their faces, they all looked eager to try. Husband, what should I do? Terumi Mei looked at Senju Takuya and asked worriedly. 7 people with ninja swords. Very strong. Together, they have the strength to kill cage-level experts. They are a group of ninjas that cannot be underestimated. Do not worry, I said, I will kill anyone who opposes me. Senju Takuya's expression never changed from beginning to end. In fact, The strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen is indeed considered good in the ninja world. But, for him, it's just a swarm of ants. Wounded Tomb Border Prison, with Senju Takuya's soft drink, 4 shadows that only he could see appeared silently. The next second, the heads of Wu Li Jinpachi, Li Xie Chuan Wan, Loquat Zhuzhong, and Black Hole Ya were cut off. What? Seeing this sudden scene, Ziguashan Pufferfish Ghost and others all opened their mouths in celebration. Before any of them noticed it, 4 people on their side were already dead. What kind of terrifying power is this? Damn it! The Tonkao Yakuya roared angrily, and then slashed at Senju Takuya with a dull knife, Kabutori. Boom! With a loud noise, Tonkao Yabemon's knife struck a layer of skeleton shell. Susanoo, seeing the dark black skeleton armor surrounding Senju Takuya, instead of showing fear on the face of Tonkao Yabemon, there was a cruel smile. Break it for me, the Tonkao Yabemon shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, he hit the back of the knife hard with the hammer in his hand. This is a move that can penetrate all defenses, and no one can block it. Boom! Following a loud noise, the Tonkao Yabate man showed an expression of disbelief on his face. His full blow just now had no effect at all. There wasn't even a crack on the dark black skeleton armor. At this time, a skeletal arm extends from Susanoo's sides. When he pinched Tonkao Yabemon's neck, he mentioned Ban Kongshin. How can it be? Why? Is so strong? The Tonkao Yabemon looked at Senju Takuya and murmured in disbelief. His attack, how could it be blocked so easily? Click, with the sound of bone cracking. The neck of Tonkao Yabemon was directly twisted by Senju Takuya. Even Susanoo's initial form cannot be broken, and she dares to claim that she can defeat all defenses. For such an ignorant frog in the well, Senju Takuya is too lazy to face the wind. Just for a moment, 7 people with ninja swords. He had already killed 5 people. You 2 are the only ones left. Senju Takuya set his sights on the 2 remaining Tsukuyama Fugu ghosts. Looking at Senju Takuya's eyes, Ziguashan Puffer Ghost gritted his teeth. Go together. Hearing his angry shouts, the user of the double sword Gunko immediately raised the weapon in his hand and launched an attack on Senju Takuya. Pity, while he was still in midair, it had already been cut in half by the shadow of Wheel Tomb and Border Prison. Also taking advantage of this moment, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had already covered a distance of hundreds of meters on its hind legs. Just, he said to come together. It was just to allow his companions to use their own lives to delay Senju Takuya and buy him some time to escape. When Senju Takuya instantly killed several people from Loquat Juzo, he had already understood the situation. FT11, definitely no match for Senju Takuya. If you continue to fight, you will only die in vain. Hateful, I didn't expect Senju Takuya's power to be so powerful. This time, I really failed. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost murmured. He never thought that Senju Takuya would be so strong. In front of each other's strength, they are as weak as ants. Just for a moment, of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was the only one left to die. It seems that I will live an anonymous life from now on. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost sighed. With Senju Takuya's power, it is impossible for him to seek revenge. Looking at Senju Takuya who was still standing there without moving, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was horrified but also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue him. With his strength combined with Kamisame's power, there is no need to worry about future life. Just when the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw Senju Takuya raising his arm in the distance towards him. Universal pull, not good. Ziguashan Pufferfish Ghost's heart sank. The next second, he felt a brutal gravitational pull on his body. Under the influence of gravity, his body rushed towards Senju Takuya without any resistance. Chapter 112 Orochimaru, you should change into a man's body, please subscribe. Universal pull. With a low shout from Senju Takuya, the body of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost flew in his direction involuntarily. Snapped. Just for a moment, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost's neck was tightly pinched by Susanoo in front of Senju Takuya. Quote. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost struggled to spit out a few words from his mouth. The feeling of suffocation is getting heavier and heavier. After becoming a ninja for so many years, for the first time, he felt that death was approaching. Kirigakure, a ninja like you who wants to resist, how many more are there? Senju Takuya asked calmly while looking at the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost. Kirigakure has had problems twice in a row. He was ready to solve it once and for all. After all, even with his power, can easily resolve these rebellions. But he didn't want to worry about this kind of thing every day. If you have this time, isn't it nice to spend time with your wife and children? As long as you promise to let me go, I will tell you everything you want. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost kept twisting its fat body and spoke again. He knows very well, this is his only chance to survive. In that case, I'll go find it myself. Senju Takuya shrugged indifferently. Subsequently, he raised his head and glanced at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The next second, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost stopped struggling and fell into a state of stasis. After a while, Senju Takuya controlled Susanoo and exerted a little force. The neck of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was immediately broken. Quote. Terumi Mei looked at Senju Takuya, somewhat eager to speak. She, who is not yet 20 years old, is full of worries when faced with such a situation. Never mind, I already know it all. Senju Takuya had a gentle smile on his face. He has learned everything by invading the brain of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. In this rebellion, the 7 ninja swordsmen acted as the thugs who committed the crime. Behind them are some wealthy ninja families in Kirigakure. Like the Ghost Lantern clan, the Wolfberry clan. They all did not want Kirigakure to be interfered with too much by Konoha, but they did not dare to resist themselves. So, he kept hiding behind his back and kept making small moves. You wait for me here, I'll go take care of something. Senju Takuya touched Terumi Mei's head, then activated Kamui and disappeared. It has been a week since the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. During this week, Senju Takuya will bring the Ghost Lamp clan, the Wolfberry clan. All the wealthy ninjas in Kirigakure who resisted him were wiped out. Although this greatly damaged Kirigakure's vitality. But, Senju Takuya doesn't care. Anyway, in the future, he doesn't need these people to join him in resisting the Otsutsuki clan. If you kill, you will kill. After clearing away the stubborn forces in Kirigakure, Terumi Mei also has his support. Officially became Kirigakure's 6th Mizukage. And, since the ninjas of Kirigakure have been killed to the point of fear. Therefore, Terumi Mei firmly grasped Kirigakure's rights with little effort. In addition, after Terumi Mei took power, while receiving the legacy of Teru Yoruichi clan, I arrived at a dungeon. In the dungeon, a 5 or 6-year-old child was locked up. Upon questioning, the child was named Kimimaro. After learning the news, Senju Takuya brought Kimimaro to him. Mizukage building. Husband, thank you so much. Moving to the Senju clan was the best decision I have ever made in my life. Terumi Mei lay in Senju Takuya's arms, her eyes full of admiration and love. She felt like she was in a dream now. Otherwise, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? Not only looks, figure, strength. The best in the ninja world. And, also helped her become Mizukage. Terumi Mei thinks, Senju Takuya is simply a gift from God. Okay, Kirigakure's matter is almost settled. It's time for me to return to Konoha. If something happens, if you inject chakra into this kunai, I will feel it. Senju Takuya placed a special kunai in Terumi Mei's hand. I see. Terumi Mei placed the kunai on the table next to her and looked at Senju Takuya with fiery eyes. Husband, before that, let me give you a child. After Terumi Mei finished speaking, she took the initiative to sit on Senju Takuya's body. Looking at the other party's slender waist and white and tender skin, Senju Takuya couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. In this case, then he will inject it hard today until it is full. Konoha village, in a secret experimental base. Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya and the little boy with white hair next to him, his eyes full of interest. Takuya-kun, why did you come to see me suddenly this time? Orochimaru asked curiously. Nothing, I just wanted to ask, how far has your experiment progressed? Senju Takuya asked. Well, the cloning technology you mentioned to me has been mastered. Whether it's an organ or a clone, it doesn't matter. Even the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan you gave me originally, I have already cloned hundreds of pairs. However, Senju Hashirama's cells are still very overbearing, and the wood-style transplant experiment has never been successful. Orochimaru reported the work situation during this period to Senju Takuya in detail. The tone was a little excited. The current research results are something he never dared to imagine before. Please give me flowers. The power he once dreamed of was now within his reach, although there are still many problems unresolved. But, in the future, he believes that he will know everything. After all, for him now, eternal life, it has been achieved. Senju Takuya nodded lightly after hearing this. This rate of progress, should I say that he is worthy of being a scientific research madman, Orochimaru? Takuya-kun, can you give me some more advice? Questions about Senju Hashirama cell transplantation. Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya with burning eyes, hoping to get some advice from him. Well, if cell transplantation has not been successful, you can try genetic technology. Senju Takuya thought for a while and said. Gene. Orochimaru was a little confused. What is this? Genes support the basic structure and performance of life. Stores all information about life's race, blood type, pregnancy, growth, apoptosis and other processes. Senju Takuya told Orochimaru everything he knew about genes. Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter. Takuya-kun, are you saying that genes control everything in life? That's right. After receiving Senju Takuya's affirmative answer, Orochimaru became excited. According to Senju Takuya, genes are the root of everything. As long as we can master genetic technology, we no longer have to worry about cell rejection. Takuya-kun, you are such a genius. Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya and sighed sincerely. He considers his achievements in biotechnology to be top-notch. But compared with Senju Takuya, it is still far behind. A word from the other party can give him a feeling of enlightenment. Orochimaru, don't look at me like that. Feeling Orochimaru's fiery gaze, Senju Takuya Jonin couldn't help but get goosebumps. How rude. Maybe it has something to do with this body. Orochimaru also realized that something was wrong with him, and then tried to calm down his mood. Now his body is a woman's body. Even if it is him, it is also inevitably affected by some hormones secreted by the body. I advise you to change back to your own body as soon as possible. Didn't you already master the cloning technology? Senju Takuya calmly took a few steps away from Orochimaru. No, Takuya-kun, don't worry. Orochimaru snorted. Really, with such an expression, could it be that Takuya-kun is suspecting something wrong with his orientation? But, did not expect, even Takuya-kun, who is feared by all ninjas in the ninja world, has something to be afraid of. It's really interesting. Chapter 113. Master Hokage, please be a human being and stop being involved. Please subscribe. Looking at Orochimaru, Senju Takuya felt a chill in his body. There seemed to be something wrong with the way Orochimaru looked at him just now. No, for the sake of your own safety. Before Orochimaru returned to a man's body, he'd better try not to meet Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya decided to waste no time in ending this conversation. Orochimaru, this child is called Kimimaro. He's a very talented kid. From now on, let him follow you. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kimimaro, who had been staying quietly on the sidelines, walked up to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, please take care of me. Takuya-kun, what are your intentions in giving this child to me? Orochimaru ignored Kimimaro, but still focused on Senju Takuya. He has a very serious blood disease, and I need you to help him cure it. In addition, I will also ask Tsunade to help you. 583, Senju Takuya said calmly. In the original work, blood disease is a very serious disease. The higher the talent of a ninja and the deeper the extent of the development of blood inheritance limits, the more likely he is to suffer from blood inheritance diseases. As for blood diseases, there is no effective treatment. Kimimaro and Uchiha Itachi all died from the blood disease. Now, the power of his bloodline is getting stronger day by day. His descendants, he will also inherit all his powerful powers. Although you may not necessarily suffer from blood disease. But this kind of thing, it is better to take precautions in advance. I see. Leave this matter to me. Orochimaru nodded. Although blood disease is a terminal illness, given his current research conditions, it is not impossible to solve it. Then I'll leave first. After Senju Takuya explained the matter, he was about to turn around and leave. But he was stopped by Orochimaru. Takuya-kun, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya's wary eyes, with a helpless smile on his face. Didn't he just lose his composure? All said, that is due to the hormones secreted by the body, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with his mind. As for protecting yourself like this. But, these words, he could only complain in his heart. Takuya-kun, I also give you a gift today. Orochimaru clapped his hands. After a while, from the depths of the experimental base, a woman wearing a coat and fishnet stockings came out. Mitarashi Anko. Looking at the woman coming out, Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect Takuya-kun to know him. I heard that Takuya-kun has been working hard to revive Senju, so I think this is my wish. Anko, you will follow Takuya-kun from now on. Orochimaru ordered Mitarashi Anko. New, Lord Hokage, I will definitely obey any orders you give me. Mitarashi Anko was half kneeling on the ground with a serious expression. Orochimaru, I don't like forcing others. Senju Takuya touched his nose. Lord Hokage, I was not forced. In fact, this is the opportunity I have been begging for a long time, Orochimaru-sama. Mitarashi Anko said in a deep voice. Anko, you really can't hold your breath. In this way, my plan of selling a favor will come to nothing. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Original, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Selling Senju Takuya a favor. Did not expect. Anko actually said everything directly. Anko, why do you want to follow me? Senju Takuya looked at Anko kneeling on the ground and asked curiously. Master Hokage, Sunset Red is my good sister. She often talks to me about topics related to you. Through her, I realized how great you are. So, I want to do my part to revive Senju. Anko raised his head and said bravely. Looking at her firm gaze, Takuya touched his nose helplessly with his hand. Good guy. Unexpectedly, Anko was actually brainwashed by Kuranai Yuhi. This is really passed down from generation to generation. He remembers it very clearly. At first, the sunset makes them red. He was brainwashed by Kushina. But, looking at Anko's beautiful face, Senju Takuya nodded directly and agreed. In that case, Anko, just come with me. I'm going to treat you to 3-color meatballs first. Senju Takuya said calmly. That's great, thank you Hokage-sama. Mitarashi Anko said happily. Her favorite food is 3-color meatballs. Anko, follow Takuya-kun from now on, and you must behave well. Do you understand? Orochimaru looked at Anko and reminded him gently. No, Anko responded. Okay, let's go. Senju Takuya couldn't stand Orochimaru's gaze, so he quickly took Anko, activated Kamui and left the experimental base. Oh, Kimimaro, come with me. Seeing Senju Takuya leave, Inshimaru sighed. Immediately, take Kimimaro and walk deeper into the laboratory. Konoha Village, Jinga-Zensai dessert shop. Anko couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he looked at the dazzling array of desserts in front of him. Master Hokage, are these things really ordered for me? Anko asked in disbelief. Jingu-Zensai, it is the most upscale dessert shop in Konoha. The desserts inside are not only delicious, but also extremely exquisite. It is a place where only wealthy ninjas or wealthy businessmen can afford to spend money. The table in front of you is filled with all kinds of exquisite desserts. It must cost a lot of money, right? Eat with confidence. This store is my property, it costs nothing. Senju Takuya smiled. Although Anko took the initiative to follow him, he still wanted to cultivate a relationship first. Treating Anko to dessert is undoubtedly the best way. Then I'll start. Anko laughed cheerfully. Although she likes desserts very much, she has never come to Jingu-Zensai to eat them. So, facing the long-awaited food in front of her, she no longer cared about being reserved. Eat slowly, I already said hello. From now on, you can come and eat anytime you want. Senju Takuya said with a smile. Hearing his words, Anko's heart couldn't help but beat with excitement. Eat whatever you want, isn't this too arrogant? Is this the feeling of casual consumption? 3.1 is so cool. Do not know why, Anko always feels that the Senju Takuya in front of him is not much more charming than usual. The surrounding crowd looked at Anko with envy. After all, able to marry Senju Takuya, it has become the wish of all unmarried women in the entire ninja world. I'm so envious, I can have dinner with Hokage-sama. Yes, one dessert in the shrine's main meal costs me half a year's salary. Really, why am I not so lucky to be favored by Hokage-sama? Oh, this girl will be happy from now on. I also want to be Mrs. Hokage. Compared to the women, the men around them all looked like they were about to cry without tears. If they could, they would really like to protest loudly to Senju Takuya. Lord Hokage, please be a human being. If we continue to get involved, will we still be able to find a wife? Chapter 114 New Wife, Mitarashi Anko. Please subscribe. Ding. Marry Mitarashi Anko. Get reward. Cursed Seal Perfect. Genetic Modification Technology. Ding. Love with Wife Mitarashi Anko. Get reward. Chakra +1. Listening to the prompt from the system, Senju Takuya showed a surprised smile. He didn't expect, after marrying Anko, she actually gave him such a generous reward. First, it is the Seal of Curse. This is a technique developed by Orochimaru based on Jugo's power. As we all know, the magical combination of natural energy and chakra. Chakra is very scary, it has very powerful blessings for both ninjutsu and taijutsu. But, if you don't have the talent to practice magic, it is impossible to use natural energy. In the original work, there are only a few ninjas who can use senjutsu. But, through the curse seal, it allows others to use natural energy, greatly improving combat effectiveness. It can be said that this is a very terrifying amplification ninjutsu. But, the seal technique also has flaws, although it can greatly reduce the difficulty of mastering magic by 29%. But, according to each person's physical constitution, the curse seals are divided into heaven curse seals and earth curse seals. Forcibly using the curse seal also carries the risk of death. And, when using the curse seal, the user himself will also suffer death-like pain at all times. In addition, use the power of the curse seal for a long time. The user will also go berserk, eventually losing himself and becoming a complete madman. So, the curse seal is a double-edged sword. It can temporarily increase a person's strength several times, but it can also cause great harm to the user. But, the Cursed Seal Perfect rewarded by the system has no such shortcomings at all. The Seal of Curse allows each user to exert the most powerful power they can. There is no difference between the Curse Seal of Heaven and the Curse Seal of Earth. And, when using the Cursed Seal, your body will not change, nor will you feel any pain. It is a perfectly improved secret technique. Although Senju Takuya's previously acquired perfect celestial beings allow people to learn celestial beings without any hindrance. But, this powerful secret technique, Senju Takuya only teaches to those closest to him. It is absolutely impossible for other ninjas to learn. But now, he plans to award the Cursed Seal to ordinary ninjas. Thus, the overall combat power of ninjas in the ninja world can be greatly improved. But it won't cause him any trouble. Kill two birds with one stone. As for the other, genetic modification technology, not to mention that, through this technology, many problems that cannot be solved by current cell transplantation technology can be solved. Master this technique, what would style, Sharingan, Rinnegan. None of this is a problem. And, these powers obtained through genetic programming. There is no difference from being born with this power. There will be no side effects. Although, he gave Orochimaru directions for his research. But, with the current technological level of the ninja world, it may take a long time to fully master genetic technology. Now with this reward, Orochimaru's research progress can achieve a qualitative leap. Even if an artificial human like Suyu was created in advance, it is not a problem at all. And, by combining wood style, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, Senju clan, Uchiha clan. Various genes are programmed together. Artificial beings are born with the power of all things. Master this technology, even creating a god, is no longer difficult. Husband, seeing Senju Takuya in a daze, Mitarashi Anko took the initiative to hug him. Husband, I want more. Anko breathed hot breath into Senju Takuya's ear and said coquettishly, "Oh 9, don't beg for mercy later." Seeing Anko's appearance, Senju Takuya also felt moved. The other party's body like a water snake made him linger a little bit. Soon, the war resumes. Time flew by. 3 months later, the Senju clan welcomed the birth of several more newborns. Every new baby brings a lot of rewards to Senju Takuya, in addition to fixed 3-dimensional attribute rewards, like Baki technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Perfect Living Corpse Reincarnation. A variety of powerful forbidden techniques are available. The foundation of the Senju clan has also improved rapidly. In addition, taking advantage of this time, Senju Takuya wrote down all the genetic modification technologies rewarded by the system in his mind and gave them to Orochimaru. He would never forget that look in Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru looked at him as if he wanted to eat him. But fortunately, Orochimaru didn't take any substantial action. And Orochimaru also guarantees, with this technology, curing blood diseases will not be a problem. Seeing Orochimaru's increasingly fiery gaze, Senju Takuya quickly activated Kamui and left. It seems, nothing will happen in the future. It's better to see less Orochimaru. Besides, Senju Takuya took out the cursed seal as a reward. As long as you make enough contributions, you can redeem it. This time, all the ninjas in the ninja world were excited. After all, before, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to obtain high-level ninjutsu. It is simply unheard of to exchange the forbidden technique at will, which can greatly enhance one's own strength. Of course, there are also many people who are skeptical about this. Feel, it is impossible for Forbidden Technique 350 to be made public. But, after some ninjas who had made enough contributions and obtained the cursed seal with the attitude of giving it a try, the ninja world was completely boiling. This secret technique, it can actually increase a person's strength several times instantly. For a moment, all ninjas support Senju Takuya. Many ninjas who originally opposed Senju Takuya also changed their attitudes. No matter which ninja village they belong to, they all feel that there is nothing wrong with the unified ninja world being under the jurisdiction of Konoha. In this regard, Senju Takuya is naturally happy to hear about it. Thus, it won't take long. The ninjas in each village will almost sincerely support the unification of the ninja world. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Senju Takuya looked at the information scroll in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. During these days, the ninja world was peaceful and peaceful. Everything is developing in the direction he hopes. Continue like this, soon, he can make the entire ninja world what he wants it to be. Sigh, the life is too dull and not good either. A little boring. Senju Takuya stretched and mumbled a little boringly. At this time, an Anbu ninja handed over an information scroll. Hokage-sama, urgent information. Chapter 115 Star Ninja Village, Summer. Please subscribe. Hokage-sama, urgent information. The Anbu ninja handed an information scroll into Senju Takuya's hands. The country of bears, Hoshi Ninja Village. After receiving the information scroll, a trace of surprise flashed across Senju Takuya's face. Bear Country, located in the southeast of the Fire Country. It is a small country. In Bear Country, there is a small ninja village. It's called Star Ninja Village. According to legend, 200 years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky near the Star Ninja Village. First-generation Shingying accidentally discovered that chakra can be practiced using meteorites. And successfully created the Peacock Secret technique. First-generation Star Shadow named the meteorite, Star, and established the original prototype of the Star Ninja Village. Later, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces to establish a new order in the ninja world of one country and one village. The Star Ninja Village was also established. After the information about the Star Ninja Village flashed through his mind, Senju Takuya looked at the information scroll with some confusion. Star Ninja Village, it's just a shinobi village that can't be any smaller. Any emergency information, could it be, was the village invaded? With doubts, Senju Takuya quickly glanced at the contents of the information scroll. So that's it. Senju Takuya smiled helplessly. The reason why the Star Ninja Village asked Konoha for help this time was because their village's Star was stolen. This made him a little dumbfounded. After all, in his opinion, the so-called Star is nothing more than a radioactive meteorite. But, Senju Takuya thought for a while. I decided to take a trip myself. After all, since these days, he also felt a little bored. I just happened to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to have a good trip to the Bear Country. After making up his mind, Senju Takuya waved to Anbu. Go and notify Kushina and ask her to handle my affairs for a period of time. I want to go out of the village. Yes, Bear Country, in a town not far from the Star Ninja Village. Senju Takuya was wearing casual clothes and walking on the street, looking very comfortable. Although the Bear Country is a small country, its geographical location is very advantageous. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, it feels like spring all year round. The environment is very beautiful, and a variety of fruits are produced. If it is developed into a tourist attraction, there will be an endless stream of tourists. While wandering around, I bought some food. Senju Takuya walked slowly on the street like this. But, soon he discovered, there was a guy who had been following him not long after he appeared in town. Interesting. Senju Takuya raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and did not choose to speak out, but continued to wander aimlessly in the town. The town is not big and not very prosperous. So, Senju Takuya only spent most of the day exploring the entire town. After shopping, Senju Takuya found a hotel and checked in. Late at night, just when Senju Takuya was sleeping soundly, the door to the room was pushed open gently. Immediately afterwards, a man in black, his whole body covered by black cloth, quickly flashed into the room. After entering the room, the man in black immediately looked around. After seeing the sleeping Senju Takuya, the shadow walked to the package Senju Takuya was carrying and began to rummage through it. What are you looking for? In the dark, suddenly a magnetic voice sounded. The man in black was startled. Turning around in horror, the man in black discovered Senju Takuya, who was sleeping soundly. I don't know when. He actually came behind her. Don't move, it will kill people. Senju Takuya squatted in front of the man in black and pushed the kunai in his hand forward. Moment, a little bright red blood flowed from the neck of the man in black. How did you find me? The man in black asked with a trembling voice. Listen to the sound. It turned out to be a girl. Your tracking methods are not particularly good. Senju Takuya replied calmly. Who are you and why are you following me? Senju Takuya asked curiously. I am a ninja from the Star Ninja Village. I came here this time to investigate your identity. The woman in black looked a little nervous. Kaido. It turns out he is a ninja from the Star Ninja Village. After hearing the woman's words, Senju Takuya put away his kunai. May I have your name? Summer. The kunoichi named Natsuhi replied softly. Who are you? Seeing Senju Takuya put away his kunai, Natsuhi asked curiously. I am a ninja from Konoha. I came here this time as entrusted by your village to investigate the theft of the star. Senju Takuya said calmly. Immediately. Then he looked at Sha Tien curiously. Your investigative ability is quite strong. I was spotted by you when I first arrived. Well, it's just luck. Sha Tien lowered her head in embarrassment. The reason why she noticed the man in front of her was solely because of his outstanding appearance. It's hard for a man with this kind of appearance not to be noticed. So, everyone from other villages who comes here, will you investigate secretly first? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Not like this. It's just that the star was stolen recently, so we will pay special attention to it. Sha Tien explained. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya nodded. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Sha Tien asked. Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya said calmly. Oh, it turns out to be Senju. Senju Takuya. You. Hokage-sama, Sha Tien asked in a panic. That's right. Senju Takuya nodded lightly. Seeing Senju Takuya nod, Sha Tien couldn't help but open her mouth. Although, star is very important to Hoshi Ninja Village. But, it's not like we're going to recruit this Hokage-sama, right? As the leader of the ninja world, shouldn't you be extremely busy every day? How can you have time to deal with this kind of thing? Sha Tien felt a little flustered. This time, I'm afraid I'm in trouble. What's wrong? You seem a little more nervous. Senju Takuya looked at Sha Tien and said deliberately. In the original work, it's the star stolen in summer. But, he didn't choose to expose the other party directly. Anyone who hears your identity will probably be nervous, right? Master Hokage, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Sha forced a smile on her face, stood up and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait a moment, Senju Takuya suddenly spoke. Lord Hokage, do you have any other instructions? Sha Tien wondered. I don't sleep well. If you wake me up tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. The night is long, why don't you stay and keep me company? Senju Takuya laughed. In the original work, there are beauties like Sha Tien who have top-notch figures and surnames. He wouldn't miss it, although he generally prefers to cultivate feelings first. Good Zhao, but, since the other party has come to his door today, he is not going to let it go. A proper change of flavors is also a good choice. Yeah, Master Hokage, please respect yourself. Don't do this. Natsuhi was pulled into Senju Takuya's arms, and her body struggled desperately. But, soon she felt that her body had lost its strength. Hokage-sama, please don't do this. Natsuhi said pleadingly to Senju Takuya. Sha Tien, I only want to ask you one question, do you have a man? Senju Takuya asked domineeringly. He remembers, in the original work, Natsuhi married a star ninja named Yinghua and gave birth to a child. So, he had to confirm it in advance. After all, he has no hobby of picking up worn shoes. Quote. Under Senju Takuya's gaze, Sha Tien found that she couldn't even tell a lie. Very good, from then on, you will be my personal property. A smile returned to Senju Takuya's face. Then the dust, there were waves of women's whimpering sounds in the room. Chapter 116. Peacock's Magical Technique, The Power of Stars. Please subscribe. Ding. Marry a wife in the summer and get the reward. Peacock Magic Perfect. Ding. Having love with your wife in the summer, get reward, Chakra +1. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Senju Takuya also stopped his actions. He was feeling a little excited. Peacock Magic Perfect. This reward, it was really beyond his expectation. The Peacock Magic technique that the system rewarded him this time completely eliminated the side effects in the original work. The key is, through this secret method, he can absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars. Just say it's scary or not. Otsutsuki clan. He also grew up by relying on the power of making 10 tails to continuously plunder planets one after another. Now, although he does not have the power to create 10 tails, but he possesses the secret method of absorbing the power of the planet. That is to say, as long as in the future, he can travel the entire universe, absorb the power of stars, even if one star is as powerful as 10 tails. Although the planet that has absorbed the power will be destroyed, but in the universe, there are countless stars. Don't worry about this at all. Give him a certain amount of time to absorb enough star power. What can the god of Otsutsuki mean? Did not expect. This time I just came to the bear country with a boring mentality. There is such a big harvest. 577. Looking at Sha Tien who looked hopeless, Senju Takuya's mouth curved slightly. What's wrong? You look like you are sad. Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Hokage-sama, how could you do such a thing? Sha said with some sadness and anger. She never thought of it. As the leader of the Senju clan, Konoha's Hokage, the man who almost ruled the entire ninja world, he would actually do such a thing to her. You are beautiful, I don't want to miss you. Senju Takuya said calmly. Then you have to ask my opinion. Summer retorted. What do you mean she is very beautiful so I don't want to miss it? Just for this reason, is it possible to do that kind of thing to her? Then what's your opinion? Agree or reject? Senju Takuya shrugged. Hearing these words, Shatien's eyes shed 2 lines of clear tears. Now that everything has happened, doesn't it matter what she thinks? Her chastity, it's been taken away. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your default. Senju Takuya laughed, then reached out and hugged Shatien in his arms. But Shatien struggled for a while and made it alone. She huddled in the corner, like a lone wolf licking her wounds alone. Seeing her like this, Senju Takuya's eyes became a little unhappy. Shatien, I don't have much patience. Don't challenge my bottom line. You should know that whether a village like Star Ninja Village can continue to exist in the ninja world is just a matter of my thoughts. Senju Takuya said coldly. Hearing Senju Takuya's threat, Shatien opened her mouth in shock. She knows. What Senju Takuya said is true. It is very easy for a strong man who can single-handedly pacify the ninja world to destroy the Star Ninja Village. Only, I can't even imagine Summer. Senju Takuya turns out to be such a character in private. I'll give you a little more time. Can't you make it? Senju Takuya waved to Natsuhi. I see. Lord Hokage, please calm down. Shatien's expression changed, and then she silently came to Senju Takuya's side. Now it's right. Senju Takuya held Natsuhi in his arms. With his identity and strength, it is impossible for Shatien to have the courage to refuse him. Tell me, where did you hide the star? Senju Takuya looked down at Shatien and asked calmly. Ah, Lord Hokage, what did you say? I do not understand what you mean. Natsuhi looked at Senju Takuya in a panic. If I guessed correctly, you should have stolen the star from the Star Ninja Village, right? Senju Takuya chuckled. Quote. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Shatien's face was a little uncertain. This matter, except her, no one should know. Why does Sensei Takuya know that she stole the star? Lord Hokage, how did you know about this? It was indeed me who took away the star. But I see reasons for having to do this. After thinking for a while, Shatien decided to confess to Senju Takuya. Because, she knows, if you want to hide it from a strong person like Senju Takuya, it's impossible. The reason why we have to do this, is it because the star can cause a lot of damage to a ninja's body? Senju Takuya said calmly. That's right, Lord Hokage, how did you know? Natsuhi looked at Senju Takuya with curiosity in her eyes. This matter, only Star Shadow of all generations knows. Why, will the man in front of me accurately tell the side effects of star? Because your body has become a mess. Senju Takuya said solemnly. So that's it. Master Hokage, you really impress me. He is indeed a man who can stand at the top of the ninja world. Shatien sighed sincerely. Just by talking a few words and observing one's own body, one can guess the truth of the matter. This mind, it's really scary. Since you already know everything, let me tell you everything. Although the star can make the ninja stronger, it can also cause irreversible damage to the ninja's body. When I realized this, I knew that sooner or later the ninjas in Star Ninja Village would be destroyed because of practicing the peacock magic. For the next generation of the village, I absolutely cannot let this kind of thing continue to happen. So, I stole the star on my own initiative. Shatien told everything. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya nodded lightly. In this case, you can take Shing with me to the Star Ninja Village after dawn. But, Hokage-sama, if you do this, the next generation of Star Ninja Village will. Sha said anxiously. Don't worry, what you think is a big deal is just a problem that can be easily solved by me. Senju Takuya said indifferently. Seeing Senju Takuya's confident look, Shatien felt a little confused about what to say. Growing up in the Star Ninja Village, she had never seen a man like Senju Takuya. I see, everything will follow Master Hokage's arrangements. Shatien finally nodded and agreed. No matter what, she couldn't resist Senju Takuya. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, then let's continue. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he placed his hands on the 2 tall peaks. This time, Shatien did not resist, but meekly lowered his head. Seeing Shatien's appearance, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. He suddenly discovered, this feeling of getting on the bus first and then paying for the ticket. Seems pretty good too. Chapter 117. How dare you be so crazy? Please subscribe. The next day, after dawn, Senju Takuya was led by Shatien to the place where she hid the star. After taking out the star, Senju Takuya and Shatien came to a cliff. The cliff is bottomless and filled with purple poisonous miasma. The 2 sides of the cliff are nearly 100 meters apart. There are no bridges or ropes in the middle for people to pass. Master Hokage, there are hundreds of meters on both sides of this cliff. Moreover, it is full of poisonous miasma. As long as it is breathed into the body, no medicine or stone can cure it. There is a rumor in the bear country that only birds can't cross here. So, let me fly you there. Natsuhi looked at Senju Takuya and said calmly. Front, it's the Star Ninja Village. But, the Star Ninja Village is completely cut off from the outside world by bottomless cliffs. Besides flying over, there is no other way. Do you think such a small thing can stop me? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. Lord Hokage, of course I know that you are divided. But, The terrain here is very complicated. No one can pass here except ninjas who have practiced the peacock magic technique. Sha Tian explained patiently. She grew up in the Star Ninja Village since she was a child. Among the ninjas she has seen, she herself is already considered the strongest. So, although she knew that Senju Takuya might be much stronger than her. But Sha Tian didn't have a clear concept either. In her opinion, Senju Takuya just wanted to show off his strength in front of her. But, she can understand this. After all, it is not strange for a man to want to express himself as much as possible in front of his woman. Hokage-sama, please hold me tight. Sha Tian used the magic trick of peacock, and two transparent and bright purple things grew behind him. She no longer has any feelings of rejection towards Senju Takuya. It seems you still don't believe me. Senju Takuya smiled and shook his head. He was underestimated by his own woman. This is intolerable. Senju Takuya reached out and hugged Natsuhi, and then directly activated the complete Susanoo. The next second, huge wings cover the sky and the sun. Sha Tian only felt that his eyes were dazzled, and his body had already reached the opposite side of the cliff. Seeing the huge Susanoo, Sha Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What power is this? Isn't it a bit too scary? Could it be? Is this Senju Takuya's true power? No wonder the other party was able to pacify the entire ninja world. This kind of power that is almost like a god. Which ninja can resist? Just when Sha Tian was stunned, Senju Takuya's voice rang again. If I want to cross this cliff, I have 100 ways. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he removed Susanoo. In the next period of time, Senju Takuya held Sha Tian in his arms and began to cross back and forth on both sides of the cliff. Paper release, wood style, Kamui, flying thunder god. After demonstrating various fancy methods, Senju Takuya relied on the power of his physical body. An easy jump. He actually jumped over a cliff nearly 100 meters wide while holding Sha Tian in his arms. KTI. Sha Tian felt a little numb. The powers displayed by Senju Takuya are really too terrifying. At this moment, she feels that Senju Takuya is no longer human, but a god, living in the world. Looking at the smile on Senju Takuya's face, Sha Tian laughed unconsciously. Sometimes she felt weird herself. Mingming and Senju Takuya have only known each other for a day. It was obvious that he had been forcibly ruined by him. But, why is it that now that she is being held by Senju Takuya, she feels a sweetness that she has never felt before? Alright, let's stop making trouble with you and let's get down to business. Senju Takuya said with a smile. Until then, only realized it in summer. Turn out to be, it was just Senju Takuya making her happy. After thinking about it, Sha Tian felt a sense of happiness that she had never felt before. The strongest man in the ninja world, he was actually willing to put in the effort to make her happy. World, is there any woman luckier than her? Just when Sha Tian was thinking wildly, Senju Takuya had already carried her to the Star Ninja Village. Star Ninja Village is a small village. The total population adds up. There are only dozens of people, not even 100 people. The houses in the village are also old-fashioned houses built of wood. Even Kusakure village, which was casually destroyed by Senju Takuya, was many times stronger than this place. Now, seeing Senju Takuya and Natsuhi appear, the guarding ninja shouted. Subsequently, the ninjas from Star Ninja Village walked out of the room one after another. Summer. A black-haired man rushed out first, with a look of excitement on his face. Please give me flowers. Only, when he saw Senju Takuya next to Sha Tian, his face immediately darkened. Sha Tian, who is this guy? The man said solemnly. Hotfire, this is Senju Takuya. It's Lord Hokage of Konoha. Also the most powerful ninja in the ninja world today. Sha Sha looked at the man in front of her and introduced him. Hokage. Hearing Sha Sha's words, the man named Yinghuo's expression became more and more fearful. Natsuhi, are the ninjas from Konoha coming? Behind, an old voice came. Immediately afterwards, an old man with white hair led dozens of people to Senju Takuya. Master Hokage, this is the star shadow of our village. Oh, Sha Sha took the initiative to introduce. Senju Takuya nodded lightly. Star shadow, although it is also a shadow in name. But, in the eyes of Senju Takuya, that's it. Be bold, Konoha ninja, how can you be so rude? When you see third generation star shadow, don't you know how to say hello? A bald ninja asked Senju Takuya loudly. Nighthawk, this is Yi's Hokage area flat. Sha Tian couldn't help but remind him. The Hokage of Konoha. Snort. So what? Nighthawk snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. That's right, even if you are the Hokage of Konoha, can you disrespect our Hoshikage? Another ninja with lilac hair and blue eyes echoed. Okay, Akahoshi, don't blame those who don't know. Hokage and I are both shadows and we don't need so many etiquette. What's more, Hokage was entrusted by me to help our Star Ninja Village find the stolen star, this time. Third generation Star Shadow smiled and shook his head, then looked at Senju Takuya. Hokage, you must have received my scroll, right? He, I'm very happy that you can come in person. Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows when he heard Shingying's words. There was a hint of arrogance in the other party's words. I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what the two people just said. Good guy, it's okay for my subordinates to just pretend. You are a Star Shadow. Why do you speak in such a crazy tone? How dare you lose money? Chapter 118 Bet on Life. Sage art true several thousand hands. Please subscribe. Lord Shingying, please be careful what you say. Takuya-sama is the strongest person who has pacified the entire ninja world. You can't say things like that. Sensing Senju Takuya's displeasure, Shotien immediately stood up and prepared to smooth things over. Just now, she had seen Senju Takuya's power with her own eyes. That godlike power, it was definitely not someone their little Hoshi ninja village could offend. Shotien, how dare you say such rude words to Master Shingying? The strongest in the ninja world. Is it possible to be stronger than Master Shingying? Akahoshi snapped. Yes, Shotien, come here quickly. Don't be with that stranger. Yingha agreed. Quote. Hearing what Akahoshi and Yingha said, Shasha's face looked a little ugly. For the village ninja, she understands very well. These guys practice facing the star every day. He has never left the country of bears, and he dreams of unifying the 490 ninja world. Simply put, QG, plus, %. Just a bunch of frogs in a well. They never know how scary the outside world is. This is also an important reason why Shotien is determined to steal the star. She didn't want the ninjas in the village to be immersed in this kind of nihilistic fantasy all day long. Okay, everyone, shut up. Hokage of Konoha, since you have accepted the mission, please help us solve the problem about the star first. In order to successfully complete the mission, you must listen to me next. Shingying stopped everyone's quarrel, only, his tone became a little cold. Natsuhi, a ninja from Star Ninja Village, actually said such words to him. Snort. After the matter is resolved, he must punish this woman. Shingying, I am not interested in the affairs of your village. This time, it's just a boring pastime. So, don't speak to me in a commanding tone. You're not qualified yet, Senju Takuya said calmly. What, you hateful guy, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson first. The bald ninja named Nighthawk snorted coldly. Immediately, make a seal with your hands. Peacock's magical technique, Phantom Beast attack. With a low cry, a huge tiger-like Phantom Beast attacked Senju Takuya. Snort. Senju Takuya snorted coldly. With just a wave of his hand, the huge Phantom Beast was immediately scattered in the air. The next second, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a sharp wooden thorn instantly penetrated Nighthawk's body. Wood-style cutting technique. With a low shout from Senju Takuya, countless spikes grew on the wooden thorns. Just for a moment, then he inserted the Nighthawk's body from the inside out into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, everyone present was horrified. On the one hand, it was because the scene in front of him was too bloody. On the other hand, it was because Nighthawk's death was too simple. To know, Nighthawk is Jonin's strength. Even though he made the first move, he was instantly killed with one move. Damn Konoha shinobi, how dare you kill someone? Akahoshi said angrily. Nighthawk is his important helper. He was also counting on Nighthawk to help him kill Shingying and snatch the star. Did not expect. He actually died here. Red Star, stand down. Shingying scolded. Subsequently, the look he looked at Senju Takuya no longer looked as arrogant as before. As time goes by, even the stupidest people will become smarter. Judging from how Senju Takuya instantly killed Nighthawk just now, he is definitely no match for Senju Takuya. Hokage, it was our ninja who was abrupt. Please forgive us for the fact that we are all a group of ninjas who have never seen the world. Shingying smiled flatteringly. All the ninjas in the Star Ninja village present were shocked. They had never thought that Lord Shingying, who had always been strong, would show such an expression. Master Shingying, why did you give in like this? Yes, with your strength, can't you defeat the ninja of Konoha in front of you? He killed Nighthawk, and we must make him pay with blood. All the ninjas in the Star Ninja village said with indignation. Shut up, do you want the Star Ninja village to perish? After hearing what everyone said, Shasha couldn't help but scolded. Perish, Sha-Tien, why do you say that? Yingha and others asked in confusion. Lord Hokage, you have godlike power that you can't even imagine. Even if he wants to destroy the Star Ninja village, it won't be difficult. Summer said loudly. Snort. Everyone can tell lies. Is there any power more powerful than the power of the star in this world? Yingha said unhappily. Lord Hokage, please use your power. Otherwise, these guys may not even realize their stupidity. Natsuhi asked Senju Takuya. In order to prevent these ninjas in her village from continuing to seek death, she could only come up with this method. I agreed to the request you made yesterday. Seeing that Senju Takuya was unmoved, Shotien gritted his teeth again. Hearing Shotien's words, Senju Takuya showed a faint smile on his face. For these ninjas from the Star Ninja village, actually, there's nothing special about Senju Takuya. They are just a bunch of frogs in a well. Since Shotien has begged himself like this, it doesn't matter if he lets them go. Good, I promise you, don't regret it. Senju Takuya blinked at Natsuhi. No, Shotien lowered her head shyly. At the same time, I was also a little curious. That kind of thing, can it really be done with your mouth? Summer, what are you talking about, us? Damn woman, why do you want to face outsiders? You are a disgrace to the Hoshi Ninja village. I will ask Lord Hoshikage to expel you from the village. All the ninjas in the Star Ninja village were angered by Natsuhi's words. How dare you call them a bunch of idiots? How rude. Hokage, stop bluffing. The peacock magic technique is the most powerful secret technique in the ninja world. Seeing Sha Tien and Senju Takuya flirting with each other, Yinghuo felt very unhappy. He has loved summer for a long time. Unexpectedly, I only went out for one day in summer. He actually hooked up with Konoha's Hokage. Yinghuo really couldn't accept that his goddess was snatched away like this. Am I bluffing? Do you want to make a bet with me? Looking at Hotaru, Takuya asked. What bet? Yinghuo asked back. Betting on your life. 3.9 Senju Takuya said calmly. If my power can make you feel stronger than the so-called peacock magic, how about you just die? He was also somewhat impressed by Yinghuo. In the original work, this man is Sha Tien's husband. Now, he kept barking again. Senju Takuya decided to find any reason to kill him. Quote. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Firefly hesitated. How? If you're scared, just get away. Senju Takuya said deliberately. Who is afraid? Okay, I'll bet with you. If you cannot convince me of your strength, then please die. Yinghuo said not to be outdone. He didn't want to lose face in front of Sha Tien. Senju Takuya didn't even bother to respond to his words. Hands together, the chakra in the body began to surge wildly. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Chapter 119 Summer. She is already my woman, please subscribe. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Senju Takuya clasped his hands together. Moment. The terrifying magic chakra swept out. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to shake. A statue of Senju Guanyin with thousands of arms emerged from the ground. Isn't this a lie? How could such an ninjutsu exist? God, this is the power that only gods can have. Seeing the 1,000-meter high and extremely huge Senju cannon, the ninjas in the Star Ninja Village were all stunned. They never thought that someone could do such a thing. Just taking one look at this huge Guanyin, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and surrender. Even Sha Tien opened his mouth in disbelief. Although she had some mental preparations, Senju Takuya's power was still beyond her imagination. Senju Takuya stood on top of Guanyin's head, with his arms folded across his chest, coldly overlooking the Hoshino ninjas below. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Hokage-sama? Third generation Mei Shingdying suddenly shouted loudly. Later, 29. The first one knelt on the ground. The other ninjas in the Star Ninja Village also came to their senses after hearing third generation Hoshikage's words. Just for a moment, except for Summer and Fireflies, all the Star Ninjas knelt on the ground. Master Hokage, please forgive our ignorance and put away your anger. Yeah, we are just a bunch of stupid idiots, please don't argue with us idiots. We were wrong. You are God, and your power is the greatest. The ninjas of Star Ninja Village knelt on the ground and shivered. Like a group of lambs waiting for God's judgment. The peacock magic they are proud of. Compared to Senju Takuya's power, it's almost like a joke. Fortunately, they still sit around and daydream about being able to unify the ninja world all day long. How ridiculous. Lord Shingdying, how can you kneel down to outsiders? Even if we, the ninjas of Star Ninja Village, die in battle, we will never be so weak in front of the enemy. Yinghuo looked at the people kneeling on the ground and shouted loudly. Firefly, kneel down quickly and apologize to Master Hokage. Do you want to destroy the entire village? Third generation Shingdying looked at Yinghuo who was still standing on the ground, his face a little anxious. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* don't see it, is the Hokage's godlike power. The other star ninja all started to curse at Yingha. After seeing the power of Senju Takuya, they have long lost their previous arrogance. Instead, it's endless fear. Looking at the ninjas in the village, Yingha was so angry that she was shaking all over. Hey, you've seen my power. Now, let me see your peacock trick. Senju Takuya's voice sounded. I don't know when. He has fallen back to the ground from Senju Guanyan's head. Now, he was looking at Yingha with a mocking look on his face. Mr. Hokage, our peacock magic is nothing compared to your power. I think this matter is. Third generation Star Shadow knelt on the ground and spoke softly. Shut up. The bet has been made. There's nothing wrong with you. Senju Takuya said calmly. Good, I see. Although they were scolded by Senju Takuya, the third generation Star Shadow and the Star Ninja secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine without them. Anyway, even if you lose, it was just Yingha who died alone. You weak guys. Yingha looked at Xingying and others angrily, with angry expressions on his face. These guys are clamoring all day long to make Star Ninja Village the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Now he is kneeling on the ground like a dog, longing for forgiveness from others. How disgusting. Hey, didn't you hear me? It's your turn to use the peacock trick. Senju Takuya said impatiently. Hearing his words, Yinghuo's face darkened, although he was very unconvinced. But I have to admit, compared to Senju Takuya's power, his so-called peacock magic method, not on the same level at all. Even if it is displayed, it is just humiliating oneself. I give up. Yingha lowered her head unwillingly. Yeah, then just follow the bet and commit suicide. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he threw a kunai at Yinghuo's feet. Looking at the kunai at her feet, Yingha panicked. He never thought of it. He has already voluntarily admitted defeat. But Senju Takuya, who is a Hokage, still refuses to give up. Actually want his life. A Hokage, is this all you have? While I'm giving you some decency, I advise you to show some decency yourself. If you don't want to look decent yourself, then I'm going to help you look decent. Senju Takuya said softly, although the firefly was like a bug in front of him. But, he won't let the other person go either. Who made the other party feel disgusted with him? Good, I am willing to die for the village. Yingha picked up the kunai and put it on his neck. Face, a righteous expression. Well, correction, you are not doing it for the village, you just lost the bet. Senju Takuya scoffed, I have seen shameless people. I have never seen such a shameless person. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yingha felt a knot in her heart. This B*****************. D. Although he was very reluctant, now he could only choose to commit suicide. 417. After all, this way at least he can die a little more like a man. Fireflies know, with his power, even if you regret it, you can never escape. Can I ask you one last question? What's the relationship between Sha Tien and you? Yingha looked at Senju Takuya and said solemnly. Sha Tien is the goddess he has been chasing for so long since childhood. Without asking clearly, he will never die in peace. What relationship? Hearing Yinghuo's words, Senju Takuya had a disdainful smile on his face. Subsequently, he pulled Sha Tien into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her. After a long time, after Sha Tien's body has softened, Senju Takuya slowly let go of the other party. Although we have only known each other for one day, Sha is now my woman. Senju Takuya looked at Sha Tien and licked his lips with some unfinished thoughts. Quote. I kill you. Yinghuo's mentality completely collapsed. He never thought that the goddess he had been chasing for so long would be captured in just one day. It's simply too abominable. Yingha couldn't help it anymore, and rushed towards Senju Takuya with a kunai. But the next second, his body was split into two. Alright, the irrelevant personnel are now dead. Stepping over Firefly's body, Senju Takuya came to Star Shadow. We can talk about Star. Chapter 120. Let you handle the Star, please subscribe. Now, we can talk about the Star issue. Senju Takuya looked at third generation Hoshikage and others and said calmly. The bodies of fireflies on the ground. He didn't even look at it. A ninja of this level. In his eyes, no different from ants. Master Hokage, what happened with Star was that we were reckless. We can just investigate this matter ourselves, please don't mind. A trace of cold sweat broke out on third generation Shingying's forehead. He wished he could slap himself now. After seeing Senju Takuya's power, how dare he ask Senju Takuya to help them find the Star. If God gave him another chance to choose, he would definitely not give that scroll to Konoha. No need for me, I came all the way from Konoha for this matter. Now, are you telling me no more? Are you playing a trick on me? Senju Takuya said with a somewhat cold tone. No, Hokage-sama, we definitely don't mean this. Third generation Star Shadow broke into a cold sweat after hearing Senju Takuya's words. There was nothing he could do about the man in front of him who could destroy the entire Star Ninja village at will. Lord Hokage, please forgive our ignorance. After knowing how powerful you are, how dare we bother you with such a thing? Third generation Star Shadow explained. So that's it. It seems I was wrong. Seeing that the Star Ninjas were no longer as arrogant as before, Senju Takuya smiled again on his face. These guys are so arrogant, if they don't give it a try, their eyes will be raised to the sky. Haha, I hope you understand. Seeing the smile on Senju Takuya's face, all the ninjas in Star Ninja Village secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The man in front of me. The momentum is really terrifying. That powerful sense of oppression. Just a few words can make them sweat. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, everyone. Master Hokage has settled the issue of the Star. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down, Sha Tien stood up and started to smooth things over. Solved. Sha Tien, what's going on? Hearing Sha's words, third generation Shingying and others all showed a look of disbelief on their faces. No, the Hokage is very strong, they know this. But finding the stolen Star cannot be solved by relying on strength. The other party came to the Bear Country for only one day, right? In such a short time. Is it solved? Look, isn't the Star right here? Sha Tien took out the Star. Everyone in the Star Ninja Village showed happy expressions. Star is the lifeblood of their ninja village. Found it now. A big stone in their hearts fell to the ground. As expected of Master Hokage, he solved our problem in such a short period of time. Can you tell us the specific process? We really want to know who stole the Star from our village. After third generation Shingying confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Shing, he couldn't help but ask curiously. The murderer who could steal the Star from the Star Ninja Village silently. Who is it? This, Mr. Shadow, Star, was actually stolen by me. Sha said with some embarrassment. Ah, you said, you stole the Star. After third generation Shingying and others heard Sha Tien's words, they all showed expressions of disbelief. This matter, what is going on? They always thought that the person who stole the Star must be a ninja from another village. Did not expect, the murderer turned out to be Sha Tien. Sha Tien, why did you steal the Star? Third generation Star Shadow couldn't help but ask. Natsuhi is Senju Takuya's woman, and even if she admits that she stole the Star, he doesn't dare to say anything. Lord Shingying, didn't you notice? Although Star can help us improve our strength, the side effects are also huge. If you keep using the Star, To practice, the lifespan of a ninja will be greatly shortened. So, in order for the future children of Star Ninja Village to grow up healthily, we must give up practicing the peacock magic technique. Sha Tien revealed his purpose. After hearing her words, third generation Star Shadow couldn't help but fell silent. As the strongest ninja in Star Ninja Village, he certainly knows the harm of practicing Kongzu's magic method. He is the biggest victim. His strength. He is the strongest among the ninjas of Hoshi Ninja Village. But equally, his body will soon be completely corroded by the star. So, it has been a long time since he practiced the peacock magic with the help of star. DJ, although I know the harm of star, but giving up the practice of the peacock magic method is equivalent to breaking an arm for the Star Ninja Village. I'm afraid the entire Star Ninja Village ninja would not agree. Sha Tien, I do know this. Quote, but our village exists for the stars. If we can't practice the peacock magic, what will we do in the future? Third generation Star Shadow sighed and said, Master Hoshikage, we can ask Master Hokage for help. If Hokage-sama is willing to help, we don't have to worry about the future even if there is no star. After Sha Tien finished speaking, she looked at Senju Takuya expectantly. Third generation Shingying and others' eyes also lit up. Yes, after seeing the true power of the ninja world, they don't worship the power of star that much anymore. If Senju Takuya is willing to give their village some cultivation methods, giving up the cultivation of star will not be a big problem. Up pointing arrow, Hokage-sama, just help us. Natsuhi put her entire body against Senju Takuya's body and said coquettishly. Fine, then when I go back, I will have someone send you some scrolls about good cultivation. Feeling the two soft lumps on Sha Tien's chest, Senju Takuya agreed. With the current foundation of Konoha, giving the Star Ninja Village some training scrolls is not a big problem. That's great, Hokage-sama, you are so kind. Natsuhi happily kissed Senju Takuya on the face. Third generation Shingying and others were also very excited. In this remote country, they also have no calendar. That's why I practice it knowing that practicing the peacock magic will greatly shorten my lifespan. Now, with this promise from Senju Takuya, they felt relieved. After all, who doesn't want to live longer? Then, what should we do with this star? Senju Takuya looked at third generation Hoshikage and others and asked, Lord Hokage, after receiving your gift, the star is now of no use to us. It's up to you to handle it. Chapter 121. A miracle comes, and the name of Star Ninja Village is changed. Please subscribe. Give me the star. Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. Did not expect. Third generation Star Shadow was able to make such a decision in such a short period of time. This courage, it's not bad at all. Yes, Master Hokage, consider the star as a treasure that we present to Konoha. Third generation Shingying said flatteringly. Anyway, after getting the training scroll sent by Konoha, star is of little use to them. It's better to give Senju Takuya as a gift while the star is still valuable. Then I'll accept it. Senju Takuya did not hesitate and put the star directly into the Kamui space. Although the star is highly radioactive, it can cause great harm to a practitioner's body. But he has the peacock magic perfect secret method that is rewarded by the system. Don't worry about this kind of thing at all. After everyone saw that Senju Takuya was able to use space abilities at will. I admire Senju Takuya's power even more. The Hokage in front of me, not so much human beings. It would be more appropriate to say, God. This is the common thought in the minds of all the ninjas in the Star Ninja Village. Now that the matter here has been settled, then it's time for me to go. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he looked at Sha Tien. Sha Tien, are you coming with me, or do you want to stay here? Master Hokage, I will go with you 747. Sha Tien said without any hesitation, although she was a ninja who grew up in the Star Ninja Village. But, after all, Star Ninja Village is a small village consisting of only a few dozen people. She now has the opportunity to follow Senju Takuya to see the outside world, but of course she will not choose to stay here. Good, then let's go. Senju Takuya is very satisfied with Sha Tien's answer. This woman, still very smart. As for third generation stars and shadows, they won't say much more. One is because with their power, they can't stop it even if they want to. The other is because, if Sha Tien can stay with Senju Takuya and occasionally blow the pillow breeze, their Star Ninja Village can also get more glory. For this kind of thing, they can still figure it out. Hokage-sama, please stay. Just when Senju Takuya was about to leave with Natsuhi, third generation Star Shadow suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Senju Takuya asked with some confusion. Master Hokage, you should also know that the Star Ninja Village is surrounded by cliffs nearly 100 meters wide. The cliff is filled with a poisonous miasma. Now we have a star that can fly over the cliff with the help of peacock magic. However, after losing the star, our descendants may not even be able to leave the village. Third generation Star Shadow spoke. Losing the magic of peacock means losing the ability to fly. If they can't even leave the village, they won't be able to provide even the most basic living supplies. So that's it. Your worries do have some merit. Leave this matter to me. Senju Takuya nodded. When he came here, he had already seen the 100-meter wide cliff. Although for him, this distance is nothing, but to other ninjas, this is nothing more than a chasm. Since he took away the star, We should really help the ninjas in Star Ninja Village solve this problem. Senju Takuya walks in front. Third generation Shingying and others all followed behind. What do you think Mr. Hokage is going to do to solve this problem? I don't know. The cliff is so wide and full of miasma. Even building a bridge is impossible, right? Well, if it doesn't work, what will we do in the future? Yeah, if we lose the star, can we only move out of the village? Stop arguing now. You have seen the power of Lord Hokage. If he says it can be solved, it will be solved. Following Senju Takuya, the ninjas in Star Ninja Village were all whispering. If Senju Takuya's method doesn't work, they will have no choice but to move. Soon, everyone came to the cliff outside the Star Ninja Village. Looking at the 100-meter wide, poisonous and bottomless cliff, the ninjas in the Star Ninja Village all shook their heads. In front of nature, ninjas are very small. Even a strong man like Senju Takuya can hardly find a solution, right? Hokage-sama, what should we prepare for? Sha Tien looked at Senju Takuya and said with some confidence. In the face of such miraculous creations of nature, do humans really have the power to change? Simple. You guys step back a little bit. Senju Takuya said confidently. After seeing everyone retreat to a safe distance, Senju Takuya clasped his hands together. Sage art would style the birth of the tree world. The tree world infused with the magic chakra is several times more powerful than the ordinary tree world. Moment. The whole earth began to tremble. Countless thick trees soared into the sky, and in just a moment, they completely covered the 100-meter wide cliff. This is such a terrifying power. Is this wood style? It's so powerful. It created such a large tree realm in the blink of an eye. It's simply terrifying. As expected of Master Hokage, you can do such a thing. Yeah, we don't have to move anymore. The ninjas in Star Ninja Village looked at the tree world in front of them and couldn't help but open their mouths. The scene of countless trees rising into the sky is really shocking. This kind of scene, can it only be described as a miracle? For a moment, all the Star Ninjas present looked at Senju Takuya with eyes full of reverence. Too strong, so handsome, they are so lucky to be favored by such a strong man. Alright, in the future, you will be able to connect to the outside world through here. Senju Takuya said calmly. The 100-meter cliff has been completely covered by the tree boundary. Countless thick vines intertwined with each other to form strong passages. Even if a tailed beast stands on a tree created using chakra, it will never break. And, over time, the vines are only getting stronger and stronger. Access. Absolutely no more issues. As for the poisonous miasma in the cliff, it has been broken. Under the influence of the tree world, it won't take long for the poisonous miasma to disappear naturally. Hokage-sama, thank you very much. From now on, you will be the only one in Star Ninja Village to follow your lead. Third generation Star Shadow said firmly. He has already decided. Senju Takuya's thigh. He would hug her no matter what. Okay, I will send someone to deliver the training scroll. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Subsequently, then he left with Sha Tien. Come out this time. It was quite rewarding. After Senju Takuya left, third generation Star Shadow came back to his senses and spoke loudly. Everyone, listen, it was Master Hokage who gave our village a new life. Starting from today, Star Ninja Village will no longer be called Star Ninja Village. From now on, we will be called Buddha Ninja Village. The Guanyin statue is the symbol of our Buddha Ninja Village. Looking at the Senju Guanyin statue thousands of meters high, third generation Star Shadow shouted loudly. The other ninjas in the Star Ninja Village all raised their hands and shouted. From today, the star is no longer the symbol of their village. This Senju Guanyin statue is it. Chapter 122 Husband, Feed Me. After leaving the Star Ninja Village, Senju Takuya did not directly launch Kamui back to Konoha. Instead, he chose to take Sha Tien, starting from the Bear Country, traveling all the way to Konoha, and slowly heading towards Konoha. Along the way, everything I see in Summer is very novel. After all, growing up in a village like the Star Ninja Village, Summer basically saw nothing. Husband, I am so lucky to have met you. Sha Tien hugged Senju Takuya, her eyes were full of happiness. After getting along for a period of time, she has become deeply fascinated by Senju Takuya. Whether physically or mentally, she has been conquered by this powerful, funny, humorous and handsome man. If I have to say that I have any troubles, Summer feels, the daily, fried scallops, was too much for her. But fortunately, after returning to Konoha, then her sisters can help her share the burden. Yes, with the gradual understanding of Senju Takuya, Natsuhi also knows about Senju Takuya's selecting a wife plan. In this regard, she had no objection. On the contrary, I feel, men like Senju Takuya, even if he had all the women in the ninja world, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Compared with Senju Takuya, other men are not on the same level at all. I didn't expect that the scenery of the Fire Country would be so beautiful. And the food is so delicious. In a private room of a town restaurant, Sha Tien couldn't help but sigh. Come to the land of fire. Only then did she know. What is prosperity? Rows of houses, wide and clean streets, bustling crowds, all kinds of food. Sha Tien knew for the first time. It turns out that people can still live like this. When you get to Konoha, you'll know that what you see in front of you is nothing. After hearing Sha Tien's emotion, Senju Takuya showed a smile on his face. This is just a small town in the Kingdom of Fire that is not particularly developed. Konoha is the center of the entire ninja world. Hearing what you said, I can't wait any longer. A look of reverence appeared on Sha Tian's face. This place is already so prosperous that it is unbelievable. What should Konoha look like? Is 13x. Sha's expression suddenly changed, and then she couldn't help coughing. It took a while to stop. Only summer hands. There was an extra pool of blood. Coughing up blood, Senju Takuya frowned. It does not matter. This is the sequelae of practicing the peacock magic. Sha Tian wiped the blood off her hands and showed a wry smile on her face. With the practice of peacock magic, her health gradually became worse and worse. Almost every once in a while, she couldn't help but cough up blood. This is also an important reason why she stole the star. Come over, let me help you treat it first. Senju Takuya looked at Sha Tian and waved. Husband, no need. My body can no longer be healed by medical ninjutsu. Although I don't know how long I can live, I am already very happy to meet you in this life. Sha Tian smiled and spoke. In order to cure the harm caused by the star, she thought of countless ways. But it has no effect. If there is no way, nor would she choose to steal the star from the village. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here. Oh, Senju Takuya pulled Natsuhi into his arms. Subsequently, then it begins to deliver vitality and yang escape chakra to Sha's body. Question mark exclamation mark quote. Feeling the sudden burst of vitality in her body, Sha Tian couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Under this kind of vitality, she felt that her body was repairing quickly. All the stubborn diseases that had been in the body for many years disappeared. An unprecedented feeling of comfort makes Summer feel a bit elated. After a while, Senju Takuya stopped. How do you feel, husband? Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Sha Tian couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter if you are strong. This method can almost be said to bring the dead back to life. It's really scary. I don't know if I can do anything. However, there's really nothing that can trouble me at the moment. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Husband, thank you so much. Sha Tian said sincerely. It is not an exaggeration to say that Senju Takuya gave her a second life. If you really want to thank me, then work hard and help me have more children. This is about the revival of the Senju clan. Senju Takuya looked at Sha Tian's fiery figure with a smirk on his face. I see. Sha took the initiative to lower his head. Husband, feed me. After helping Sha Tian heal her body, Sha Tian gradually became more and more energetic. And the affordability has also been greatly increased. This also makes Senju Takuya feel particularly comfortable physically and mentally. The two of them were very warm and sweet along the way. Chapter 123 Thank you for taking me by force. Ding. Having love with your wife in the summer, get reward, Chakra +1. As the system prompts, the chakra in Senju Takuya's body increases by 1 point. Looking at Natsuhi, who was already sleeping soundly, Senju Takuya took out the Vice Admiral, star, from Kamui space. Is this the power of the stars? Senju Takuya looked at the meteorite glowing purple in front of him and murmured. He can clearly feel the powerful energy that continues to spread from the star. After playing with it for a while, Senju Takuya then closed his eyes. According to the peacock magic method rewarded by the system, he began to absorb the power of the star. An unprecedented strong 177 energy crazily poured into Senju Takuya's body. It's even more arrogant than the magic chakra. Feeling the changes in his body, Senju Takuya couldn't help but exclaimed. This most primitive energy in the star, even the magic chakra, is completely incomparable. Fortunately, my peacock magic has perfectly eliminated the side effects, otherwise this energy would be really difficult to control. Senju Takuya said happily. The violent natural energy is enough to easily destroy a person's body. Not to mention the most primitive star power of star. If there is no peacock trick of system reward, even Senju Takuya, he would never dare to absorb the power of star directly and roughly into his body like this. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan wanted to create 10 tails to absorb the power of the planet. 10 tails is equivalent to a converter. After 10 tails absorbs the power of the stars, it can convert the power of the stars into gentle chakra. Although it will make the power of the stars weaker. But it also won't cause any harm to the body. But the star is small after all. The power of the stars contained is not too much. In addition, Senju Takuya absorbs very quickly. Before long, the light of the star gradually dimmed. Senju Takuya also opened his eyes. At this moment, he could feel that the power in his body was getting stronger. Although the power of star cannot make him undergo qualitative changes. But it still greatly improved his combat effectiveness. Senju Takuya clenched his hands. He feels that now he can blow up the moon with one punch. As this, Konoha, walking on the streets of Konoha, looking at the prosperous scene of Konoha, Sha Tian couldn't help but sigh. Before my eyes, everywhere was full of things she had never heard of or seen. That big iron sheet running around seems to be called a train. It can actually carry thousands of people running at high speed at the same time. I heard that even if you don't rest for a moment, you won't feel tired at all. It's like a divine creation. And that thing called a display. It's actually possible to play back what happened over and over again. It's so amazing. Besides, there are also all kinds of things that I have never seen before in summer. dazzling her. I have never thought about summer. This ninja world, it turns out there are so many things. She had never even heard of it. Walking through the bustling streets, led by Senju Takuya, summer comes to the land of the Senju clan. Looking at the tall stone arch of the Senju tribe, her eyes became a little dull. This, 013303329 Philu 160,033,411. Isn't it so beautiful, luxurious, majestic, grand? I never thought about summer. Just adore. How could she be so shocked? Walking in the manor, Sha Tian was completely speechless. Compared to the outside, here, the building is more magnificent and beautiful. If I had to use any words to describe the scene in front of me, Sha Tian can only think of two words. Heaven. That's right, it's heaven. In summer, there is only heaven. Only then can he be worthy of the manor in front of him. Compared with this place, Star Ninja Village, it's worse than a pigsty. From now on, am I going to live here? Sha Tian couldn't help but murmured. The excitement made her want to cry. She never thought about it. One day, how could she live in such a place? What's wrong? From now on, this is your home. Why are your eyes still red? Senju Takuya looked at the excited Sha Tian and asked a little strangely. 4.1. Husband, thank you for taking me by force. Natsuhi threw herself into Senju Takuya's arms and said excitedly. Look what you are saying. Senju Takuya said helplessly. At the same time, a sense of pride arose in my heart. The woman who was forcibly possessed by him, after some training, felt grateful to him in her heart. This sense of accomplishment, it's simply not that exciting. Man, this is how it should be done. After calming down Sha Tian's mood, Senju Takuya took her to the backyard. Here, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto and others are all waiting. Chapter 124. Sweet dates plus a big stick, the bloodline power is strengthened. Seeing Senju Takuya appear, everyone had smiles on their faces. Husband, you are finally back. A group of women surrounded Senju Takuya with smiles and kept acting coquettishly at Senju Takuya. Show yourself as a woman to the fullest. A woman should look good to those who please her. Tsunade and others in front of me were all wearing exquisite makeup. Coupled with their beautiful figures and luxurious clothes and jewelry, make everyone present very dazzling. Okay, don't be so excited yet. Let me introduce you first. This is Sha Tian, and I will be your sister from now on. Senju Takuya introduced to everyone. Hello, sisters, Sha Tian said somewhat cautiously, although she had already been mentally prepared. But, after seeing 29 Tsunade et al., I still can't help but feel a little inferior mentally. As a woman, she has always been confident about her figure and appearance. But, unexpectedly, Senju Takuya's wives, none of them are worse than her. Even, there are many people, much more beautiful than her. Regardless of appearance or figure, she is a very inconspicuous existence. I never thought about Summer. One day, she will actually become the most ordinary existence among the crowd. Your name is Summer, right? Don't be so formal. We are all Takuya's women, and we will be a family from now on. Come, let me introduce you one by one. I am Tsunade, this one next to me is Kushina, this one is Mei. Tsunade held Natsuhi's hand and patiently introduced everyone. It doesn't matter if you can't remember it now. When we get along for a long time, you will know them all. Tsunade smiled and spoke. Oh, I see. Thank you Tsunade. Sha Tian nodded obediently. Speaking of which, she considers herself to be a royal sister. But in front of Tsunade. But she unconsciously became a good girl. Alright, everyone, let's go eat first. Let's talk while eating. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he took the lead in walking towards the room. Tsunade and others also followed behind. They also wanted to hear it. This time in Bear Country, something interesting happened again. Taking advantage of the meal break, Senju Takuya told everyone about his experiences along the way. Only, he hid the fact that he could absorb the power of stars. Although the ones here are all his wives. But absorbing the power of stars is really too terrifying. Therefore, he decided to hide this matter in his heart. Under Senju Takuya's vivid narration, everyone listened with interest. For them, as long as it is the story of Senju Takuya's experience, they were all willing to calm down and listen carefully. And their attitude also made Senju Takuya feel very satisfied. After all, in the eyes and hearts of these women, he is always the only one. His desire for conquest and pride as a man were greatly satisfied. After spending some time and recounting all the experiences along the way, Senju Takuya took everyone back to the room and started the plan to revival Senju. In the next period of time, Sha Tian also gradually adapted to life in the Senju clan. Ding. Children +1. Get rewards. Physique +10. Chakra +10. Mental power +10. Bloodline is strengthened by 100%. Listening to the system prompts, a smile appeared on Senju Takuya's face. €2. Another child was born. This time, he actually doubled the power of his bloodline. What a nice reward. After all, strengthen the power of blood. In addition to his own strength being improved, the most important, or his descendants, the stronger his bloodline is, the power of future generations will become stronger. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya thought, arrive at Konoha Hospital. Here, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were in the ward talking to a woman who had just given birth to a child. The woman's name is Asada Sena, and she is the princess of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. This is now his second child. Seeing Senju Takuya, Daxia Asada struggled to sit up. Lie peacefully. Senju Takuya walked over and gently touched Asada Daxia's head. Subsequently, a smile appeared on his face. Husband, Chian Mi has given birth to another child this time, so you have to be kinder to her mother's family. Tsunade reminded. That's right, little Takuya. You have to take it to heart. Uzumaki Mito also said. New. Senju Takuya nodded. The princess usually provides him with rewards related to improving his bloodline. So, he certainly won't be stingy with those big names. Only in this way, only then will they continue to send women they are satisfied with. Although these things can also be done by force. But, being coerced by force and doing it voluntarily and sincerely, there is still a big difference. Sweet dates and sticks, it is the unchanging truth that the superior rules everything. Chapter 125. Senior Kakashi, please give me some advice, please subscribe. Little Takuya, now you have another child. Congratulations. Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Takuya and smiled. Now the children of the Senju clan. There are already more than 70. It can be expected. In the future, the Senju clan is once again prosperous. It's almost a done deal. Grandma Mito, having too many children is a bit annoying. Senju Takuya said casually. These little guys, all of them inherited his bloodline. Everyone is full of energy. If he hadn't found a lot of people to watch these guys, they probably gave him a headache every day. Takuya, you can't say that. The children are your children, even if they are naughty, you can't treat them the same way. Besides, if you want to revitalize the Senju clan, you have to continue working hard. Uzumaki Mito said jokingly. Oh, Grandma Mito, don't worry, I'm working very hard every day now. But, you have become younger now. Do you want to contribute to the revival of the Senju clan? Senju Takuya smiled. Little Takuya, you are looking for a beating. Uzumaki Mito blushed, and then twisted Senju Takuya's arm hard. This guy is really talking more and more. He even dared to tease her. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. I'm just kidding. Senju Takuya laughed and ran out of the ward. I still have things to deal with, so I'll leave first. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. Really, this guy's character is really helpless. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly. Subsequently, sighing lightly, then he continued to chat with Tsunade and others about home affairs. Senju Tribe Land. In a spacious training ground, several children were sitting on the grass, looking at the two people in the center of the field, all with very excited expressions. Brother Kabuto, we must defeat this guy this time. That's right, Brother Kabuto, come on. Use all your strength and let Kakashi see how powerful we are. Several children shouted. It seems that these little brats have great confidence in you. Hatake Kakashi looked at Senju Kabuto in front of him with a playful smile on his face. Today, he practiced in the Senju tribe as usual. Unexpectedly, as young as 6 years old, he actually chose to challenge him. Naruto, Itachi, Sasuke, they are still young, please don't mind, senior. Senju Kabuto said with a serious face. Do not worry, you are all the teacher's children, I won't be angry. Hatake Kakashi said casually. That's good. Senju Kabuto smiled again when he heard Kakashi's words. But, if you fight with me, I won't show mercy. Are you prepared to die? After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, his whole body's temperament changed. The whole person is like a sharp blade drawn out of its sheath. He exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Please ask seniors for advice. Senju Kabuto's face remained calm, but he bent down slightly. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Hatake Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands. A huge fireball rushed towards Senju Kabuto. Water-style Water Barrier. Senju Kabuto also quickly formed seals with both hands. Huge walls of water rise into the sky. Block the huge fireball. Kid, you did a good job. Kakashi appeared behind Kabuto, his eyes filled with admiration. Whether it's the speed of sealing or the power of ninjutsu, Kabuto's performance was impeccable. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Kabuto seemed to be on guard. The moment Kakashi appeared, he directly used wind-style ninjutsu. Subsequently, Kakashi's body was immediately cut by the sharp wind blade. Boom. With a muffled sound, Kakashi's body turned into a piece of wood. Ah, it's body replacement technique. Really, I thought it was over. Too cunning. Brother Do, be careful. Seeing that Kabuto's attack failed to hit Kakashi, Naruto and the others who were watching all had regretful expressions on their faces. Where did you go? Kabuto looked around calmly, but didn't find Kakashi at all. Sudden, a pair of hands burst out of the ground and grabbed his legs. Earth-style heart beheading technique. With a low cry, Kabuto's body was immediately pulled into the ground. Only one neck was left exposed. Kid, you lose. Wang's good. Kakashi squatted on the ground, looked at what was in front of him and said with a smile. Yeah, Kabuto also smiled. Subsequently, Kakashi felt that the whole earth began to loosen up. The originally hard ground was now like quicksand, dragging his body down quickly. This is magnet style, Kakashi exclaimed. Sandstorm funeral. Boom. With a muffled sound, Kakashi's figure turned into a puff of white smoke. Kabuto also took the opportunity to stand back on the ground. It's really scary. I didn't expect you to have such power. Kakashi used the body flicker technique, came behind Kabuto, and placed the kunai on Kabuto's neck. Chapter 126. Stop, 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 I give up, please subscribe. Seeing Kabuto being controlled by his kunai, Hatake Kakashi felt a little lucky in his heart. If it weren't for the careful habits he has developed over the years. There is a real possibility that he will capsize in the gutter. Pocket, only 6 years old, he actually mastered the limits of magnet-style bloodline. And, the scope of the operation is still so large. It's absolutely terrifying. Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry. The battle is far from over. After Kabuto finished speaking, his body turned into countless arcs of electricity. Thunder clone. Kakashi felt his body go numb, and his entire body instantly lost the ability to move. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. An Earth Dragon charged towards Kakashi. The light of the knife flashed. The Earth Dragon was split into two instantly. Kid, I recognize your strength. Kakashi held the long knife in his hand and his eyes became serious. He realized, these 107 children of my own teacher. Maybe they are a little different from ordinary children. Kakashi-senpai, you are finally serious. Then our battle will officially begin. Water-style Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Senju Kabuto formed a seal with his hands, and a thick water dragon rushed out immediately. Even Kakashi couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw the huge body. This ninjutsu belongs to the category of A-level ninjutsu. Very powerful, nice strength. However, your experience is still lacking. How many times can you unleash such a powerful ninjutsu? Kakashi snorted lightly, subsequently. Then he took the short blade in his hand. The water dragon was disposed of. But during this period, Kabuto released several powerful ninjutsu. Jonin couldn't help but have a trace of cold sweat on Kakashi's forehead. This little devil, how much chakra is there in the body? Seeing Kabuto still looking relaxed, Kakashi felt that he could no longer be beaten passively. Then, after escaping an attack from Kabuto, cast body flicker technique. To bully oneself, I want to start a taijutsu showdown with Kabuto. Under Kakashi's deliberate guidance, the two soon began a physical duel. But, what Kakashi didn't expect was that, although Kabuto's body is not fully developed, his strength and speed are not weaker than him at all. Fighting for a long time, there was no sign of falling into a disadvantage. As expected of Mr. Takuya's child, he is truly pervert. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. He has been learning swordsmanship since he was a child, and is already the best among jonin in terms of speed and strength. Unexpectedly, a kid who was only 6 years old, unexpectedly, he was able to compete with his physical skills without falling behind at all. But, I would be very embarrassed to lose to a brat like you. Kakashi's eyes turned cold and he attacked quickly again. Kabuto seemed to feel the pressure and took the initiative to distance himself. Fire style extinguishing the fire. Seeing Kabuto quickly forming seals with his hands, a smile appeared on Kakashi's face. After all, you are still young. CJBF this distance. It's too late to make a seal. Jep, you lose. Kakashi's figure instantly appeared in front of Kabuto. But there was a smile on Kabuto's face. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's heart sank. The next second, Kabuto spit out a hot flame from his mouth. Boom. Tens of meters of sea of fire spurted out, swallowing Kakashi instantly. Why, you probably didn't have enough time to form the seal. Kakashi was half kneeling on the ground with some minor burns on his body. If he hadn't escaped quickly just now, he might have been a charred corpse by now. But, he couldn't figure it out. How can Kabuto release the ninjutsu even though he has not completed the seal? While Kakashi was stunned, 25 more shadow clone were separated. 5 escaped Dalien Dan technique. Stop, I admit defeat. Hatake Kakashi smiled bitterly and directly chose to admit defeat. This kid Kabuto is really cruel. 5 escapes Dalien Dan technique. That's an S-level ninjutsu. Look at Kabuto's posture. Did you just want to release 5 of them directly? Who can bear this? Kakashi-senpai, I accept. Kabuto bowed politely, and then released multiple shadow clone techniques. Although he defeated Hatake Kakashi, Kabuto was not proud at all. At the age of 6, he already understood many things. He knows, the reason why he can possess such great power is. It's entirely because his father's bloodline is too strong. Just like not long ago, he felt that his strength had inexplicably increased a lot. Yeah, great. Brother Kabuto wins. As expected of Kabuto ni, he actually defeated Kakashi Mei. It seems that Kakashi-senpai is not very strong. When I grow up, I will challenge Kakashi-senpai. After Naruto and others heard Kakashi admit defeat, they all jumped up excitedly. Hearing their words, Kakashi had a helpless smile on his face. These little devils, she really didn't save any face for him. Chapter 127 The Terrifying Bloodline. Please subscribe. Kabuto, how on earth did you do that just now? I remember that you probably don't have time to form seals. Hatake Kakashi walked up to Kabuto and asked the doubts in his heart. In the recent battle, he has figured out Kabuto's seal formation speed. Although Kabuto's sealing speed is very fast. But, in the situation just now, the opponent will never have time to release the fire style, fire extinguishing ninjutsu. This is why Kakashi chose to go directly. But, just when he appeared in front of Kabuto. However, Kabuto released fire style how fire extinguishing just right. He still hasn't figured it out yet. How did Kabuto do it? Kakashi-senpai, who among the serious ninjas is still forming seals these days? Hearing Hatake Kakashi's question, Senju Naruto walked up and laughed mischievously. Naruto, what do you mean? Hatake Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely and asked. What does it mean to be a serious ninja and who still makes seals? How to release ninjutsu without forming seals? Kakashi-senpai, take care of yourself. I'll only demonstrate it to you once. Naruto waved his hand carelessly. Subsequently, clap your hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. Wind-style grade breakthrough. A dozen various ninjutsu were released in succession, making Kakashi's eyes widen in shock. No, what's going on? Release ninjutsu. No ceiling required. Whatever you shout comes, right? And, you brat's chakra. It's a bit ridiculous, right? You saw it, Senior Yinkasi. Naruto smiled proudly. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Kabuto. Kabuto, can you also form the seal without seal? That's right, Kakashi-senpai. Kabuto nodded. This made Kakashi take a breath. Because, Kabuto obviously has such power. But at the beginning of the battle. But he still formed the seal strictly. I'm afraid it was just to paralyze him and make him make wrong judgments, thus losing the competition at the critical moment. It turns out, Kabuto did it indeed, in his carelessness, lost this competition directly. When I think of this, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Kabuto is only 6 years old. A child of 6 years old. He was able to fool even an experienced Jonin. This scheming, it's really scary. Kakashi-senpai, do you have any questions? Kabuto asked politely. Kabuto, how much chuck do you have in your body? Looking at Kabuto's harmless smile, Kakashi thought for a while and asked. According to my perception, it is probably dozens of times stronger than you, Kakashi-senpai. Kabuto said casually. Kakashi was speechless for a while. Good guy, although he does not have a particularly large amount of chakra. But it is also a real Jonin-level chakra. A child of 6 years old. It's dozens of times his own. Are you kidding me? Okay, Kakashi-senpai, we are about to start training, so I won't disturb you. After Kabuto finished speaking calmly, he turned around and began to guide Naruto and others in their training. Kakashi stood aside and did not leave. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Shisui's body flicker technique, various powerful Muji ninjutsu, and Jonin's taijutsu in terms of speed and strength. As well as, those countless blood inheritance limits. Please give me flowers. Magnet style, boil style, lava style, scorch style. Every, all extremely terrifying. To pervert, is this the descendant of Takuya-sensei? Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Although these kids in front of me are only 5 or 6 years old, their strength has already surpassed that of most ninjas in the ninja world. And, he also inherited various powerful blood inheritance limits. Not to mention ordinary people, even if he is elite Jonin. Isn't it the same as losing to Kabuto who was only 6 years old? Although it is not a life and death fight. But, this is enough to illustrate the pervert of these little guys. Such a powerful bloodline, Kakashi couldn't even imagine it. In the future, after these little guys grow up, what height can it reach? Cage level. To them, I'm afraid it's just a threshold that can be easily crossed, right? It seems that it would be better for the Senju tribe to come less frequently in the future. This feeling of frustration is really uncomfortable. Hatake Kakashi smiled bitterly. He was once known as Konoha's most talented ninja. Naturally, there is no need to say much about talent. Once upon a time, he is also the envy of everyone. But, compared with these little guys in front of me, Kakashi feels that he is not a genius ninja at all. At most, he is just an ordinary person. Genius. It should be a title that only guys like Kabuto and Naruto can deserve. If he continues to practice in the Senju tribe in the future, Kakashi feels that he will be severely beaten. But, he was also very pleased. If all descendants of Takuya-sensei possess such powerful power, the revival of the Senju clan, it's better not to be too simple. Chapter 128 The Prosperous Senju Clan. Please subscribe. Oh, you mean, Kabuto defeated Kakashi during the battle. Back to Senju land, listening to Uzumaki Kushina's report. Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows. That's right, although it's not a life and death fight with all your strength. But it's really terrifying that Kabuto can do such a thing at this age. Uzumaki Kushina said with some regret. Until now, she couldn't believe it, although, she knows, these little guys from the Senju clan, everyone is that kind of genius. But I never thought of it. They can be so, genius. Kakashi is an elite Jonin. And, he has been growing up under the guidance of White Fang. He actually lost to Kabuto who was only 6 years old. This matter, it's really amazing. Haha, how can my descendants be weak in strength? Don't worry, even Naruto and the others will become very powerful in 453 before long. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. His bloodline strength will increase every day. His descendants will also benefit from this. Becoming stronger and stronger is a matter of course. But Kushina, I want to change the curriculum of the ninja school. Senju Takuya suddenly thought of something. Today's ninja, most of them are a bunch of guys who have been brainwashed since childhood. Not to mention the 9-year compulsory education, in addition to ninja-related knowledge and some basic life concepts. Other schools teach nothing. Therefore, in the original work, most ninjas are stubborn. Kabuto and the others have reached the age where they should go to school, and he doesn't want his descendants to become like the guys in the original novel. Everything is at your discretion. Uzumaki Kushina naturally had no objection to Senju Takuya's thoughts, but after kissing Senju Takuya, she took the initiative to turn around and leave. As a virtuous wife, she knew that at this time, she had to give her husband some private space and let him plan his plans. After Uzumaki Kushina left, Senju Takuya began to calm down and write out his plan. After several months, the educational materials for the ninja school have been planned. Under Senju Takuya's instructions, the ninja school completed epic reforms. Become a ninja. It is no longer the ninja school's #1 goal, although such drastic reforms seem a bit radical. But, with Senju Takuya's strong reputation and strength, no one stood up to oppose it. Senju Kabuto, Senju Naruto, Senju Itachi, Senju Sasuke. They are all of school age. Senju Takuya sent them to the reformed ninja school. The principal of the ninja school. I chose Hatake Sakumo. After school starts, Kabuto, Naruto, Itachi and others. He soon showed extraordinary talents that were beyond ordinary people. Those of the same age as them find it difficult to even compare to them. Soon, the reputation of Kabuto and others as geniuses spread throughout the ninja world. These people are known as unprecedented geniuses in the ninja world. And, I don't know who spread the word. When Kabuto was 6 years old, news came out that he had defeated the current elite Jonin Hatake Kakashi in a sparring match. This matter, there was another uproar in the ninja world. After all, now that the ninja world has become peaceful, a new generation of genius ninjas, this kind of thing is undoubtedly the most eye-catching. During this time, Senju Takuya gave birth to many more offspring. Received many rewards related to bloodline power. This also led to the further strengthening of Kabuto and others' power. That's all. Nearly a year has passed. Senju Kaori, Senju Ju, Senju Butterfly. Another batch of descendants of the Senju clan entered the ninja school. And he still showed no talent inferior to Kabuto, Naruto, Itachi, Sasuke and others. They are all terrifyingly strong. This also made the various ninja clans in the ninja world realize something. That is, Kabuto's strength is no accident. Descendants of Senju Takuya, it is possible that each one possesses extremely powerful talents. This is the power contained in the blood. Ninja world, as long as the ninja clan has some strength, they still value blood. Therefore, almost all the ninjas made the same decision. That is, at any cost, raise a beautiful ninja who belongs to your own family. Then, the trained kunoichi are then sent to the Senju clan. If you can be chosen by Senju Takuya, you will become Senju Takuya's wife and give birth to the blood of the Senju clan. Then for a long time to come, their survival can be guaranteed. Otherwise, today when the Senju clan is so strong, if you can't have some kind of connection with the Senju clan, their family will most likely die out. For this kind of thing, Senju Takuya naturally strongly agrees. These families took the initiative to do these things for him, and he had no reason not to accept them. Time flies. The new year has arrived again with people's laughter. On the streets of Konoha, there are red lanterns and various festive decorations everywhere. People are walking on the road, bustling with people. There are many children, wearing new clothes and holding candies in their hands, running around each other in the streets. Within the Senju tribe's territory, it was also very lively. Led by Senju Takuya, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto and others all started the annual meeting in the huge courtyard. Thank you so much, little Takuya. Such a scene, even when Hashirama was still alive, he had never seen it before. Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Takuya sitting in the main seat, his eyes full of smiles. It's only been a few years. The Senju clan has gone from a clan on the verge of extinction to such a prosperous clan. Just kids, just over 100, and every child, they all possess very terrifying talents. It can be foreseen that, in the future, when these children grow up, just take out one, they can spread the branches of the Senju clan anywhere in the ninja world. Until then, members of the Senju clan, it must be able to spread throughout the entire ninja world. And all this, all because of Senju Takuya. As a woman who almost lost her family twice, Uzumaki Mito naturally has a good impression of Senju Takuya. Of course, it's the kind of affection that elders have for younger generations. Grandma Mito, I have done what I promised you. Senju Takuya smiled. Kaido, little Takuya, choosing you to be the leader of the Senju clan was the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. 3.5 Unexpectedly, it was an unintentional move at the beginning. To be able to cause the current situation. What a blessing. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's appearance, Senju Takuya clapped his hands. Can see this scene. The scene suddenly became quiet. Although Uzumaki Mito can't help him now. But, immediately afterwards, his attitude towards Uzumaki Mito will not change. I wish Grandma Mito a happy new year and a long life. Seeing this scene, this life, Senju Takuya's wives took their children, and nearly 200 people knelt in front of Uzumaki Mito. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Mito, he would have been killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. There were 2 lines of tears in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Grandma Mito, just be an ancestor and enjoy your old age. Leave all the rest to me. So, Senju Takuya said with a smile. It's worth it. Subsequently, Chapter 129 Conan's Request, go to Rain Shinobi Village. Please subscribe. As long as you have a strong heart, you will be able to become an excellent ninja. As the characters on the screen say their last words, the movie comes to an end. Senju Takuya yawned boredly. Today, he took his wives with him. We booked a movie theater. I chose a movie that is very popular recently. The Legend of Ninja Perseverance. This is a movie based on Jiraiya's novel. Very popular. Even his wives love it. Only, for Senju Takuya, who has memories of his past life, this movie is a bit boring. Of course, being able to watch movies with my wives, it's also a good experience. It's so touching, and the protagonist is really great. Yes, I hope my children can be as determined as the protagonist. Speaking of which, the main character's name is also called Naruto. I really hope that Naruto, who is now naughty and mischievous, can become a ninja like the protagonist 29 in the future. Coming out of the cinema, everyone was chattering. For the rest of the time, you can move around freely. I won't accompany you anymore, Senju Takuya said to everyone around him. Having too many women is not a particularly good thing. They chatted. It's really noisy. Husband, let's go then. After hearing what Senju Takuya said, Uzumaki Kushina and others left one after another. Today, Senju Takuya can accompany them to watch movies and they are already very happy. For the rest of the time, shopping, spend some time with the kids later. In short, everyone has their own plan. With Konoha's current prosperity, as long as you have money, don't worry about getting bored. After everyone leaves, Senju Takuya looked at Konan in front of him and was slightly startled. Konan, what can I do for you? Konan's face looked sad. It's like there's something on your mind. Husband, can I ask you a favor? Konan asked Senju Takuya softly. What's the matter? Senju Takuya asked a little strangely. Not long ago, I asked a ninja to go on a mission to the Land of Rain. Ask her to help take some photos of the Land of Rain and come back. But, through the photos, I found that the Land of Rain does not seem to have changed much. So, I would like to ask you to help me completely transform the Kingdom of Rain. Konan expressed his inner thoughts. Through the descriptions of the ninjas and the photos taken back, Konan also had a clear understanding of the Land of Rain. She found, the Land of Rain is different from what I imagined, although it is much better than before. But still poor and backward. There is no comparison with Konoha. Konan has lived in the war-torn environment of the Rain country since he was a child. So, her biggest dream, it's about changing the Land of Rain. Thought, Senju Takuya unified the ninja world, and the Rain country was able to develop rapidly. Did not expect, it's still the same. Yeah, bring the photo to me. Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. Subsequently, I took dozens of photos from Konan's hand. Looking at the scene of the Land of Rain in the photo, Senju Takuya frowned slightly. Now, the entire ninja world is under his jurisdiction. The Land of Rain is naturally no exception. According to his plan, even if the current level of development of the Rain country is not as good as Konoha, it is at least hundreds of times stronger than before. You can see the scene of the Land of Rain recorded in the photo. The Land of Rain doesn't seem to be going according to his plans. Konan, get ready, I will take you to the Kingdom of Rain to see it myself. Senju Takuya whispered to Konan. Go directly, I have nothing to prepare. Konan nodded happily and said. After hearing her words, Senju Takuya didn't say much. Kamui was launched directly, with a burst of space fluctuations. Two bodies disappeared in place. Here we are, here is the Kingdom of Rain. Coming out of Kamui's space, Senju Takuya said to Konan. Konan nodded. Subsequently, the two of them rushed slowly towards Rain Shinobi Village. Country of Rain, still the same as most times. The sky is overcast, dark clouds cover the sun. The light rain continued, same scene as in the photo. Country of Rain, the roads are still extremely muddy. There are scenes of desolation everywhere. Compared with many years ago, apart from the absence of the baptism of war, basically there hasn't been much change. Seeing this scene, Konan felt a little heavy. She has been living in Konoha, and one can imagine how she feels when she sees her hometown is still like this. The entire journey was silent. After traveling for a while, the two finally arrived at Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village is ahead. Let's go in and take a look. Senju Takuya said calmly. No matter who the leader of Rain Shinobi Village is now, if you dare to go against his wishes, you will only die. Konan has no objection to what Senju Takuya said. The two put on black cloaks and sneaked into Rain Shinobi Village quietly. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Nagato, are you behind all this? Senju Takuya sighed softly. After entering Rain Shinobi Village, he could clearly perceive 893. In the raindrops falling from the sky, mixed with a subtle hint of chakra. Yuhuzi technique, one of Rinnegan's abilities. Nagato injects his chakra into the rain and can freely operate the sensory ninjutsu on it. In the original work, Nagato relies on this ninjutsu to monitor everything in Rain Shinobi Village at all times. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing Senju Takuya's appearance, Konan asked with some confusion. Konan, what do you think of the current leader of Rain Shinobi Village? Senju Takuya asked. Konan said with a cold snort. Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. No matter who he is, under the current situation, he has done nothing. Anyone. Snort. ... Question mark exclamation mark dot. Senju Takuya will never say a word of nonsense. Konan knows. If it was really Nagato, would Konan still be able to say what he said now? Such a person is definitely not suitable to be a leader. But, looking at Senju Takuya's eyes, Konan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. We have grown up together since childhood, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are family members. Whenever something serious happens, although Senju Takuya usually likes to tease them, he knew about the relationship between Konan and Nagato. After such a long time together, Chapter 130. The Majesty of God cannot be offended. Please subscribe. Takuya, what do you mean? The current leader of Rain Shinobi Village is Nagato, Conan asked in disbelief. Besides this answer, Conan really can't think of it. Why did Senju Takuya say that? If I guess correctly, that should be it. Senju Takuya nodded. Why? Why did Nagato become the leader of Rain Shinobi Village? Conan asked a little strangely. He awakened the power of Rinnegan and has strength that surpasses Cage-level experts. Being the leader of Rain Shinobi Village is nothing surprising, Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing his words, Conan's brows furrowed tightly. At first, under the siege of Hanzo of the Salamander, Yahiko was killed. Nagato also awakened the Rinnegan. She has also seen Rinnegan's power with her own eyes. It is indeed a power that can surpass Cage level. Before the two separated, Nagato once said that after mastering the power of Rinnegan, he would go to Hanzo of the Salamander to avenge Yahiko. But, with this power alone, can Nagato kill Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the ninja world? Conan felt a little unbelievable when he thought about the previous scenes with Nagato. Nagato, the taciturn guy who has been hiding behind her and Yahiko. Do you really have such a powerful power? Husband, has Hanzo of the Salamander been killed? Conan couldn't help but ask. That's right, although Hanzo of the Salamander is still the leader of Rain Shinobi Village in name, I can no longer feel his chakra. Senju Takuya opened his eyes. He activates his sensory abilities. Search the entire Rain Shinobi Village. I didn't notice Hanzo of the Salamander's aura at all. On the contrary, on a high tower somewhere, he noticed a familiar scent. That breath, it's the scent of Nagato. Hearing Senju Takuya's affirmative answer, Conan felt a little mixed. She doesn't understand now. She, Nagato, and Yahiko grew up in Rain Shinobi Village. At that time, Rain Shinobi Village has been devastated by war. Under the leadership of Yahiko, the three of them are determined to change the current situation of Rain Shinobi Village and bring peace to the turbulent ninja world. Now that Nagato has defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, he becomes the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Why is Rain Shinobi Village still like this? As Senju Takuya's wife, Conan also worked with Tsunade to help Senju Takuya deal with things in the ninja world. So, she is still very familiar with the plan implemented by Senju Takuya. As long as we follow Senju Takuya's plan, Rain Shinobi Village will definitely be able to get out of its previous predicament. But, why did Nagato act against his will, causing the villagers of Rain Shinobi Village to still live in dire straits? Husband, let's go find Nagato. There are some things I want to ask him face to face. Conan asked. No problem. Just in time, I also have something I want to talk to Nagato about. Senju Takuya smiled and touched Conan's head, then took Conan and walked all the way to the depths of Rain Shinobi Village. Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the dark room in the nearby tower. Nagato stood at the window and slowly opened his eyes. Nagato sighed. What's wrong? Beside, a ninja with pitcher plants growing on his head, wearing a black robe with red clouds, and a yin and yang face, one black and one white, asked. Someone is coming to your door. Nagato spoke calmly. Yeah, how many people? Zetsu looked at Nagato and asked curiously. 2. They're coming our way. A pair of Rinnegan from Nagato, constantly exuding lavender light. He stared condescendingly ahead, his expression extremely dull. Do you need me to confirm who those two guys are? Ju spoke. No need. Nagato finished speaking and walked out of the room. This is a tall tower composed of countless water pipes, with the head carved into the head of an evil spirit. Nagato sat on the long tongue sticking out of the evil spirit's mouth, quietly waiting for the intruder to arrive. The secrets of Rain Shinobi Village cannot be exposed. No matter who you are, you must stay here. Nagato's emotionless voice sounded again. I see. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Zetsu stood behind Nagato and spoke. Are you questioning my power? Nagato turned around, revealing an unparalleled momentum. He has godly eyes. The power is extremely powerful. How could he need help from others? Don't get excited, Nagato. I did not mean anything else. Ju lowered his head and said meekly. Snort. Next time you speak, be more careful. Nagato snorted lightly and said nothing. Although Zetsu transplanted him with a vital cell, which helped him heal his body that was destroyed by Hanzo of the Salamander and Rinnegan. And, helping him fully master the power of the Rinnegan. But, it doesn't mean that it can speak unhesitatingly in front of itself. He is God. The majesty of God cannot be offended. Behind him, there was a look of ridicule on Ju's face. What fun. He is obviously just a chess piece, but he is so arrogant. God, snort. It's really ridiculous. The only true God in this world is its mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. After you collect all the tailed beasts according to the plan, I will talk to you, heart to heart. Have no idea, the moment you know all the truth. Can you still stay like this? That's all. Nagato and Zetsu remained silent. After a long time, there was a sound of footsteps. Two figures slowly appeared below the tower where they were coming. Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Subsequently, take a leap, jumped from a tower tens of meters high. Ju slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. Snap. With a slight sound, Nagato landed firmly on the ground. This time, it was Senju Takuya whom we met once before. Nagato, it is indeed you. Foreign intruders, tell me your purpose of breaking into Rain Shinobi Village. Subsequently, and the other one, He then saw the two men in black in front of him taking off their hats. While Nagato was asking questions, Zetsu slowly rose from the ground and stood behind him. It turned out to be Konan. Nagato's eyes narrowed. Looking at the two people in front of him, Nagato spoke coldly. Nagato was a little confused. A cold voice sounded. Seeing Konan, Minmin couldn't help shouting. He never thought of it. Why did you come here suddenly? The two of them, Konan. Chapter 131 Huh. Want me to be your little brother? Please subscribe. It rained all the time and the atmosphere was not very harmonious. After Nagato and Konan said hello, they fell into silence for a long time. Nagato, long time no see. Your body seems to have fully recovered. Konan was the first to break the silence. Yes, I have more power now than before. Nagato clenched his fist, with a proud look on his face. Seeing you like this makes me relieved. A smile appeared on Konan's face. At first, under the calculation of Hanzo of the Salamander, Nagato's legs were blown to pieces. And, because of the forced use of Rinnegan's power, Nagato's body, also filled with black rods. The whole person is as skinny as a stick. Give people the feeling, it's like he will die at any time. But, Nagato now, not only has my body recovered completely, I can move freely. Even it seems, my complexion is countless times better than before. Konan, you have become more beautiful too. Nagato smiled. Subsequently, the two fell into silence again. After a while, Konan spoke again. Nagato, now you are the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Coming. After hearing Konan's words, Nagato sighed. The last thing he wanted to face was the arrival of 637. At first, after we separated, I was in a very bad situation. Hanzo of the Salamander mobilized the entire Rain Shinobi Village to find me. Fortunately, I used Pain 6 paths to avoid being hunted again and again. Later, I met Ju. It healed my body through surgery. It was also the one that helped me avoid being hunted by Hanzo of the Salamander again and again. It took half a year for my body to finally fully recover, and Rinnegan's power has been fully mastered. After I came out of seclusion, I killed Hanzo of the Salamander and avenged Yahiko. I also became the controller of Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato briefly recounted his experience. Although he said it very casually, you can still hear the danger in it. After all, dragging such a body, facing the pursuit of the entire Rain Shinobi Village led by Hanzo of the Salamander alone. The difficulty in it, one can imagine. Nagato, you know that's not what I want to ask. Why, since you have already controlled Rain Shinobi Village, why is Rain Shinobi Village still like this? Konan asked Nagato. CJBF with Nagato's current strength, coupled with the policies formulated by Senju Takuya. Rain Shinobi Village should never be what it is now. Konan, Yahiko's death made me understand one thing. People in this ninja world can never empathize with other people's feelings. The enjoyment of the body will only make people forget the trauma caused by the war. Only by allowing everyone to feel pain all the time can the ninja world usher in true peace. Rain Shinobi Village is the first stop of my plan. Nagato expressed his inner thoughts completely. Facing Konan, he also has nothing to hide. Nagato, is this your plan? I didn't expect you to become like this. Konan looked at Nagato in disbelief. She was a little confused. Why did that gentle and introverted boy say such indifferent words now? Let everyone feel pain all the time. What kind of extreme idea is this? Konan, the strong are always lonely. It's normal that you don't understand. Don't worry, as long as my plan can be realized, there will never be another war in the ninja world. Nagato said. A look of fanaticism appeared on his face. Nagato, there is peace in the ninja world. Under Takuya's leadership, the entire ninja world has been unified. Everyone in the ninja world has lived a happy life. There is no need to implement your plan. Konan shouted. No, you are wrong. The current peace is just a temporary illusion. It is precisely this short-term prosperity that will make people forget the pain of war and start war again. Past history has taught us enough lessons. Only God can bring true peace to the ninja world. Nagato opened his arms and his voice became louder and louder. That God is me. I am the prophesied child that Mr. Jiraiya said could bring peace to the ninja world. Also the heir to the will of Sage of Six Paths. Only I can fulfill Yahiko's wish. Nagato shouted. Nagato, you are crazy. Seeing Nagato's appearance, Konan didn't know what to say for a moment. Now Nagato's eyes are full of arrogance. He actually wanted to bring continuous pain to the current ninja world. This is simply more terrifying than those politicians who launch wars at will. Quote. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a long time, you would turn out like this. Nagato, you really impress me. Senju Takuya's voice sounded. Senju Takuya, Nagato murmured softly. At first, Senju Takuya once reminded them. Pity, they didn't listen. If you listen to Senju Takuya's advice, Yahiko probably won't die. Regarding this matter, Nagato still has a good impression of Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya, your strength has been recognized by me. How about it? Are you interested in establishing a kingdom of God in the ninja world under my command? Nagato said solemnly to Senju Takuya. At first, the image of Senju Takuya easily killing 1,000 ninja coalition troops in seconds is still vivid in his mind. He is also preparing to recruit some strong people recently. Senju Takuya is undoubtedly a good choice. Did I hear it wrong? Senju Takuya pressed his ears and asked in disbelief. Kro. He is the dignified Hokage of Konoha, the current ruler of the ninja world. Senju Takuya, I know you have achieved certain results now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Subsequently, are you kidding me? I don't have time to play this kind of Tsunade game with you. Want him to be your little brother? Senju Takuya's tone became serious. Nagato, surrender to me. For Konan's sake, I won't care about the things you resisted me in the past. Looking at Nagato, he spoke coldly. But, in the face of the power of God, all this is in vain. It's been there since just now saying, oh God, oh God. Nagato looked a little unhappy looking at Senju Takuya's exaggerated expression. Joining Shao is the right choice for you. Is your brain going crazy? This guy Nagato. Chapter 132 How can the power of God be so small? Please subscribe. Senju Takuya looked at Nagato coldly, waiting for the other party's answer. Because of Konan, he was more tolerant of Nagato. If Nagato is willing to surrender to him, then he can forget about the things Nagato did. After all, from the current point of view, Nagato was obviously transplanted with white Zetsu cells. Own strength. It is also more powerful than in the original work. Such strength, if you are willing to surrender to him, it can also help him a lot. But, if Nagato is still stubborn, Senju Takuya doesn't show mercy either. With his power, plus now Orochimaru, research continues to deepen. Future, it is not difficult to mass-produce Super Cage level warriors. Wood style, Rinnegan, various blood inheritance limits. It will be the standard equipment for his men. So, if Nagato makes the wrong choice, Senju Takuya will kill without hesitation. Senju Takuya, you are a little too arrogant. It seems that the ants in the ninja world have given you a lot of confidence. It actually gave you the courage to challenge the authority of God. Nagato said with a gloomy expression. Since taking control of the Rinnegan's power, his mentality changed a lot. He did not allow anyone to challenge his majesty. As expected, you still chose the worst answer. After hearing Nagato's words, Senju Takuya sighed. Subsequently, focusing on Konan. Konan, Nagato has changed and I have tried my best. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, I can only choose to get rid of him. Senju Takuya said calmly. Konan is his woman. No matter what he says, he must take care of the other person's mood. So, some performances. It's still necessary. I see. Husband, I know what worries you have in your heart. But don't worry, although I grew up with Nagato, I have already been your wife. No matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. Konan said firmly. Among the two people, Senju Takuya and Nagato, she stood decisively behind Senju Takuya. I can rest assured that. Senju Takuya smiled. Konan also had a somewhat moved expression on his face. She knows. Senju Takuya is a man who means what he means. Now, actually for him, I said so many heartfelt words to Nagato. What more could she ask for? Konan secretly made up his mind. In the future, you must serve your man well, give him more children, and strengthen the Senju family. Has the decision been made? Konan, I hope you don't blame me. This is all for Yahiko's legacy. Nagato glanced at Senju Takuya and Konan regretfully. Originally, he had no intention of launching a divine war so early. After all, the organization's manpower has not yet been called up. But, now that Senju Takuya has been delivered to your door, he no longer tolerated it. Establish the kingdom of God. Let's start by crushing Senju Takuya underfoot. Nagato, this place is too small for me to handle alone. Come with me. Seeing Nagato preparing to take action, Senju Takuya flew towards the distance. The battle between the two of them may have a huge impact. It's here. No doubt many people will suffer. Nagato thought about it and didn't refuse. Although he wanted to make the entire ninja world feel pain, he did not want to cause more killings. Ju, take care of the village. After Nagato finished speaking, he followed Senju Takuya to a desert area on the border of the Kingdom of Wind. There is no human habitation within 100 miles here. It's a good place to use as a battlefield. After arriving here, Nagato said no more and slowly raised his right arm. Shinra Tenjang. Boom. With a loud noise, with Nagato as the center, a powerful repulsive force knocked everything around away. This is one of Rinnegan's strengths. It is also Nagato's favorite move when fighting. This move does not require any seals, but it can transform everything around it. With unparalleled strength, push down all the obstacles in front of him. Every time he uses this power, Nagato feels like the supreme God, who dominates everything. Senju Takuya, see the power of what I call a God. Nagato said coldly. At first, he was impressed by Senju Takuya's strength. But it is precisely because of this. Nagato wanted to crush the opponent with overwhelming force. But, what Nagato didn't expect was that, facing his attack, Senju Takuya also slowly raised an arm. Shinra Tianjang. Following the order, there was also a powerful repulsive force, with Senju Takuya as the center, rushing forward. Boom. Just for a moment, two powerful repulsive forces collided with each other. What? Nagato's pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw Senju Takuya's eyes. He also turned into a Rinnegan that glowed with lavender light, exactly the same as his. How come you have eyes like these? Nagato asked in disbelief. Eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Isn't it only him, the savior, who should have it? Nagato, the power that can make you so complacent, actually. I already have it, Senju Takuya said calmly. Snort. So what if you have the Rinnegan? Only I and the regiment are the chosen ones. Nagato recovered from the shock and immediately increased the output of his pupils. Since both sides have Rinnegan, he has to defeat Senju Takuya to prove that he is the only one. Huge pupil power surged out crazily. The power of the Shinra Tensei unleashed by Nagato continues to increase. The most central, the place where the two Shinra Tenjangs meet. Even the space has been distorted for a while. Under the tremendous pressure, Nagato's expression became ferocious. But, Senju Takuya's expression did not change at all. After several years of continuous accumulation, his mental power has reached a very terrifying level. Compared with him, Nagato. It's just fireflies competing for brightness with the bright moon. How weak. After experiencing the Shinra Tensei released by Nagato after trying his best, Senju Takuya showed a look of disdain on his face. Although Nagato tried his best to release the Shinra Tensei, even Konoha could easily destroy it. But it still couldn't get him interested at all. Senju Takuya thought, and the terrifying power of his eyes immediately surged out. The next second, a piercing scream filled the air. Immediately afterwards, the Shinra Tenjang released by Nagato could no longer withstand it and was directly broken. Nagato coughed up a large mouthful of blood and struggled to his knees with all his strength. A large crater was made on the ground, and within a radius of nearly 100 meters, the ground was covered with dense cracks like spider webs. Nagato's face immediately rippled. Nagato lay in the pit, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. With a loud cracking sound, he happened to see Senju Takuya standing on the edge of the pit, looking down at him with a joking look on his face. A strong repulsive force instantly acted on Nagato's body, knocking his body violently backward. But Nagato's body only flew a short distance, and Senju Takuya appeared behind Nagato. Senju Takuya punched Nagato in the face. As if feeling something, Nagato raised his head with difficulty. Boom. His body is like a cannonball. Boom. How can God's power be so insignificant? The next second is 1313. It hit the ground hard. Watch me give you 2 punches. Chapter 133. Heretic Rinne Tensei Technique. Please subscribe. How can God's power be so small? Senju Takuya looked at Nagato kneeling in the pit and asked as if full of curiosity. A-hole. Nagato clenched his fists. He knows. This is Senju Takuya mocking himself. But he had no way to refute. After all, in the recent confrontation, it can be said that he was completely defeated. If you don't have any last words, I'll send you on your way. Senju Takuya looked at Nagato, who was silent, and said calmly. Why do you have such strong power? Nagato asked, very puzzled. Same with Rinnegan. Why is Senju Takuya so powerful? Even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake it at all. Because we are not on the same level. Senju Takuya said calmly. It wasn't that he was being sarcastic. The current Nagato, 710, is truly a super cage level powerhouse. Strength. It is also more powerful than in the original work. But such power, compared with him, but it's not enough. Now he has half his foot in the blood inheritance snare. Nagato naturally cannot be his opponent. I'm really unwilling. Nagato closed his eyes, looking very unwilling. Thought, with his strength, it's enough to do whatever you want in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, reality can be so cruel. Nagato struggled to stand up. But he now felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered. If it weren't for the characteristics of white Zetsu cells, Nagato knew that he might have been directly killed just now. Senju Takuya, do you think you will win? I haven't lost yet. God, how could he lose? A murmur came from Nagato's mouth. He is the God, chosen by fate. Anyone in front of him is like an ant. There was absolutely no way he could lose. Damn it, it should be Senju Takuya. Yahiko, I will never give up after inheriting your will. Nagato gritted his teeth. He no longer struggled to stand up, but let his body fall to the ground. Subsequently, his hands clasped together. The next second, the chakra and terrifying eye power all over his body surged crazily again. Super planetary devastation. As Nagato shouted angrily, a pitch-black ball formed in his hand. Subsequently, Nagato throws the ball high into the sky. Next moment, an extremely terrifying gravitational force came from the black ball. Even the earth, they all began to fall apart under this terrifying gravity. Ha 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 ha. You see, this is the power that only gods can possess. Senju Takuya, just sink into darkness. Nagato laughed maniacally. Senju Takuya is still too arrogant. He actually let him release such a powerful sealing technique. Now, he has to pay for his arrogance. Nagato, does the power of just a Rinnegan make you so arrogant? Your measure is far from enough. Looking at the crazy Nagato, Senju Takuya shook his head. Some people will become extremely arrogant after gaining great power. Nagato is undoubtedly a typical example. To Nagato, he has completely lost interest. This battle, it's time to end. Under the extremely powerful gravity of the black ball, Senju Takuya stood motionless on the ground. Sage Art Big Spiral U. A dark ball of light filled with the aura of destruction was thrown into the sky with force by Senju Takuya. Under the influence of strong gravity, the great spiral U collided with the planetary devastation. Subsequently, a world-destroying aura suddenly exploded. The center of the explosion, a ball of light appeared that was as dazzling as the sun. The light expanded rapidly, covering dozens of miles around it. On the basis of the light ball, an invisible air wave spreads out in all directions with unparalleled power. This moment, people thousands of miles away felt an unexplained heart palpitation. They all looked to the sky, but had no idea what was happening. I lost. Nagato was lying on the ground with a lonely look on his face. His final blow was easily resolved by Senju Takuya. And, look at Senju Takuya, it didn't seem to be affected at all. When I think about the fact that I fought with all my strength, I was defeated so completely. Nagato couldn't help but start to doubt life. Jiraiya-sensei, am I the kind of supporting character written in your book? Looking at the high-spirited Senju Takuya, Nagato began to feel inferior again. It seems, it's time to end your life. Senju Takuya, help me eat Konan. After Nagato finished speaking, a black iron rod appeared in his hand. The belief in his heart was broken, and he no longer had the need to live in this world. But, even if it's just a supporting role, he also wants to die with dignity. Yahiko, I'm coming to find you. Nagato closed his eyes, picked up the black stick and thrust it towards his heart. But, just when the black rod was only a few centimeters away from his heart, Nagato felt that he could no longer control his body. Nagato, don't be in a hurry to die. Your body is still useful. Hearing this voice, Nagato's pupils shrank. This is the sound of absolute. Absolutely, Nagato asked with some confusion. Listen to the sound, it's right in his ears. But he didn't notice Z at all. Stop looking for it, I'm on top of you. The hoarse voice sounded again. Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Nagato's image suddenly appeared in Nagato's mind. One half black and one half white. Nagato looked at his body with difficulty. Discover, I don't know when. Half of his body was covered by a dark mass. Ju, what do you want to do? Nagato's expression became a little flustered. Nagato, you are going to die anyway, so why not take this last opportunity to do me a favor? You only have this value. Ju said calmly. Upon hearing his words, Nagato's heart sank. This mysterious absolute, sure enough there is a problem. Who are you? Oh, it's just a lonely soul wandering in the darkness. Ju's tone was a little lonely. Nagato, do you know? If you didn't have no choice, you wouldn't even be qualified to be my pawn. You are so stupid. In addition, since you are going to die on 4.0, I will tell you with great mercy. You were never much of a savior. These eyes were also transplanted to you by Uchiha Madara. You are not a god, just a breeding ground for Rinnegan. Ju said word for word. Upon hearing its words, Nagato was shocked. Uchiha Madara, Nagato exclaimed, isn't that a figure from the same era as first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Why do you have anything to do with him? And, Rinnegan's hotbed, what's going on with all this? Nagato's thoughts were like a mess now. Ju revealed a lot of information, but he couldn't understand some of it. The truth, what is it? Yes, it's Uchiha Madara. Let's end the small talk. After Zetsu finished speaking, Nagato felt his hands begin to form seals uncontrollably. Heterogeneous Rinne Tensai Technique. Chapter 134 I am Uchiha Madara, please subscribe. Heterogeneous Rinne Tensai Technique. The seal is completed. A howl of pain came from Nagato's mouth. He felt that the life in his body was rapidly draining away. Immediately afterwards, the King of Rocks breaks out of the ground. A majestic atmosphere of vicissitudes of life continues to brew. Nagato. Seeing Nagato's painful look, Konan couldn't help but have a worried look on his face. Although she and Nagato parted ways. But that was just a disagreement between the two because they wanted to take different paths. It doesn't mean that she has lost her old feelings for Nagato. Now, seeing Nagato's expression of pain, Konan couldn't help but want to take action. Hehehehe. Little girl, you'd better not act rashly. Now we have reached the most critical stage of the operation. If you take action casually, Nagato's sacrifice may become meaningless. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. Hearing his words, Konan could only stop helplessly. Now Black Zetsu and Nagato merge into one. She really didn't know how on earth she could help Nagato. After a while, 29 Nagato's howl suddenly stopped. The abundant vitality in his body also disappeared. Everything is calm again. Yama, summoned by Nagato, opened his mouth wide. In the deepest darkness, a figure slowly walked out. Snap, snap, snap. Following the sound of footsteps, a man walked out. The man was wearing dark red Sengoku armor. The armor is full of scratches, as if you can still see the flames of war that you experienced back then. The man's long hair hangs casually behind his shoulders. The two empty eye sockets are particularly eye-catching. After standing still, the man put his hand on his chest. Z.D. Quote. The man muttered to himself a few times, and then a smile appeared on his face. ASE, young and energetic heartbeat, it's been such a long time. The smile on the man's face grew deeper and deeper. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. At the end, the man raised his right arm, covered his forehead with his hand, and began to laugh loudly. That crazy look attracted the attention of everyone on the field, including Senju Takuya, as expected of Uchiha's laughing for. Senju Takuya looked at the man in front of him and sighed. The way the Uchiha people laugh really seems to be carved from the same mold. After a while, the man's laughter gradually stopped. His face once again regained its calm expression. Ju, has our plan been successful? Uchiha Madara-sama, no. There was something wrong with our plan, so we had to resurrect you early. Zetsu, who was possessed by Nagato, said respectfully. Something went wrong with the plan. Uchiha Madara nodded. The expression on his face did not change at all. Nothing in this world can make waves in his heart. Ju, tell me briefly. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Master Uchiha Madara, During your return to the Pure Land, I transplanted white Zetsu cells into Nagato's body according to your instructions. And assisted Nagato to fully control Rinnegan's power. It's just that Nagato was defeated. When he was about to commit suicide, I took control of his body and activated the Rinne Tensei technique. Black Zetsu said slowly in a hoarse voice. Oh, did Nagato, who had no physical problems and fully controlled the power of the Rinnegan, be defeated? Uchiha Madara looked slightly surprised after hearing Black Zetsu's words. Nagato, who has been transplanted with white Zetsu cells and possesses Rinnegan, has undoubtedly reached Super Cage level strength. He is no less generous than he was back then. But even so, are you still defeated? It seems, during his stay in the Pure Land, there are also some incredible people in the ninja world. Is this the man in front of me who defeated Nagato? Uchiha Madara stared at Senju Takuya. In the empty eye sockets without eyes, it seems that he can still see everything around him clearly. That's right, Madara-sama Chia. It's the man in front of me. His name is Senju Takuya. He is the current Hokage of Konoha and the leader of the Senju clan. You have noticed it before. Black Zetsu said slowly. Da. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara nodded silently. It turns out to be a kid from the Senju clan. Uchiha Madara raised her arms as she spoke. He took out the Rinnegan from Nagato's eye socket and then inserted it back into his own eye socket at will. With his strong physical fitness. Just a few seconds, Uchiha Madara's eyes have returned to their original state. Damn it, UB*****************. Seeing Uchiha Madara dig out Nagato's Rinnegan buckle, Konan couldn't help but yell angrily. At the same time, Konan couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. The man in front of me wearing Sengoku armor. Is it really the Uchiha Madara who single-handedly pacified the entire ninja world with first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Snort. Little girl, don't be so excited. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, not paying attention to the angry Konan, but focused on Senju Takuya. Senju brat, since you are the current Senju clan leader, you must have heard of my name. I am Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama's biggest enemy in his life. Uchiha Madara said with a proud look. 4930. Of course I have heard of the name Uchiha Madara. But, it's not a good name. Just a black-haired loser. Senju Takuya said calmly. Want to show off in front of him? Non-existent. When I chose to leave, I just realized the bad nature of the ninja village system. Senju Takuya continued speaking calmly. Senju Takuya's words just now did not have any impact on him. Uchiha Madara said calmly, only my project Tsuki no Mi group is the only way to achieve peace. To say that you are a black-haired loser is just stating the facts. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with deep disdain. Do you want to anger me in such a low-level way? Uchiha Madara raised her arms high. Obviously he founded the village with his own hands, but in the end he ran away with the name of a traitorous ninja. Even my own family will abandon you without hesitation. You have known Senju Hashirama since childhood. In all the recorded fights, you have never won once. Just telling the truth, where there is light there is darkness, and the peace that Senju Hashirama hopes for can never come. Subsequently, compared to Senju Hashirama, you are quite cunning. Seem, what an annoying brat. Chapter 135 Infinite Tsukuyomi, True Peace. Please subscribe. Only through my project Tsuki no Mi can true peace be achieved in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara raised his hands high, his eyes full of madness. At the same time, his face was also full of pride and pride. At first, although he was defeated by Senju Hashirama, but with Sharingan's forbidden technique Izanagi, at the cost of one eye, he rewrote the fact that he was killed. Everyone thinks his purpose in starting that war was to take revenge on Konoha. He fooled everyone. Actually, his purpose in launching that war was just to obtain Senju Hashirama's cells. On the stone monument of the Uchiha tribe shrine, he deciphers secrets that have been passed down since the days of the Sage of Six Paths. By combining the power of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, you can obtain the calendar of all things. Get the legendary eye, Rinnegan. Pity, Rinnegan's gestation took too long. It was not until his old age that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan. After getting Rinnegan, he went back to Nanga Shrine again. Using Rinnegan's power, he deciphered the entire content on the tablet. Gather the power of the 9-tailed beasts and seal them into the Gedo statue. Can resurrect the legendary 10 tails. After resurrecting 10 tails, he sealed it into his body. You can become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Gain power that only Sage of Six Paths had back then. At that time, he will be able to open the Magatama Rinnegan, thus freeing Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi reflects the power of the eyes on the moon, causing everyone in the ninja world to fall into illusion. The person who got Infinite Tsukuyomi, all dreams will come true in their own dreams. Unfortunately, when he deciphered the content on the stone tablet, he could only rely on the Gedo statue to barely sustain his life. His physical condition was no longer enough to support him in carrying out the remaining plans. So, after finding Nagato, Uchiha Madara chose to transplant the Rinnegan into Nagato's body. And left Black Zetsu, who inherited his will, to carry out the rest of the plan on his behalf. He himself is quietly waiting for the resurrection of Ching. According to the plan, by the time he was resurrected, Nagato should have collected almost all the tailed beasts. Unexpectedly, Nagato is simply too weak. Until now, not a single tailed beast has been captured. But it doesn't matter. Now that I have been resurrected, all the rest will be left to me. Uchiha Madara murmured with pride. Project Tsuki no Mi, you, an undead soul who is supposed to be dead, what are you planning now? Conan asked immediately after hearing Uchiha Madara's words. Originally, this matter should not be told to others. But since you two are already dying, I will tell you briefly. Uchiha Madara snorted proudly. He hadn't spoken to anyone else in years. Just resurrected at this time. When I was excited, I couldn't help but talk more. The so-called Project Tsuki no Mi is a plan to bring peace to the entire world. Uchiha Madara gives a general description of Project Tsuki no Mi. Conan's expression became even more ugly after hearing this. Controlling Nagato's life, using Nagato as a pawn to resurrect himself. Is it just to realize this boring plan? Conan snorted coldly. A boring plan. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. That's right, the current ninja world has long since moved towards peace under the rule of Senju Takuya. An old era undead like you should stop making trouble in the ninja world. Conan said with an annoyed expression. No, you are wrong. This peace is ultimately false. Just like Hashirama back in the day. When Senju Takuya dies, war will break out again in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara said coldly. Then, he and Senju Hashirama also thought. As long as the Sengoku era is ended and a new order is established, permanent peace will be brought to the ninja world. But when they died, the ninja world immediately fell into a greater war. This short-lived peace achieved by relying on force is not real peace at all. I said, Madara, you seem to have made a mistake. Maybe after I die, as you said, the entire ninja world will fall into war again. But, you have to understand one thing. Immortality is not a difficult thing for me. I will always live, and the ninja world will always be peaceful. Senju Takuya said calmly. I see. Is this your plan? It's quite charming. RTU, you still don't understand the true meaning of peace. Uchiha Madara sighed and sat cross-legged on the ground. What happened in Konoha also came to his mind again. Even if there is no war, it does not mean peace. The human heart will constantly fight over various things. Quote, war is just a form of fighting. Perhaps with your power, war will not break out in the ninja world, but the struggle among humans will never end. Uchiha Madara said lightly. At first, after he and Senju Hashirama teamed up to establish Konoha. Although the war is gone. But they still face various forms of struggle. The battle for Hokage, the battle for status, the battle for wealth. These things, it's just a change of situation. Even, these fights, it's far more difficult than war. The fact that he and Senju Hashirama turned against each other was the best proof. Only in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi can people achieve their wishes. Everyone can live a happy life according to their own wishes. After hearing his plan, the descendant of the Senju clan in front of him. You kid from the Senju clan, do you now realize how childish your thoughts are compared to mine? Since people can never understand each other. With money then he will create a world of his own for everyone. Uchiha Madara said proudly. Just when Uchiha Madara couldn't figure it out, Senju Takuya slowly spoke. What words? Uchiha Madara asked a little strangely. Shouldn't we just applaud and feel ashamed? According to reason, why did he see a mocking look on the other person's face? Uchiha Madara said proudly. Do you really know whether the so-called Eye of the Moon plan will bring peace or destruction to the ninja world? After finishing his thoughts, Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Takuya again. Madara, are you really AR**********? D? This is real peace. This is true peace. Madara, I only have one thing to say to you now. Senju Takuya sighed. Chapter 136 Madara, you are just a poor chess piece, please subscribe. Do you really know whether the so-called Eye of the Moon plan will bring peace or destruction to the ninja world? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank. Peace or destruction? What does this mean? Kid, what on earth do you want to say? I've made it very clear. Project Tsuki no Mi is the only way to bring peace to the ninja world. How could it be possible to destroy the ninja world? Uchiha Madara said solemnly. Madara, do you really think you are the one behind everything? Quote. Do you really think that what you know is the whole truth about Tuancho? Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Madara and said calmly. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara clearly noticed something strange about Black Zetsu behind him. Ju, what's wrong? Uchiha Madara turned around and asked. It's nothing, Master Min Zebo Madara. This brat is the only thing standing in the way of our plan. Stop talking to him so much, just do it. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. Do not know why, he always felt that Senju Takuya in front of him seems to have seen it through. It makes it feel bad. I haven't talked to anyone else in a long time. Let me satisfy my desire to talk. Uchiha Madara said calmly. In my heart, but there was a hint of vigilance. Black Zetsu, it is the product of 313 his will. With him here, no decision should be made. But, how he feels, does Black Zetsu have a strong sense of autonomy? Everything is at your discretion. After hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Black Zetsu could only stand still. It clearly noticed Uchiha Madara's probing gaze. Uchiha Madara is a very smart person. It must not arouse the other party's suspicion. And, feelings about Senju Takuya, maybe it's just an illusion. Those secrets submerged in the long river of history. How could a kid know this? Seeing that Black Zetsu chose to remain silent, Uchiha Madara set her sights on Senju Takuya again. Kid, tell me, what is the truth you are talking about? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. Madara, let me ask you a few questions. You keep saying that the Eye of Chi project was obtained from the stone tablet left by Sage of Six Paths. Then how do you make sure that the content on the stone tablet is correct? Maybe the content on the stone tablet has been tampered with. Senju Takuya said calmly. The stone tablet has been handed down from ancient times to the Uchiha clan. The above content can also be solved in one step based on pupil power. I have verified many things. Who else but the Sage of Six Paths could know so many secrets? Who has the ability to tamper with the content on the stone tablet? Uchiha Madara said lightly. That's not certain. Some things live longer than you think. Feeling Senju Takuya's gaze, Black Zetsu panicked. Damn, this guy, sure enough, you know something. You go on. Uchiha Madara also noticed Senju Takuya's gaze. Black Zetsu has a problem. An idea popped into Uchiha Madara's mind. But he didn't make any reaction. He just turned sideways calmly. Infinite Tsukuyomi can indeed allow everyone to enter the world of illusions and live their lives as they please in a false world. Quote. What's next? Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Madara and asked. Next. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. That's it. When everyone in Infinite Tsukuyomi dies, what will the ninja world look like? Senju Takuya said calmly. Up pointing arrow. Uchiha Madara frowned. This problem. He had never thought about it. Madara, think about it. If everyone lives in a world of illusion, how will people reproduce in the real world? If we don't reproduce, when everyone dies due to lifespan, will humankind be extinct? So, I said that your plan will bring destruction to the ninja world. Do you think it is wrong? Senju Takuya was also sitting on the ground, holding his chin in his hands and looking at Uchiha Madara with a joking look on his face. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara fell silent again. It seems a very difficult question indeed. He is not naive enough to think that under Infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone can live forever. So, fertility issues, it really has to be addressed. I just need to periodically remove Infinite Tsukuyomi and let people reproduce on their own. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara answered. But what he didn't expect was CJCC 0133033295 160,063,221. Senju Takuya laughed disdainfully. Madara, you are so naive. In the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi, both men and women can live the life they want most. Then do you think that after they recognized the dream world, they really had the idea of reproducing in the real world? With such a perfect life in the fantasy world, who can tolerate each other's shortcomings in real life? I will force them to do these things. Uchiha Madara said coldly. If he could become Ten Tails Jinchuriki. With his power, it is not difficult to do this kind of thing. Kid, is there anything else you want to say? Although your point of view is very novel, this alone cannot convince me. Uchiha Madara glanced appreciatively at Senju Takuya in front of her. The other party is so young, but he can think of so many things. It really impressed him a bit. But equally, Uchiha Madara somewhat wanted to end this topic. He suddenly had a premonition. If the kid in front of me continues to talk, his faith may collapse. I have one last question. Senju Takuya showed a harmless smile. Madara, do you know what will happen to people who are hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi? What will happen? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara was a little strange. Isn't it the same as falling under an illusion? White Zetsu. Senju Takuya chuckled. White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's expression changed. For White Zetsu, he knew it all too well. It was the product he discovered after possessing the Rinnegan and summoning the Gedo statue. He has also always been curious about the secret of White Zetsu. But, after a long investigation, I found nothing. Listen to what Senju Takuya means. Could it be these White Zetsu, a product of Infinite Tsukuyomi? Yes, it's what you think. Those who are possessed by Infinite Tsukuyomi will gradually wither in spirit and dream. Their bodies will turn into White Zetsu. Senju Takuya said solemnly. What? Uchiha Madara was shocked. Check box with check. How can it be? The stone tablet at Nanga Shrine doesn't mention this. How did you learn about these things? Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Takuya and asked in surprise. According to reason, there is no way Senju Takuya knows these things. But, if Senju Takuya knows nothing about this, how can you say it so confidently? Madara, you have always felt that you are the mastermind, controlling the entire ninja world, and treating everyone as your own pawn. But have you ever thought about it? You are just a pawn in the hands of others. Madara, don't get excited. Senju Takuya had a gentle smile on his face. Uchiha Madara opened her mouth in shock. Just when Uchiha Madara's thoughts were wandering, a dark truth-seeking ball suddenly appeared behind Senju Takuya. With a loud noise, the iron rod passed through Uchiha Madara's side, pinning Black Zetsu to the ground as he tried to escape. The truth-seeking ball turned into a black iron rod. Boom. Do you want to know the true truth of the ninja world? This kid in front of me, Senju Takuya said softly. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Takuya, wondering why the other party suddenly attacked Black Zetsu. How can it be? The next second, is he someone else's pawn? I don't know how many times it shocked him. There was some disbelief in his eyes. IHS Piece 2. Chapter 137. Those long-lost past events. Please subscribe. Madara, do you want to know the truth about the ninja world? Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Madara and asked softly. The truth? What on earth do you know? Also, why did you attack Black Zetsu just now? Uchiha Madara asked with a frown. He is really afraid of Senju Takuya now. From birth to now, he had never felt this way before. In front of the other party, he doesn't seem to have any secrets at all. Madara, do you know what Black Zetsu is? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. Black Zetsu, it's just my consciousness, Uchiha Madara murmured. At first, in order to be able to survive after his death, someone who can carry out his plans. So, he transformed his consciousness into Black Zetsu and attached it to White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara thought of this and looked at Black Zetsu, who was stuck on the ground with a black pointed stick. But found. Black Zetsu's eyes became very panicked. He was still talking to himself. Why the truth-seeking ball? Impossible. Obviously 10 Tails has not been resurrected yet. How could anyone be able to create the truth-seeking ball? Who the hell are you? Could it be that the two guys Hamura and Hagoromo left a backup plan? Hateful. A-hole, let me go quickly. Black Zetsu struggled on the ground. But, however, his body was unable to move under the influence of the truth-seeking ball. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara finally felt certain. Black Zetsu, definitely not a product of his consciousness. Other side, seems to know more than he does. What is going on? Senju Takuya, do you know Black Zetsu's identity? Also, what is the truth-seeking ball? Who are the Hamura and Hagoromo it talks about? Uchiha Madara is like a curious baby, asking a series of questions. Now, his expression was no longer as calm as it was at the beginning. Because he discovered, seemingly ignorant of something important. Uchiha Madara desperately wants to know what the so-called truth of the ninja world is. Want to know? Senju Takuya asked, looking at the anxious Uchiha Madara. That's right, Uchiha Madara nodded vigorously. Then beg me. Senju Takuya smiled. Kid, don't go too far. Uchiha Madara gritted her teeth and said, Hyuga. Since you don't want to, then forget it. Let's just start fighting. Senju Takuya shrugged indifferently. Good, I beg you, tell me the truth. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and closed his eyes. Well, since you begged me, I will tell you mercifully. Seeing the proud Uchiha Madara being manipulated by him, Senju Takuya was in a great mood. Subsequently, then he spoke slowly. Where should I start? Yes. Senju Takuya sat cross-legged on the floor. Konan and Uchiha Madara all straightened their backs, with serious faces ready to listen. In the distant ancient times, a woman named Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world and landed in the country of the ancestors. And, the seeds of the sacred tree were planted in the ninja world. After the sacred tree bore fruit, Otsutsuki Kagaya swallowed the fruit and gained immense power. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara frowned deeper and deeper. Wait a minute, to hear what you mean, Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't seem to be from our ninja world. Could it be that she comes from another planet? And, what is the sacred tree? Uchiha Madara asked in confusion. That's right, Otsutsuki Kagaya is a member of the Otsutsuki clan from the depths of the universe, and is a lower person. She was supposed to raise the sacred tree with her body to fulfill her guardian, Otsutsuki Ashiki. Quote, however, at the critical moment, she severely injured Yishi through a sneak attack and sacrificed her weapon to the sacred tree. And the sacred tree is the predecessor of 10 Tails. Senju Takuya said slowly. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank. Turn out to be, is this where 10 Tails comes from? Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not continue to ask questions, Senju Takuya continued to speak. After Otsutsuki Kagaya ate the chakra fruit, his strength skyrocketed, and finally he merged with the sacred tree and entered the level of the blood successor snare. Kagaya gained great power and quelled the war in the ninja world in one fell swoop. Finally, the supreme Otsutsuki Kagaya, known as the goddess of Uzumaki. And, with the blessing of mankind, 2 sons were born. This is Hamura and Hagoromo. Please give me flowers. So that's what it is. Hear this. Uchiha Madara nodded. Hamura and Hagoromo said by Black Zetsu. Turns out to be Otsutsuki Kagaya's son. Could it be? Black Zetsu is also a product of that era. Thinking of this possibility, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look at Black Zetsu again. You really know everything. Damn you kid, who are you? Black Zetsu kept roaring. Seeing Black Zetsu's appearance, Uchiha Madara also confirmed the authenticity of what Senju Takuya said. He was horrified. This kid in front of me. All those things said are true. Black Zetsu, shut your mouth. Senju Takuya sealed Black Zetsu's mouth, and the surroundings became quiet again. 0. After Otsutsuki Kagaya sneak attacked Otsutsuki, he has been fearing that the Otsutsuki clan would come to take revenge. So, Infinite Tsukuyomi was launched, so that most people became sacrifices to the sacred tree, leaving only a small number of people to reproduce future generations. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. So, those sacrifices all turned into Yuju in the end. That's right. Senju Takuya glanced at Uchiha Madara appreciatively. He noticed. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth turned up with a hint of pride. Otsutsuki Kagaya created White Zetsu in order to be able to deal with other people sent by the Otsutsuki clan in the future. However, this practice was discovered by her sons, Hamura and Hagoromo. In order to protect humanity, Hamura and Hagoromo stood on the opposite side of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing that his 2 children did not understand his painstaking efforts at all, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also ready to take back the chakra from the 2 children. So, a big fight broke out between the 3 of them. This life and death battle lasted for several months, almost destroyed the entire ninja world. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara and Jonin couldn't help showing a look of horror. What kind of battle is it? Can it last for several months? To know, battle of life and death. Both sides of the battle will definitely fight with all their strength. At first, his battle with Senju Hashirama. After only 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, both sides were already exhausted. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hamura, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were able to fight continuously for several months. What a terrifying chakra. Chapter 138 Life is sometimes more terrifying than death. Please subscribe. Kid, are you telling the truth? Did the fight between the 3 of them really last for several months? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask. The battle that almost destroyed the entire ninja world must have been an extremely fierce battle. Such a battle, it can last for several months. He really couldn't imagine it. How terrifying does it take to be able to do such a thing? If you don't believe it, you can ask Black Zetsu yourself. Senju Takuya said indifferently. Snort. This is indeed true. Madara, do you want such a powerful power? Help me pull out this black rod, and I will help you become a new generation of God in the ninja world. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. Only, Uchiha Madara doesn't make any moves. Now, he has completely lost trust in Black Zetsu. Just turned around. I just want 870 to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Therefore, after getting the answer you want, Uchiha Madara turned around and signaled Senju Takuya to continue. Right now he, for those things, getting more and more interested. After months of fighting, Hamura and Hagoromo teamed up to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya through the superplanetary devastation. This is also where the moon comes from. Senju Takuya spoke calmly. So, Kagaya Tsutsuki was sealed in the moon. Uchiha Madara looked up at the bright moon in the sky, feeling a little excited. Planetary devastation is a technique. He knows it too. It is a powerful sealing technique. Being able to create a planet as huge as the moon through planetary devastation. This kind of power, it's really scary. After sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hamura decided to go to the moon. On the one hand, it is to accompany Otsutsuki Kagaya, and on the other hand, it is to guard the seal and prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from breaking the seal. Otsutsuki Hagoromo chose to stay in the ninja world and sealed the tail into his body. Turn out to be Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It's the legendary sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Madara clenched her fists in excitement. Is this the source of everything? People often become very excited after getting the answer they want. Uchiha Madara is certainly no exception. Senju Takuya ignored Uchiha Madara, who became excited and continued to speak. After becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Sage of 6 Paths began to travel around the ninja world, repairing the wounds caused by the war. In the process, Sage of 6 Paths created layers. Ninja was born. For a long time, the ninja world began to enter a period of peace. In order to prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from resurrecting, Sage of 6 Paths divided the 10 tails in his body into 9-tailed beasts. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded. He knew about the tailed beast. After losing 10 tails, Sage of 6 Paths also lost the means of immortality. In the end, he passed away. He thought that the ninja world could continue to be peaceful like this. However, Sage of 6 Paths didn't know that when he and Hamura sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya used his own will and body to give birth to a consciousness. This consciousness is Black Zetsu. In order to resurrect 10 tails, help Otsutsuki Kagaya break through the seal. For thousands of years, Black Zetsu has been plotting in secret. The stone tablet under the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha tribe has also been tampered with by it. Senju Takuya slowly told everything. After listening to Senju Takuya's story, Madara Uchiha felt that her mind suddenly became clearer. Turn out to be, this is the truth of everything. It was so miserable to be deceived. Uchiha Madara slowly walked up to Black Zetsu. So, you are not the product of my consciousness at all, but the product of the consciousness that inherited Otsutsuki Kagaya. Your goal has always been to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Madara asked coldly. That's right, Madara. Do you think there is any difference between you and Nagato? You are all just pawns in my hands. If it hadn't been for this kid who suddenly appeared, my plan would have been successful. However, it doesn't matter even if we fail this time. Sooner or later, I will let my mother come to the ninja world again and get back what belongs to me. Now that everything is known, Black Zetsu is broken. Sage Art Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands, and the sea of fire instantly swallowed Black Zetsu's figure. Ha 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 ha. It's useless. I am immortal. It is impossible for you natives to kill me. Black Zetsu laughed loudly in the sea of fire. As long as it doesn't die, sooner or later one day, it will help the mother break through the seal. Does magic also have no effect? Uchiha Madara frowned. He seemed, there's really nothing you can do with Black Zetsu. Give it to me. Senju Takuya reached out and waved away the sea of fire, then walked slowly in front of Black Zetsu. How? You want to try too? Don't waste your efforts. Even if you master Yin-Yang escape and can create the truth-seeking ball, you still can't kill me. Black Zetsu said disdainfully. Of course I know this kind of thing. It's just that, Black Zetsu, in this world, death is not the most terrifying thing. Sometimes living is far more painful than dying. Senju Takuya said expressionlessly. Black Zetsu was created by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Before his strength reaches the level of blood succession snare, even he cannot kill Black Zetsu. But, this doesn't mean that he has nothing to do with Black Zetsu. Kamui. Senju Takuya activates Kamui, and the terrifying eye power instantly tears apart the space. Spaces appeared in front of Senju Takuya's eyes. Finally, when a world full of yellow sand appeared, Senju Takuya stopped. Black Zetsu, this is the grave I prepared for you. You can enjoy yourself here from now on. Senju Takuya enters this world with Black Zetsu. This is an extremely dead world. Except for the yellow sand, there is no water or life. Senju Takuya pinned Black Zetsu to the ground with a truth-seeking ball. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the end of Black Zetsu's eternal life. What do you want to do? Let me out, otherwise 5.3 will keep me here. A-hole, damn guy, let me out quickly. Black Zetsu panicked. It never occurred to me. He let the other person experience what true cruelty is. He will never be merciful towards this kind of enemy who has been plotting against him. Ignoring Black Zetsu's wail, after, the other party wants his life. It completely lost touch with Otsutsuki Kagaya. There will be only loneliness. And, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu finally understood. What does, sometimes life is far scarier than death, mean? There is no life in this place. Senju Takuya actually came up with such a move to deal with it. Senju Takuya activates Kamui and leaves the different space. Just live in this hopeless loneliness and regret it for the rest of your life. In its long life, the words spoken by Senju Takuya. It's here, Chapter 139. Impure World Reincarnation. Senju Hashirama, please subscribe. After dealing with Black Zetsu, Senju Takuya used Kamui to return to the ninja world. Uchiha Madara is still waiting quietly in place. Now, see Senju Takuya appear. Uchiha Madara immediately walked to the other party's side. Junior, how do you know all this? Although he knew that Senju Takuya would not tell him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask. Originally he thought, I have already understood everything about the ninja world. It's the one who controls everything behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, compared with the Senju Takuya in front of me, he's almost like a joke. Even himself, it's just a chess piece in someone else's hands. Madara, how do I know these things? You don't need to worry about it. Hearing Senju Takuya's answer, Uchiha Madara nodded silently. For this answer, he had already been prepared in his heart. Kid, can I ask you a favor? Uchiha Madara spoke. What's the deal? Senju Takuya asked. Take me to understand what the ninja world looks like now. Uchiha Madara said solemnly. After knowing that the goals he was striving for were all false lies made up by others, he no longer struggled with using infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve peace in the ninja world. Now, he wanted to take a look even more. Under Senju Takuya's rule, what is the ninja world like now? Uchiha Madara is curious. Senju Takuya who knows so many secrets. What kind of solution will it bring to the ninja world? This is no problem. Senju Takuya nodded and agreed to Uchiha Madara's request. Husband, does it really matter if you agree to such a dangerous guy? Konan whispered from the other side, but Uchiha Madara, from the Sengoku period, the werewolf has been planning to destroy the ninja world. Even if the other party has no intention of continuing to implement the plan now. But in the future, who can guarantee that the other party will not cause trouble again? Do not worry, with me here, Uchiha Madara cannot change the world. Senju Takuya said confidently. Uchiha Madara, who has the limits of Rinnegan and Wood-style bloodline, is at the peak of Super Shadow at best. Compared with him, there is still a big gap. And, this gap, or it gets bigger and bigger over time. After all, he is constantly strengthening his three-dimensional attributes every day. If Uchiha Madara dares to mess around, then he doesn't mind crushing the opponent like an ant. Not to mention, as Orochimaru's research deepens, powers like Rinnegan and Wood-style are just standard equipment for most ninjas in the future. Little girl, I'm really sorry about Nagato. After I see the current ninja world, I will return this pair of Rinnegan to Nagato. Uchiha Madara looked at Nagato's body lying on the ground and spoke softly to Konan. Since infinite Tsukuyomi and everything else are fake, then there is no use for him to have these eyes. Snort. Who cares about your eyes? Since these eyes are originally yours, you should keep them for yourself. Konan snorted coldly. Subsequently, pick up Nagato's body. Husband, I want to go to Nagato first. Konan said to Senju Takuya. No. Senju Takuya nodded and agreed. Now, Uchiha Madara stops causing trouble. Black Zetsu has also been thrown into a different space by him. With Konan's strength, there is no need to worry about any dangers. I'm leaving. Konan used paper escape, and Nagato's body was lifted up. Subsequently, the two of them flew towards the east together. Madara, let's go too. After watching Konan leave, Senju Takuya said calmly. Senju brat, can I ask you one more favor? Uchiha Madara spoke again. Is there anything else that you can't finish in one go? Senju Takuya said somewhat speechlessly. Can you help me resurrect someone? Uchiha Madara asked. Who? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara said firmly. What? Senju Hashirama. Hey, you two, are you really? Senju Takuya has some aversion to cold. It's not what you think. I just want Hashirama to see the current ninja world. At the beginning, the fight between the two of us did not come to an end. He always thought I was wrong. I wanted to tell him that we were both wrong. Uchiha Madara explains, isn't it because he suffered so much and endured so many years just to compare with that D Hashirama? Now, although he failed, but it turns out that Hashirama's theory doesn't work either. And he has been resurrected now. How boring it would be without Hashirama in the future life. Fine. However, I can only temporarily return Senju Hashirama to the ninja world through Impure World reincarnation. Senju Takuya said calmly, the life force required to resurrect Senju Hashirama was too much. Although he can do it. But, there is absolutely no need to go to this point. Can. Uchiha Madara nodded without hesitation. This result, he's totally fine with that. After finding a random white Zetsu as a sacrifice, Senju Takuya cast reanimation jutsu. One is the same as Uchiha Madara. The man also wearing Sengoku armor slowly appeared. The next second, the man opened his eyes. Here it is. Did someone summon me from the Pure Land? Is it that Tobirama guy? No. Why is this Chakra's breath so familiar? Wait. It's a motor. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Uchiha Madara in front of 547. Uchiha Madara also had an extremely excited smile on her face. Haxi hot mom. Motor. Haxi hot mom. Motor. Seeing the passionate look of the two people, Senju Takuya was speechless. Just this performance. Just don't be too gay. Just as Uchiha Madara was getting more and more excited, Senju Hashirama suddenly stopped. Madara, why are you still alive? And your eyes, why have they become like this? Are they a bit ugly? Senju Hashirama complained. Hashirama, you are still the same. Do you really think I died in your hands back then? Stop dreaming. Uchiha Madara snorted. He couldn't wait to tell Senju Hashirama about his plan back then. Hashirama, you have no idea that being defeated by you was part of my original home plan. Actually, I made 2 preparations for the attack on Konoha. Wait a minute, Madara, I'm not interested in hearing this right now. Senju Hashirama stopped Uchiha Madara from chattering. Subsequently, in Uchiha Madara's resentful eyes, she turned to look at Senju Takuya aside. Young man, you summoned me from the Pure Land, right? Can you tell me what happened? Chapter 140. This is the most perfect Impure World reincarnation. Please subscribe. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Takuya, although he was very excited to see Uchiha Madara again. But, he must figure it out now. The young man in front of me. Why resurrect him with Impure World reincarnation? Up pointing arrow. Madara asked me to resurrect you, so I agreed. Senju Takuya said calmly. What? After hearing what Senju Takuya said, Senju Hashirama looked in disbelief. That guy Uchiha Madara also begs for help. What a joke. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, only to find that Uchiha Madara raised his head and snorted arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Hashirama believed Senju Takuya's words. He knew Uchiha Madara too well. For this Tsunade, no denial, that is a disguised admission. But, soon Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly. Now it seems, there seems to be some trouble. If Uchiha Madara reincarnated him, it was to take revenge on Konoha. Then Konoha would be in danger. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama slowly spoke to Uchiha Madara. Madara, what is your purpose in resurrecting me this time? No purpose, I just want you to go to Konoha with me. By the way, take a look around the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said coldly and proudly. It is indeed like this. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Hashirama sighed. This guy Madara, sure enough, nothing has changed at all. Hey, what are you mumbling about? I did not mean anything else. Uchiha Madara saw Senju Hashirama talking to himself and couldn't help but speak. Pity, Senju Hashirama didn't seem to hear it and didn't pay attention at all. Has it been improved? Young man, I have to say, you are really a genius. This level of improvement scares me. If that guy Tobirama was here, he would be even more amazed than me, right? Madara, in order to use my power as much as possible, you really worked hard to find such a genius. HMPH, that guy Tobirama, I told him not to let him do these weird things. But, it's impossible to use this technique to make me an enemy of Konoha. Seeing that Senju Hashirama's words became more and more outrageous, Uchiha Madara became a little angry. Hey, what have you been talking to yourself about since just now? Didn't you hear what I said? Uchiha Madara shouted loudly. This be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Impure World Reincarnation, although improved by you, can allow me to exert the power I had during my lifetime. But at the same time, this also brings great hidden dangers. With my strength, a mere forbidden technique cannot control me. This time, I will stop your plan again. Senju Hashirama said coldly. He can feel it. After Impure World Reincarnation this time, he has all the power he had during his lifetime. With his power, want to break free from the control of Impure World Reincarnation. It couldn't be simpler. Thinking of this, the chakra all over Senju Hashirama's body burst out. Tread lightly. The ground instantly exploded like a spider web. Under this powerful momentum, a strong wind blew up around him. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya isn't about to stop either. He cast Impure World Reincarnation. It is the perfect version of Impure World Reincarnation with system rewards. Compared with the original work, Kabuto Sennin's Impure World Reincarnation is several times more powerful. Not only can it perfectly bring out all the powers of the deceased, but its control is also terrifyingly strong. So, even now Senju Hashirama, possessing immortality and infinite chakra, able to exert the power of his peak period, even, also able to use magic. It is also completely impossible for Senju Hashirama to break free from Impure World reincarnation. Just as Senju Takuya expected. Soon, Senju Hashirama felt a strange feeling. Why? Quote. Senju Hashirama only felt that the power of his body was completely out of his control. Even if he tried his best, he is also unable to break free from Impure World reincarnation's control. Hashirama, don't waste your efforts. If it's that person, it's impossible for you to break free. Seeing Senju Hashirama deflated, Uchiha Madara laughed loudly. He already has a clear understanding of Senju Takuya's power. That is a power comparable to the original Sage of Six Paths. In the face of such power, even he and Hashirama had absolutely no room to resist. Hiss, Madara, a guy like you can actually praise others. It seems that this young man's power is really terrifying. Senju Hashirama said in surprise. His character is very open-minded. After knowing that he could not break free, he no longer struggled. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes. Nonsense. If it's not scary, with his personality, would he ask the other party to do something? But, young man, since you already have such a powerful power, why do you want to help Madara destroy Konoha? Senju Hashirama asked in confusion. With such a powerful force, there is absolutely no need to summon him. Hashirama-senpai, we have no intention of destroying Konoha. Quote, Senju Takuya explained. You don't have this plan? Senju Hashirama asked with some surprise. That's why I said, you guys have been just talking to yourself since just now. Uchiha Madara said unhappily. Really? Senju Hashirama laughed a few times while holding his waist. A-hole. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth. Not seeing each other for so many years. The other party is still the same. Not only will his words be ignored, he always looks like he's not ashamed of his talk. It really makes people angry just by looking at it. Okay, since you don't plan to destroy Konoha, then tell me. Madara, what made you change your mind? I remember, you must be a very stubborn person. Senju Hashirama asked, looking at Uchiha Madara. Alas, Hashirama, I was wrong. This is all a conspiracy. When mentioning her plan, Uchiha Madara's expression looked a little lonely. After all, it is a goal that has been striven for decades. Did not expect, in the end it was all in vain. That's how it should be. I have long said that your idea is wrong. It's you who insists on not hitting the wall and never looking back. Senju Hashirama smiled. Snort. You guys don't give me too much pride. It turns out that your idea is also wrong. That's why I used Impure World reincarnation to resurrect you, just to make you realize your mistake. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. That's what it looks like. Speaking of which, I'm also very curious, what has become of the ninja world after my death? Senju Hashirama touched his head. Subsequently, turning his attention to Senju Takuya. Speaking of which, young man, who are you? Hearing this sentence, Senju Takuya was speechless. It's been so long. Did you finally remember to ask him about his identity? Chapter 141 The system you created will bring trouble to future generations. Please subscribe. Hashirama-senpai, my name is Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya said softly. Senju, are you a member of the Senju clan? Senju Hashirama asked in surprise. That's right, Senju Takuya nodded. After hearing his words, Senju Hashirama's face slowly changed from surprise to joy. Very good, I never expected that a genius like you could appear in the Senju clan. It seems that God still favors the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama laughed loudly. He felt very happy that a ninja that even Uchiha Madara admired appeared in his family. Madara, did you see it? This is a member of our Senju clan. You Uchiha are being compared again, aren't you? Senju Hashirama winked at Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you really should thank this brat. If it weren't for him, the Senju clan might have completely perished. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. What's the meaning? Were the Senju clan attacked? Senju Hashirama asked in confusion. Hashirama, you have too many questions. Taking this opportunity, I will tell you from beginning to end. Uchiha Madara said impatiently. In order to stop Senju Hashirama from asking questions, he decided to tell all the things that happened in these years. Madara, you are so kind. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara with eyes full of relief. It's just to kill the boring time on the road. Uchiha Madara said casually. Immediately, both of them looked at Senju Takuya at the same time. Takuya, shall we go to Konoha? Well, let's talk while we walk. Senju Takuya nodded. It seems to be a very good choice to be able to personally observe Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's passionate love. Then, the three of them rushed slowly towards Konoha. On the road, Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. Hashirama, to understand everything, let's start with a woman named Otsutsuki Kagaya. Under the narration of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama slowly understood the origin of the ninja world. It turns out, this is the truth of everything. It's really scary. Madara, you almost made a big mistake. If Otsutsuki Kagaya is accidentally released, the entire ninja CJDG world may be doomed. Senju Hashirama said solemnly. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement. If Senju Takuya hadn't stopped him, it's hard to say what the ninja world would be like now. By the way, tell me about what happened after my death. Senju Hashirama asked curiously. He already knew why Uchiha Madara's idea was wrong. Now, he wanted to know what was wrong with his thinking. The system of one country, one village. Isn't it reasonable enough? Let this junior in your clan tell you this personally. Uchiha Madara said lightly. He thinks Senju Takuya's thoughts must be deeper than his own. Let the other party speak. It will definitely make Senju Hashirama clearly realize his mistake. Takuya, tell me about it. Senju Hashirama asked with a smile. All right, Senior Hashirama, you may not know that the system you established in the first place will bring trouble to future generations. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing this review, I was a little reluctant to stay at Senju Hashirama. Even if his idea has some flaws, it won't get such an evaluation, right? All trouble, is the system he created that bad? Back then, you relied on your own strength to establish the system of one country, one village. However, you have made the status of those famous people a little too high. Under the brainwashing of those big names, ninjas were completely reduced to tools at the bottom. Even though it is a less important task, the ninjas will still pay their lives for it. Ninjas who failed to complete their tasks were once called trash and scum. I don't know how many families have been separated because of this. For many wars in later generations, the Tiangong people were the driving forces behind them. What's even more ridiculous is that after the war, the daimyo shook hands and made peace, but the ninjas only had one name left on the memorial tablet. Because of the daimyo's transcendent status, no matter what they did wrong, they were able to continue to enjoy life unharmed in the end. This also leads to them having no at war. Those living lives are just chips on the negotiation table in their eyes. Senju Takuya said slowly. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama was silent for a moment. Then, the establishment of Ninja Village requires financial support from the daimyo. So, he could only turn to the daimyo for help. For these funds, he also promised many conditions to those famous people. Did not expect, there is such a hidden danger left. Snort. You should have done as I said in the first place. Those politicians don't need to look good on them at all. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but complain. Senju Hashirama sighed and did not refute. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was silent, Senju Takuya continued to speak. Furthermore, in order to achieve a relative balance in the power of each ninja village, you sold the tailed beasts to other villages. But you have never thought that only an absolute gap in strength can bring peace. The so-called balance and the so-called similarity in strength will not bring stability, but will only make everyone feel that they have the confidence to launch a war. After your death, Konoha lost its absolute power to suppress. Other ninja villages realized that they were about the same strength as Konoha, and immediately launched a war against Konoha. Less than a year after your death, the ninja world fell into a fight. This is the best proof. Senju Takuya continued. After hearing his words, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. A balance of similar strength will never bring stability, only absolute suppression by force will do. This sentence, what a great thing to say. Let their minds feel suddenly enlightened. Yes, the reason why the ninja world became peaceful in the first place was. Isn't it because just relying on the strength of the two of them can sweep everything? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other with regret. If they had figured it out earlier, they probably wouldn't have had so many things happen. At the same time, their eyes towards Senju Takuya became more appreciative. So young, can have this kind of view. The young man in front of them is much stronger than they were back then. Takuya, keep talking. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both looked at Senju Takuya seriously. Regarding peace in the ninja world, they are the most interested. After listening to Senju Takuya's explanation just now, they can't wait to hear it. Senju Takuya's full view of what has happened in the ninja world over the years. Chapter 142. You call this sacrifice? Please subscribe. Since your death, there have been a total of 3 ninja wars in the ninja world. Almost all the ninja villages in the ninja world have been involved in the war. Even your brother, Senju Tobarama, died on the way back from negotiating with another village. Senju Takuya said slowly. Is Tobarama dead too? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. Did not expect, so much time has passed. Hashirama Senpai, when you first established the one country one village system, what was your original intention? Senju Takuya asked. Original intention? Of course it's to achieve peace in the ninja world. Let the children no longer die easily on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama said solemnly. From small to large, many of his younger brothers died on the battlefield. So, Senju Hashirama decided from an early age. We must not let such a tragedy happen again. It was with this belief that he joined forces with Uchiha Madara to create the current structure of the ninja world. But, because of your system, not only has war not disappeared, but it has become many times more tragic than before. During the Ninja World War, children as young as 6 or 7 were everywhere on the battlefield. The casualties were much higher than during the Sengoku period. Senju Takuya continued. During the Sengoku period, although everything in the ninja world is not peaceful, but, those battles, it is often limited to family feuds. Every battle, the total number of people on both sides is only a few thousand at most. But, after the one country one village system was established, tens of thousands of people were often fighting on the battlefield. That scene, but it was far more tragic than the Sengoku period. It turns out so many things happened after I died. It seems that I was too naive at the beginning. Madara, Now that I think about it, I really should have adopted those suggestions you made at that time. Senju Hashirama said sincerely. He thought he had sacrificed everything for peace, even if it costs his life. Did not expect. All this is just wishful thinking on his part. I made mistakes back then. Those ideas were definitely a little bit radical. Seeing Senju Hashirama's disappointed look, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but take the initiative to excuse Senju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha. Everything is over. Stop talking about this. Takuya, tell me what happened next. Why did Madara just say that the Senju clan was almost extinct? Senju Hashirama calmed down and smiled again on his face. What is past is past. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't change anything. After your death, Senju Tobarama succeeded the Hokage. In order to further consolidate the power of the Hokage and suppress the power of the ninja clan, Senju Tobarama encouraged some members of the Senju clan to voluntarily give up the Senju surname and integrate into Konoha. With the Senju clan setting an example, Senju Tobarama has a reason to attack other ninja clans. The Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan and other wealthy families have gradually withdrawn from the core power level of Konoha. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Senju Hashirama touched his chin. This approach is indeed in line with Tobarama's temperament. It turns out that the demise of the Senju clan was due to the voluntary giving up of the Senju surname. Senju Hashirama smiled generously. Just give up your last name. What is this? After the founding of Konoha, his vision is no longer limited to his personal family. In his opinion, as long as the Senju clan can live well, it doesn't matter if your surname is Senju or not. Hashirama Senpai, you are wrong. The demise of our Senju clan is a true demise. It's not just about giving up your last name. After hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Senju Takuya continued to speak expressionlessly. After Senju Tobarama died, his disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power and became the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a standard politician. He is neither as powerful as you nor as iron-blooded as Senju Tobarama. Facing a joint attack from other ninja villages. So, in order to consolidate the power in his hands, he stepped up the suppression of various ninja clans. The Senju clan is the first among them. Even those who had given up the Senju family name, he did not let them go. After only 2 ninja wars, the Senju clan only has me as a man and Tsunade as a woman. Senju Hashirama nodded silently. Although he is usually a bit naive, it does not mean that he is not smart. From Senju Takuya's description, he had already guessed what happened. Quote, I didn't expect that the little monkey would do such a thing. Please give me flowers, oh. Senju Hashirama sighed somewhat remorsefully. Did not expect, except for the Great Ninja War, even inside Konoha village, all filled with darkness. Now look, he was really a failure. Quote, Is Tsunade okay? Are you two the only ones left in the Senju clan? Senju Hashirama asked. Tsunade is fine. The Senju clan has become prosperous again. You don't have to worry about that. Senju Takuya said calmly. Didn't you just say that you and Tsunade are the only ones left in the Senju clan? Why is it becoming prosperous again now? What's the meaning? Senju Hashirama asked in confusion. .00. Hashirama, it's up to me to tell you this matter. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. I admit this time that you, a junior, have been completely outclassed by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara laughed a few times. Subsequently, then he told Senju Hashirama about Senju Takuya's wife selection plan, in detail. You mean, the Senju clan now has more than 100 children? It's all Takuya's alone, Senju Hashirama asked in disbelief. That's right, I'm really ashamed that I can even think of such a method. Don't tell me, although this method seems a bit unreliable. But, in addition to this method, if you want to quickly restore the population of the Senju clan in such a short period of time, there is really no more appropriate way. Takuya, you are a werewolf. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but give Senju Takuya a thumbs up. Let's not talk about having children for now. Just one person can handle so many women, and he is already the idol of all men. Hashirama Senpai, I will be embarrassed if you praise me like that. It's all for the Senju clan. It's appropriate for me to make a little sacrifice. Senju Takuya smiled implicitly. Seeing him like this, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were speechless. You call this sacrifice? Good guy, such a sacrifice. We also want to try it. Chapter 143, Lovers Finally Get Married. Please subscribe. That's how it is, Uchiha Madara said calmly. I didn't expect that the ninja world would become so exciting after my death. Takuya, I'm really convinced. After listening to Uchiha Madara's explanation, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. He also has no heirs. Whatever you think in your heart, say it with your mouth. Looking at Senju Hashirama's adoring eyes, Senju Takuya's mood improved. After all, it feels good to have Senju Hashirama, who was once known as the god of the ninja world, show such admiration. Hashirama Senpai, I have almost told you everything about your death. Next, let's go to Konoha to see it. Senju Takuya said softly. Good, I can't wait any longer. Senju Hashirama laughed. Now he particularly wants to know, as the most powerful, 563, of the new generation. How is Senju Takuya's approach different from what they did back then? The entire journey was silent. After traveling for a while, Senju Takuya, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara finally arrived at the door of Konoha village. It's really strange. I walked along the way and didn't encounter any attacks. Looking at Konoha village not far away, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. The three of them walked all the way from the Land of Rain to Konoha village. On the road, nor did he hide his tracks. But, he was not attacked by any ninjas. In this case, it was unthinkable before. Snort. Hashirama, is this all you have? Haven't you noticed how flat and wide the road we took when we came here is? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but snorted. Yes, speaking of which, have the roads in the ninja world been built so well now? Senju Hashirama said with some hindsight. The road under their feet was wide and flat, and it is different from ordinary stone roads. Even if it rains, there won't be any water on the road. To know, this is outside the village. A road through the land of fire. In the past, this is simply unthinkable. The road we walked on when we came here is called the asphalt road. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Now that the ninja world has been unified, I have connected the entire ninja world with roads like this. In the future, whether it is traveling as a ninja or doing business as a merchant, it will become much easier. Senju Takuya explained briefly. Build these roads, although it cost a lot. But, the benefits brought by, but it cannot be measured by simple money. Takuya, you did a great job on this. Senju Hashirama patted Senju Takuya on the shoulder, with a look of relief on his face. He was very happy that the other party was willing to spend money to build such a project that would benefit the country and the people. Hashirama-senpai, these are just what I should do. Let's go to Konoha and take a look first. Senju Takuya smiled. Now, the entire ninja world belongs to him. So, building roads or something like that. No matter how much money he spends, he won't feel sad. After all, he has so much money that he can't even spend it all. And, spend money on yourself. What's so heartbreaking? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both felt moved. The caliber of the young man in front of them really put them to shame. Soon, the three of them entered Konoha village. Has Konoha changed so much now? Seeing the bustling street scene of Konoha, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim. Here, there are lights everywhere. The bustling crowds on the street all had smiles on their faces. The shops on both sides of the street. They are all decorated magnificently. Various tall buildings line up row upon row. From time to time there would be a whistle, and a smoking iron box whizzing by. Such a scene, let alone Senju Hashirama, even Uchiha Madara's eyes couldn't help but be filled with surprise. It's only been a few years. Konoha has become a little unfamiliar even with him. This is called a rail train. As long as you charge it, it can run at high speed 24 hours a day. It's not a problem to carry hundreds of tons. In the future, I will make railroad tracks like this spread all over the ninja world. By then, it will be extremely convenient for people to travel. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing Senju Takuya's description, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both looked at the so-called train in horror. They never thought that this ordinary and somewhat bulky iron guy could have such great power. Not only is the carrying capacity terrifying, it's even so fast. The key is, this kind of car can run 24 hours a day. Both of them were once powerful. Naturally I know, what a revolution this kind of thing would bring to the ninja world. Takuya, you invented this too? Senju Hashirama asked in disbelief. I just put forward an idea, and the specific details are perfected by the people below. Senju Takuya said softly. Takuya, if you had been born a few decades earlier, what would have happened to Madara and me? Senju Hashirama murmured. He is completely convinced now. Along the way, he didn't know how many times he had been shocked. I have fully recognized Senju Takuya as a junior. Even the arrogant Uchiha Madara had no idea of refuting what Senju Hashirama said. Compared with Senju Takuya, he's really far behind. In the next period of time, Senju Takuya took Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara around again. Almost all novel things were explained to the two of them. Shopping to the end, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were completely shocked and couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Hashirama-senpai, please come here today. I want to return to my clan. Do you want to come along? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Senju Hashirama. I won't go. There is no need for the dead to continue disturbing the living. Senju Hashirama rejected Senju Takuya's proposal. He was already very happy to be able to see with his own eyes that the ninja world has become what it is now. Senju tribe land, there is no need to go back. Madara, where are you going? 0.4 Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Madara and asked. I will stay in Konoha from now on. Didn't you say that the Otsutsuki clan would send people to attack the ninja world in the future? I will be able to contribute when the time comes. Uchiha Madara said lightly. He will never allow those Otsutsuki clan to destroy this hard-won peace. And, he also wanted to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Look at what kind of people the so-called gods are. In that case, then it's up to you. Senju Takuya said calmly. As long as the two of them don't look for trouble, he won't bother to care about what the other person wants to do. Before Otsutsuki comes to the ninja world, I will open a small restaurant first. Haxi Hot Mom, do you want to help? I'm extremely happy, Motor. Senju Takuya got goosebumps when he saw the two of them being so passionate about each other, shook his head and ran away quickly. What is this called? Lovers Get Married. Chapter 144 Personal Guard. Mao Yushian, please subscribe. That's all. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama settled in Konoha. The two opened a store together. It's actually quite popular. Only, except for Senju Takuya, everyone who goes to the restaurant to eat. I'm afraid I'll never think of it. Who made these delicacies for them? They turned out to be two men who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world and were all powerful. Seeing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama living in harmony, Senju Takuya couldn't help but feel a little emotional. These days, I'm afraid this is the happiest time in both of their lives, right? After settling the matter of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Senju Takuya continued to work on the plan to transform the ninja world. With his strong support, earth-shaking changes have taken place in the ninja world. Even the poorest remote areas no longer have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation. In the autobiography written by Jiraiya, there is such a sentence. He's the man I can never surpass. The B************** D who stole the love of my life. The savior of the ninja world, Senju Takuya. After the biography was published, Senju Takuya has once again become the subject of discussion on the streets. Everyone sympathized with Jiraiya's plight. After all, as long as the other party is willing, there is probably no woman in the entire ninja world who can resist the charm of Senju Takuya. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Senju Takuya also started planning to continue marrying and having children. It took another 2 years. The population of the Senju clan is close to 400. His descendants, it even reached more than 200 people. This day, Senju Takuya in the Hokage office. Quietly, he looked at the information in his hand about various places in the ninja world. Outside the door, there was a slight knock on the door. Come in, Senju Takuya said calmly. Lord Hokage. Namikaze Minato walked in from the door. Is it Minato? When no one is around, just call me Takuya. Senju Takuya said calmly. Since Hitaki Tsukumo retired, he let Namikaze Minato take over the other party's position and became the leader of Anbu. So, now Namikaze Minato is truly the minister of Anbu. Understood, Hokage-sama, Namikaze Minato said humbly. As time went by, his awe for Senju Takuya grew. Although, under his perception, Senju Takuya is now as harmless as an ordinary person. But, his keen sixth sense told him. Senju Takuya's strength, I'm afraid it's far more powerful than he imagined. He is on the other side's body. I felt a throbbing coming from the depths of my soul. As long as the other party wants, he will lose his life in an instant. Minato, do you have anything to report this time? Seeing Namikaze Minato's appearance, Senju Takuya no longer struggled with the issue of addressing him. He knows, Namikaze Minato will not change. Lord Hokage, the guard responsible for guarding you has been vacant for some time. I have found a few ninjas this time, and they are all good prospects. Namikaze Minato spoke softly. Minato, do you think with my strength, someone needs to protect me? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. Since the founding of Konoha, beside Hokage, there will be 3 personal ninjas to protect the Hokage's safety and convey the Hokage's emergency instructions. Senju Takuya is certainly no exception. Only, he doesn't like someone following him secretly. So, all 3 guards were transferred away. After all, with his strength, no one in the ninja world can hurt him. People who can hurt him. Just a few guards can't change anything. Master Hokage, even if you are strong enough, you don't need anyone else to protect you. But having a guard is always more convenient. Namikaze Minato insisted. Anbu's most important duty is to protect the Hokage. If Hokage doesn't even have a bodyguard by his side, then he, as Minister Anbu, would be derelict in his duties. Forget it, then I'll listen to you. But let's reduce the number of guards to 1. Senju Takuya finally compromised. Anyway, it's something insignificant. Since Namikaze Minato is so insistent, he should agree. 1 is fine. Master Hokage, don't worry Chen. This is the new generation of young ninjas I carefully selected in Anbu. Maybe I'm not that strong, but I can definitely satisfy you when it comes to dealing with problems. Namikaze Minato was happy to see Senju Takuya agree to his request. Subsequently, then he clapped his hands outside. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Immediately afterwards, an Anbu ninja wearing a cat face mask walked in. See Hokage-sama. Anbu ninja half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Lord Hokage, please allow me to introduce you. This one is called. No need, give me her information, and she will be my personal guard from now on. Senju Takuya said calmly. Okay. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and then handed a piece of information to Senju Takuya. Thought, if you want Senju Takuya to accept this escort, you still need to spend a lot of words. Did not expect. The other party actually agreed directly. It is indeed her. Taking the information from Namikaze Minato's hand, Senju Takuya opened it and took a look. Immediately, he nodded secretly in his mind. My guess was correct. The Anbu ninja in front of me is Azuki Shion. That iconic long purple hair is really eye-catching. Did not expect. In the month of Mao 440, Shion was already an adult. These few years, he had been busy reforming the ninja world and marrying a wife and having children. But he ignored the time. It seems, another group of beautiful ninjas have grown up. It's time to start picking. Hokage-sama, seeing Senju Takuya in a daze, Azuki Yuyan, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke timidly. Why didn't Master Hokage say anything? Could it be, is your information not perfect enough? Your name is Uoyuki Shion. Senju Takuya looked at Uozuki Shion and asked calmly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Mao Yushian nodded. What is your aspiration? Senju Takuya asked. Dream. My dream is to become a strong person like Hokage-sama. Mao Yushian said firmly. Nice dream. Take off the mask and let me see what you look like. Senju Takuya said again. Yes. Mao Yushian took off the cat face mask on her face, revealing her cold face. It's so beautiful. You must have many suitors around you, right? Looking at Uesugi Shien's face, Senju Takuya couldn't help but admired. Pretty. So beautiful. Even though he had so many women, he was still stunned when he saw Uesugi Shien for the first time. Chapter 145. Because you are weak, your promise is as light as a straw. Please subscribe. You must have many suitors around you, right? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Hokage-sama, my goal is to become as good a ninja as you. My duty is to protect your safety, even if it costs my life. Other things are beyond my consideration. Mao Yushian said in a deep voice. Yeah, is there no one you like in your heart? Senju Takuya said insinuatingly. No, Mao Yushian is decisive. Senju Takuya smacked his lips after hearing her words. Good guy. Through the conversation just now, he already had a general understanding. Mao Yu Sunset. He is an out-and-out workaholic. It seems, if you want to bring the other person into your harem, I'm afraid it will take some thought. Ordinary method, it's definitely not going to work. In this case, then he can only take other measures. Anyway, Mao Yu Sunset. He is determined. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya's expression became dull. Mao Yushian, you just said that you must protect my safety, even if it costs your life. Yeah, Senju Takuya asked coldly. That's right. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will definitely do this. Uzuki Shien was keenly aware of Senju Takuya's changes. But, she was a little confused. Why did Mr. Hokage, who seemed approachable just now, suddenly become so cold? Just by lowering her head to talk, she could already feel the breathless oppression. Snort. Then come with me, I want to test your strength. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he activated Kamui directly and took Uwazuki Yugon to a dense forest outside Konoha village. Come on. 1. Attack me with all your strength. Senju Takuya said coldly. ... I see. Mao Yushian gritted her teeth. Subsequently, he drew a long knife from his back. Shadow clone technique. Boom. As a puff of smoke rises, Uoyuki Shien created 2 shadow clone. Master Hokage, be careful. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Dance of the 3 suns and moons. Uzuki Shien shouted, and the easygoing shadow clone launched an attack on Senju Takuya at the same time. This blow, she tried her best and didn't hold anything back. After all, although she has always been very confident in her own strength. But, nor would he be so arrogant as to think that with his own strength, he could hurt the man in front of him who created a new pattern in the ninja world. Uwazuki Yugao brandished a long sword and kept approaching Senju Takuya. She is like a skilled dancer. Constantly adjusting his body shape, he is always ready to give his opponent a fatal blow. Too slow. Senju Takuya spoke calmly. Subsequently, 3 quick kicks. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 muffled sounds, Ueyu Shien and the shadow clone she created flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Is this all you have? Senju Takuya looked at Uwazuki Shien lying on the ground and said coldly. Use all your strength, citizens. Senju Takuya shouted softly. As you command. Mao Yushian got up from the ground and held the long knife tightly with both hands. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Hazy moonlight night. Mao Yushian jumped into the air and waved her long knife. Countless afterimages appeared around her. The next second, Uzuki Shien rushed towards Senju Takuya again. Along the way, there are more and more shadows of knives. At the end, the shadow of the knife seemed to form a huge full moon, covering all the blind spots of Senju Takuya. Kill. Mao Yushian's momentum reached its peak, and murderous intent filled the air. Countless sword shadows blasted towards Senju Takuya. Clang. With a crisp sound of jingo clashing, the shadows of swords all over the sky disappeared in an instant. A samurai sword flew into the air, and finally fell to the ground weakly. Quote. Is this the power of Hokage-sama? Looking at the long knife inserted in front of her, Ueyu Shien had an expression of disbelief on her face. She never thought of it. My strongest blow, it was so easily resolved by Hokage-sama. Even, the other party from beginning to end. They just stood there without moving. It was just a move. Is this the power you exerted by risking your life and fighting to the death? Senju Takuya asked coldly. Please forgive me, Hokage-sama. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Senju Takuya's tone, Uesugi Shien immediately half knelt on the ground to apologize. Her performance just now, it's indeed a bit too bad. Snort. A swordsman can't even hold his own sword tightly. With your strength, can you really protect me when I'm in danger? Don't say that you will protect my safety even if you give your life. Because of your weak strength, your life is as light as the grass world. Senju Takuya said coldly. You are right. Mao Yushian gritted her teeth in shame. My strength is still too weak. If I disappoint Master Hokage, I will leave. Please don't blame Minato-sama. Mao Yushian said in despair. How? Do you think that I am here to test your strength this time just to make you give up being my guard? Compared to your own strength, is this the only thing you have? Senju Takuya continued. If I don't want you to be my guard, do you think I will waste my time fighting you? Are you qualified to accept my consideration? If you just give up like this, your so-called sacrifice of your life to protect my safety is just nonsense, right? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Azuki Yugon's eyes were filled with tears. Having grown up smoothly since she was a child, this is the first time she has been criticized so mercilessly by others. Lord Hokage, I was wrong, Mao Yushian said with a disappointed voice. She never thought about it. In the eyes of Lord Hokage, she was so unbearable. No need to say sorry. You go back to Mono and think about it carefully. I'll give you the answer tomorrow whether you want to go or stay. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he turned and left. Although with his identity and status, with just one word, Uyushian can become his woman. But, this is not what Senju Takuya wants. What he wants, it is to let Mao Yushian surrender to herself from the bottom of her heart. So, it is very necessary to attack this woman's self-confidence now. After Senju Takuya left, Uezuki Shion stood up in despair. The blow she received today was really too great. It made her a little confused. Obviously many people have praised her for being excellent. But why, in the mouth of Hokage-sama, is she that unbearable? Whether you want to stay or go, give me the answer tomorrow. Senju Takuya's voice kept echoing in her mind. Mao Yushian's mood was extremely heavy. For the first time in life, she doubted herself. 5 rupees. Chapter 146. Personally guide the practice. Please subscribe. Konoha Village. The streets are particularly lively at night. There was laughter and laughter everywhere. Nowadays, this is the most prosperous place in the ninja world. It has become a holy place in everyone's mind. But, faced with such a scenario, Mao Yushian only felt irritated. What Senju Takuya said to her has been echoing in her mind. This is the first time in my life that I have been criticized like this. Still criticized by the most powerful ninja in the current ninja world, Senju Takuya. The disappointment in Mao Yushian's heart is self-evident. Shian, there was an excited shout from behind. Mao Yushian heard it, but chose not to pay attention. Soon, behind her, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. Shian, what a coincidence. A man ran up to Ueyushian and said hello cheerfully. Hi Feng, are you looking at something? Ueyushian asked expressionlessly as she looked in front of her. It's nothing, I just saw you, so I came here to say hello. Moonlight Hayate smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Mao Yushian said calmly. She was not in the mood to talk to anyone right now. Well, Shian, what happened to you today? Did something unpleasant happen? Moonlight Hayate asked in confusion. Hayate, let me say it again. It's impossible for the two of us. Don't come to me again in the future. Mao Yushian said coldly. She has aspired to become a powerful ninja like Senju 353 Takuya since she was a child. So, love or something, it was completely out of her consideration. Moonlight Blast bothered her every day, which already made her a little angry. **, I just heard that you became Lord Hokage's bodyguard. So, I just want to invite you to have dinner with me. Moonlight Hayate forced a smile. No need. Mao Yushian coldly refused. Stop following me, otherwise, I will kill you. Feeling the substantial murderous intent in Mao Yushian, Yugong Gale stopped in his tracks. As expected, it still doesn't work. Shian, what should I do to make you look at me? Looking at Ueyushian's leaving figure, Moonlight Gale couldn't help but sigh in despair. He has worked very hard to become excellent. Unexpectedly, in exchange for this kind of treatment. Perhaps, should I really choose to give up? Back home, Mao Yushian was lying on the bed. Start quietly thinking about everything that happened today. Daytime. When she was informed that she could become Lord Hokage's personal guard, she was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. After all, only good enough ninjas can win this honor. But, when she met Master Hokage with great hope, the superior man gave her a heavy blow. The swordsmanship she had been proud of growing up was so vulnerable in front of that man. That moment, all her pride was shattered. Because of your weak strength, your willingness to sacrifice your life seems as trivial. Recalling Senju Takuya's words in his mind, Azuki Shion sighed. Yes, with her weak strength, even if you were willing to give your life to protect Lord Hokage, what can you do? She couldn't even take one of Hokage-sama's moves. How could she resist someone who could hurt Master Hokage? Having the responsibility of guarding but not having the ability to guard. It's really bad. Mao Yushian curled up on the bed, bent her legs, and hugged herself with her arms. Tears. Unable to live up to expectations, he stayed. After a long time, Mao Yushian suddenly raised her arms and wiped away her tears. Subsequently, his eyes gradually became firm. I will never give up like this. Master Hokage is right, consciousness is more important than strength. Since I am ready to sacrifice my life for Master Hokage at any time, then what does this setback mean? I'm weak, so make yourself stronger instead of giving up. Yes, Master Hokage must think so too. Otherwise, with his status, why would he waste his time on me? Mao Yushian took a few deep breaths. She has already decided. Anyway, she will never give up. Just practice harder and it will be fine. Hokage Building. Hokage Office. Senju Takuya looked at Azuki Shion wearing a cat face mask and raised his eyebrows. Do you have the answer? Yes, CG Hokage. Mao Yushian said firmly. Tell me your decision. Senju Takuya leaned on the chair, looked at Uezuki Shion and asked calmly. I want to stay. In the future, I will definitely practice harder and I will never let you down like yesterday. Mao Yushian spoke calmly. Senju Takuya nodded noncommittally. Take off your mask. From now on, you don't have to wear a mask all day long. Senju Takuya said casually. For a beautiful woman like Uchiha to wear a mask all day is a waste of money. As commanded, naturally, Uzuki Yugon would not resist Senju Takuya's orders, although she is affiliated with Anbu. But Master Hokage's orders are the ones she must obey unconditionally. You practiced all night yesterday. Seeing the dark circles on Uzuki Shien's face, Senju Takuya frowned. Only then did he notice that Uchiha's hands and feet were covered with bandages. On the bandage, there also seems to be some bloodline leaking out. My strength is too weak, I have to work harder. Mao Yuxian whispered. Nonsense. Come here, let me help you take a look. Senju Takuya scolded, and then grabbed Uzuki Yuyan's hands. A powerful and vigorous vitality was injected into Uchiha's body. Mao Yuxian only felt that her body became extremely relaxed. Not only were the scars from yesterday's training healed, but all the hidden wounds in his body had also disappeared. As this Hokage-sama's method, sensing the situation inside her body, Mao Yuxian couldn't help showing a look of horror. It is said that Tsunade-sama is the best medical ninja in the ninja world. But, compared with Hokage-sama, even Tsunade-sama, I'm afraid he has to accept defeat, right? Of course Mao Yuxian doesn't know. What Senju Takuya uses is not medical ninjutsu at all, but the vitality that is directly instilled. Effect. Naturally, the same cannot be said. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Mao Yuxian half knelt on the ground and said excitedly. She never thought of it. Master Hokage, who was so harsh yesterday, not only did not criticize her, but also gave her such a big benefit. This made Uchiha feel like she was in a dream. Don't work so hard in the future. Senju Takuya said calmly. But, that's my strength. Mao Yuxian hesitated. If she doesn't train hard, how can she improve her sales performance to a level that satisfies the Hokage-sama? Nothing but, in the future, I will devote time to helping you practice. Senju Takuya said forcefully. Hearing his words, Uchiha opened her mouth in disbelief. Did she hear it correctly? Konoha's Hokage, the leader of the Senju clan, the strongest man who unified the ninja world, actually want to personally guide her in practice. Mao Yuxian didn't bother to swallow the saliva in her mouth caused by excessive surprise and spoke. Lord Hokage, are you talking about Zundu and Fake Do? Seeing Uzuki Shien's cute look, Senju Takuya smiled helplessly. Zundu. Chapter 147 What? Cage level at 9 years old. Please subscribe. After forcibly ordering Uzuki Shien to rest for half a day, Senju Takuya took her to the Senju tribe. Here, it has the most luxurious training facilities in the ninja world. It's perfect for practicing. As expected of the Senju clan, they are so arrogant. Walking among the Senju tribe, Mao Yuxian couldn't help but exclaimed. Although it has long been known that the wealth of the Senju family has reached an astonishing level. But, after seeing it with my own eyes, this was the first time she knew. What a shock. Uoyuki Shien felt that her home was not even comparable to the place where the servants of the Senju clan lived. The two walked to the backyard. Moment. A group of children ran over playing with each other. Seeing Senju Takuya, these guys gathered around him. Dad, you came back so early today, a little girl said in a sweet voice with a lollipop in her mouth. Because I finished my business ahead of schedule today. Senju Takuya touched the girl's head and smiled. Dad, look, this is the new doll my mother bought for me. Does it look good? It's beautiful. Dad, this is the latest game console that my mother bought for me. Do you want to play with me? You brat, if you keep guarding against scratches, be careful and I'll beat you up. A group of children surrounded Senju Takuya, chattering non-stop. There was no trace of impatience on Senju Takuya's face. He responds to every child. This scene, Uchiha felt a little surprised. She once thought, a man like Hokage-sama, he must be a strict father. Unexpectedly, Senju Takuya can be so gentle in front of children. Father, are you back? Senju Kabuto ran up to Senju Takuya and said respectfully. Kabuto, are you looking after your younger siblings again? Senju Takuya smiled and patted Kabuto's head. Kabuto inherited Yakushi no No's character. Not only is he very docile and polite, but he also particularly likes children. At a young age, he already looks like a little adult. I am your eldest son, taking care of my younger brothers and sisters is what I should do. A gentle smile appeared on Kabuto's face, and then he glanced at Azuki Yugao standing next to Senju Takuya. Father, are you okay? I won't interrupt. After Kabuto finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya and ran away with the children. What a smart kid. Master Hokage, you are really good at teaching your children. Looking at Kabuto's back, Uoyuki Shien couldn't help but speak. 3 years ago, Kabuto had already defeated Jonin Hitaki Kakashi in a sparring match. Kabuto now, already 9 years old, although the face is still very young. But, the name of that genius has long been spread throughout the ninja world. First time seeing Senju Kabuto, Mao Yuxian did not expect that. Such a genius, to be so gentle and polite. According to reason, such a genius, aren't they generally very proud? Ha ha ha, every child has his own personality. If you saw those two guys Naruto and Sasuke, you wouldn't say such things. Senju Takuya laughed a few times and walked forward with Uzuki Yuinmai. But, how far have you grown now? Walking on the road, Mao Yuxian couldn't help but ask. Well, it's probably around cage level. Senju Takuya said casually. Although Kabuto has awakened many powerful powers, due to his lack of combat experience and physical limitations, the strength can be displayed to about cage level. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Azuki Shion was speechless. Good guy, is it really okay to say such shocking words with such a plain expression? Probably just like cage level. He is only 9 years old. What is the concept of cage level for a 9-year-old? She has practiced hard for so many years, but she is just a special jonin. That's it. She has also been regarded as a rare and outstanding ninja by those around her. The beauty of Mao Shiyan can already be imagined. If this matter spreads, the entire ninja world may be boiling. Actually, it's not just Kabuto, Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi. They all have similar strengths. Senju Takuya continued. Haha, Master Hokage, congratulations. Your children's talents are really enviable. Mao Shiyan reluctantly showed a smile. If she also has this kind of talent, then she has to train like hell. There's nothing to envy. After all, they are children who have inherited my bloodline. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing his words, the corners of Mao Shiyan's mouth twitched. All right, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with saying that. After chatting for a while, the two came to a training ground of the Senju clan. Are you ready? In the next period of time, I will start special training for you. If you are not prepared to endure hardship, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Senju Takuya said indifferently. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I won't let you down. Mao Shiyan said excitedly. Being able to be specially trained by Master Hokage himself is an opportunity that many ninjas could not ask for. It was too late for her to be happy. How could you give up? Senju Takuya nodded after hearing Azuki Shien's words. Then, Uoyuki Shien left the Senju tribe in tears. In the next period of time, Senju Takuya conducts special training for Uazuki Yugon every day. Mao Shien also began the darkest moment in her life. She never thought about it. How could he be so bad? But, it's not like she has gained nothing. During this period of time, her strength has improved rapidly. After all, no matter how ruined the body is, she was able to recover under the nourishment of Senju Takuya. Once again, he continued to practice with a vigorous attitude. And, as I get to know Senju Takuya better, Azuki Yugon also had a complete change in Senju Takuya. The strongest man in the ninja world. On weekdays, very easygoing and easygoing. Sometimes, in addition to special training, he will also tell a few cold jokes. None of it is very funny though. This night, Mao Shiyan left the Senju tribe. On her face, with a faint smile, although I am criticized mercilessly by Hokage-sama every day. But, after criticism, Master Hokage always treats her body thoughtfully. Sometimes, he would also say something to encourage her when she was feeling down. To be treated like this by Hokage-sama, I'm afraid that the entire ninja world, only she can have this kind of treatment, right? Chapter 148 My name, Senju Itachi. Please subscribe. Late at night, Mao Shiyan was walking on her way home. Shi Yan. The sound of the moonlight blast sounded. Mao Shiyan looked at Yu Guangfeng, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Didn't I clearly reject you? Did I not make it clear enough? Mao Shiyan snorted coldly. Shiyan, that's not the case. I just wanted to talk to you. Moonlight Gale said. Chat, what to talk about? Mao Shiyan asked. Shi Yan, you've been staying late at night in the Senju clan's land every day lately. For what? Moonlight Hayate asked. You spy on me. Mao Shiyan frowned. No, I just have some questions. Hokage-sama didn't do anything to you, right? Moonlight Gale couldn't help but speak. During this period of time, Mao Shiyan's, Chiba-san, does not leave the Senju tribe until late at night every day. Sometimes, I would also cry while walking. Moonlight Gale desperately wants to know. Within the Senju tribe's territory, what exactly happens every day? My affairs have nothing to do with you. Step aside, Mao Shiyan said coldly. The guy in front of me seems to be a bit too broad. Tell me, did Lord Hokage coerce you? If this is the case, I will definitely seek justice for you. The more Mao Shiyan said nothing, the more Yu Guangfeng confirmed his guess. After all, the Hokage has already married so many wives. And, she has also been looking for outstanding kunoichi to marry and have children. A beautiful and outstanding ninja like Shi Yan, Hokage will definitely not let it go, right? It's enough. You dare to slander Lord Hokage, I think you don't want to live anymore. When Mao Shiyan heard Yu Guangfeng's words, her expression became completely indifferent. The murderous intention in his body, it also began to rise continuously. How dare you slander an excellent ninja like Lord Hokage? Simply inexcusable. Shi Yan, you don't have to be afraid. Even Master Hokage cannot force this kind of thing. Moonlight Gale said loudly. Mao Shiyan did not continue to argue with Yugong Gale, but slowly pulled out her long sword. Seeing this scene, Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth. Shi Yan, you are no match for me. Cut the nonsense. Mao Shiyan's eyes were cold, and her aura began to surge. It seems that I have to defeat you first. Moonlight Gale took a deep breath and pulled out the long knife in his hand. Based on past experience, Uchiha Shiyan is definitely not his opponent. So, Moonlight Gale is not afraid of Mao Shiyan's anger at all. Konoha Swordsmanship Secret Sword Moon Shadow. Moonlight Hayate's figure instantly turned into several afterimages, and rushed towards Uoyuki Shion. Mao Shion also activated her sword skills. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. In the dark, there was a violent collision. Both Moonlight Hayate and Uozuki Yugo are the successors of the Konoha swordsmanship style. Just a moment, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves against each other. When the two figures appeared again, Uyu Shion's long knife was already placed on Yu Gongale's neck. How is it possible? Looking at the long knife hanging on his neck, Shi Guangzhonfeng had a look of shock on his face. FTE, how could he be defeated so easily? You are too weak now. Mao Shion snorted proudly. During this period of time, she has been undergoing special training with Senju Takuya. Strength, it has long since changed. There is no problem at all against special Jonin like Moonlight Hayate. After Mao Shion finished speaking, she stabbed forward with the long force in her hand. The sharp blade instantly opened a gash in Moonlight Gale's neck. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. Next time you dare to slander Lord Hokage, I will definitely kill you myself. After Mao Shion warned Yu Guangfeng, she turned around and left. Although this guy's behavior was very annoying, she would not really kill him as a ninja from the same village. Hope the other party can learn from today's lesson. Hateful. Looking at Uyu Shion's leaving figure, Yu Gongdalifeng's face was gloomy. Mao Shion's performance made him very angry. After taking out the bandage and briefly bandaging the wound, Moonlight Gale looked at the Senju clan again. Senju Takuya, you already have so many women, why do you still come to persecute Shion? This time, no matter what, I won't let you succeed. Shion's happiness will be protected by me. Moonlight Hayate said coldly. At this time, there was a gentle sound of footsteps in the shadow not far from Moonlight Blast. Not long after, a little boy came out. Little boy's face, he has a maturity that is beyond his age. Little devil, what do you call Chi? Tell me, what did you just hear? Yu Guangfeng looked at the little boy in front of him and said with a gloomy expression. The words he just said must not be exposed. If the little boy in front of him really heard something, then he would have no choice but to kill and silence him. Originally I wanted to let you live. But, you still chose the wrong answer. The little boy shook his head. Let me live. Who are you? Moonlight Gale was secretly vigilant. Years of ninja experience told him that a normal little boy would never say such a thing. My name is Itachi, and Brother Chen asked me to be responsible for escorting Mr. Shion home safely. The little boy continued to speak expressionlessly. Weasel, are you, Senju Itachi? Moonlight Gale's pupils shrank. Senju Itachi is a talented ninja known for a long time. Although not very old, but the strength cannot be underestimated. Through escape, without any hesitation, Moonlight Gale directly used his blood inheritance limit. His figure instantly became transparent and blended into the surrounding environment. It's useless. Itachi snorted lightly. His eyes immediately turned into Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, and Kagura's hard eyes perception technique was also activated directly. Under the perception of Sharingan and Kagura's inner eye, there is no way to hide the penetration of the Moonlight Blast. The next second, Itachi's figure disappeared. Poof. Although I know that Senju Itachi's strength is definitely not weak. For the Senju clan, with his special Jonin strength, coupled with the special blood inheritance limit. After Itachi skillfully disposed of Moonlight Hayate's body, he chased after Uzuki Shion in the direction he left. His consciousness completely sank. 0.9 with a muffled sound. Isis. He was still killed instantly. But, this was the last thought that flashed through Moonlight Hayate's mind. Moonlight Gale covered his chest and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Even a little devil possesses such powerful power. He still didn't think of it. Is this the heritage of the Senju clan? Fire-style Great Fireball technique. No matter who is hostile to the Senju clan, he will never allow it. Immediately, the kunai in Itachi's hand pierced into Moonlight Hayate's heart. Chapter 149. The special training is over. Shiyan's thoughts. Please subscribe. Konoha Village. Senju Tribe Land. Senju Takuya looked at Uozuki Shion with a faint smile on his face. Well, after a period of special training, your strength is now very good. Let's end the special training here. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uzuki Shion, who was still in high spirits, suddenly became disappointed and got up. Master Hokage, I feel that my strength is far from enough. Mao Shion whispered, although, her strength has improved a lot compared to before. But, in front of Senju Takuya. But there was still no way to fight back. Such power, how can we protect the safety of Lord Hokage? And, during this period of time, every day of special training, it was the happiest day she had ever had. If possible, she wanted the special training to continue. Shion, with your talent, it doesn't make much sense to continue special training. Senju Takuya said calmly. Uzuki Shion's current strength has reached the level of elite Jonin. This kind of strength, it is already the ceiling for ordinary ninjas. There is no special constitution or blood inheritance limit 29. Want to go further, it's almost impossible. And, Senju Takuya's goals, it was to bring Mao Shion into the harem. I don't really want to accompany her for special training. I see. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uzuki Shion gritted his teeth and nodded. She also knew it in her heart. It is already a great gift for Master Hokage to devote so much time to help her improve her strength. She couldn't ask for more. Shiyan, although the special training has stopped, but you can come here to train as usual in the future. Senju Takuya chuckled. Thank you Hokage-sama for your kindness. A forced smile appeared on Uchiha-shien's face. This is the homeland of the Senju clan. It is the training ground for Hokage-sama and his children. With her status, after finishing the special training, there is absolutely no reason to stay here anymore. Even if Master Hokage personally invites her, she is not shameless enough to come here to train every day. While the two were chatting, Kabuto ran over with a group of younger brothers and sisters. As soon as these little guys saw Mao Yuzai's face, they gathered around him enthusiastically. For a time, Uchiha felt a little overwhelmed. Sister Shien, please come and play more in the future. We all miss you very much. Yes, as beautiful as Sister Shien, if I don't see her for a day, I won't be able to sleep at night. Sister Shien, this is the candy my mother bought for me. Here it is for you to eat. A group of little guys surrounded Mao Yuzai with cooing sounds, chattering non-stop. And he also took the initiative to share his snacks. Soon, Mao Yuzai could no longer hold it in her hands. Oh, there are so many. You can keep these things to eat. I promise you, I will come here often in the future. Mao Yuzai said with a smile. Then it's settled. Okay, hook up. Looking at the scene in front of him, Senju Takuya smiled and patted Kabuto on the shoulder. Kabuto, you did a good job. With this bond, Mao Yuzai will not have any burden even if she comes over often in the future. Father, this was not my idea. It was Naruto's idea. Kabuto smiled gently. Oh, yeah, Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. That guy Naruto, with his carefree personality, could actually think of such a method. Listen to Naruto, this is a method learned from a book. If you want to win a woman's favor, arousing her maternal nature is a good way to do it. If I remember correctly, the name of the book seems to be, Making Love in Paradise. Kabuto continued, Make out heaven. Why does Naruto read this kind of book? Senju Takuya frowned. Since Kakashi-senpai carried that book with him wherever he went, Naruto got a copy out of curiosity. Kabuto told everything he knew. For my father, he won't hide anything. That Kakashi guy, Senju Takuya snorted coldly, completely forgot about it. Then, it is because of him. Only Kakashi came into contact with the book Making Love in Heaven. Kabuto, ask Kakashi and Naruto to come to me. Senju Takuya said coldly. These two guys must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if it grows crookedly. Father, these two may not be able to come. Kabuto said. Why? Senju Takuya asked strangely. Are you going out on a mission? No. Kabuto shook his head and continued to speak. Yesterday, Naruto said that he got a lot of inspiration from reading the book Making Love in Heaven. Immediately, in front of Kakashi, he performed 10 self-created ninjutsu, Ha-ing technique. It's just that, Kushina's mother saw it. So, Naruto and Kakashi are still recovering in Konoha Hospital. Kabuto said calmly. After hearing what Kabuto said, Senju Takuya smiled helplessly. Harem technique. He could already imagine the scene. Father, I heard Itachi say that Lord Shien has a suitor named Moonlight Hayate. Because he had a grudge against the Senju clan, he was killed by Itachi. Kabuto spoke slowly. Senju Takuya didn't take it to heart. Just kill. Feeling that the time was almost up, Kabuto called his younger brothers and sisters to leave. After they left, Yu Yuyan returned to Senju Takuya. Shi-yan, the children really like you. Senju Takuya smiled. Hokage-sama, I like them too. These little guys are all very smart. Mao Yuzai said with a smile. Yeah, then why don't you marry me? This way, you can stay with these little guys every day. Senju Takuya suddenly said, as you command. Mao Yuzai opened her mouth in surprise. Lord Hokage, want to let yourself marry him? I've been very happy staying with you for a while. So, if you are willing, just be my wife. Senju Takuya said gently. Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say 740. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Azuki Shien lowered her head and pinched the corners of her clothes tightly. If it was before, she would reject Senju Takuya without hesitation. After all, her dream, become an excellent ninja all the time, rather than becoming a woman who takes care of her husband and raises her children. But, after this period of time together, Azuki Yugan has fallen in love with Senju Takuya without knowing it. She likes this man's gentleness, likes this man's humor, admires this man's strength, and likes to play with the little guys of the Senju clan. Only, she has never asked for anything. A woman like herself can arouse the interest of Lord Hokage. Shi-yan, you can think about it slowly and don't have to give me an answer so quickly. Senju Takuya said thoughtfully. If possible, he generally doesn't like to force others. Letting a woman agree is always his first choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much time cultivating a relationship with Uchiha. No, Master Hokage, I will give you the answer now. Mao Yuzai took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. She felt like she was in a dream now. Being able to become Lord Hokage's wife is something that many women dream of. Not to mention, now she has realized her own intention. So, there is nothing to hesitate about. Azuki Shien looked at Senju Takuya and mustered up the courage to speak. Lord Hokage, I want to be your wife. Chapter 150. Mrs. Hokage, it's time for us to sleep, please subscribe. Lord Hokage, I am willing to marry you. Mao Yuzai mustered up her courage and said. She was afraid that if she hesitated, she would lose this opportunity forever. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya showed a triumphant smile on his face. It seems, his charm is still great. An independent woman who inspired to become a strong-willed woman in the new era, she won it in just such a short time. Shi-Yan, don't worry, I will treat you well. Just like my other wives. Senju Takuya touched Azuki Yugon's head and smiled. Del, Hokage-sama, I will also work hard to be a qualified wife. You won't be disappointed, Mao Yushian also said firmly. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have such determination. Then I'll wait and see. Senju Takuya looked at Uezuki Shien's handsome face, lowered his head and kissed her. This sweet fruit, it's just a little too tempting. After Uezuki Shien agreed to marry him, Senju Takuya did not delay. 3 days later, the two held a grand wedding. This wedding, not only held in Konoha, it was also broadcast on television to the entire ninja world. Azuki Yugao made Senju Takuya realize that a new generation of kunoichi has grown up. Advertising, it's better not to fall behind. Amid the envy and blessings of everyone, the wedding of Senju Takuya and Uezuki Yuyan was held. Sitting on the wedding bed, Mao Yushian still felt like she was in a dream. A few days ago, she is still a Hokage guard who was struggling to improve her own strength. Did not expect, today I have transformed into a Hokage. Thinking of the envious eyes of the little sisters next to her when they learned that she was about to marry Senju Takuya, Azuki Shien's vanity was greatly satisfied. If you want to marry Lord Hokage, you have to defeat countless competitors. Just when Mao Yushian was thinking wildly, the door was pushed open. Senju Takuya walked into the room. Shien, Senju Takuya called softly. Subsequently, go to the bed. He took Mao Yushian into his arms. This kind of thing, it was already a familiar road for him. KTI, Azuki Shien lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Senju Takuya's eyes. Mrs. Hokage, it's time for us to go to bed. Senju Takuya followed Azuki Shien's name and smiled. Hearing this sentence, Mao Yushian felt as if her whole body was on fire instantly. Extremely hot, I can no longer muster any strength. I am already Lord Hokage's wife. BB, wedding night, what a wife should do for her husband. She should do it now, right? Mao Yushian tried hard to recall the knowledge related to these 3 days of bad tonic. But before she could figure it out, a pair of big hands had completely controlled her. Quote exclamation mark quote. Ding, marry a wife, Mao Yushian, and get a reward, physical skills strengthened by 100%. Ding, love my wife Mao Yushian, and get a reward, physical fitness +1. Following the system prompt, Senju Takuya felt a warm current flow into his body. Under the influence of this warm current, he just felt that his whole body was full of strength. Physical skills are strengthened by 100%. Unexpectedly, the rewards given by the system are becoming more and more generous now. Senju Takuya smiled, although Mao Yuexian is very good looking. But, he is not the kind of ninja with powerful talents and blood inheritance limits. According to the past, for marrying a ninja like Uezuki Shien, the rewards given to him will not be particularly generous. But, as his strength increases, the rewards given by the system are becoming more and more generous. This time, directly rewarded with twice the strength in physical skills. To know, this is not just a simple strengthening of physical skills, related to physical arts, strength, explosive power, control, balance, durability. A series of attributes are equivalent to all being strengthened, although it is only doubled. But, he can't stand up to his own strength. Although no qualitative change has occurred yet. But Senju Takuya feels, now I face 6 paths Madara from the original novel. It should be easy to win. After all, the accumulation over the years is no joke. Just 3-dimensional attributes such as physique, chakra, and mental strength are enough to crush the opponent. If this continues, it won't be long before I reach the level of a blood successor. Senju Takuya secretly said excitedly. Blood inheritance snare, that is a level of life above 6 paths. After entering the blood succession snare, you can truly achieve immortality. Even without any help from the outside world, immortality can be achieved. Otsutsuki Kagaya is a good example. Even if she is defeated, no one can kill her, they can only seal her. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has lost 10 tails, the chakra in her body is still very terrifying. If there is a chance, we must take back these chakras. Senju Takuya thought silently. There is a ninja named Beruhu in the ninja world. A classmate of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade at the same time. If I remember correctly, that guy invented a forbidden technique called Onigaro technique. Being able to snatch other people's chakra, bloodline limits, etc. into one's own and become one's own power. Although this forbidden technique has great side effects. But Senju Takuya believes, with his strong support, Belahu, Orochimaru and others studied together. This forbidden technique, there will always be a day when things can improve. After eliminating the side effects of forbidden technique, he can use this forbidden technique to snatch the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya and turn it into his own power. It seems, just wait until you find time to go find Orochimaru. I don't know if this guy has ever changed back into a man's body. Mao Yushian asked shyly. Shien, I still have some things to deal with. Having just become Senju Takuya's wife, she just wants to be with her husband. Having a good relationship with those sisters is the most important thing. After hearing his words, Mao Yushian did not continue to ask. I just suddenly thought of some trivial matters. Senju Takuya said casually. Senju Takuya smiled. What are you thinking about? Nothing, husband. what are you going to do later? Hearing his words, Uchiha nodded. So, let's talk about the rest tonight. Husband, you should also go get acquainted with Kushina and the others, Gu. This is indeed how it should be. She just got married. Seeing Senju Takuya pondering, Uzumaki couldn't help but ask. Chapter 151 Red Lotus. Please subscribe. The next day, early morning, Senju Takuya walked out of the room refreshed. Last night, he enjoyed it very much. In order to please him, Uchiha had no bottom line at all. No matter what kind of request he made, the other party would agree to him without hesitation. This makes the experience of Senju Takuya very good. Of course, it is precisely for this reason that Uchiha has been lying on the bed and sleeping deeply until now. After leaving the room, Senju Takuya activated Kamui and came to Orochimaru's experimental base. Door. Kimimaro stood by. Seeing the sudden appearance of Senju Takuya, Kimimaro showed a look of respect on his face. Takuya-sama. Kimimaro bowed respectfully. Kimimaro, how are you doing lately? Senju Takuya looked at Kimimaro and asked calmly. Back to Master Takuya, my body is completely healed. The blood disease has also been cured by Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro's voice was trembling with excitement. Original, he can only survive in the dark and damp dungeon every day. I want to break my head. I can't imagine the meaning of living in this world. But, Senju Takuya's appearance 230. Let light appear for the first time in his dark life. The other party brought him back to Konoha, and also had his blood disease cured. This makes Kimimaro have a blind admiration for Senju Takuya. Congratulations. Senju Takuya chuckled. Kimimaro was cured. That means, blood-borne disease is no longer a terminal illness. After, he can also feel relieved. After all, his children, the power of blood in his body is strong. Each talent is stronger than the last. The probability of suffering from blood diseases is many times higher than that of ordinary people. Although he is there, blood disease cannot kill your child. But, what about the children of future children? He can't always take action himself, right? With this method, he no longer has to worry about this aspect. Takuya-sama, I will inform Orochimaru Tensei now. Trouble. Kimimaro walked happily towards the depths of the experimental base. Although it is just a briefing. But he was still very excited to be able to work for Lord Senju Takuya. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps. Orochimaru came out wearing normal clothes. CJFD. Takuya-kun, why are you here today? Just go in directly from now on. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Senju Takuya. Now Orochimaru has completely lost the cold aura of before. Instead, it is a feminine temperament. I still like talking to you here. Senju Takuya said calmly. He had made up his mind. Before Orochimaru could change back into a man's body, he had better stay as far away from him as possible. Takuya-kun, do you have any instructions for coming this time? Orochimaru asked, looking at Senju Takuya. Do you remember Billahu? Senju Takuya said softly. Quote. What a long-lasting name. If I remember correctly, he should be a ninja at the same time as me. Became Kazuha's rebellious ninja decades ago. After that, there was no news. Orochimaru thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. Takuya-kun, why would you ask about such a person? Orochimaru asked with some confusion. In his memory, Billahu was just an ordinary ninja with mediocre talent. There is neither a strong bloodline limit nor any talent that is different from ordinary people. Such a person, why was Senju Takuya noticed? You don't need to know this. You draw his portrait, and I'll have someone look for it. Senju Takuya said casually. At this time, he was also not sure whether Billahu had brought out the Onigaro technique. So, before meeting Billahu, he wasn't going to tell Orochimaru anything. Takuya-kun, your words are really hurtful. Orochimaru sighed softly. Subsequently, a portrait of Billahu was drawn on the spot, although it has been many years. However, the appearance of Billahu should not change much. Orochimaru gives the painting to Senju Takuya. When Billahu defected, it was already done. So, looks and stuff, there won't be much change. Besides this, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Now that you have mastered genetic technology, also, there are Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells. So, I want you to use these materials to create a device that can continuously produce chakra. Senju Takuya spoke. A device that continuously produces chakra. Orochimaru frowned. That's right, ability to generate chakra on its own and store it. Senju Takuya added. If such a thing can really be developed, then there will be no need to worry about insufficient chakra in the future. Of course, Senju Takuya doesn't expect anything like this, to be able to compare with tailed beasts or something like that. It can be used as a power bank for ordinary cage-level ninjas. I see. Orochimaru nodded. Every time Senju Takuya comes, he makes some strange requests. The key is, once these requirements are met, a revolutionary progress will occur in the ninja world. This kind of mind, it was really beyond his reach. Okay, that's all I have to explain. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Senju Takuya finished explaining, he was ready to leave directly. And Orochimaru, he really didn't have anything to talk about. Wait a minute, Takuya-kun. I have a gift for you. Orochimaru stopped Senju Takuya and said. Gift. Senju Takuya was a little confused. If it weren't for Takuya-kun, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. So, just consider it my thanks. Orochimaru whispered. Senju Takuya not only provided him with the most advanced laboratory in the ninja world and various rare and precious experimental materials. And he also imparted a lot of knowledge to him. It gave him great enlightenment in many aspects. So, when Orochimaru occasionally has some free time, he will think about what gift to repay Senju Takuya. Come out, Orochimaru said calmly. Subsequently, a tall woman with blue hair came out. Joined Takuya-sama. The woman was half kneeling on the ground and respectfully saluted Senju Takuya. Her name is Honglian, and she was originally the container I planned to use for reincarnation. She has a special blood inheritance limit, crystal style. It is a powerful blood inheritance boundary that can instantly crystallize any object. Listening to Orochimaru's introduction, the corners of Senju Takuya's mouth curled up slightly. Good guy. First Anko. Now it's Gurren again. How he feels. Orochimaru is also very talented in pimping. Chapter 152 I'm so nervous that I want to faint. Gurren, from now on you will follow Takuya-kun. Orochimaru looked at Gurren and said softly. Yes, Gurren responded. As Orochimaru's subordinate, she is naturally very familiar with Senju Takuya's affairs. Naturally, she would not have any objections to a ninja that could make even Orochimaru-sama surrender willingly. Takuya-kun, are you satisfied with my gift? Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya and smiled softly. Not bad. Orochimaru, if you discover anything new in the future, remember to contact me at any time. 1. Of course, if it's not a high-quality woman, I don't want it. Senju Takuya also Kaido. Orochimaru is very talented at recruiting talents. If he is willing to help him find beautiful women, Senju Takuya will naturally not refuse. Understood. Then I'll go back first. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned and left the laboratory. Kimimaro glanced at Gurren enviously, with a look of admiration on his face. Gurren is really lucky. He was actually appreciated by Takuya-sama. It would be great if he was also a girl. Honglian, let's go too. Yes, Julian just nodded in agreement. Subsequently, then he felt his body twisting. Immediately afterwards, with a burst of dizziness, Gurren found himself in the Hokage office. This, time and space ninjutsu. Gurren exclaimed. Haha, it's just a little trick used to rush on the road. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. A little trick for getting on the road. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Gurren couldn't help but complain in his heart. Time and space ninjutsu, but it is the most difficult ninjutsu to master in the ninja world. Same, every time and space ninjutsu is very powerful. Just judging from the performance just now, the time and space ninjutsu performed by Senju Takuya is very powerful. After all, teleport instantly from Orochimaru's experimental base to the Hokage office. This distance, but it spanned almost half of the village. But even so, in Senju Takuya's mouth, it's just a little trick used to get on the road. Can only say, as expected of Senju Takuya. Okay, Gurren, although Orochimaru gave you to me as a gift, I still want to ask you, in what capacity are you going to stay by my side? Senju Takuya asked softly. Identity. Takuya-sama, I am a person without an identity. As long as you want, I will do anything for you. Gurren hurriedly Kaido after hearing what Senju Takuya said. To a ninja like her, identity or something, it is an extremely luxurious thing. Do not talk like that. Here I am, you can speak your mind freely. Senju Takuya said calmly. Yes, Gurren nodded excitedly. Subsequently, he glanced at Senju Takuya and spoke slowly. Takuya-sama, I want to be your bodyguard and protect your safety. Gurren said after thinking for a while. That's it. Senju Takuya nodded noncommittally. No, if you have any difficulties, you can completely ignore what I just said. Seeing Senju Takuya's lack of interest, Gurren said in a panic. Don't be afraid, I'm just a little disappointed. I originally thought that with my charm, you would want to become my wife. Senju Takuya pretended to be disappointed. Success, become your wife. Gurren asked in shock. That's right, you also know that I have a plan to choose a wife. If you are willing, I can marry you into the Senju clan. Senju Takuya chuckled. After hearing his words, Honglian was completely stunned. She had never thought that Senju Takuya would be willing to marry someone like her. To know, whoever marries Senju Takuya is not a carefully selected outstanding kunoichi. Both his strength and his family background are impeccable. Like her, I have been an orphan from another ninja village since I was a child. After being adopted by Orochimaru, he has also been living in darkness without seeing the light of day. She is already very happy to be valued by a strong person like Senju Takuya. But, now Senju Takuya actually said, want to marry her. Gurren, how are you? Do you want to? Seeing Gurren's silence, Senju Takuya took the initiative to ask. This time it was really sudden. It is reasonable if the other party disagrees. I do. Of course I do. Takuya-sama, Honglian was so excited that she couldn't help herself. People like her original goal in life was to find someone worthy of her allegiance. Give your life for it. Unexpectedly, today I can have such an opportunity. How could she miss it? That's great. I will prepare for our marriage as soon as possible. Besides, don't be like this again. I promise to let you live a life countless times happier than a normal person. Senju Takuya continued. Honglian was even more excited and couldn't contain herself. Being able to live a normal life again is already a luxury for her. Not to mention a life that is countless times happier than ordinary people. Takuya-sama, thank you. Gurren said sincerely. You're welcome. You will be my wife from now on. There's no need to be so polite between the two of us. Senju Takuya smiled. By the way, after I finish handling today's affairs, I will take you back to the Senju clan. Yes. Gurren stood respectfully behind Senju Takuya, watching Senju Takuya carefully handle the files on the desktop. Gradually, Gurren was deeply attracted to Senju Takuya. The other party was not as cold and arrogant as imagined. On the contrary, his attitude towards her was so good that she doubted whether she was dreaming. Such a man, what reason does she have for not marrying him? Red Lotus, what are you thinking about? Senju Takuya watched Gurren come back to his senses, with a gentle smile on his face. Takuya-sama, it's nothing. Has your file been processed? Gurren looked at the empty table and asked. Now, please follow me back to the Senju tribe. I will introduce Kushina and the others to you. Senju Takuya said calmly. As commanded. Gurren said habitually. I told you that you are not allowed to say such things in the future. Senju Takuya frowned. He doesn't like his wife's attitude towards him. Oh, I see. Gurren nodded. Immediately. It's time to meet Lord Takuya's wives. You must not let go of the chain. Gurren carefully arranged her makeup. She had faced countless life and death situations without any trouble, but now she was so nervous that she wanted to faint. Chapter 153. Save some face for me in front of Sister Honglian. Under the leadership of Senju Takuya, Gurren followed him to the Senju clan's territory. Looking at the luxurious buildings and beautiful gardens in the Senju tribe, Honglian felt that her eyes were not enough. This is really beautiful, even if it is a dream. She had never dreamed of such a beautiful scene. And later, she is most likely the mistress here. How could this make her not excited? After passing through the extremely luxurious front yard, Honglian and Senju Takuya came to the backyard of the Senju tribe. The buildings here are not as magnificent as the front yard. But, the path is deep, it feels a bit more comfortable than the front yard. Dad, you're back. Occasionally, I ran past several children and greeted Senju Takuya enthusiastically. Behind them, there is often a young and beautiful woman or several sturdy slaves. 163, saw them sweating profusely in a hurry, and the children laughed and ran even more happily. Seeing this scene, there was a hint of envy in Gurren's eyes. Such a happy childhood, she didn't know how many times it had appeared in her dreams. But every time I wake up from a dream, all you see are cold walls. This will be your home from now on. They are all my children. If they are naughty, just take care of them. Senju Takuya keenly noticed Gurren's emotions, so he spoke to calm down. How is this possible? Children, it is their nature to be naughty. Let them grow up healthy and happy like this. For the first time, Gurren refuted what Senju Takuya said. Because she had an incomplete childhood, Honglian felt that being happy was the most important thing when she was a child. Ha ha ha, whatever you want. Senju Takuya laughed a few times and continued walking forward. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large mansion. Husband, you are back. When they saw Senju Takuya, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto and others, they came over one after another. Kushina-sama, Mikoto-sama, Nono-sama, Hayakura-sama. Hello. Honglian saluted everyone respectfully. No need to bother. Since my husband brought you here, it means that we will be a family from now on. If you don't mind, just call us sister. Uzumaki Kushina smiled. She knows Senju Takuya's heart best. The woman named Honglian in front of her is sweet-looking and tall. It must be Takuya's newly chosen wife. Okay, Juksen, oh, no, sister. Gurren spoke in a low voice. That's right, good sister. Come in, we are about to eat. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and took Gurren's hand. The rest of the people also showed friendly eyes. Seeing this scene, Honglian felt a lot more at peace. The expected difficulty did not happen. It seems, my life will not be too sad in the future. At the same time, Honglian was also very excited. These people in front of me, she used to be someone she looked up to. Unexpectedly, in the future, I can become sisters with them. Come to the room. Gurren was once again shocked by the luxury of the Senju clan. Those hundreds of tables were filled with all kinds of delicacies, and every dish was extremely exquisite. And, there are many precious ingredients among them. Inside the room, permeated with an alluring aroma, Gurren couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In normal times, Master Takuya, are they just eating these things at home? Isn't this a bit too luxurious? Fortunately, no one noticed Gurren's embarrassment. Under the care of Uzumaki Kushina, Honglian also started to taste the food. The time for a meal passes quickly. After eating, Senju Takuya called Tsunade to his side. Smelly brother, what do you want to be promoted to? You are not allowed to do bad things in broad daylight. Tsunade sat 5 meters away from Senju Takuya with alert eyes. No way, Senju Takuya is always dishonest. She didn't want to show any indecent expression in front of her new sister. Sister Tsunade, are you so afraid? I'm a gentleman, okay. Seeing Tsunade's wary look, Senju Takuya said helplessly. Snort, if you are a gentleman, this ninja world will be full of gentlemen. If you say something like this, ask your sisters who will believe you. Tsunade said with a slight snort. Hearing the words, Senju Takuya looked around and found that everyone was snickering with their heads down and their mouths covered. It's just that no one stood up to speak for him. Okay, you guys have stiff wings. It seems that tonight, my husband is going to revive his relationship. Senju Takuya pretended to be angry. Hearing his words, everyone said, "Poof," in unison, then turned and ran away. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya showed a proud smile. This is the glory of man. In a word, everyone just ran away. Smelly brother, hurry up and get down to business. Tsunade felt even more uneasy when he saw that he and Gurren were the only ones left in the room. If she wasn't afraid of being dealt with later, she would have run away by now. I'm currently looking for a ninja named Beiruhu. After you find him, you and Orochimaru will be responsible for assisting him in perfecting his ninjutsu. Senju Takuya slowly spoke. Beiruhu, what a familiar name. When Tsunade heard Beiruhu's name, he felt very familiar. But, after thinking for a while, still didn't think of it. Takuya, what ninjutsu are you talking about? Tsunade asked curiously. Just perfecting a ninjutsu. He even asked her to assist with Orochimaru. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Is it worthy of such attention? Let's talk about these things after we find Beiruhu. Senju Takuya doesn't have much explanation. Tsunade nodded after listening. Is there anything else? Tsunade continued to ask. Come closer and I'll tell you quietly. 2.1. Senju Takuya smiled. Do not. I suddenly remembered that I had something else to do, so I left first. Seeing the smile on Senju Takuya's face, Tsunade instantly realized something was wrong. Pity. Before she could stand up, she felt a blur in front of her eyes. When she woke up again, she was already in Senju Takuya's arms. Sister Tsunade, you are very disobedient now. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Senju Takuya asked, lowering his head. Husband, I have only one request. Quote. Tsunade sighed. It seems, she couldn't hide today. Any request? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Tsunade blushed and whispered in Senju Takuya's arms. Save some face for me in front of Sister Honglian. Chapter 154. Husband, in addition to Crystal Style, I also have many blood succession limits. Please subscribe. Ding. Marry your wife Honglian and get the reward. Crystal Style blood inheritance limit. Ding. Be in love with your wife Honglian and get a reward. Mental power +1. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, the corners of Senju Takuya's mouth raised slightly. Although the rewards are not particularly generous. But, Gurren has a good figure. That tall figure, and a character that is willing to agree to any request. She is simply the woman that men dream of. After a night of fighting, Senju Takuya brought Gurren to the training ground of the Senju clan. Husband, what are we going to do? Gurren looked at Senju Takuya and asked strangely. Help you improve your strength. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Gurren's face showed a hint of expression. Ix, do you feel that your strength is too weak? Don't think too much. As my wife, I can never be a vase. Even when I'm not around, you still have to have the power to protect yourself. So, don't worry, everyone here has received special training from me. Senju Takuya saw Gurren's disappointed expression and explained. Oh, so that's it. Gurren quietly breathed a sigh of relief. 29. If everyone is like this, then she has nothing to worry about. It really scared her to death just now. She thought, Senju Takuya dislikes her lack of strength. Alright, show me your power first. Senju Takuya said calmly to Gurren. Understood. Gurren nodded in response. Subsequently, went to a wooden pile. Crystal style crystal shuriken. Honglian made a seal with his hands. Moment. Dozens of shurikens that looked like snowflakes appeared out of thin air and quickly nailed the trapped barrel in front of them. Crystal style crystal five-corner road. After using the crystal shuriken, Gurren continued to form seals all the time. In a straight line in front of her, there are countless spikes breaking out of the ground. If it gets pricked, I'm afraid it will turn into a hedgehog instantly. Crystal style Kui Jing Lao. Gurren shouted again. Immediately afterwards, the wooden pile in front was instantly sealed by the crystal. This is her most powerful sealing technique. As long as it is sealed inside, you will die instantly within a few seconds. Next, Gurren demonstrated a lot of ninjutsu related to crystal style. Crystal style crystal 5 sealed prisons. Crystal style clone technique. Crystal style Kui Jing labyrinth technique. Crystal style a series of light. After a long while, Gurren demonstrated all his best ninjutsu. Immediately, panting, he looked at Senju Takuya. Honey, I don't have chakra anymore. Gurren said with difficulty while breathing heavily. She couldn't bear the release of so many ninjutsu at once. That's enough. Senju Takuya put his hand on Gurren's body. Subsequently, a gentle warmth flowed into Gurren's body. Stimulated by this warm current, Honglian only felt that her body became extremely comfortable. And, the chakra that was originally consumed, he miraculously recovered. Quote. Husband, what have you done? Gurren looked at Senju Takuya in shock. A move that can instantly restore physical strength and chakra. Simply unheard of. It's just a small trick. Seeing Gurren's surprised look, Takuya smiled faintly. Hearing his words, Honglian snorted secretly. You care about this? Call it a little trick. Good guy. Ninja battle. Chakra and physical strength are the most important things. A technique that allows a ninja to instantly restore chakra and physical strength. If word spreads, I don't know how many people will fight for it. But in the eyes of her husband, this level of technique, is it just a small trick? Then those moves she just performed are not even considered small tricks, right? I already have a rough idea of your strength. Next, let me give you some special training. Senju Takuya said softly. Good. Gurren also gradually became excited. Being able to be personally mentored by Senju Takuya, I'm afraid not many people in the entire ninja world can have this kind of treatment, right? First of all, although some of your ninjutsu look gorgeous, they are not practical. Senju Takuya spoke. Gorgeous ninjutsu often only consumes more chakra. Other than that, it doesn't have much effect. For example, the ninjutsu of Crystal Shuriken. Instead of spending energy and chakra to condense crystals like snowflakes, it is better to directly create a slender and sharp stick. Like this, Senju Takuya grabbed it casually. The next second, a short, slender stick made of crystals appeared in his hand. Hiss, husband, how do you? Seeing Senju Takuya's actions, Gurin was shocked and speechless. Crystal style is her unique blood inheritance limit. Why, can Senju Takuya also be used? How should I say it? In the final analysis, the blood inheritance limit is just a mixture of two properties of chakra. For example, crystal style is a mixture of fire chakra and earth chakra. So, it's a very reasonable thing for me to be able to use it, right? Senju Takuya explained with a smile. Hearing Senju Takuya's explanation, Gurin was even more confused. Although what he said seems to be correct. But, the mixing ratio of chakra is different for each type of blood inheritance limit. Even for ninjas with such blood inheritance limits, exercising these blood inheritance limits is only the instinctive ability of the body. If there is no blood inheritance limit but it can be used forcefully. 967. No matter how you hear it, it sounds a little too outrageous, right? These things may be difficult for others, but they are not a problem for me. In addition to crystal style, I can also cast many other bloodline limits. Senju Takuya used scorch style, boil style, lava style, wood style, in front of Gurin again. How about it? Do you believe what I say now? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Gurin who was completely stunned. I know. Gurin nodded blankly. Seeing how easily Senju Takuya displayed various blood inheritance limits, she felt that her worldview had collapsed. Honglian couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's an extremely dangerous thing. There are people who are able to use various blood succession limits as easily as using ordinary ninjutsu. Even just mastering chakra's nature transformation. There are so many ordinary ninjas in the ninja world. Otherwise, this is true genius, right? If using blood succession limit is really as simple as Senju Takuya said. That is not a simple thing to know, and, before that, once a mistake is made, it is very likely that he will explode and die. Only with this kind of talent can one become the strongest ninja in the ninja world today. Fusion of two chakras, she never thought about it. Chapter 155. Isn't this simply too evil? Please subscribe. Don't worship me, he is just a legend. Looking at Gurin's eyes, Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Husband, you are so amazing. This kind of thing can be done. Gurin said from the bottom of his heart. After only being in contact with Senju Takuya for such a short period of time, she felt that she had been shocked more times than she had been since she was a child. Okay, let's not mention these for now. Let's continue talking about the special training. Senju Takuya brought the topic back. That's right, husband, do you want me to change the shuriken to look like this in your hand? Gurin came back to her senses and looked at the crystal as thick as 1,000 books in Senju Takuya's hand, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Such a shape can greatly save chakra. But, is the lethality too limited? Snort. This is just the beginning. Ninjutsu. All require a backup plan. Senju Takuya snorted. You keep an eye on it. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he waved a dark red crystal similar to Senbon towards the wooden stake not far away. The 1,000 crystals were submerged into the wooden pile. Husband, I still don't understand something. Although it changes to Senbon's appearance, it will become more stealthy and faster when attacking. But, isn't this kind of lethality too small? Gurin was still a little confused. An attack like this would only attack important organs such as the eyes or heart. Otherwise, the role it can play is too small. This is indeed less powerful. What if that's the case? Senju Takuya chuckled. Subsequently, 2 fingers raised, crystal-style wolf fang stabs. Following Senju Takuya's voice, the wooden pile in front instantly sprouted countless dense thorns from the inside out. It seems from a distance. Like a mace. ... How did you do that? Seeing this scene, Honglian couldn't help but exclaimed. She is also a ninja with rich combat experience, so she naturally understands the power of the move Senju Takuya just performed. You can turn the wooden pile into something like this. If it were a human body, that person wouldn't be able to survive at all. I am afraid, all internal organs of the human body will be completely destroyed. The crystallized Senbon that was just inserted into the wooden stake has my chakra mark on it. As long as I want, I can use Shinbin as a medium to trigger countless crystallized Shinbin. It's like a branch can branch into countless branches. Senju Takuya explained patiently. Hiss. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Gurin couldn't help but take a breath. Even this method of releasing ninjutsu can be thought of. Isn't it a bit too evil? First, changing the original snowflake shuriken into the shape of 1,000 swords can greatly reduce the chakra and energy consumed. Secondly, when Shinbon enters the enemy's body, you can use Shinbin as a medium to activate the second ninjutsu, wolf fang stabbing. Thus, no matter where the opponent is injured, it can cause great damage to the opponent. There is a high probability that the opponent can be killed on the spot. And, compared to shuriken, Shinbin's speed and concealment are both more advantageous. The probability of hitting the enemy will also be greatly increased. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, Shinbin's attack failed and did not hit the enemy. That won't lose much chakra either. After all, using crystal style to create a Senbon consumes almost negligible chakra. After thinking about it, Gurren looked at Senju Takuya with eyes full of reverence. Just by watching her demonstrate her ninjutsu, she was able to figure out a way to improve her ninjutsu. It's so evil. There are also some ninjutsu that can be improved. After I demonstrate them all to you, I will teach you how to use these ninjutsu. Senju Takuya looked at Gurren's fiery eyes and continued to speak. Subsequently, he also improved many of Gurren's ninjutsu based on his own experience and ideas. At the same time, he also helped Gurren create several simple but very useful ninjutsu. These things, for others, it may be difficult to do so. But for him, it's as simple as eating and drinking. After all, his current level, it is no longer something ordinary people can guess. At last, when Senju Takuya finished today's special training, Gurren ran directly into his arms. Husband, why are you so powerful? I am so lucky to be able to marry you. Gurren sobbed softly in Senju Takuya's arms. She feels now, I can be selected by Senju Takuya. It is simply a blessing gained from the past life. Ha 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 ha. Even if you say that, I won't be very happy. Senju Takuya put his hands on his hips and laughed. Gurren ignored Senju Takuya's funny look and took the initiative to stand on tiptoes. Honey, kiss me. Gurren closed her eyes and said shyly. Seeing her appearance, Senju Takuya hugged her directly. Let's go, my husband will take you to the actual battle. Quote, after marrying Gurren, Senju Takuya once again lived a peaceful life. Calm, but it's not boring. Under his rule, the ninja world is developing faster and faster. People's lives have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Movies, video games, ninja travel. Various entertainment methods made Senju Takuya think that he almost returned to the planet called Earth. Besides, the search for Ballahu has not made much progress. I don't know where that guy is hiding. Even if Senju Takuya mobilized the power of the entire ninja world, he still didn't get any news from him. But, Senju Takuya is not in a hurry either. Hirohu's Kiara technique, although it can help him absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. But, a little earlier and a little later, it didn't matter to him. That's all. 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, Senju Takuya married many high-quality women and gave birth to many offspring. The total population of the Senju clan, it has already reached 500 people, although it has not yet returned to the peak of the Senju clan. But, such a large population, even if Senju Takuya does nothing, dispensable. In addition, at Uchiha Mikoto's request, Senju Takuya also agreed to her resignation as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Compared with the increase in population, Uchiha Shisui and others have also grown up. With his current strength, those of the future Otsutsuki clan, the population of the Senju clan will easily exceed several thousand people. In addition to the god of Otsutsuki. After all, if Mikoto doesn't want to be a part of it, just forget it. The position of the leader of the Uchiha clan. Anyway, Senju Takuya's power has also been greatly enhanced. After waiting for decades, there is no way anyone can be his opponent. With his current strength, there is one more thing worth mentioning. Chapter 156. Anyone who wants to challenge me, please come forward, please subscribe. Konoha Village, Uchiha Tribe Land. A group of Uchiha tribesmen are gathering at Nanga Shrine, and almost everyone is whispering to each other. After all, today is the day for the Uchiha clan to choose their clan leader again. Have you heard that the candidate for clan leader this time seems to be the main district candidate? Of course I heard about it. What a surprise. Uchiha Shisui seems to be very young, right? Sigh, it would be great if Mikoto-sama would continue to be the clan leader. Yes, without the relationship of Chief Mikoto, will our Uchiha clan still receive special care from Lord Takuya in the future? That's right. Besides, Uchiha Shisui is so young, can he assume the position of the leader of the clan? We, the Uchiha clan, are not comparable to those ordinary little ninja clan. A group of Uchiha people were worried and angry. During the period when Uchiha Mikoto served as the leader of the Uchiha clan developed rapidly. The clan that was once almost marginalized on the edge of the village suddenly transformed and once again became the top wealthy ninja clan in the ninja world. Its reputation, even surpassing the period led by Uchiha Madara. Not to mention, because of Uchiha Mikoto, the Uchiha clan also got many opportunities to cooperate with the Senju clan. Clan life. They all lived a very prosperous life. So, the current Uchiha 570 people. Many people are worried. After missing a relationship like Uchiha Mikoto-sama, can the Uchiha clan maintain their current glory? And they also don't trust the young man Uchiha Shisui very much. You guys, stop talking about it. Mikoto-sama was originally said to be the acting chief of the Uchiha clan, but it is normal for him to abdicate now. Moreover, although Shisui is young, he is strong enough and mentally capable to serve as the leader of a clan. Several elders stopped him. After hearing their words, everyone fell silent again. Only, it was obvious that he was not convinced. After a while, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing the traditional costume of the Uchiha clan, walked in from the door. See him. Everyone started whispering again. Look, this is Uchiha Shisui, really young. HMPH, it looks like he has no hair at all. Damn it, are we going to have to be led by this young boy from now on? The voices of the people discussing were not too low. Because some people deliberately want to embarrass Uchiha Shisui in this way. Only Uchiha Shisui ignored everyone. Hello, elders. Uchiha Shisui spoke calmly. Shisui, you should also understand the character of our people. Don't mind. The great elder looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled. Others don't know. They know it very well. Uchiha Shisui, but he is a genius ninja who has been taken under the command of Senju Takuya since he was a child. Although he usually doesn't show off his appearance. But that kind of people, it is absolutely not to be offended. It's fine. I will use my own way later to make everyone recognize me. Uchiha Shisui said calmly. He has been with Senju Takuya since childhood and was taught by Hatake Tsukumo. Uchiha Shisui's character is very different from that in the original work. He is no longer a gentle and honest warm man, but a sharp long knife. Always exuding a sharp breath. After Uchiha Shisui briefly chatted with the elders, he turned around and faced the people in the audience. The main content of today's clan meeting is to discuss the candidate for clan leader. Everyone must know that I am the next leader of the Uchiha clan. I also know that many people must be dissatisfied with me. You can say it in front of me, and I will tell you with actions why I am qualified to be the leader of the clan. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the people in the audience. Not loud, but it feels very oppressive. Can I really say anything? Someone asked loudly. Certainly. Uchiha Shisui responded calmly. Good. Then tell us why you can become the leader of the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha clan, respect the strong. Jack. If you want to become a clan leader, you must have the ability to convince everyone. Someone couldn't help but stood up and shouted loudly. Many people nodded in agreement. Be bold. You guys, are you going to disobey Hokage-sama and Mikoto-sama's orders? The great elder scolded sternly. A cold sweat broke out on his head. These guys, it was simply driving him to a dead end. If Mr. Hokage thinks that the actions of these guys are his own instructions, then his good days may be over. Great elder, since they want to know my strength, let me stretch my muscles. Uchiha Shisui stopped the elder who wanted to stand up and hit someone. He also knows, I have been with Senju Takuya and Hatake Tsukumo since I was a child. Always out there performing various tasks. The people in the clan know very little about him. He parachuted over directly, and of course everyone was very dissatisfied. So, if you want your future work to go smoothly, you must establish your authority in front of everyone today. After stopping the great elder, Uchiha Shisui turned to face everyone with a confident smile on his face. While Master Hokage hasn't come yet, if any of you want to challenge me, please come forward. Konoha Village. In a popular restaurant, Senju Takuya is eating the food on the table leisurely. A man with a hedgehog hair sat opposite him. Now, he was holding his chin in his hands, lost in thought. Madara, are you really not going to visit Uchiha? After knowing the truth of the matter, the misunderstanding between you and the tribe should have been resolved. Senju Takuya took a bite of rice and said calmly. There's no misunderstanding. It's just that I promised Hashirama that we two lonely souls from the old era will not disturb the lives of the current clan members. Uchiha Madara sighed and spoke. Like Senju Hashirama, he doesn't want to go back to his family. Like now, two people open a restaurant together. Isn't it nice for him to live a leisurely life as two people? It's you. When the Uchiha clan chooses a clan leader, you should be there to make the decision, right? Uchiha Madara asked rhetorically. Subsequently, another wry smile appeared on his face. I never thought that one day, when the Uchiha clan chief was appointed, I would ask the Senju clan chief for his opinion. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Takuya shrugged noncommittally and continued to eat. Now, Shisui should be establishing his authority. It's not too late for me to go later. Senju Takuya muttered. He knows the character of the Uchiha clan very well. Although Uchiha Shisui is the new clan leader he appointed. But, if you can't show your fists, those guys will definitely be unconvinced. If you have resentment in your heart, you will not be able to perform your work normally. He has confidence in Uchiha Shisui's strength. So, I might as well go later this time. Chapter 157 The Power of the Gods of the Uchiha Clan. Please subscribe. Uchiha Tribe Land, Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Shisui looked at everyone and slowly raised his fingers. Master Hokage should arrive in a few minutes. If any of you are dissatisfied, please stand up. I'll show you my strength. After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he took the initiative to walk to the court official outside the Minami Shrine. What? This guy is a little too arrogant, isn't he? That is to say, it is simply arrogant. What he said just now, does he think he can eliminate all challengers in a few minutes? A-hole, you must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. After hearing what Uchiha Shisui said, many members of the Uchiha clan walked out in anger. They are the proud Uchiha clan. Even though they are members of the Uchiha clan, you can't insult them either. Very good, so as not to waste time. You guys come together. Uchiha Shisui looked at the dozen or so ninjas who came out and said calmly. Ahem, Shisui, these are the elite ninjas of the family, all elite jonin who have activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The great elder couldn't help but remind him. He also felt that Uchiha Shisui was a bit too arrogant. To show off your strength, why do you want to challenge so many ninjas at once? These are all powerful people who have opened 3-Tomo Sharingan. The strength is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Once you lose in the later competition, not only will it not be able to establish your prestige, but it is very likely that your prestige will be completely wiped out. Great Elder, you don't need to say any more, this guy is so arrogant, we must teach them a lesson. The leader of the ninja shouted. His name is Uchiha. He is the most hot-tempered ninja in the Uchiha clan. Original, he was very unhappy with this Uchiha Shisui. Now, seeing how arrogant Uchiha Shisui is, he became even more angry. You all watch out for me, I'm going to make this guy's eyes look like panda eyes. Uchiha snorted coldly. Hearing his words, everyone in the Uchiha clan burst out laughing. To know, the most precious thing of the Uchiha clan is a pair of Sharingan. Being beaten into panda eyes. For the Uchiha clan, it can be said to be a great humiliation. You can't do it yourself. Go together. Uchiha Shisui glanced at Uchiha Yan and snorted disdainfully. Snort. Let us come together. You are not qualified yet. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Flame activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, directly releasing a huge fireball and attacking Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui raised the short sword lightly. Subsequently, a quick swipe, a cold light flashed. The huge Great Fireball was split in half instantly. This is Sakumo-sama's move. Uchiha Yan and everyone onlookers were all shocked. They know Hitaki Sakumo's moves very well. Uchiha Shisui's move just now is obviously the Hitaki family's family swordsmanship. Hateful, Uchiha gritted his teeth and prepared to form the seal again. But the next second, Uchiha Shisui's figure appeared next to him, slashing at him with a long knife. Don't look down on people, you be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Shisui. He is very fast and comes first. The kunai stabbed directly into Uchiha Shisui's shoulder. But, the expected blood did not flow out. Uchiha felt like he was being stabbed in the air. This is clone technique. Uchiha opened his mouth in shock. Before he could react, a cold short sword was placed on his neck. You lose, Uchiha Shisui said expressionlessly. Hateful, Uchiha clenched his fists with an angry expression. He who owns 3-Tomo Sharingan. He didn't even see through the clone technique. What a disgrace. The key is, Uchiha Shisui deals with him. They didn't even open Sharingan. To him, this was simply naked contempt. However, he lost so completely. Even if you want to talk to save some face, you can't do it. So, time is very tight, so you might as well go together. Uchiha Shisui took the long knife away and spoke calmly. That's what you said. Then don't blame us for bullying the minority. After the remaining Uchiha tribe saw Uchiha Shisui's strength, they did not dare to continue to drag him down. Instead, they chose to attack Uchiha Shisui together. Even if you are strong, you can never be the opponent of all of us. Today, let us help you recognize the reality. A dozen elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan all activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan and attacked Uchiha. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Asterisk. Fire-style Extinguishing the Fire. Shuriken Technique. These well-trained elite ninjas launched an attack in tacit understanding at the same time. Attacks from all directions were like a dense net, instantly blocking all Uchiha Shisui's escape routes. Boom. With a loud noise, Uchiha Shisui's figure was swallowed instantly. Immediately afterwards, smoke and dust were everywhere. Seeing this scene, the Great Elder couldn't help but feel excited. Damn, these guys were really careless in their actions. What if Shisui dies? Then they might be in trouble. You won't really be hit, right? It's very possible. After all, there are so many elite Jonin attacking at the same time. There is no room for dodge at all. Shisui won't be beaten to death like this, right? Alas, who makes him so arrogant that he dares to challenge so many strong men at once? Just as everyone was whispering, the smoke gradually dispersed. A dark green skeleton appeared in everyone's eyes. This is Susanoo. The moment they saw the skeleton, everyone opened their mouths in shock. Uchiha Shisui, I can actually use Susanoo. Doesn't that mean the other party has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan? Only those with the legendary eyes can use the power of the Uchiha clan gods. Now, don't you know why I let you go together? Uchiha Shisui sneered. Under Susanoo's defense, the attack just now had no impact on him. Now, it's my turn to attack. Body Flicker Technique. Uchiha Shisui shouted lowly. Moment. Dozens of constantly moving clones surrounded a dozen of Uchiha's elite ninjas. These clones, each one opens Susanoo. It looks very scary. These are all false. Don't be afraid, everyone. Someone shouted loudly. But, soon they found out, these high-speed moving clones are no different from fake ones when attacked. But, when launching an attack, it was a real attack. Even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan couldn't see through such weird nintaijutsu. Under the full attack of Uchiha Shisui, soon, a dozen elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan who opened 3-Tomo Sharingan. They were all defeated. Chapter 158 Complete Surrender. Kneeling down to thank Mr. Ace of Hearts for his monthly ticket. How is it possible? A dozen elite Jonin were all defeated in such a short period of time. Isn't it incredible? Guru, look at Uchiha Shisui, it seems like he has no real skills at all. This expression is so relaxed, damn. I won't be under the illusion, right? All the Uchiha people present couldn't help but exclaimed. They are very aware of the strength of the ninjas who challenge Uchiha Shisui. These are all genuine elite Jonin abilities. Thought, come with these people, able to defeat Uchiha Shisui easily. Unexpectedly, they were actually defeated so completely. In front of Uchiha Shisui, These people are like genin who just graduated from the ninja school, with no power to fight back. As expected of a child who has followed Senju Takuya-sama since childhood. This kind of strength is too strong. After seeing the performance of Uchi, 310, Shisui, the Great Elder couldn't help but murmured. Originally he thought, Uchiha Shisui is a bit arrogant. But, when Uchiha Shisui easily defeated Uchiha Yan, the Great Elder felt, Uchiha Shisui seems to really have the strength to defeat a dozen elite jonin. But, the expected hard fight did not come. The Great Elder never thought of it. Uchiha Shisui won so easily. Now, let me ask you one more question. Who else is dissatisfied? Uchiha Shisui looked around at everyone. Everyone who met his eyes unconsciously looked away. Uchiha Shisui's aura is very compelling. Coupled with the thrilling battle just now, all Uchiha's clan members became silent. Since everyone has no objections, I hope that I can complete the things I arrange in the future with my heart. Uchiha Shisui said calmly. Yes. After hearing his words, all the Uchiha clan members nodded solemnly. Although, originally in their hearts, very dissatisfied with Uchiha Shisui, he believed that this young, airborne ninja could not lead the Uchiha clan to glory. So, they will challenge Uchiha Shisui. But, after seeing Uchiha Shisui's powerful power, everyone no longer lost their temper. Although the Uchiha clan has a proud character. But, once the strength is recognized by them, they will truly choose to accept each other. At this point, it can be regarded as a major characteristic of the Uchiha clan ninjas. Looking at the Uchiha ninja whose expression became respectful, Uchiha Shisui also had a faint smile on his face. At this time, several clapping sounds sounded in the distance. Everyone turned to look. I saw a handsome man wearing regular clothes and long hair walking over. Lord Hokage, see a man. All the proud Uchiha half knelt on the ground respectfully. They lowered their heads willingly. Express your surrender to the man in front of you without reservation. Even Uchiha Shisui, who has just emerged, after seeing Senju Takuya walking over, he also half knelt on the ground with a look of awe. It seems that I missed a good show. Senju Takuya walked up to Uchiha Shisui and smiled lightly. Everyone, get up. The clan meeting starts now. With Senju Takuya's order, the clan meeting of the Chenzia clan officially began. With the previous episode, the clan meeting went smoothly. Uchiha Shisui, naturally, he became the new leader of the Uchiha clan. The rest of the Uchiha people, no one expressed their opposition. In addition, after becoming the chief of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui began his speech. In the speech, Uchiha Shisui recounted all his experiences in detail. Since childhood, his character is to pursue perfection. Although he had just relied on his own force, he had already conquered the Uchiha tribesmen present. But, he also wants to promote his political capital. Only in this way, only then can the power of the Uchiha clan be firmly controlled by him. His reputation, only then can it reach a certain height. After all, if we only rely on force, it's okay to use it to establish authority. But, it's not a long-term solution. What? I heard it right. It turns out that Shisui Wooden Golem has been with the Hokage people since he was a child. No wonder Master Shisui has such great power at such a young age. I was surprised at first, but, after I found out that Master Shisui is a ninja trained by Master Hokage since childhood, I suddenly felt that it was a bit natural. Yes, I really envy Master Shisui. It would be great if I had such luck. But in this way, even if we lose this relationship with Mikoto-sama, our Uchiha clan can still rely on Hokage-sama's thigh, right? Nonsense, of course. The relationship between Nishui Tien and Master Hokage must be very unusual. Unexpectedly, our Uchiha clan not only did not become alienated from Hokage-sama this time, but also gained a super strong man with the Mangekyo Sharingan. This time, our family's reputation will increase again. Ha 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 ha. After learning about Uchiha Shisui's experience, the Uchiha clan members were completely relieved. The clan meeting of the Uchiha clan. It also ended with a burst of laughter. Senju Takuya is also very satisfied with Uchiha Shisui's performance. After my own training, Uchiha Shisui is not only very powerful, but he is no longer as innocent and honest as in the original work. Political skills, also very good. It's just a clan meeting time. This has already made the Uchiha clan completely accept him as the new clan leader. Although here, has its own influence, but Uchiha Shisui's performance, it's still pretty good. After everyone has left, inside the huge Nanga shrine, only Senju Takuya and Uchiha Shisui are left. Takuya-sama, I will definitely lead the Uchiha clan in the future and move forward firmly in the direction you led. Uchiha Shisui's voice is slightly fanatical. Since childhood, he was taken as a subordinate by Senju Takuya. I naturally admire Senju Takuya very much. The man in front of me who led the entire ninja world to achieve true peace. It is worth serving him for the rest of his life. Shisui, although your eyes have evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, you still have to be careful when using them. The eye power of Mangekyo Sharingan will not recover on its own after use. When the eye power is exhausted, Mangekyo Sharingan will lose its light. It is for this reason that Mangekyo Sharingan is called the Cursed Eye. Senju Takuya warned Uchiha Shisui. Please don't worry, Takuya-sama. 2.8. These eyes were given to me by you. Even if I lose my light, I will not question any of your decisions. Uchiha Shisui said immediately. If Takuya-sama hadn't asked Orochimaru to perform surgery on him, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, awakening Mangekyo Sharingan requires experiencing the ultimate pain. And he has been alone since he was a child. The only person who cares. There is only Senju Takuya in front of me. Very good. In a few years, if you behave well, I will have Orochimaru turn your eyes into eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Senju Takuya patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder and said, although he has no doubt about Uchiha Shisui's loyalty to him. But, something. It absolutely cannot be given all at once. Really. After hearing his promise, Uchiha Shisui's face showed a hint of joy. Takuya-sama, I will definitely work hard. Chapter 159 Uchiha Spring. Please subscribe. Okay, let's keep things like this for today. I go first. Seeing that the matter had been dealt with, Senju Takuya was ready to leave Nanga Shrine. At this time, Uchiha Shisui spoke softly. Takuya-sama, I have a question. Tell me, what's the problem? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Now that the Uchiha clan is under your leadership, their reputation has improved a lot. However, as time went by, conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the villagers became more frequent. Although it has not reached the level before, if we choose to ignore it, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the villagers will definitely continue to deteriorate. Sooner or later, it will reach a point where it is beyond control. So, I would like to ask you how we can improve the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the people in the village. Uchiha Shisui asked. This problem troubled him for a long time. Then do you know what caused the Uchiha clan to be in this situation? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. No. 29 Because the Uchiha clan is responsible for managing the security of Konoha, they often conflict with the villagers of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice. But, I don't understand why our family is clearly doing our best for the village, but we don't get everyone's understanding. Ever since second Hokage Senju Tobarama established the Konoha police force, the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village has gradually deteriorated. During the reign of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, this situation worsened to the extreme. Then, the entire village is rejecting the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. At one point, he was on the verge of breaking with the village. Fortunately, at first, Senju Takuya uses newspapers, posted some remarks about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan also got his name corrected. After that, the relationship between the villagers and the Uchiha clan has been greatly eased. But gradually, over time, this contradiction gradually reappeared. Uchiha Shisui doesn't understand why. Obviously the misunderstanding has been resolved. The Uchiha clan is also really solving problems for the villagers. But, why do conflicts continue to accumulate? This is human nature. Even though I could understand it at the time, as time goes by, I can't help but complain. Senju Takuya said calmly. Even though the villagers of Konoha already know that the Uchiha clan is a security team that handles problems impartially. With the Uchiha clan, the security of the village has been greatly improved. But, after one's own interests are harmed, they will still complain. Even if they can understand each other in a short period of time, they will definitely become dissatisfied over time. This is the so-called, Bud determines the head. Then what should we do? Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but ask. It's simple. Give up the rights of the Konoha police force. Senju Takuya spoke. But, many Uchiha people are proud to work in the police force. In addition, since the second Hokage period, the Uchiha clan has been responsible for the work. If we give up this right, will the Uchiha people be dissatisfied? Uchiha Shisui said thoughtfully. I am not asking the Uchiha clan to completely give up their rights to the Konoha police force. It's just giving up a small part of the rights of the bottom. Senju Takuya explains. From now on, you will openly recruit people who are responsible for dealing with low-level issues in the village. Let ordinary villagers do these things. In this way, the conflict becomes a conflict between villagers and people will not target the Uchiha clan. Moreover, those villagers who are selected into the police force will also feel grateful to the Uchiha family. As time goes by, the Zebo family will no longer have to worry about these problems. The conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the villagers are simply that they tend to conflict with the villagers when dealing with problems. If these things are left to ordinary ninjas, wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? It turns out that's the case. There is such a way. Takuya-sama, I have learned my lesson. After hearing Senju Takuya's explanation, Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up, and he looked at Senju Takuya with awe. Did not expect. The problem that has always troubled him. Senju Takuya-sama solved it in a few words. As expected of Takuya-sama, you are so awesome. You are still young. If you don't understand anything, just go to Mikoto to discuss it. New. Uchiha Shisui nodded. Subsequently, as if he remembered something, he spoke again. Takuya-sama, please allow me to recommend a famous ninja to you. Oh, hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows in surprise. What ninja? Senju Takuya asked. Come in. Uchiha Shisui shouted outside. Subsequently, a woman with long black hair walked in. The woman looks sweet and wears a purple coat. The tear mole on the lower corner of the right eye is very eye-catching. Takuya-sama, this is Uchiha Spring. He is an outstanding ninja from the younger generation of our Uchiha clan. She came to me and said she wanted to join Anbu. Uchiha Shisui said. Spring. Looking at the gentle woman in front of him, Senju Takuya showed a smile. He was impressed. In the original work, Uchiha Izumi was once one of the few good friends of Uchiha Itachi. Like to eat sweets. She is a very talented female ninja. When the Uchiha clan was exterminated, she is only 13 years old, but already have 3 Tomo Sharingan. Pity, finally killed by Uchiha Obito. She is a very pitiable female character. Takuya-sama. Uchiha Izumi bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya. Her voice is soft and clear. Very pleasant. You want to get into Anbu? Few would choose to join Anbu. Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Master Takuya, the current Uchiha tribe members are all proud to join Anbu. His face suddenly turned gloomy. Uchiha Kwan said solemnly, I want to contribute something to the village. Can you tell me your reasons? That's right. Uchiha Shisui also laughed and echoed. A ninja from the Uchiha clan. Yeah, Senju Takuya asked with a slight smile. I'll give you another chance to tell the truth. Senju Takuya nodded lightly. According to reason, we are all proud to join the Konoha police force. Subsequently, Chapter 160. Dedicated Senju Takuya. His hobbies have never changed. Please subscribe. I'll give you another chance to tell the truth. The atmosphere instantly became depressing. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi immediately knelt on the ground. Both of their bodies were instantly soaked with sweat. On Senju Takuya's body, they felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Needless to say, Uchiha Spring. Even Uchiha Shisui, who has activated Mangekyo Sharingan and possesses powerful combat power. At this time, his body couldn't help but tremble. The intuition developed from years of struggling between life and death told him. As long as his next answer does not satisfy Senju Takuya, he will probably die instantly. Takuya-sama, I was wrong. It was all my idea. Uchiha Shisui said with cold sweat. Oh, what's your idea? Then tell me what you want to do. Senju Takuya said in a neutral tone. Under the leadership of Mikoto-sama, the Uchiha clan has become one of the most powerful families in the ninja world. Now, Mikoto-sama has resigned as the head of the Uchiha clan. I think that if the Uchiha clan can provide you with a kunoichi that satisfies you, we will be able to continue this glory. Besides, Quan also meets your criteria for choosing a wife, so I also want to do something for you. Uchiha Shisui explained in a shaky voice. Under the strong pressure of Senju Takuya, he did not dare to hide anything. Snort. Being smart. Senju Takuya snorted after hearing Uchiha Shisui's words. Shisui, I have taught you a lot. But, that's not for you to use on me. Put away your petty thoughts. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Senju Takuya put away his momentum and said calmly. Yes, Lord Takuya, no matter what I want to do in the future, I will never hide anything from you. Feeling that the terrifying pressure disappeared, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although I have been with Senju Takuya since I was a child. But, this was the first time he faced Senju Takuya's wrath. The power of Senju Takuya. It was a bit unexpected for him. He had an intuition, even with his current strength. Senju Takuya wants to kill him. It's no different than crushing an ant to death. Shisui, remember, whether your purpose is to please me or something else, just tell me. What I hate most is when others deceive me. Senju Takuya said calmly. Nu, Takuya-sama, please forgive me for this mistake. Uchiha Shisui knelt on the ground, lying humbly on the ground. Seeing his obedient look, Senju Takuya waved his hand. Get up. After saying that, then he walked towards the door. Uchiha Shisui is loyal to him, but she shouldn't play tricks. Really thought, he doesn't know the other party's purpose of placing Uchiha Izumi by his side. But, regarding this matter, Senju Takuya didn't care too much about anything. After all, Uchiha Shisui doesn't have any bad intentions either. The patriarch of a family. Wanting to plan some way out for the future of the family is not an unforgivable thing. The reason why he gets angry is, I just want to take this opportunity to give Uchiha Shisui a proper beating. Superior person, the most important thing is to learn to give both kindness and power. Quan, come with me. Go to the door. Senju Takuya turned around and said. Ah, yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Quan followed him in a daze. Subsequently, the two disappeared around the corner. Until then, Uchiha Shisui was finally relieved. A breeze blew by. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but shudder. Only then did he realize. Turn out to be, in that short moment just now, all his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Takuya-sama is really terrifying. In the future, you must never do this kind of thing again. Uchiha Shisui warned herself secretly. Subsequently, I also activated the body flicker technique and left Nanga Shrine. Hokage-sama, can I ask you a question? Walking on the streets of Konoha, Izumi Uchiha followed Senju Takuya. After thinking about it for a long time, still he mustered up the courage to speak. What is the problem? Senju Takuya asked without looking back. Why did you bring me with you? Uchiha Quan glanced at Senju Takuya with a confused expression. I mean, since you have seen through Master Shisui's plan, shouldn't I, the chess piece, be executed directly? She is Uchiha Shisui's gift to please Senju Takuya. Close to Senju Takuya, it's all for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. Now that it has been discovered, then there is no value in using it. And, according to the practice of the ninja world, in order to safeguard the reputation of both parties, execute her insignificant chess piece, is the most common approach. Haha, you are still so young, so it is normal for you to be a little smart. Kill people just for this kind of thing. I don't have such a hobby. Senju Takuya chuckled. Hearing his words, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Don't like killing people. During the Great Ninja War, I don't know how many ninjas died at your hands. After secretly complaining a few words, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but blush a little. Seeing Senju Takuya smile, discovered for the first time, turn out to be, in this ninja world, there is still a man with such a good-looking smile. Different from the cold pride of the Uchiha clan. Although Master Senju Takuya is powerful, his smile makes people surprisingly feel very warm. You keep staring at my face. Is there something on my face? Senju Takuya suddenly said, no. No, I'm so sorry, Takuya-sama. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Izumi was like a frightened little rabbit, unable to understand what he said. How did he know I was peeking? Ruined. Please forgive me, Takuya-sama, my mind is always full of random thoughts. I didn't mean to complain about the eyes in your back. Uchiha Kwan could only grit his teeth and change his words and speak out his true thoughts. Uchiha Spring in the prime of youth. He seems to hate others deceiving him the most. Seeing Uchiha Kwan's appearance, Senju Takuya's mood became better. Uchiha Izumi wanted to deny it, but immediately remembered what Senju Takuya said not long ago. Other side. No. Could it be that Takuya-sama also has a pair of eyes behind his back? Are you complaining about me in your heart again? It seems that he is indeed a very dedicated person. Should I say it or not? So, it has some unexpectedly silly attributes. All her inner thoughts were revealed to Takuya-sama. As soon as he finished speaking, Jazebo-kwan felt like crying. Even after so many years, I still like beautiful girls who are young and energetic. Chapter 161 Kwan, try your best to seduce me, please subscribe. Dessert shop. Uchiha Kwan lowered his head and ate the dessert in small bites. Occasionally he would look up and sneak a glance at Senju Takuya. That look, it's like being a thief. Don't be so formal, I don't know how to eat people. Also, stop looking at me secretly. Do you think, with my perception, I can't detect your little movements? Senju Takuya smiled lightly. All right. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Izumi stuck out his tongue. Takuya-sama's words, that seems to make sense. Anyway, they had already been noticed, so she might as well break the pot and throw it away. Uchiha Kwan took a bite of the exquisite dessert in his hand and laid his eyes on Senju Takuya generously. Takuya-sama, is this dessert shop also your property? I heard people say that many of the desserts in it were invented by you. Uchiha Kwan looked at Senju Takuya and asked curiously. Well, because those past desserts were really hard to swallow. It's neither refined nor tastes good enough. So, in order to satisfy my taste buds, I can only do it myself. Senju Takuya also took a bite of the dessert. Immediately, there was an expression of enjoyment on his face. Only then can this be called dessert. Those things in the ninja world in the past had no merit other than being cloyingly sweet. 943. It is simply ordinary and cannot be more ordinary. Wow, amazing. I didn't expect Takuya-sama to be so talented in other aspects besides strength. Uchiha Spring has some starry eyes. Because of her love for desserts, her favorability towards Senju Takuya has increased a bit. In the future, you will find that I am powerful in many ways. Senju Takuya chuckled. Uchiha Izumi didn't hear the implication of Senju Takuya's words, and just nodded charmingly. Subsequently, he spoke again. Master Takuya, by calling me out, do you agree to let me enter Anbu? You still want to enter Anbu? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. Isn't Uchiha Izumi's request to join Anbu just to get closer to him? Why join Anbu now that his intentions have been discovered? Takuya-sama, believe it or not, I have always wanted to be an excellent Anbu ninja. Uchiha Izumi said seriously. It wasn't that she wanted to be close to Senju Takuya that she chose to join Anbu. It was because she wanted to join Anbu that she was selected by Uchiha Shisui and took the opportunity to get close to Senju Takuya. CJAH, since you want to join Anbu, come and join tomorrow. 1. It just so happens that Anbu recently gained 2 peers who are the same age as you. The 3 of you can form an Anbu team. Senju Takuya smiled. Guren and Uezuki Shion are both in Anbu now and are also his personal guards. If Uchiha Izumi joins, the number of personal guards is enough. He doesn't have to listen to that nagging Namikaze Minato bothering him every now and then. That's great, thank you Takuya-sama. Uchiha Izumi said sincerely. You're welcome. Don't forget your mission. Senju Takuya said calmly. Task. What mission? After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Izumi asked with some confusion. Get close to me and win my favor. Although I have noticed this matter, it does not mean that you can't continue this task. The future burden of the Uchiha clan rests entirely on your shoulders. Senju Takuya said with a smile. Uchiha Izumi lowered her head shyly. She is not a fool. Since Lord Senju Takuya said this, that means there is already some interest in her. If she continues to work hard, the success rate of the mission is likely to be greatly increased. But, Uchiha felt a little shy when he thought that his purpose had been discovered. This kind of thing, you will be really embarrassed after you find out. Okay, Izumi, I am a very determined ninja. Without a firm will, I wouldn't have been able to grow to this point. So, don't think this is a task that can be accomplished easily. In the future, use all your skills to seduce me. Senju Takuya said seriously. Okay, Takuya-sama. Uchiha Izumi was a little confused. Is there any other way to say this? Then, Mr. Takuya, you have already treated me to dessert, so let me treat you to barbecue tonight. Uchiha Izumi asked tentatively. Can. Senju Takuya nodded immediately. Hello, your performance. It's completely different from what you said. Uchiha Izumi complained loudly in his heart. Didn't you say that you were a determined ninja? Why did you agree to her invitation so easily? Fortunately, she almost believed it just now. After the two of them finished eating the dessert, it was getting dark. Takuya-sama, it's getting late, let's go have barbecue. Uchiha Izumi spoke. Okay, I have a big appetite, so you have to prepare your wallet. Hi, got it. Uchiha Izumi sighed. She never thought that Senju Takuya, who was usually aloof and seemingly unattainable, would. This is how he behaves when getting along with people in private. If those who worship Takuya-sama as a god knew this, their jaws would probably drop in surprise, right? That scene must be interesting. Uchiha Izumi started to wander again. Well, Quan, did you see the couple in front of you? Senju Takuya suddenly said. Oh I saw it. What's wrong? Is there anything unusual about them? Uchiha Izumi asked after coming back to his senses. They were obviously just two children who looked young. I mean, I was just like now, walking on the street and looking at a couple holding hands in front of me. She made a very good impression on Takuya-sama. It seems, yeah, he was still wearing the ninja school uniform. She felt very happy at the moment. No, Quan, you misunderstood. It's really cute. Only, this kind of thing. Senju Takuya had a look of recollection on his face. It turns out you already had a girlfriend when you were in ninja school. Back then, when I was as old as them, I was like this. The look of two people holding hands. Lord Senju Takuya was actually willing to tell her such a thing. As expected of Takuya-sama, you are so charming. Usually it is only said to close people. Uchiha Izumi covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 162 Compared with you, everyone else is just a mediocre person. I mean, I was walking down the street just like I am now, looking at a couple holding hands in front of me. Senju Takuya said calmly. Uchiha Izumi was no longer able to complain. Why is Takuya-sama's brain circuit so strange? She is obviously a young person, okay. But, why does she feel like she can't keep up with Takuya-sama's thoughts? Ha. Quan, let's go faster. If we go late, we won't have a seat. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's appearance, Senju Takuya laughed a few times. Do not know why. When he saw Uchiha Izumi's innocent look, he couldn't help but want to tease her. But just when he was about to speed up his pace, he suddenly felt a pair of warm little hands holding his right hand tightly. Lord Takuya, you don't have to be like before today. Just let me go shopping with you. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head and spoke in a thin voice. Feeling the unique fragrance of the girl, Senju Takuya couldn't help but be stunned for a few times. Be obedient. Are you serious? What man can endure this? With Uchiha Izumi's performance, even Senju Takuya, who was already a veteran in love, couldn't help but feel his heart beat a little faster. He held Uchiha Izumi's catkins with his backhand and showed an encouraging smile on his face. Quan, you did a good job. Work harder and let me see your limit. Don't worry, with my determination it's no problem. Let go of your hands and feet, the storm will come more violently. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Quan's body softened and he almost fell to the ground. Good guy, such words can actually be said. You were really a bit shameless. After dinner, Senju Takuya took Uchiha Izumi to the Hokage Rock to watch the stars. The night in the ninja world is very beautiful. The Milky Way in the sky makes people feel relaxed and happy. Takuya-sama, I didn't expect you to take me to see the stars. Uchiha Quan was lying on the ground, looking at Senju Takuya with curiosity. Is there anything strange? Senju Takuya asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, it seems like nothing to others. But it feels a little strange to think that a strong man like you would lie on the ground and look at the stars when nothing happens. Uchiha Izumi stuck out her tongue and smiled at Kaido. Senju Takuya-sama, but he is the strongest man in the ninja world today. According to common sense, such a man, he should have the kind of cold, unruly, mature and calm character. Take the girls to watch the stars together, etc. It's completely inconsistent with the character. But, Uchiha Quan thought for a while and then felt relieved. Through today's interactions, she already knows Senju Takuya's true character. Gentle, out of the box, and loves to tell some cold jokes. Now it seems, and some romance, seem completely different from what I imagined. What are you thinking about? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Uchiha Izumi who was distracted again. 14. I was just wondering, why do you like looking at the stars? Uchiha Izumi asked a little strangely. Quan, do you know what those stars are? Senju Takuya suddenly asked. I don't know. Uchiha Izumi shook his head. A star is a star, what else could it be? Every one of those stars in the sky is similar to our planet. Even, some planets are countless times larger than our ninja world. Senju Takuya explained calmly. Although, under his leadership, nowadays, science and technology in the ninja world are very advanced. But it has not developed to the point of starting to explore space. So, for most ordinary ninjas, they didn't know what was in the sky. Ninja world, that's all they have. Takuya-sama, are you telling the truth? Are those stars similar to our ninja world? Could it be that there are humans like us living on them? Uchiha Izumi asked curiously. That's not true. On most planets, there is total silence. Only a handful of planets can support life. Things like this are still very rare in our ninja world. Senju Takuya smiled. This is the first time I've heard of this. Takuya-sama, how come you know everything? Uchiha Izumi looked at Senju Takuya with admiration. After removing the aura of innate worship. She found the flesh and blood Takuya-sama before me. It seemed to attract her even more. The power that shocks the ninja world, the creation of exquisite desserts, and all kinds of weird inventions. Now add the stars in the sky. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Hard to believe, these seemingly unrelated things, it can happen to one person at the same time. Haha, Quan, please stop complimenting me. There is an endless universe above the sky. There are more planets than gravel in the universe. There are countless kinds of life. It's just that the space in the universe is too big, so it's difficult for different life forms to meet. Senju Takuya said slowly. 0. So the ninja world we live in is still too small. Such a small place is not enough for me to worry about. My goal is the universe of stars. Becoming the master of this universe is what I want to do most right now. Senju Takuya said calmly. With his current strength, the ninja world is indeed not enough for him to torment. As long as he wants. It is not difficult to destroy the entire ninja world. And he wants to defeat the god Otsutsuki and become the master of this universe. Most, if you can have the power to break the dimensional wall in the future. That would be more perfect. In short, these are his goals now. Although Uchiha Quan seemed to understand what he heard, he was very shocked in his heart. Turn out to be, above the sky, is there still such a big space? Their vision, Senju Takuya-sama's measure, countless talented ninjas appeared, put it in the universe. Uchiha Izumi no longer knew what to say. Throughout thousands of years of history, compared with Senju Takuya-sama who aims at the entire universe, even the entire ninja world, their goals, is it so big? Not even a grain of sand in the desert. These people are just mediocre people. But, from ancient times to the present, the ninja world has. Even the most famous Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, many of them are just one clan, one village, one country. It's just the entire ninja world. He actually dreams of becoming the master of the universe. Chapter 163 Quan, tonight we will take you to attack your husband at night. Please subscribe. The evening breeze blew, insects chirped. Uchiha listened to Senju Takuya talk about some things she had never heard before. Like the Otsutsuki clan deep in the universe, the Super Saiyans who can continuously become stronger, and the Ultraman who was as tall as a 20-story building. They were all races she had never heard of. In the vast depths of the universe, do these strange beings really exist? Compared with them, the ninjas in the ninja world seem a little too weak, right? Although Senju Takuya-sama is very strong. But, want to conquer the universe? I'm afraid it's very difficult, right? Really, my current strength is still too weak. It seems, we must strengthen training in the future. Takuya-sama, can you tell me more about what you are talking about? As Uchiha Quan was talking, he suddenly found that Senju Takuya beside him had stopped moving. 67. Looked at it carefully, only to find that the other party had fallen asleep. Looking at Senju Takuya lying on the ground, with his sharp profile, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. From this perspective, Lord Takuya, it seems a little too handsome. Takuya-sama, Uchiha Izumi called softly. After realizing that Senju Takuya had no reaction, he looked up again and looked around. At last, she took a deep breath. Take courage, he gently pecked Senju Takuya on the mouth. Then, the whole person covered his face and ran down the mountain quickly. All the way to the bottom of the mountain, Uchiha Izumi's face was still red and tight. Heartbeat, it's like it's about to jump out of my chest. I just secretly kissed Takuya-sama. Uchiha Izumi couldn't tell how she was feeling right now. I was excited, scared, happy, and a little excited. After a while, Uchiha Quan slowly calmed down his mood. Subsequently, her expression changed. Broken. She was so excited just now. Senju Takuya-sama was left alone on the mountain. The mountain wind is strong and cool at night. If Takuya-sama fell asleep and got cold, then she would be guilty of a big crime. Uchiha Izumi started running towards the top of the Hokage rock again. But, when she came to Hokage rock, where can I find Senju Takuya? Looking at the empty place ahead, a terrible thought suddenly appeared in Uchiha Izumi's mind. Shishi. Could it be that Takuya-sama wasn't asleep at all? That is to say, what I just did. Does Takuya-sama know everything? When I think of this possibility, Uchiha Quan's legs softened and he knelt down directly on the ground. It's over. Woo 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 woo. Konoha village. Hokage building. Hokage office. Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Izumi who had just come to take office wearing a mask and nodded. Subsequently, the appointment letter that had been prepared long ago was handed over to Uchiha Izumi. Quan, from today on, you are a member of an N. Your duty is to be my personal guard. Senju Takuya said calmly. Yes. Uchiha Quan half knelt on the ground and said Kaido in a deep voice. Okay, get up, you two come out too. Senju Takuya muttered to himself in the air. Subsequently, two figures also wearing masks appeared behind him. One has long purple hair. Another, he has short, light blue shoulder-length hair. It was Uoyuki Shion and Honglian. From now on, you three will be colleagues. When you have nothing to do, communicate more and deepen your cooperation. Senju Takuya said softly. Yes, Azuki Shion, Red Lotus, and Uchiha Spring responded at the same time. Go ahead. Senju Takuya waved his hand. The figures of several people disappeared. Night. Azuki Yugao, Gurren, and Uchiha Izumi took off their masks and came to a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. After finding a position and getting ready, Yang Xiaquan spoke first. Two seniors, my name is Uchiha Izumi. It's an Uchiha ninja with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Excellent in fire style and knife skills. Please take good care of me from now on. Uchiha Izumi said somewhat cautiously. The two people in front of me, not just her seniors in Anbu. And, both of them have become the wives of Lord Senju Takuya. Later, after she married into the Senju clan. These two people are also her seniors. It turns out he is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. No wonder he is so beautiful. Gurren looked at Uchiha Izumi and praised him. No way, Senior Honglian and Senior Shion, you are also very beautiful. Uchiha Izumi said shyly. Subsequently, the three of them started chatting. Gurren and Uoyuki Shion also introduced their own information respectively. After all, we will work together from now on. For teammates, it's better to know more. Chatting while eating, the relationship between the three of them gradually became familiar. Shion, Quan, do you two want to drink? Gurren asked. Okay. Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Izumi nodded in response. In the ninja world, regardless of male or female, after adulthood, basically they drink. Seeing the two men nodding, Gurren ordered 3 more bottles of soju. Soon, the three of them drank and their faces turned red. Gurren, Uazuki Yugao, and Uchiha Izumi were obviously a little drunk. Senior Honglian, Senior Shion, do you know that I am very distressed right now? After drinking, Uchiha Quan gradually relaxed. Oh, Quan, what's bothering you? Say it to make us both happy. Gurren smiled. This is a saying she learned from Senju Takuya. She found it very interesting. So I took it out and used it directly. Gurren Senpai, you sound exactly like Takuya-sama. Your thinking is too fast. Uchiha Izumi shook his head with a wry smile, and then continued to speak. Well, that night, I was a little moved. Uchiha Izumi told the story of secretly kissing Senju Takuya that night. Now, she was a little afraid to talk to Master Takuya. So, I want to ask the two wives of Lord Takuya in front of me to help me think of a solution. Quan, you are so brave. After hearing Uchiha Izumi's description, Gurren and Uezuki Yugon couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. In the whole world, 3.5 people dared to do such a thing. I'm afraid Quan is the only one left, right? You guys should stop making sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and help me think about what I should do. Uchiha Izumi said with some distress. It's not simple yet, Quan. If you think this thing is embarrassing, then do something more embarrassing. This way, you won't feel embarrassed about the last thing. Mao Yuexi said with a smile. It seems to make sense. Then Senior Shion, what should I do? Uchiha Izumi asked with a big tongue. Seeing her appearance, Uoyu Shion showed a smirk on her face. She smiled at Gurren, and then told Uchiha Izumi what seemed like a crazy plan. Quan, tonight, the two of us will take you to a night attack on your husband. Is it still a big deal if I become his woman and steal a kiss or something? Chapter 164. Master Takuya, please have me, please subscribe. Just do it. The three women took advantage of the drunkenness and secretly came to the Senju clan's territory. Since there were two people, Uezuki Shion and Gurren, with them. So, there was no obstruction along the way. Soon, several people arrived outside the study room in the front yard of the Senju clan. Quan, this is where my husband works part-time. You can go right in later. When the rice is cooked, you won't have to worry about secretly kissing him. Gurren whispered. Ha, Senior Gurren, I thought about it, isn't it a good idea to do this? Takuya-sama will be angry. Uchiha Izumi said worriedly. She already regrets it a little now. She only agreed to this because of her drunkenness. But, after actually arriving outside Senju Takuya's study, she found that her heart was beating fast. This way, it's really crazy, if you make Senju Takuya-sama angry, or even hate yourself. Wouldn't that be the end? Quan, you don't have to worry about this. We can assure you that my husband will never be angry. 29 inches. Mao Yu Shion laughed softly. Senior Shion, why do you say that? Uchiha Izumi asked a little strangely. Because, we know very well what kind of person my husband is. Just go ahead with confidence. When you get married in the future, you will understand why I said such things. Mao Yu Shion covered her mouth and smiled. Since marrying Senju Takuya, she has learned many things that she has never heard of. When it comes to love between men and women, my husband is not a rigid character. For a beautiful woman like Izumi Uchiha, Mao Yu Shion is sure, my husband will definitely not refuse. But, I'm still a little worried. Senior Honglian and Senior Shion, why don't we come back another day? Boom, boom, boom. While Uchiha Izumi was struggling, Gurren had already knocked on the door several times with lightning speed. Subsequently, then he took Mao Yu Shion and disappeared in an instant. Quote. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Spring is messy in the wind. These two seniors, how can this be done? Come in. Just when Uchiha Izumi was about to slip away, Senju Takuya's voice came from the room. It's over now, Uchiha Izumi muttered and had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk in. Spring, how did you come? Senju Takuya looked up at Uchiha Izumi who walked in and asked softly. Quote. Uchiha Izumi hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth. Do my best. Takuya-sama, when I kissed you that night, were you not asleep at all? Uchiha Izumi summoned the courage to ask. About this matter, I really didn't seem to be asleep at the time. Senju Takuya said calmly. Snort. Takuya-sama, how could you do this? Since you're not asleep, why are you pretending to be asleep? Uchiha Izumi asked with a blushing face. Quan, what you said is wrong. I'm not pretending to sleep. Senju Takuya retorted. You haven't pretended to sleep yet. Then when I kissed you, why didn't you react? Uchiha Quan said in embarrassment. Senju Takuya-sama is really bad. How could you tease her like this? Who knew you would kiss me directly at that time? Besides, before I had time to react, you ran away without looking back. Can you blame me? Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Uchiha Izumi was left speechless by Senju Takuya. Quan, when you came here tonight, you didn't tell me this specifically, right? Senju Takuya asked a little strangely. Of course not, I am today. Uchiha Izumi quickly closed her mouth mid-sentence. What did she say? Could it be that you are here to stay overnight tonight? Haha, I happen to be a little tired too. Quan, come here and stay with me. Senju Takuya waved to Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Quan slowly walked to Senju Takuya's side. Subsequently, she exclaimed. The next second, her body was already in Senju Takuya's arms. Takuya-sama, what do you want to do? Uchiha Izumi asked with a trembling voice. I let you go last time, but this time you take the initiative to deliver it to me. If I don't eat it, I won't be a man anymore. Senju Takuya whispered into Uchiha Izumi's ear. Uchiha Quan felt the warm breath coming from his ears, his body softened and he could no longer raise any strength. Takuya-sama, you said that your concentration is very strong. Uchiha Izumi still wants to make a final struggle. My concentration is really strong. But, you're so tempting. Senju Takuya whispered. Listening to Senju Takuya's deep voice, Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes. Takuya-sama, take me. After Uchiha Quan finished speaking, his face was as red as if he was about to bleed. She closed her eyes tightly and never dared to look at Senju Takuya again. But, after waiting for a long time, what was expected did not happen. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but opened his eyes in confusion. But found, Senju Takuya simply hugged her without any movement at all. Takuya-sama, looking at Senju Takuya's appearance, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but start to feel worried. 343 Could it be? Did your performance just now make Senju Takuya angry? Hateful, I was just too impulsive. Senju Takuya-sama wouldn't think that she was a wanton woman, would he? Thinking of the possibility of being disliked by Senju Takuya, Uchiha Izumi's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. Takuya-sama, why do you hate me? Uchiha Izumi asked tearfully. She had already made up her mind. If Senju Takuya-sama really hates her, then she will die to make her determination clear. Quan, don't think too much. It's just, you just drank, shouldn't you take a shower first? Senju Takuya reminded. I originally planned to wash. I usually take a shower every day. Uchiha Quan smelled the alcohol on her body and wished that there was a crack in the ground so that she could get in. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Turn out to be, it's not that Senju Takuya-sama hates her. I just disliked her for not taking a shower. It seems like Genshi is dead. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's cute appearance, Senju Takuya's heart moved. Oh my god, who can bear this? Let's go, I'll take you to take a shower. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he activated Kamui and disappeared into the room with Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 165. Marry Uchiha Izumi, Generous Rewards. Please subscribe. A week later, Senju Takuya and Uchiha Izumi held a grand wedding. Members of the Senju clan. One more was added. Oh, I'm so envious. Lord Hokage has married another beautiful woman. Yes, until now, I am not even a yellow-faced woman. Isn't that true? I didn't expect that the women of the Uchiha clan would actually fall in love with me. Looking at the bride's appearance, she has just grown up, right? This is a detour that has taken many years. Usususu sister, you have all seen it, persistence is victory. That's right, even if you never get married, you will never give in. Please, take a pee and look in the mirror. Why don't you just give in when you are clearly the one left over? Amid the envy and jealousy of everyone, the wedding of Senju Takuya and Uchiha Izumi was successfully completed. Uchiha clan, all clan members including Uchiha Shisui, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can maintain our marriage to Senju Takuya-sama, the Uchiha clan will never decline. At the wedding ceremony, Senju Takuya also generously gave the Uchiha family the management rights of some assets. Although it is just a business right, but it was enough for the Uchiha family to make a lot of money. The other families in the ninja world were drooling with envy. Since childhood, they have spared no effort to cultivate good-looking and talented kunoichi, which has become the most important thing for every family in the ninja world. After all, once the kunoichi trained by his family is selected by Senju Takuya, then the whole family is likely to skyrocket. Regarding this behavior, Senju Takuya will naturally not refuse. The reason why he vigorously promotes every wedding. In order, isn't this the effect it has now? Night. After all the guests dispersed, Senju Takuya came to the wedding room. Wedding bed. Uchiha sat upright, both hands. It is constantly stirring. Quan, You worked hard today. Looking at Uchiha Izumi's beautiful face, Senju Takuya chuckled and said. Husband, it's not hard. Today is my happiest day. Uchiha Quan lay in Senju Takuya's arms, with a happy smile on his face. Months ago, Uchiha Shisui found her. I hope she can get as close as possible to Senju Takuya for the sake of her family. She agreed. But, this doesn't mean how much she wants to marry Senju Takuya. After all, what woman doesn't want her husband to treat her wholeheartedly? And Senju Takuya, already have countless wives. Original, Uchiha Izumi feels, even if she becomes Senju Takuya's wife, she is no different from other women who have become victims of political marriages. Rest of life, I'm afraid I have no chance of love. But, what Uchiha Izumi didn't expect was that, the charm of Senju Takuya, far beyond her expectations. Even though she knew that the other party already had so many wives, she still couldn't help but sink in. After getting along for a while, Uchiha Izumi really fell in love with Senju Takuya. Especially at today's wedding, Uchiha Quan experienced the feeling of happiness for the first time. Quan, it's getting late, let's rest first. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Husband, I listen to you. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Subsequently, the room fell into darkness. Ding, marrying a wife. Uchiha Izumi obtains a reward and increases mental power by 100%. Ding, love with his wife. Uchiha Izumi, get reward, mental power +1. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Senju Takuya stretched. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, who had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed, Senju Takuya couldn't help but smile. The reward for marrying Quan was to double his spiritual power. This reward, it's really a bit too scary. After years of accumulation, his mental strength has already reached a very terrifying level. Now after doubling it, it has reached a state that even he doesn't know how to describe. He could only vaguely feel. With his current mental strength, even if the peak Otsutsuki Kagaya comes, he will probably be forcibly pulled into the genjutsu. It's so powerful. It's still early, let's go to other people's places first. Senju Takuya has no idea of resting. With his current mental strength, even if you never sleep, you will not feel any fatigue at all. Otherwise, married so many wives, he really couldn't handle it. Time flies, spring passes and winter comes. The entire Konoha was covered with heavy snow and covered with a layer of silver. During this year, Senju Takuya married several more wives and gave birth to more than 10 children. While strengthening the Senju clan, they also received very generous rewards. At the same time, under the orders of Senju Takuya, the entire ninja world is looking for Beruhu. In this case, Beruhu also got news soon. When Horyu came to Konoha anxiously, he learned that Senju Takuya was looking for him. Song just wanted him to help invent 10 forbidden techniques that can rob others of their power. This made Beruhu very excited. He has already had the idea in his mind about robbing other people's power. Did not expect, the powerful Li Qianhao, Senju Takuya in the ninja world actually had the same idea. And, the other party also spent so much effort looking for himself. This made Beruhu feel his own value. After seeing the advanced experimental facilities in Orochimaru's experimental base, Beruhu immediately patted his chest and assured. Within 3 years, he will be able to work out the perfect forbidden technique. In this regard, Senju Takuya just nodded lightly. This is just a backup plan of his. It's good to be successful. If it doesn't succeed, he won't particularly care about Fang. So far, all things come to an end for now. Senju Takuya's life has returned to peace again. Another year passed, and Senju Takuya noticed that all the tailed beasts had been resurrected. In this case, then it's time for him to resurrect 10 tails and seal it into his body. Chapter 166 The Strange Little Boy. Please subscribe. After making up your mind, Senju Takuya began his plan to collect tailed beasts. Now, he already has 2 tails and 9 tails in his body. The remaining 7 tailed beasts, they are also controlled in each village. In that case, let's start with 1 tail Shukaku. Senju Takuya murmured to him, no matter which tailed beast you start with, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with his power, getting a tailed beast is just a piece of cake. After making a plan, Senju Takuya told Tsunade and the others that he was going to Tsunagakure. In this regard, Tsunade and others had no objections. Only, Yi Kang came to him, hoped to go to Tsunagakure with him. Regarding Yi Kang's request, Senju Takuya naturally would not refuse. Hayakura is a ninja from Tsunagakure. But, since marrying him, I haven't been back to Tsunagakure all these years. Now, I want to take this opportunity to go back to my hometown with me. It is also a very reasonable request. Then, after a brief tidying up, Senju Takuya activated Kamui and took Yi Kang directly to the village of Tsunagakure 523. I didn't expect that Tsunagakure would develop to what it is now. Looking at the clean and tidy streets, as well as, there are a dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street. Yi Kang couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Although, this place is far from as prosperous as Konoha. But, compared to before, Tsunagakure has changed beyond recognition. In just a few years, Tsunagakure has transformed from a poor village with yellow sand pavements on every street. It has developed into a modern city with many high-rise buildings. Seeing how beautiful his hometown has become, Yi's mood also improved. Husband, Tsunagakure is what he is now. It's a great debt of gratitude to you. Yi Kang looked at Senju Takuya with gratitude in his eyes. After all, before, although Tsunagakure's strength ranks among the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world. But, the villagers of Tsunagakure are living a very difficult life. Sometimes, even Feng Ying had to use his ability to find gold from the desert to subsidize the village's finances. Per year, there are countless civilians who died of heat, starvation, and disease. Yi Kang still vaguely remembers it. At that time Tsunagakure, the atmosphere in the village was very depressing. But, only a few years have passed. Tsunagakure has turned into what he is now. Just from the smiles on the faces of the villagers, you can know how happy the people of Tsunagakure are living now. Like it, if you like it, I'll go shopping with you first. Senju Takuya said thoughtfully. Really, husband, thank you, would. Yi Kang happily kissed Senju Takuya on the face. She was very grateful to the third Cage who sent her to Konoha in the first place. If the other party hadn't insisted on letting her get close to Senju Takuya and steal the blood of the Senju clan, she won't live such a happy life now. Senju Takuya was held by Yi Kang's arm, and the two of them walked aimlessly on the street. From time to time, you will also be attracted by the products, snacks, and various toys on both sides of the street. Senju Takuya also enjoys this kind of customs that are completely different from Konoha. Hubby, stinky tofu is so delicious. If you let other people know that this is a delicacy invented by you, their jaws will probably drop, right? Yi Kang said happily while holding a box of stinky tofu. Haha, then the hospital will make a lot of money. Senju Takuya responded with a smile. Okay, finish it quickly, the smell of this stinky tofu is a bit strong. Hee, I don't. The two were playing and walking. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the side. Run quickly, the murderer is out again. Look at his eyes, they are the eyes of a devil. Don't get close to him, get out of here quickly. With exclamations, several 5- and 6-year-old children whizzed past from a side alley. Passers-by on both sides of the street also quickened their pace. CJBE murderer. What happened? Yi Kang frowned. Is it a prank? Why didn't anyone react? Hey, that kid called a murderer, didn't you hear? Yi Kang grabbed a Tsunagakure villager next to him who was about to leave and asked. Of course I heard it. The villager whispered. Then why don't you go call someone to catch the murderer? Oh, who dares to arrest you? You are from out of town. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will die later and no one will seek justice for you. After the villagers finished speaking, they shrank their necks and left quickly. Hearing his words, Yi Kang became even more strange. Husband, let's go take a look. Up to you, Senju Takuya said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Kang pulled him and ran into the alley. Quote. Yi Kang glanced at the scene in the alley and muttered. Because, except for a little boy carrying a gourd, there was no one else in the alley. Hello, kid, I just heard several other children shouting that there is a murderer here. Can you tell me what that murderer looks like? Yi Kang squatted in front of the little boy and asked. After hearing Yi Kang's words, the little boy's eyes gradually became dull. Mouth, he kept repeating the word, murderer. Hey, are you okay? Seeing the appearance of the little boy in front of him, Yi Kang gently raised his hand and waved it in front of the other person's eyes. At this time, she just noticed, the little boy in front of me. No eyebrows, the dark circles around the eyes look like they were painted on. At this time, the little boy's eyes suddenly widened and his expression became ferocious. I'm not a murderer. With a shout, a large amount of sand instantly poured out of the gourd behind him. Subsequently, the sand rushed towards Yi Kang. Boom, the sand slapped hard, subsequently, tightly compressed together. I'm not a murderer, I'm not a murderer. The little boy covered his head and squatted on the ground. Looking at the sand in front of me. Eyes, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out. It's really dangerous. I almost got hit. Yi Kang appeared next to Senju Takuya, looking a little sad. You're a little careless, Senju Takuya said calmly. If a person appears in such a place, even a child, he should be wary of the other person. Well, it's been too long since I've been on a mission. Yi Kang also reflected on himself. Since marrying Senju Takuya, she has been dealing with a group of children every day. Therefore, the moment I saw the little boy, the body instinctively feels close. Quote. Hearing Yi Kang and Senju Takuya talking, the little boy raised his head in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Subsequently, he focused his gaze on the pile of sand in front of him. With his gaze, the sand slowly spreads out automatically. Just a pile of crushed wood chips. Chapter 167 Gara. Please subscribe. Kid, you'd better explain it to me. Otherwise, I don't guarantee that I can do anything. Yi Kang looked at the kid in front of him and said coldly. Her body was filled with murderous intent. If the kid in front of her couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, she would really kill him. After all, the opponent's attack just now, but it was also a deadly move. Do you want to kill me? Ha. Can you kill me? Come on, the letter is here. Kill me. After hearing what Yi Kang said, the little boy's expression gradually became crazy. Seeing his appearance, Yi Kang's eyes became even colder. It is clear, the kid in front of me seems to have some mental issues. And, the opponent's strength seems not to be weak. In addition, since the other party is called a murderer, there must have been many people who died at the opponent's hands. In this case, then she should solve this trouble easily. Thinking of this, Hagura took out a kunai from his ninja bag. Subsequently, then he walked slowly towards the little boy. Stop. At this time, several masked ninjas suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yi Kang. Are you Tsunade Anbu? Looking at the ninjas in front of him, Yi Kang frowned and asked. Kill. Anbu's ninja didn't waste any time and launched an attack directly on Yi Kang. A-hole. You guys. Yi Kang gritted his teeth. As Tsunade, how could Anbu take action without asking any questions? Just when Yi Kang was about to take action, Senju Takuya patted her shoulder. Boom. With a loud noise, all the Anbu ninjas in Tsunade died suddenly. Yi Kang looked at Senju Takuya with a worried expression. She was a little scared. Senju Takuya will be angry because she caused trouble. The identity of this little guy is not as simple as you think. Come with me. Senju Takuya smiled and waved at Hagura. Subsequently, then he walked up to the little boy. Who are you? Can you kill me? The little boy looked at the Anbu ninja who died in front of him without any fear. On the contrary, he looked at Senju Takuya with interest in his eyes. You should follow, Senju Takuya said calmly. Subsequently, the little boy's body floated in midair involuntarily. The little boy didn't struggle, and always had a slight smile on his face. Under the leadership of Senju Takuya, the three of them soon arrived at the Cage building. Senju Takuya-sama. When the Anbu ninja in charge saw Senju Takuya, he was so shocked that he half knelt on the ground. With Senju Takuya's current status, no matter which village Anbu ninja is from, basically everyone can recognize him. Senju Takuya ignored the Anbu ninja kneeling on the ground and walked directly into the Cage building. The Anbu ninja who was responsible for guarding did not dare to make any move at all. Cage office. Luo Sha was handling the documents on the table seriously. Sudden, there was a sound of footsteps in his ears. Hear sounds. Luo Sha frowned. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me without my permission? Before Luo Sha finished speaking, after seeing the appearance of the person who came in clearly, he immediately stood up in shock. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote dot. Why are you here? Seeing Senju Takuya, Luo Sha spoke in a panic. Although he is a wind shadow, but, in front of Senju Takuya, he still looked very reserved. Luo Sha, do you know this kid? Senju Takuya sat carelessly in the seat that belonged to the cage, looked at Rasa and asked lightly. Yes, this is my son, Gaara. Luo Sha became even more panicked. For Gaara, of course he knew it very well. Shouldn't it be? Was it Gaara who provoked Senju Takuya-sama? When I think of this possibility, Luo Sha couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At first, he could still vividly remember the scene where Senju Takuya almost destroyed the entire Tsunade. It turns out to be your son. Quote. Yi Kang nodded after hearing Luo Sha's words. Lord Yakura. Luo Sha also bowed respectfully to Yi Kang. Then, both he and Hyakura are strong contenders for the cage. Finally, he relied on his own blood inheritance limit to become a candidate for the cage. Unexpectedly, fortune plays tricks on people. When he saw Yi Kang again, he actually wanted to call him, Sir. Please give me flowers. This kid just attacked us. Yi Kang's words almost scared Luo Sha so much that she almost sat down on the ground. Damn it, he knew it. This guy Gaara got him into trouble again. And, why is your son called a murderer by the villagers? Yi Kang asked strangely. As the cage's son, shouldn't he be loved by the villagers? Up pointing arrow, Luo Sha hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell the truth. No way, he didn't dare lie in front of Senju Takuya. Gaara is my son and also the Jinchuriki in the village. Gaara was born when the last Jinchuriki was nearing the end of his life. Therefore, from the moment he was born, I sealed one tail into his body. Luo Sha spoke slowly. After Gaara becomes a Jinchuriki, she cannot sleep. Every night, Shukaku would keep mumbling inside his body to torture him. Moreover, whenever he falls asleep, Shukaku will break through the seal and occupy his body. So, Gaara hasn't had a good night's sleep since she was born. Hearing Luo Sha's words, Yi Kang nodded clearly. So that's it. No wonder Gaara's dark circles are so severe. Under the long-term torture, Gaara's spirit was on the verge of collapse. My temper also became irritable. So, Lord Takuya, Lord Hyakura, please forgive Gaara. He never thought of it. How could he be so humble? Gaara opened her mouth in disbelief. The man in front of me. From that day on, the village regarded him as a murderer. Luo Sha half knelt on the ground and said sincerely. But, he found that even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't do it. As Luo Sha slowly told, Yi Kang's eyes towards Gaara were also full of sympathy. That day, dozens of people died at his hands. A child. I have been tortured like this since I was a child. The father who was usually serious, unsmiling and full of dignity. One day, after being ridiculed as a freak, Gaara fell into madness. Because the sand will automatically protect him, even he can't hurt himself. Seeing this scene, who is it, sir? She didn't expect. Chapter 168. Is this what it feels like to be hurt? Please subscribe. Luasha, where's Gaara's mother? Yi Kang asked. Gaara's mother had a difficult time giving birth to Gaara and has been dead for many years. Luo Sha said in a deep voice. Kaido. It was the past that he least wanted to recall. Husband, what should I do? This child is so pitiful. After hearing Gaara's experience, Yi Kang showed a look of sympathy on his face. He became a Jinchuriki at a young age. Not only does he suffer from the tailed beast every day, but he has never even seen his mother's face. She couldn't imagine it, if the same thing happens to your own child. How painful she would be. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. Senju Takuya smiled at Hagura. It is said that after a woman gives birth to a child, her maternal instincts will overflow. Now it seems, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this statement. Even Yi Kang, a former elite ninja from the 613, would actually show compassion to those who wanted to kill him. Takuya-sama, thank you so much. Gaara, why don't you apologize to Takuya-sama quickly? After Luo Sha heard that Senju Takuya was not going to pursue the matter, the mountain that had been weighing on her heart immediately disappeared. He turned around and grabbed Gaara, pressing her head and making Gaara kneel on the ground. Are you Takuya-sama? I see that my father is very afraid of you. Can you hurt me? Gaara looked at Senju Takuya and asked again. This time, Luo Sha was so angry that he immediately wanted to kick Gaara in the face. Luo Sha, you don't have to do this. I won't argue with a kid. Senju Takuya stopped Luo Sha, and then set his sights on Gaara. Gaara, do you want to get hurt? That's right, I also want to know what it feels like to be injured. Gaara nodded in response. The next second, a sharp kunai pierced his shoulder. Poof! With the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, Gaara looked at his shoulder in disbelief. Above, I don't know when, there is already one more kunai. Near kunai, blood flowed out, soon his clothes were dyed red. Ah, the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow came, and Gaara couldn't help but start rolling on the ground. After all, he is just a child and has never been injured. So, the endurance is much weaker than that of ordinary people. Takuya-sama, Luo Sha and Yi Kang couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. Why are you so anxious? This little injury won't kill you. Senju Takuya shrugged. For Jinchuriki, this injury is nothing at all. Really. After a while, Gaara gradually adapted to it. He knelt on the ground, with snot and tears streaming down his face. So, is this what it feels like to be hurt? The pain in people's mouths, is what it looks like. Gaara murmured tremblingly. Gaara, why are you so excited? Isn't it uncomfortable to be hurt? Seeing Gaara's appearance, Senju Takuya asked strangely. 0909, I do. Those damn sands finally showed their flaws. I'm injured. Ha 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 ha, I'm injured, this is my victory. That stinking civet cat will never dominate my life. Gaara threw her head back and laughed. At a young age, it reveals the potential to become a pervert. Gaara, do you think that the reason why those sands protect you is because of the tailed beast inside you? Senju Takuya asked keenly. Isn't it? I live and die with it. It is afraid that it will die if I die, so it uses the power of sand to protect me. Gaara snorted Kaido. Duh. After hearing Gaara's words, Senju Takuya sighed. So that's it. No wonder Gaara keeps looking for people who can hurt her. This is a way for him to resist the tailed beast inside him. Gaara, I can pull the tailed beast out of your body. Are you willing? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Gaara. Takuya-sama, please let Gaara go, he is still young. If there is any offense, I am willing to punish him. Rasa said in a panic after hearing Senju Takuya's words. As a wind shadow, of course he knows. What will happen to Jinchuriki after she is separated from the tailed beast? Seeing Luo Sha's appearance, Gaara was a little stunned. In his impression, his father has always had a serious look. His attitude towards him, also very indifferent. This also made him think for a time. My father hated him for taking my mother's life. But he never thought of it. His father, she actually said those words just for him. Takuya-sama, please spare Gaara. Luo Sha fell on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Gaara clenched her little fist tightly. Father, does he love himself? Luo Sha, calm down. I have a way to resurrect Gaara. Senju Takuya said helplessly. Why didn't he notice it before? Why can Luo Sha be so impatient? Can't you just listen to what he has to say first? Really? That's right. If it's Takuya-sama, maybe he can really do it. Luo Sha said with some joy. If Senju Takuya really has a way to make Gaara immortal, he is also very supportive of extracting the tailed beast from Gaara's body. At first, for the village, he chose to make the newborn Gaara a Jinchuriki. But, seeing Gaara's experiences over the years, he already regretted it. Father, isn't the Jinchuriki the most important weapon in the village? ATVEL. Gaara couldn't believe it. Luo Sha actually agreed to this request. Gaara, compared to you, tailed beasts are nothing. Gaara was stunned. Immediately afterwards, this was the first time his father had been so affectionate to him. Senju Takuya spoke calmly. Get out of the way, I'm going to start. The tailed beast chakra in Gaara's body began to flow out crazily. In order to successfully pull the tailed beast out of Gaara's body, it's better to warn Shukaku first. Luo Sha touched Gaara's head and spoke with a smile. Don't cause trouble later, otherwise you will be miserable. For a time, then he put his hand on Gaara's body. Gaara felt her nose was sore and her eyes gradually became blurry. Don't worry, Takuya-sama 4.0 will not deceive us. Senju Takuya waved to Gaara. Shukaku, you should be able to hear me, right? Subsequently, it's not like separation between life and death. Alright, Chapter 169 The Truth, The Stinky Man. Please subscribe. Due to Shukaku's cooperation, Gaara did not feel any special pain during the process of pulling away the tailed beast. Things are going very well. In just a few moments, Senju Takuya sealed the tailed beast in Gaara into his own body. And Gaara, as the tailed beast was pulled out of the body, it completely lost its vitality. Gaara, question mark exclamation mark quote. Looking at Gaara, who was already a corpse lying on the ground, Luo Sha looked at Senju Takuya anxiously. Luo Sha, don't worry. My husband can bring Gaara back to life. Yi Kang looked at Luo Sha and spoke softly. At first, she saw it with her own eyes when Senju Takuya pulled 9 tails out of Uzumaki Mito's body. Grandma Mito, who had lost all her vitality, miraculously came back to life after her husband healed her. And he has returned to his youthful appearance. Even this kind of thing can be done. Resurrection Gaara, it's not a difficult thing to think about. Senju Takuya ignored Luo Sha and gently placed his hand on Gaara's body. Immediately, a majestic life energy poured into Gaara's body. Under the influence of this life energy, Gaara's body became rosy visibly to the naked eye. Soon, Gaara's heartbeat resumed again. I'm alive. Gaara opened her eyes and looked around, with a trace of doubt in her eyes. He seemed to have gone to a very far away place. Gaara, seeing Gaara's resurrection, Luo Sha's eyes were filled with surprise. At the same time, the look he looked at Senju Takuya became even more awe-inspiring. The power of this lord. It's getting more and more unpredictable. He can actually resurrect the dead at will. It's really terrible. Takuya-sama, thank you so much. Luo Sha kneeled on the ground and said respectfully. He can feel it. There was nothing abnormal about Gaara's body. Even the dark circles under my eyes caused by not sleeping for many years have disappeared. Gaara, why don't you hurry up and thank Takuya-sama? Luo Sha urged, looking at Gaara who was standing there stupidly. Oh yes, Takuya-sama, thank you. Gaara knelt on the ground obediently. His face was full of excitement. Because he can feel it in his body. The monster who keeps trying to break him down finally disappeared. He only felt an unprecedented sense of relief. And, compared to these, Gaara secretly looked at Luo Sha. Father, it turns out you care about me so much. Gaara, you can live a normal life from now on. What happened back then was that I made a wrong decision. I hope you can forgive me. Luo Sha looked at Gaara and said solemnly. Father, I don't blame you. Gaara shook his head. Seeing that the two of them had settled their differences, Yi Kang also showed a happy smile on his face. That's great. This child will never suffer that kind of torture again. At this time, Senju Takuya slowly walked up to Gaara. Subsequently, he took out a kunai again. Takuya-sama, what are you going to do? Luo Sha's expression changed and she wanted to stand in front of Gaara. Do not move. Senju Takuya glanced at Luo Sha lightly. Luo Sha then discovered, his body suddenly became unresponsive. Senju Takuya came to Gaara, raised his arm, took the kunai and stabbed Gaara. Seeing this scene, Yi Kang, Luo Sha, and Gaara were all puzzled. Senju Takuya, what do you want to do? If you want to kill Gaara, and why bother to save him? Just when everyone was puzzled, a pile of yellow sand rushed out from the gourd Gaara was carrying behind her. Boom! Wangsha stood in front of Gaara and blocked Senju Takuya's attack. What's going on? Looking at the yellow sand in front of her, Gaara opened her mouth in shock. Hasn't the monster inside him disappeared? Why is the sand still the same as before? What exactly is going on? Not only Gaara, even Yi Kang and Luo Sha were shocked. Husband, what on earth is going on? Yi Kang asked. Senju Takuya did not answer, but still stared at Gaara. Gaara, do you really think that the tailed beast who was always thinking about breaking through the seal and making you lose your mind would use his own power to protect you? Not it. Then, what's the reason for this? Gaara muttered. I felt a very gentle breath on the sand. Also, the previous Jinchuriki didn't have the power like you, right? Senju Takuya threw the kunai to the ground. Yi Kang, let's go. After saying that, then he stepped outside. Gentle breath. Quote. It's Garuru. Luo Sha exclaimed in surprise. Garuru. Gaara spoke in confusion. Gaara is your mother. The one who has always been by your side to protect you is not that hateful tailed beast. It's your mother, Luo Sha said with red eyes. That must be the case. Garuru. It also has the magnet-style blood succession limit. Is her, even after his death, he has been silently protecting his children. Mother. Gaara stared blankly at the yellow sand in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. After a long time, an ugly smile appeared on his face. Turn out to be, she has been protecting him from getting hurt. It's my mother. The mother did not resent herself for costing her life. 380. She has been silently guarding him. After understanding the truth, Gaara could no longer bear it and began to cry loudly. Turn out to be, not only did his father always love him, even the mother I have never met, she has always been by his side to protect him and prevent him from getting hurt. These years, the sand he always hated, it is proof that his mother is always by his side. At this moment, Gaara finally became like a normal child. He opened his mouth and cried loudly, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Luo Sha silently hugged Gaara's body. Two people, together they bowed in the direction Senju Takuya left. Outside the door, Senju Takuya and Yi Kang took their ears away from the door and walked outside. Husband, you already knew this. Yi Kang wiped his tears and asked Senju Takuya. Ah, that's right, Senju Takuya said casually. Husband, you are so handsome, Yi Kang said with a smile. Yeah, I was just bored, so I just said one more thing casually. Senju Takuya shrugged, put his hands in his pockets, talked to himself, and walked forward without looking back. Seeing his back, Yi Kang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Tsunade is right, husband, he is indeed a very stinky man. Chapter 170 Tamari, maybe you can also become Mrs. Hokage, please subscribe. Tsunagaku. In a single family villa, 2 children, a boy and a girl, were sitting on the sofa, each busy with their own things. The girl plays with the fan in her hand. His face looked a little sad. The boy was busy quenching the poison on each 1,000 books. Kankuro, why hasn't Gaara come back today? Tamari looked at the time and asked. Have no idea, maybe something delayed me. Kankuro didn't look up from Kaido. Hey, I asked you, as an elder brother, how come you don't care about your younger brother at all? After Tamari heard Kankuro's answer, a trace of anger appeared on his face. Sister, what do you have to worry about? That guy Gaara, can anyone hurt him? Besides, we're worried about him. It's hard to say whether he appreciates it or not. Kankuro said casually. At first, because Gaara was born prematurely. After he and Tamari saw Gaara's appearance, they were determined to protect the last child left by their mother. But, over time, Gaara becomes more and more eccentric. Even, kill people at every turn. Even his brother, he almost died at the opponent's hands several times. In this case, of course he won't have any good impressions of Gaara anymore. In fact, don't say Gaara came back late. Kankuro wished his brother had died outside. After hearing Kankuro's words, Tamari turned red with anger. This be ******************************** D. How can you say this about your own brother? Just when she was about to have a seizure, the door was suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, Gaara walked in. Seeing Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro immediately fell silent. According to usual habits, Gaara hates people making noise in front of him. Gaara, you came back a little late today. Did something happen to you? Tamari calmed down and spoke cautiously to Gaara. Kankuro, on the other hand, held the puppet in front of him. In case there is any emergency, he can react immediately. Something happened. Sister Tamari, brother Kankuro, do you want to listen? Gaara lowered his head and whispered. Hearing Gaara's words, Tamari and Kankuro both opened their mouths in shock. Are they hallucinating? Gaara, what you just said, I didn't hear it clearly. Tamari asked in disbelief. Right, sister, brother, I want to tell you what happened today. After Gaara finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. He who knew the whole truth. At this time, I am already relieved of what happened to me. Since his father and mother have been silently guarding him, what should he have to resent? Moreover, from now on he will be able to live a normal life. You no longer have to worry about the monster inside your body breaking through the seal after falling asleep. Gaara, you say it, we listen. Tamari said with some choking. Although she didn't know what happened, Gaara's change made her very excited. Kankuro also sat back on the sofa. Sister, brother, I was wrong before. Please forgive me, I will never lose my temper again in the future. Gaara assured. Subsequently, then he told everything about what happened today. Here the end. Tamari and Kankuro both had red eyes. Gaara, so your mother has been protecting you. Tamari touched the gourd behind Gaara and couldn't help but shed a few tears. That's right, my father doesn't resent me because of my mother. All misunderstandings have been resolved. Gaara said solemnly. Now, he also knows, his own father also long regretted letting him become a Jinchuriki. But, because if you lose your tailed beast, you will die, so you can only keep this feeling deep in your heart. Thanks to Senju Takuya-sama. I heard that gentleman is Lord Hokage of Konoha, and he is also the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. Once, he led Konoha to victory in the Third Ninja War. One person fought against the other 4 shadows alone and achieved a crushing victory. The current structure of the ninja world was also created by him. Tamari is older and knows a lot about the ninja world. So, for Senju Takuya, she still has some understanding. Did not expect, it turned out to be the legendary strong man who saved Gaara. Gaara, how do you feel about that hand Takuya-sama? Tamari asked curiously. As long as you are a ninja, everyone is curious about Senju Takuya. Tamari even more so. Senju Takuya, but she was her idol since childhood. That gentleman is very charming. Gaara thought for a moment and spoke. The other person's body exudes an aura that makes people want to get close to him. I really want to see Senju Takuya with my own eyes one day. Tamari said a little bit crazy. Before, she understands. These are all stories of Senju Takuya's past. Unexpectedly, one day, she actually also interacts with Senju Takuya-sama. That lord pulled her brother out of the endless abyss. So handsome. Tamari, after you graduate from the ninja school in a few years, I will send you to Konoha to study abroad. At that time, you will be able to see Takuya-sama with your own eyes. Luo Shaw's voice came over. Everyone looked up. Luo Shaw appeared in the living room with a smile. Father, see you Luo Shaw. Tamari and Kankuro both stood up and bowed respectfully. Don't be so restrained. Luo Shaw smiled and waved her hand. Tamari and Kankuro looked at each other with surprised expressions. In their impression, Luo Shaw has always been the kind of strict father. Even it was also the first time I saw Luo Lima's Shaw smiling so happily. Tamari, in order to leave a good impression in front of Takuya-sama in the future, you have to work hard now. When you grow up in the future, maybe you can become Mrs. Hokage that everyone admires. Luo Sha looked at Temari and smiled. Does she really qualify? Seems unfair to Temari. After all, becoming Mrs. Hokage or something. I understand, father. It's really big. Temari blushed and said a little unconfidently. If he could marry Lord Senju Takuya, both Tsunade and him would gain great benefits. I will definitely work hard. But, this daughter of mine has been known to be a beauty since she was a child. Although I think so, when Temari gets older and understands these things, the charm of Senju Takuya, she will definitely not reject her decision. Even he has to admit the altar. Luo Sha believes. Chapter 171 Drainage of Sewage. Destroy the country. Please subscribe. Konoha Village. Senju Takuya is sitting in Hokage's office, engrossed in business. Beside, the three-tailed beasts Shukaku, Matabi, and Kurama were pointing their fists at each other with excited expressions. After a while, Shukaku opened his eyes. Smelly fox, you really deserve to die. It turns out you have lived so comfortably these past years, Shukaku said through gritted teeth. In Kurama's memory, he saw the other person sunbathing, eating delicious food, and being respected wherever he went. This kind of life, it is simply the life it has dreamed of. But, while Kurama was living such a wonderful life, he could only stay in a dark cage, constantly fighting against Jinchuriki. Comparing the two, Shukaku's mentality is about to collapse. Snort. Smelly civet cat, you are not only weak, but you also seem to have bad luck. As long as you admit that the more tails you have, the stronger you are, I will protect you from now on, how about that? Kurama said proudly. Don't even think about it. Shukaku said angrily. That's why it hates Kurama. Why do you say that the strength of a tailed beast is determined by its tail? It's obviously the smartest one. Sealing techniques, ninjutsu, etc. Among all the tailed beasts, only it can perform it. Does this stinky fox 060 understand it? Okay, you two, stop arguing. Matabi saw that Shukaku and Kurama were about to quarrel again, and quickly came out to stop it. Subsequently, he focused his attention on Shukaku again. Shukaku, do you remember the rules of conduct I told you? Remember, you just don't cause trouble. Shukaku snorted lightly. The one with the highest IQ among the tailed beasts, it certainly won't go against Senju Takuya. That's a ruthless man who surpasses the old man from Six Paths. Now that you understand, let's go out and play. Matabi suggested. Good. Shukaku agreed immediately. It has forgotten how many years it has not enjoyed the free time. Then, the three-tailed beasts greeted Senju Takuya and then all ran out. Looking at their appearance, Senju Takuya shook his head and smiled bitterly. These guys, just eat, drink and have fun all day long. It's really enviable. Senju Takuya smiled and continued to process the documents on his desk. Sudden, a piece of information caught his attention. Unokuni is suspected of discharging factory sewage directly into the sea. 1000 CJBJ, hands Takuya frowned. Tang Country. It is an island country surrounded by sea. Located to the east of the Fire Country. Famous for its hot springs. Jiraiya once mentioned the country of Yu in his novel. It is said that it is a country where men can never leave. Didn't I strictly prohibit the random discharge of sewage? Why is Unokuni still doing this? Senju Takuya called Anbu over and asked unhappily. While he is now vigorously developing industry, he also attaches great importance to protecting the environment. And, there are many policies in place for this purpose. One of them, it is forbidden to discharge sewage directly into the sea. Lord Hokage, we have warned you many times. But the people of Tang Country don't know how to repent. They even joined forces and killed many of our ninjas. Anbu Ninja said solemnly. Yeah, it seems that I haven't taken action for a long time, and the ninja world has forgotten my character. Senju Takuya's eyes became dangerous. Since he unified the ninja world, all regions have lived in peace. But, it's been a long time. There will always be people who challenge his bottom line for the sake of profit. Now, some people dared to openly disobey his orders. It seems, it's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Senju Takuya activated Kamui and disappeared directly into the Hokage office. The country of soup. Senju Takuya appeared in the sky. He saw it with his own eyes. Countless factories continue to discharge sewage into the sea. Around the factory, there are also many heavily armed people. It seems to be protecting the safety of the factory. After observing for a while, Senju Takuya came to the capital of Unokuni. Here, everyone wears bright clothes. On the street, everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. Senju Takuya stopped many passers-by at random and asked them what they thought about the random discharge of sewage from factories. But, almost everyone gave him the same answer. That is, what are we going to do? How can it be the turn of outsiders to point fingers? Even, some people openly insulted him. I think the policies he formulated are completely bullshit. It's simply not realistic. After visiting for a whole day, Senju Takuya was also confirmed. The whole country of soup. This concept has been formed from top to bottom. And, most people still thought about resisting his rule if they had the chance in the future. This also made Senju Takuya realize. Tang Ziguo is hopeless. If this bad trend is not stopped in time, the ninja world that finally calmed down may start to become chaotic again. At noon the next day, Senju Takuya turns on Susanoo and appears in the sky above Tang Country. Unokuni blatantly disobeyed Hokage's orders and showed strong resistance. So, get ready for the trial. With the blessing of powerful chakra, his voice spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone showed a look of horror. Could it be? After many years, is Master Hokage going to take action again? The people of Tang Country cursed angrily. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D, why are you treating us like this? Yes, it makes no sense at all, we just want our lives to be better. Dictator, will you punish us as long as we don't listen to you? We're not afraid. That's right, you can kill us all if you can. The people of Tang Country shouted loudly. Now they all unite together. Even Senju Takuya, so what can be done? IOLG, offended his reverse scale, the people of Tang Country. Hearing these words, Senju Takuya had a sneer on his face. Not a single life survived. With an earth-shattering sound, the entire kingdom of Tang was instantly swallowed up by the ball of light. No matter how many people there are, he will not show mercy. Tang Country, these guys don't know him at all. Everything was instantly turned into ruins. If that's the case, then you bunch of beasts should disappear from this world forever. In a huge explosion, a ball of light filled with destructive aura condensed in his hand, and Senju Takuya gently threw it down. Throughout the island, before he even had time to scream, he was directly vaporized by the extremely high temperature. Boom. From then on he was removed from the ninja world. All buildings. It is clear. Chapter 172. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are ashamed of themselves. Please subscribe. After the country of Tang was destroyed in the ninja world, everyone in the ninja world was shocked. No matter what the reason is, they didn't expect Senju Takuya actually wiped out a country. For a time, everyone in the ninja world is in danger. Various countries have begun to crack down on domestic illegal and criminal activities. After all, no one wants his own country. The country was destroyed like the country of Tang. Konoha village. In a remote restaurant, Senju Takuya, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha, Madara are sitting at the same table. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. It's really beyond my expectation. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Takuya, his eyes full of admiration. It's okay. After all, if you want the ninja world to develop in the direction you want, you must have a strong hand. Senju Takuya said calmly. That's right, I thought that my ability was already comparable to that of 5 people, but compared with you, I found that I was still far behind. Uchiha Madara sighed with a smile. Even if it is him, ask yourself, there is absolutely no courage to directly destroy a country like Senju Takuya. It's not a question of whether it can be done. 2. Can you get over that hurdle in your heart? From this point of view, whether it's strength or size, he is far inferior to the junior in front of him. It's those guys who went too far. I've given them a chance, but they still insist on having their own way. Such a country will only become a disaster if it stays in the ninja world. Senju Takuya said firmly. In contrast, Senju Hashirama's face looked a little unhappy. With his character, it is impossible to approve of what Senju Takuya did. Of course, as Senju Hashirama who always calls himself a dead soul, I won't criticize Senju Takuya's approach. Hashirama, look away. This era no longer belongs to us. Looking at the current state of the ninja world, you should understand that what Takuya did is the right thing. Uchiha Madara saw that Senju Hashirama's face was not good, so he took the initiative to comfort him. Madara, you don't need to say more. I understand everything. Senju Hashirama sighed, even if he knew Senju Takuya was right. But, still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. Takuya, what do you want to do next? Seeing Senju Hashirama's appearance, Uchiha Madara no longer tried to persuade him, but instead focused on Senju Takuya. Resurrect 10 tails and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Senju Takuya said casually. Didn't you say that becoming 10 tails pillar calendar was a conspiracy? Isn't this Black Zetsu's method of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama asked with some confusion. Do not worry, Black Zetsu has now been exiled to the wasteland of the universe by me. Even if 10 tails is resurrected, Tsutsuki Pai cannot break the seal. Senju Takuya waved his hand. Hearing him say this, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were also relieved. Alright, today's meal was very good. Thanks for the hospitality. Senju Takuya drank the wine on the table in one gulp. Subsequently, then he turned and left. Seeing Senju Takuya's disappearing back, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, and both couldn't help but show approval. This little guy, much stronger than they were back then. Next, it's Three Tails' turn. Senju Takuya muttered to himself. Subsequently, Start Kamui came directly to Kirigakure. After arriving at Kirigakure, Senju Takuya did not rush to find Three Tails, but found Terumi Mei. Since she has been working as a Mizukage in Kirigakure, so the time the two of them spend together, much less compared to others. Husband, how did you come? When Senju Takuya showed up at Mizukage's office, Terai had an incredible smile on his face. Ignoring the looks of other people in the office, Terumi Mei threw herself directly into Senju Takuya's arms. Husband, I miss you so much. Terumi Mei said coquettishly in Senju Takuya's arms. Hey, no matter what you say, it's Mizukage. Pay attention to the impact. Senju Takuya smiled helplessly. What does it matter? I don't care. Terumi Mei pouted and said. Seeing the two of them like this, the rest of the people in the office also wisely left. After everyone left, Terumi Mei became more unrestrained. Kissed Senju Takuya directly. Husband, don't talk yet. Let's talk about it later. Looking at Terumi Mei's hot figure, Senju Takuya will naturally not refuse. It seems, this little girl needs to be dealt with again. Please give me flowers. Ding. Being in love with his wife Terumi Mei, and getting rewards. Constitution +1, Chakra +1. Looking at Terumi Mei slumped in the chair, Senju Takuya shook his head in amusement. This little girl, are you being honest now? After a while, Terumi Mei slowly sat up. She looked at Senju Takuya with admiration in her eyes. My own man, it's really awesome. Husband, what are you doing here this time? Terumi Mei asked softly, finally remembered to ask about something serious. Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows and teased. Husband, I couldn't help myself just now. Terumi Mei said shyly, I came here this time to capture 3 tails. Senju Takuya stated his purpose. Capture 3 tails. Husband, with your power, do you still need a tailed beast? Terumi Mei asked a little strangely. For ordinary ninjas, the power of the tailed beast is something that is elusive. But, for Senju Takuya, the power of the tailed beast is nothing at all. It's a long story, Senju Takuya said casually. Terumi Mei doesn't know much about the secrets of the ninja world. So, it was hard for her to guess her purpose in collecting tailed beasts. It's a long story, just tell it slowly, I'm willing to listen. Terumi Mei shook Senju Takuya's arm coquettishly. Seeing Terumi Mei's appearance, Senju Takuya could only smile helplessly. Subsequently, then he told her about 10 tails. So that's it, husband, 3 tails has been under surveillance in our village. This is the sea area where 3 tails hides. Without these coordinates, finding 3 tails would be like finding a needle in a haystack. There is a coordinate marked on it. After Terumi Mei listened, she found a map and placed it in front of Senju Takuya. This is where 3 tails is hiding. That's great, I have something to tell you. Senju Takuya touched Terumi Mei's head. Husband, remember to come back after you catch 3 tails. Terumi Mei warned. He is going to find 3 tails. Then he stood up. Compared with land, the sea is infinitely vaster. With this thing, we can save a lot of trouble. Next, Senju Takuya smiled. Subsequently, Chapter 173, 3 tails please subscribe. According to the coordinates given by Terumi Mei, Senju Takuya came to a sea area not far from Kirigakure. Over the sea, Senju Takuya closed his eyes and adjusted his perception to the maximum. Soon, he discovered the depths of the seabed not far away. Has an unusual mass of chakra. Found it. Senju Takuya opened his eyes. Subsequently, then he rushed directly into the sea. Human, why did you come here? Get out of here, or I won't be polite. Seeing the sudden appearance of Senju Takuya, 3 tails Isogo snorted and said. Isofu, I want to talk to you. Senju Takuya smiled and spoke. I have nothing to talk about with humans. Get out of here quickly. Isofu urged impatiently. Humans come looking for it. It's nothing more than coveting its power. 080 inches has finally gained freedom, and of course it doesn't want to go back to that dark seal. Kurama, Shukaku, Matabi, you guys please come out and talk to Isoho. Senju Takuya didn't bother to explain. He directly summoned the 3-tailed beasts inside his body. After seeing Kurama, Shukaku, and Matabi, Fu's eyes suddenly opened. Why are you 3 here? No, I mean, how could you 3 appear here at the same time? Isofu asked in shock. Isofu, isn't this obvious? The 3 of us are sealed into Boss Takuya's body. Shukaku spoke. What's going on? Boss Takuya, you recognized a human as your boss. After hearing Shukaku's words, Isofu became even more surprised. According to reason, a Jinchuriki can only seal at most 1 tailed beast within its body. After all, just suppressing the power of a tailed beast is already extremely difficult. Sealing all 3 tailed beasts into one's body at once is no different than seeking death. Once the tailed beast goes crazy, it wants to break through the seal. Jinchuriki simply cannot be suppressed. Divided by addition, what makes Isofu most strange is that, why did Shukaku call the human in front of him, boss? And Matabi and Kurama also looked acquiesced. What's going on? Isofu, follow the boss to enjoy the hot and spicy food. Isn't it much better than your current life? Shukaku folded his arms and whispered softly. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Isofu, take your hand, I'll show it to you and you'll understand. Kurama said impatiently. Smelly fox, can't you just shut up when I'm talking? The one who should shut up is you, the talkative one, right? What, you want to fight? TCH, you only have 1 tail, so you are not qualified to be my opponent. Shukaku and Kurama started arguing again without saying a few words. Fortunately, after Matabi saw Senju Takuya's expression becoming a little impatient, he took the initiative to bump fists with Isobutsu. This is a special way of communication between their tailed beasts. Through physical contact, you can see the images in the other person's memory. This is your daily life. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Seeing the scene in Matabi's memory, Isofu opened his mouth in disbelief. In Matabi's memory, it saw, Matabi can comfortably bask in the sun every day. You can also eat a lot of delicious food. Even if someone passes by while sleeping, no one will disturb me. Even when walking struttingly on the road, those ninjas who would fight if they saw them. He even called out, Matabi-sama, respectfully. It's just too unbelievable. This kind of thing can't be faked, so there's no need for me to lie to you. So, join us. In this way, I can enjoy such a life in the future. Matabi advised. Hearing Matabi's words, Isofu fell silent. It admits its heart beats. As a tailed beast, Many people in the ninja world covet its power. Even now it is not sealed into Jinchuriki's body and is enjoying its freedom. But he still has to worry about the attacks of those ninjas all the time. At the same time, in order to avoid being tracked by ninjas, it can only stay in the dark depths of the sea. Going out for some fresh air once in a while is already an extremely luxurious thing. So, it is very yearning for the Matabi lifestyle. Matabi, I'm afraid you have been deceived. After a moment of silence, Isofu spoke again. Ha, Isofu, you said we were cheated. Are you looking down on me? Can anyone in this ninja world deceive me? Shukaku was the first to say unhappily. Isofu, why did you say that? Matabi asked with some confusion. Haven't you figured it out yet? The man in front of you, the reason why he gives you the life you have now, is nothing more than to numb you. His purpose is obvious, to collect tailed beasts. Although I don't know how this human knows this, his purpose is definitely to resurrect 10 tails. Isofu said with certainty. Snort. Want to use this method to make them give up resistance. Idiot's dream. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. So this is what you were thinking. Isofu, you are so funny. After listening to Isofu's analysis, Shukaku, Matabi, and Kurama all burst into laughter. This guy's serious analysis. Is this the result? Hey, what are you laughing at? Isofu asked angrily. It doesn't think there's anything funny about it. Isofu, of course we know about this. Kurama spoke. You know. B. After hearing Kurama's words, Isofu was shocked. Now that I know, then why not resist? He will strip us of our consciousness. Okay, with Boss Takuya's strength, there's no need to lie to us. Matabi explained. Soon, having been with humans for so long, it knows very well that humans are the most cunning creatures. Can we also believe what humans say? Doff, you are so naive. They will really die. There is no credibility at all. The memory of Senju Takuya came to Isofu's mind. This human is actually stronger than the old man from Six Paths. After Shukaku finished speaking, he placed his fist on Isofu's fist. Their words. Boss Takuya promised us that when he resurrects 10 tails, he will only use our chakra. Resurrection 10 tails, Isofu retorted. 4.6 inches Isofu, your worries are unnecessary. Chapter 174. Husband, I don't want to be a Mizukage anymore, please subscribe. Isobutsu looked at the scene in Shukaku's memory, and the whole tailed beast was in bad shape. Because Shukaku was sealed into Senju Takuya's body. So, Shukaku's strength against Senju Takuya. Know everything clearly. Therefore, in Shukaku's memory, Isofu felt the true power of Senju Takuya. That powerful feeling, even better than Sage of Six Paths back in the day. It's simply not too scary. Alright, I agree to your request. Isofu sighed and spoke. After knowing the strength of Senju Takuya, he firmly believed in the words of Shukaku, Matabi and Kurama. After all, a ninja with such great power, even if you want to forcefully seal it into your body, it is just a piece of cake. Other side, there is no need to deceive yourself at all. Another point, Senju Takuya's gentle attitude also made Isofu feel that he was different from ordinary ninjas. In this life, I have seen countless ninjas. Those ninjas with extremely powerful power. Without exception, they are all a group of arrogant guys. Tail them to beasts, think of it as a tool that can be manipulated at will. The most obvious, 29. It was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then. Uchiha Madara treats them as beasts. Senju Hashirama even used them as bargaining chips in negotiating deals. But in front of Senju Takuya, it doesn't feel like that at all. Boss, Isofu has agreed. Hurry up and start sealing. Shukaku raised his head at Senju Takuya as if he were taking credit. Subsequently, he set his sights on Isofu again. You're lucky. Back then, we were all severely beaten by the boss. Hearing Shukaku's words, Isofu was speechless. Good guy, why do you feel like you want me to get a beating too? Okay, if you have any questions, you can communicate within my body. Senju Takuya saw that Isofu agreed and no longer hesitated. Directly cast the sealing technique. He sealed Isofu into his body. So far, inside his body, already have 4 tailed beasts. 1 tail Shukaku, 2 tails Matabi, 3 tails Isofu and 9 tails Kurama. At this rate, in a short time, he will be able to resurrect 10 tails and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. After doing all this, Senju Takuya activates Kamui. Figure, it disappeared directly in place. Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukage office, Terumi Mei held her chin up and stared at the insurance document in front of her. At this time, a familiar scent appeared in front of her. You're so fascinated, what are you thinking about? Senju Takuya's voice sounded. Terumi Mei came back to her senses. After seeing Senju Takuya, face, a smile immediately appeared. Husband, are you back? How are things going? Terumi Mei looked at Senju Takuya and asked. Although she provided the coordinates of 3 tails, there is still a vast sea. If 3 tails went out for a walk, it would be very difficult to find it. I've taken action myself, can anything happen that I can't accomplish? Senju Takuya skillfully held Terumi Mei in his arms. By the way, didn't you specifically tell me to come back after getting 3 tails? What's the matter? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Husband, I'm pregnant. Terumi Mei lowered her head and whispered. Ha, you were pregnant. Senju Takuya was a little surprised. Then the last time I came here, you weren't so crazy. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Terumi Mei's face turned red with embarrassment. Husband, I miss you so much. So, that's why I couldn't hold it back. Terumi Mei hugged Senju Takuya's neck and said coquettishly. Snort. This is about the future of our Senju clan. Next time you dare to do this, see if I don't swell your butt. Senju Takuya pinched Terumi Mei's beautiful buttocks. Duh, husband, I don't dare anymore. Terumi Mei groaned in pain and quickly begged for mercy. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Terumi Mei spoke again. What's up? Senju Takuya asked. Husband, I don't want to be a Mizukage anymore. I want to go back to Konoha with you. Terumi Mei said. No longer Mizukage. Isn't your biggest dream before to become a Mizukage and let the villagers of Luin village live a happy life? Why are you unwilling now? Senju Takuya asked in confusion. Oh, I was young and ignorant at that time. Besides, Kirigakure has developed quite well now. Husband, just promise me. Terumi Mei lay next to Senju Takuya's ear and said charmingly. As a married woman, she feels that being with her husband and children is the happiest thing. Who wants to be a busy Mizukage all day long? All right, but you have to wait until the candidate for the next Mizukage is confirmed before you can come back with me. Senju Takuya said calmly. Now his children have not grown up yet, so he has no intention of getting involved in these important positions that hold power. Waiting for the future. When Kabuto, Sasuke, Naruto and others grow up, let them slowly take over important positions in the ninja world. At the same time, let them spread throughout the ninja world. Only in this way, only then can the family be more prosperous. Husband, I have already decided on the candidate. Just waiting for you to nod in agreement. Terumi Mei said excitedly. Who is it? Senju Takuya asked curiously. It seems, Terumi Mei's decision was not an impromptu decision, but a premeditated decision. Changjuro, Terumi Mei said softly. This is his information. Senju Takuya read the information in Terumi Mei's hand. Then he nodded indifferently. Now that you've chosen your candidate, let's do that. Husband, you are so good. When Terumi Mei saw Senju Takuya agreeing, she immediately kissed Senju Takuya several times on the face. Looking at Terumi Mei's pretty and charming figure, he was also a little moved. Inside the room, naturally, another ups and downs began. 3 days later, announced by Senju Takuya and Terumi Mei, Chojuro became the 6th Mizukage of Kirigakure. Although still very young, but no one dared to question Senju Takuya's decision. Only, Chojuro doesn't seem particularly happy to be a Mizukage. In his eyes, it seems full of loss. Seeing Chojuro's look, Senju Takuya naturally knew what the other person was thinking. He snorted softly, as if swearing sovereignty, and held Terumi Mei in his arms like a princess in public. Subsequently, he glanced lightly at Chojuro, who had become Mizukage. Kid, such a woman, destined to be the woman you can't get. It can only belong to me. Chapter 175. Your art is nothing more than children playing house. Please subscribe. After the incident in Kirigakure, Senju Takuya returned to Konoha village with Terumi Mei. After arriving at Konoha village, Terumi Mei returned to the original room and lived with Wooden Golem and others. Every day, enjoying the service of servants, eating delicacies from mountains and seas, browsing various expensive shops, and Konoha, the center of the ninja world. The level of prosperity is simply unmatched by other places. Eat, drink and be merry. It can be said that it has everything. The key is, no longer do you have to face a mountain of official duties just when you open your eyes every day. Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh. Such a life. This is how people live. Before, she is really mad. That's why you want to be Kirigakure's Mizukage. After settling Terumi Mei, Senju Takuya didn't stop too much, but went directly to Iwagakure. Iwagakure has 4 tails Son Goku and 5 tails Kokuo. Go this time. He was ready to take both tailed beasts into his hands. Iwagakure, a large white bird glided from high in the sky. Subsequently, dozens of various small animals made of white clay continued to fall from the sky. On the big white bird, a yellow-haired ninja with pigtails looked excited. This time, I must let everyone in the village recognize my art. Explode. Boom. With a low shout from the ninja. Moment, the white clay exploded immediately. Big craters were blown up in the open space. Deidara, you guy, you are causing destruction again. Below, the Iwagakure ninja glared at Deidara. If it weren't for the fact that he was the former 3rd Tsuchikage, 2 Scales Onoki's apprentice. They had locked this guy up a long time ago. Snort. A bunch of guys without vision. I really want to blow you all away. Hearing the shouts below, Deidara muttered unhappily. A bunch of idiots. I don't even understand what art is. Deidara ignored the shouts below and continued to sit on the big bird, bombarding the open space of Iwagakure. He wants to bomb the entire village. Let everyone in the village. Everyone has seen his explosive art. Anyway, there's nothing these guys can do to him. After bombarding for a long time, Deidara flew out of the village with satisfaction. After today's publicity, there must be many people who will recognize his art, right? When I have the opportunity, I must go to Konoha. I heard that it is the center of the ninja world. If that's the case, then people living in Konoha must be very discerning, right? My art will definitely be recognized. Deidara said to himself while flying in the air. At this time, Deidara discovered, on a road not far from the village, there was a man in regular clothes walking towards the village. With curiosity, Wadala came to the sky above the man. Subsequently, throwing an explosive spider in front of the man. burst, boom, with a loud noise, a big crater was blown out in front of the man. Subsequently, Deidara controlled the big bird to fly in front of the man. Hey, who are you? Why is a man here? Deidara asked. You, are Deidara. Looking at the man in front of him, Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows. I actually met Deidara here. Destiny is really interesting. You know my name. Deidara scratched the back of his head. What's the situation? How does this guy know me? The ninjutsu you just used is very unique. In the entire ninja world, I'm afraid you are the only one who can use this kind of explosive clay. Senju Takuya shrugged. So that's it. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Deidara couldn't help but have a proud smile on his face. It seems, my own publicity is still very effective. This guy in front of me, didn't you recognize him at a glance? Which village are you from? Deidara's tone improved a lot. Konoha, Senju Takuya said as he continued walking forward. Turns out he's from Konoha. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Deidara exclaimed in her heart. The people of Konoha are indeed extraordinary. Have a vision. Has my deeds spread to Konoha? The explosion just now is my art. These are my works of art. Deidara said, holding some spiders, big birds, centipedes and other various things made of explosive clay in his hands, and introduced them to Takuya. You think too much. I just happen to know you. Senju Takuya said calmly. His words. Deidara was a little disappointed. So that's it, then do you approve of the art I just performed? Deidara asked as she regained consciousness. Art. Senju Takuya chuckled. Yes. Quote. Maybe you didn't see clearly just now, let me show you again. Said. Deidara threw the explosive clay in his hand forward. Zare. Explode. Boom. 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 Following violent explosions, a violent explosion occurred in front. How about it? Very good, right? Deidara asked proudly. Well, art is explosion, that's a good saying. Senju Takuya touched his chin. After hearing his words, Dala's eyes lit up. So many years, has anyone finally recognized his art? But before he could be happy for too long, Senju Takuya continued to speak. It's just, the explosions you just created are just children's play at best. What? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Deidara was a little angry. I originally thought I had met someone who understood art. Did not expect. The other party is even more hateful than those who don't understand anything. It's about money. He actually said that his art is like children's playhouse. It's simply unbearable. Seeing Deidara's unconvinced look, Senju Takuya chuckled. Look at the doll-like things you made for yourself. Don't they look like children's toys? It just so happens that there is an uninhabited Gobi desert nearby. Look carefully, the real explosion is like this. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, his body slowly rose into the sky. Can actually fly. Flying high into the sky without relying on any external force, Deidara was a little surprised. Subsequently, he looked up to Senju Takuya. Under the dazzling light of the sun, Deidara suddenly felt something. Opponent cool, like a god. Just when Deidara's eyes were stung by the sun, Senju Takuya's voice sounded again. Sage art big spiral you. Boom. As the earth shook violently. Far ahead, a huge mushroom cloud rose. Chapter 176. This is the real art. Please subscribe. Following the explosion of the large spiral wheel, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wave of air quickly spread out in all directions. Under that powerful air wave, Deidara couldn't control his body and was blown several meters away. It rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping. But, for all this, Deidara didn't react at all. He was now completely sluggish. The explosion just now, it's really too shocking, so that, he still hasn't recovered yet. Thump, thump, thump. Quote. Listening to his violent heartbeat, Deidara couldn't help but swallow. This is the real explosion. Compared with the explosion just now, those explosions he called were nothing at all. No wonder that Konoha Ninja said that his art was like a child playing house. Even he himself had to admit it. Compared with the power of the explosion just now, the explosion he created was no different from popping a balloon. How about it? Now you know how childish those things you made are. 940 inches. Senju Takuya came to Deidara's side and smiled at Deidara. May I have your name? I want to worship you as my teacher. Looking at Senju Takuya, Dala suddenly said. This was the first time that he had doubts about his art. He thinks, the explosion that Senju Takuya just released can be called true art. So, in order to master this art myself, he must worship the man in front of him as his teacher. I have no plans to take on a disciple. Senju Takuya decisively rejected Deidara. Dudu, is it okay for Deidara to be his master? Forget it, he didn't want his apprentice to be a troubled boy. Then, if I don't become a disciple, can you give me that move just now? The explosion just now was so cool. Deidara asked hopefully. Non-existent. I still have something to do, you can play by yourself. Senju Takuya shook his head, ignored Deidara, and walked in the direction of Iwagakure. Hateful. Watching Senju Takuya leave, Deidara clenched his fists. Isn't it just an explosion? Sooner or later, he will also master this art. Senju Takuya's rejection did not discourage Deidara, but instead gave him endless fighting spirit. He secretly made up his mind. In the future, we must create an explosion feast that is no less powerful than the one just now. Thinking of this, Deidara jumped on the back of the big white bird and slowly flew high into the sky. Clouds high in the sky. They had all been wiped out by the explosion just now. So, the sky at this time. It can be said that the sky is clear. Deidara could clearly see from the air that the explosion in the distance left a bottomless crater nearly 100 miles in diameter. Even though he had been mentally prepared for it, Deidara couldn't help but take a breath after seeing the appearance of the big pit. Such great power, even if Iwagakure is destroyed. I'm afraid that's more than enough, right? Who was that person just now? To be able to exert such a powerful force at will. Deidara couldn't help but have some doubts. €2. Is it really possible to make art that transcends this explosion? Iwagakure. People who were living a peaceful life suddenly felt the earth tremble. Subsequently, there was a deafening explosion. Immediately afterwards, it's an extremely powerful air wave. Almost everyone felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. What's going on? What happened? I heard an explosion. Could it be that B****************** D Deidara who did it again? CJCI, it shouldn't be the case. It might have been an earthquake just now. What kind of explosion can be so powerful? The crowd on the street was talking a lot. Some of Iwagakure Anbu's ninjas quickly ran towards the Wangying building. Inside Tsuchikage's office, Huangtu looked at the Anbu ninja kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but frown. You mean, someone just caused a huge explosion in the Gobi not far from the border? Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Anbu respectful Kaido. Is it Deidara? Huangtu asked in a deep voice. If Deidara can create such a huge explosion, then he will have to restrict Deidara in the future. At least, you also need to send someone to monitor the other party at all times. Back to Tsuchikage-sama, it's definitely not Deidara. The Anbu ninja was decisive. Oh, how can you be so sure? Huangtu asked strangely. Because, according to eyewitness descriptions, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the distant Gobi. If you just look at the height, it's already nearly 1,000 meters high. According to estimates, the power of the explosion is enough to easily destroy our entire Iwagakure. Although Deidara has some talent, it is absolutely impossible for him to have the ability to create such an explosion. Anbu ninja analyzed calmly. Yeah, that's true. Huangtu touched his chin and his frown deepened. If it is Deidara, he can also formulate a series of measures based on his understanding of Deidara. But, if it were anyone else, it would be troublesome. Judging from the description of the Anbu ninja, if this mysterious man wanted to destroy Iwagakure, it should be a very easy thing. It seems that I need to report this matter to Mr. Hokage. After Lois pondered for a while, he decided to report the matter to Konoha. After all, such a mysterious strong man appeared. There was no way he could choose to hide it. If you're really sleepy, give me a pillow. Could it be that he could be stronger than the strongest man in the ninja world in front of him? As soon as a mysterious strong man appeared here, Lord Senju Takuya came over in person. After seeing Senju Takuya, Huangtu's eyes lit up. After all, Huangtu smiled. At least, Sir Hokage, why did you come so suddenly without sending someone to inform me? I wanted to be prepared. Subsequently, ha 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 ha, Huangtu, let's just skip the reporting. Huangtu looked up and found that Senju Takuya had walked in. It should be resolved soon. Then this matter, there is no need to worry about Iwagakure's safety for the time being. Hokage-sama, at this moment, a hearty laughter came in. Surprised and happy, he moved Tsuchikage's seat away and let Senju Takuya sit on it. No matter how powerful that mysterious person is. Chapter 177 that will only make you die miserably. Please subscribe. Huangtu, you just said you wanted to report to me, what happened? Senju Takuya asked proactively while looking at Huangtu. Since now he is the ruler of the ninja world, Iwagakure, it can be regarded as his sphere of influence. So, what happened to Iwagakure? He naturally had to take some snacks. That's it, Lord Hokage. Anbu just reported that a mysterious strong man created a huge explosion on a desert in the Kingdom of Earth. The power of the explosion can easily destroy a village. In order to prevent problems before they happen, I am going to report this matter to you. Huangtu opened his mouth and explained. Quote. So that's what happened. Don't worry about the explosion, it's okay. Senju Takuya touched his nose awkwardly. At that time, all he wanted to do was interact with Deidara, a somewhat funny guy in the original work. Completely forgot. How much panic will the big spiral danger that he releases cause? Why, Lord Hokage, I think it would be best to investigate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be dangerous if this mysterious strong man had any thoughts about Iwagakure or other villages? Such a dangerous person must be monitored. Huangtu said in a deep voice. The mysterious strong man appeared near Iwagakure, so he couldn't let him go so easily. Well, actually, the mysterious strong man you mentioned should be me. Senju Takuya said awkwardly. Lord Hokage, what is going on? Huangtu opened his mouth in disbelief. Mysterious strong man, it's Senju Takuya-sama. If I guess correctly, the explosion you mentioned was caused by me not long ago. Senju Takuya smiled bitterly. So that's it, I can rest assured that. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Huang Shixin breathed a sigh of relief. If that explosion was caused by Senju Takuya, there is no need to worry at all. With the opponent's strength, if the other party wanted to destroy Iwagakure, it would be unnecessary for him to worry. The opponent takes action, Iwagakure may be expelled from the ninja world just like Yuno Kuni. Lord Hokage, did someone attack you? After feeling relieved, Huangtu asked curiously. No one attacked me, it's just that I met a young man with yellow hair on the road. He has always boasted that his explosions are real art, and also said that he wants the entire ninja world to recognize his art, which seems a bit extreme. So, I created a bigger explosion right in front of him. In this way, the other party should not be able to wreak havoc everywhere in the ninja world until they can surpass the explosion I created. Senju Takuya decisively threw the blame on Deidara's head. After all, with his current identity and status, you can never tell your subordinates. The explosion just now was just for fun on his whim, right? That makes him look less majestic. Hateful. Deidara, this B****************, D, you must teach him a lesson when he comes back. As soon as Huang Tu heard Senju Takuya's description, he knew who he was talking about. He made up his mind. Deidara must be punished properly. Otherwise, that guy will probably keep looking for trouble for himself. But Hokage-sama, you are truly a strong man who devotes your whole life to the ninja world. You really put a lot of effort into maintaining the stability of the ninja world. The outside world has always said that you are a murderer without blinking an eye. Now it seems that the rumors are indeed not credible. Yellow Earth looked at Senju Takuya in admiration. It is said that Senju Takuya kills without blinking an eye, but now it seems that it is completely nonsense. If the other party really has such a character, wouldn't it be easier to just kill Deidara? Why go to so much trouble to create such an explosion? Ahem. So from now on, seeing is believing. Senju Takuya chuckled. By the way, Master Hokage, what's the matter with your sudden visit this time? Huang Tu asked. Generally speaking, Senju Takuya's orders are usually conveyed through information scrolls. This time I actually came here in person. There must be something very important. I do have something to do here this time. I've been collecting tailed beasts recently. Iwagakure has 4 tails and 5 tails. I hope you can hand over these to Jinchuriki. Senju Takuya said calmly. Quote, in this case, I will ask people to call 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki over now. Huang Tu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Please give me flowers. In fact, he had no right to refuse at all. Although he felt a little sorry for Lao Zi and Han, now that Senju Takuya had spoken, he could only obey the other party's orders. Seeing Huang Tu's decisive look, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. Unlike his stubborn father Onoki, Huang Tu's character is more likable. Soon, led by an Anbu, several people opened the door and walked in. One of them is a man with a beard and wearing purple clothes. Another, he is a man wearing a hat and mask, covering his whole body tightly. Behind the 2 people, also following was a little girl with short black hair. Tsuchikage, who wants to see me? 0.0. Really, I can't even sleep in every day. Also, have you considered what I told you last time? I'm going to travel around the ninja world. Don't send Anbu's ninjas to follow me anymore. As soon as Lao Zi came, he started talking non-stop. Lao Zi, don't talk yet. This is Lord Hokage, he wants to see you. The Lois has some low openings. Senju Takuya's meaning is clear. Collect tailed beasts. That means, Lao Zi and Han will have their tailed beasts pulled out of their bodies. And this also means, the 2 of them may not have much time. Hokage, strange, what do you want from me? Isn't this equivalent to a death sentence for them? The other party actually planned to snatch the tailed beast away from their bodies. Lao Zi, Han, I want to take away the tailed beast in your body. After all, looking at their appearance, Senju Takuya smiled confidently. But, Senju Takuya looked at Lao Zi and Han and spoke calmly. I know this is a hasty notification to you. Although neither Lao Zi nor Han are satisfied with Jinchuriki's identity. Both Lao Zi and Han were a little surprised. That will only make you die miserably. Giving up the tailed beast means lose your own life. Lao Zi looked at Senju Takuya and asked. They never thought of it. They never thought about giving up the tailed beast within them. But I still advise you not to try to resist or escape. Chapter 178. Don't act like you're about to part ways. Please subscribe. Senju Takuya looked at Lao Zi and Han confidently. In front of him, the only thing the 2 of them can do is to surrender. If you want to resist or escape, waiting for them, there is only a dead end. Snort. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know your strength? In the beginning, I don't know how many strong men died in your hands. We are stupid to resist. Lao Zi snorted lightly and said. Then, he still vividly remembers the scene where Senju Takuya fought against the other 4 shadows of the ninja village. That kind of unparalleled power can crush almost everything. Now, so many years have passed. The opponent's strength must have become stronger again. Whether you run away or resist, you will only bring trouble to yourself and the village. In this case, it's better to just accept your fate. Although Han remained silent, but he also didn't move much. 633, as obvious. His thoughts were similar to Lao Zi's. When Senju Takuya opened his mouth, it was equivalent to sentencing them to death. In this case, there is absolutely no need to cause trouble for your village anymore. Very good, you made the right choice. Senju Takuya looked at Lao Zi and Han doing this, with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Huang Tu on the side sighed slightly. Well, Senju Takuya is the true god of the ninja world. Whoever he wants to die must die. This is power. Hey, Hokage, can I ask you something? Lao Zi suddenly said. What's the matter? Senju Takuya smiled. Can you let me go out to the village before I die? Lao Zi said. He became a Jinchuriki from an early age. Usually, no matter where you go, you will be strictly monitored. Not to mention leaving the village. The only time he left the village was during the Third Ninja War. So, Lao Zi's long-held wish, just being able to travel around the ninja world. Look at the outside world, what it is like. Lao Zi, just die, how can you come up with all this nonsense? Hokage, I hope you won't trouble the village after I die. Han Wang said angrily, I really don't know what Lao Zi is thinking. Travel around the ninja world before you die. How could Senju Takuya agree to such an outrageous request? Han, you be asterisk 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 D, what do I need you to tell me about? Want a fight? After hearing what Han said, Lao Zi was furious and immediately rolled up his sleeves to take action. I am not interested. Han snorted lightly. Subsequently, he turned his head and ignored Lao Zi. At this time, the girl with short black hair came to the front. Are you the legendary Hokage-sama? Can I ask you a few questions? The little girl spoke. Kuretsuchi, don't be rude. Looking at the little girl, Chuang Wangran scolded her. What is the occasion? Do you have the right to speak? If Senju Takuya is offended, the whole village will suffer. Lois, don't be so serious. Go ahead. Looking at Kuretsuchi, Senju Takuya said with interest. Although Kuretsuchi is still young, his legs are already beginning to look impressive. Senju Takuya also had to sigh. She is worthy of being called the leg shadow in future generations. Hokage-sama, why do you want to collect tailed beasts? Uncle Lao Zi and Uncle Han are both very good people, can you let them go? Kuretsuchi said seriously, collecting tailed beasts is just to enhance your own power. As for Lao Zi and Han, I can only say sorry. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing his words, Kuretsuchi spoke again. You are already the strongest ninja in the ninja world, why do you continue to pursue power? Even with your current strength, even if everyone unites, they can't be your opponent, right? Kuretsuchi asked in confusion. You do not understand. Everything I do is to better protect the ninja world. In the depths of the distant universe, there are more terrifying enemies. Even with my current strength, I dare not say that I will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. Senju Takuya said calmly. If he does not improve his power, he will be defeated by the god of Otsutsuki in the future, and the entire ninja world will be wiped out again and again. DAUF. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, everyone present took a breath of disbelief. What? In this world, is there anyone more powerful than Senju Takuya? Real or fake? Lord Hokage, is everything you said true? Huang Tu couldn't help but ask. He didn't know anything about the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. There's no doubt about that. I don't need to lie to you. If I don't have the power to crush the opponent in the future, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. As for more, you don't need to know. Senju Takuya said softly. Understood. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Huang Tu, Lao Zi, and Han felt much better. Turn out to be, Senju Takuya's purpose in doing this is for the safety of the ninja world. In this case, what about sacrificing them? Hokage, do it, just take our lives. Lao Zi and Han stepped forward and said solemnly. Even though Senju Takuya's words were a little unbelievable, they didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, with the power of Senju Takuya, there is absolutely no need to deliberately fabricate such lies to deceive them. Uncle Lao Zi, Uncle Han. Haidu hugged Huang Tu's legs and looked at Lao Zi and Han, crying like pear blossoms with rain. These two uncles were very kind to her and taught her many ninjutsu. Now the two of them were about to die, and she was very sad. Kuretsuchi, don't cry, ninjas can't be so fragile. We'll be watching you from heaven. Both Lao Zi and Han comforted Black 2. I mean, why do you all look so miserable? I just want to get 4 tails and 5 tails. As for this kind of life and death scenario, Senju Takuya smiled bitterly. Hokage-sama, don't you know? Jinchuriki will die if the tailed beast is removed. Kuretsuchi couldn't help but said. Don't worry, those things don't work for me. I promise you, Lao Zi and Han will be fine after they are separated from the tailed beasts. Senju Takuya chuckled. Thus, can the other party really do it? But, of course, this kind of thing, can it really be done? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, everyone present was shocked again. It doesn't seem impossible. Why not? You can also gain a wave of favor from the black soil. You'll find out later. Let them despair first, and then give them hope. For a strong person like Senju Takuya, perhaps, they will be grateful for themselves. Senju Takuya smiled lightly as he looked at Huang Tu and others with hopes and excitement reappearing on their faces. Okay, let's get started. Chapter 179 Lowly Development Plan. Please subscribe. Senju Takuya didn't have much explanation for the fact that the tailed beast will not die if it is withdrawn. Instead, he directly began to pull 4 tails and 5 tails away from Lao Zi and Han's bodies. Soon, 4 tails Sun Wukong and 5 tails Kokuo were all sealed into Senju Takuya's body. After being sealed into the body, Senju Takuya simply warned them and ignored them. After all, some things, let Shukaku and Kurama tell Sun Wukong and Kokuo. It's definitely easier than saying it yourself. Lord Hokage, Han has lost his breath. Outside world, looking at Lao Zi and Han lying on the ground, Huang Tu exclaimed. Kuretsuchi also ran to Senju Takuya with some fear. Master Hokage, didn't you say that Uncle Lao Zi and Uncle Han will not die? Why are they like this? Save them. Kuretsuchi grabbed the corner of Senju Takuya's clothes and said with some choking. Be good, don't cry. I said they wouldn't die, and they definitely won't die. Senju Takuya reached out and wiped the tears from Kuretsuchi's face. Seeing the smile on his face, Kuretsuchi nodded obediently. Subsequently, then he stepped aside again. Senju Takuya walked 29 in front of Laozi and Han. Reach out and take a shot. A powerful and vigorous vitality was injected into their bodies. Just a moment, their faces became rosy again, and their breathing became more stable. Very good, it's really resurrected. Seeing this scene, Kuretsuchi jumped excitedly and shouted. Wangtu, on the other hand, looked shocked. He originally thought, Senju Takuya said, being able to make Jinchuriki lose its tailed beast without dying, is that there is a special way to avoid the ending of death. But he never thought of it. The method Senju Takuya said. He actually resurrected Laozi and Han after they died. Isn't this too simple and crude? And, having mastered this method of resurrecting the dead at will, and now Senju Takuya, how is it different from the legendary god? For a time, Huangtu had mixed feelings in his heart. After, you must be careful in what you say and do. No matter what happens, he must stand firmly on Senju Takuya's side. We're not dead. Laozi and Han slowly opened their eyes. The feeling of coming back from the dead made them feel very strange. Just now, they clearly felt that their life force had been drained along with the tailed beast. Unexpectedly, he actually came back to life again. The tailed beast has also disappeared. That's great. That's great. Laozi looked inside his body and found that the tailed beast had indeed been removed, and his eyes filled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya. Master Hokage, thank you very much this time. If you have any orders in the future, just tell me. Even if it costs my life, I will never hesitate. Laozi spoke respectfully. His changes, both Huangtu and Han were a little shocked. To know, Laozi has a hot temper. Not a smile on anyone's face. At first, when facing 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, he often had a red-faced quarrel with him. Unexpectedly, now he would actually say something like this. Huangtu and Han didn't know. For Laozi, tailed beasts were always just a burden. Because he has the tailed beast in his body, he is always under surveillance and has no chance to leave the village. And now, it was Senju Takuya who gave him a chance to live a new life. Without the tailed beast, he no longer has to be monitored by Anbu, and he can travel the ninja world alone. Dreams that were originally out of reach have become reality. How could he not be grateful to Senju Takuya? Thank you, Hokage-sama. Compared to Laozi, Han was much calmer. After saying thank you, he just stood aside and said nothing. Senju Takuya doesn't care about the performance of the two of them. Anyway, with the current strength of Laozi and Han, there was nothing that could help him. Master Hokage, you are so amazing. Kuretsuchi watched Laozi and Han come to life, and immediately hugged Senju Takuya excitedly. After what happened just now, Kuretsuchi feels much closer to Senju Takuya in his heart. She felt, Senju Takuya is nothing like the rumors. He is obviously a very gentle big brother. What kind of murderous maniac does that look like? How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Senju Takuya touched Kuretsuchi's head and smiled. Hokage-sama, how is this done? Can you teach me? Kuretsuchi asked excitedly. If she also mastered this kind of power, then she would be able to refute her father when he said she was playful. Haha. This kind of thing is a bit too dangerous for you now. I can teach you some other ninjutsu. Senju Takuya said with a chuckle. When he resurrects others, he consumes real-life force. Although it's nothing to him. But, for ordinary people, this is the life-for-life forbidden technique. So, even if Kuretsuchi learned it, it would be completely useless. Unless, she wanted to die on her own. Really, that's great. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kuretsuchi's somewhat disappointed face once again showed a happy smile. To be taught by such a strong man. Future, she must be able to surpass her father, right? Snort. By then, let's see if my father dares to hurt me. Kuretsuchi thought proudly in his heart. Kuretsuchi, don't be ridiculous. Master Hokage is so busy, where can I find the time for you? Huangtu scolded. Lois, it's okay. I haven't had much to do in the past few days, so I just happened to be visiting Iwagakure. Senju Takuya smiled. Great, Hokage-sama, let's leave now. There are many interesting places in Iwagakure, I will take you to visit them. Kuretsuchi didn't want to listen to Wangtu's nagging, so he pulled Senju Takuya and walked outside. Senju Takuya did not resist, but smiled and held Kuretsuchi's hand and followed. In his heart, Kuretsuchi was already his intended wife. Let's name it, Lowly Development Plan, for the time being. Future, it must be obtained. After the two of them left. Now, Huangtu sighed helplessly, but it's still good to cultivate feelings. Should Kuretsuchi marry Senju Takuya or Senju Takuya or Senju Takuya? For a time, although the other party is still young. But at the same time, when he thought of the plan Senju Takuya made to choose a wife, he felt as if his daughter had been RD by a pig. In his heart, he hopes to use Kuretsuchi to make his relationship with Senju Takuya more confidential. It's this sense of reward that develops. Future, Lois is tangled. DA, Chapter 180, Training with Kuretsuchi, Warning Didera, please subscribe. Hokage-sama, what ninjutsu are you going to teach me? After walking out of the Tsuchikage building, Kuretsuchi looked at Senju Takuya and asked excitedly. What ninjutsu do you want to learn? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. Well, of course the more powerful the better. After I learn it, I will be able to show off my quilt in front of my father. Kuretsuchi said excitedly. Alright, I already have the answer in my mind. Now, you'd better take me to a training ground first. Senju Takuya smiled. Good. Under the leadership of Kuretsuchi, the two came to a very remote training ground. In the center of the training ground, a lone wooden stake stood. The rest of the place, they are all pitted with loess. On the ground, there are still many scorch marks. You usually train here. Looking at the training ground, Senju Takuya asked speechlessly. After all, Kuretsuchi is also Iwagakure's little princess. Is the training ground so crude? Oh, actually it's not what you think. This was originally a good training ground, but it became like this because Deidara always made bombs here. Kuretsuchi explained. By the way, Suewola is a dangerous person. Anyone who doesn't recognize his art will become crazy. But, with your strength, there's no need to worry. Kuretsuchi originally wanted to remind Senju Takuya to be careful what he said after seeing Deidara. But, when I think of the other party's identity and strength, I felt that my worries were really unnecessary. Kuretsuchi, are you here? I'm telling you, today I met a ruthless person who created art even more powerful than me. As soon as he entered the training ground, an excited voice rang. Subsequently, the sound stopped suddenly again. Deidara, what's wrong with you? This is Master Hokage, come here quickly. Kuretsuchi urged. You're Hokage. Looking at the man in front of her, Deidara asked in disbelief. That's right, we meet again. Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kuretsuchi's face was full of curiosity. Have you two met? That's right, I met this brat on the way to Iwagakure. I showed him what a real explosion is. Senju Takuya nodded. Deidara had a solemn look on his face. No wonder you can create such art. It turns out you are the strongest ninja in the ninja world today. After knowing the identity of Senju Takuya, Deidara secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Turn out to be, the other party is Senju Takuya. If that is the case, it's not too embarrassing to lose your art to the other party. Okay, let's stop chatting here. Hokage-sama, what ninjutsu are you going to teach me? Kuretsuchi asked again. Some powerful earth-style ninjutsu. Senju Takuya said calmly. Subsequently, then he began to guide Black Earth's cultivation. These earth-style ninjutsu are some of the more common ninjutsu. Only, compared with ordinary ninjutsu, these earth-style ninjutsu have been modified by Senju Takuya. Not only is it more powerful, but it also consumes less chakra. The printing method is also simpler. Considering Kuretsuchi's current strength, it is most suitable to practice this kind of ninjutsu. Kuretsuchi also had a look of surprise on his face. As the little princess of Iwagakure, she knows a lot about earth-style ninjutsu. What Senju Takuya gave her was many times better than the ninjutsu recorded in the village. That's all. Under the personal guidance of Senju Takuya, Kuretsuchi soon mastered dozens of modified earth-style ninjutsu, although it is still a bit unfamiliar to use. But, just practice more. Training lasted until evening. Kuretsuchi clapped his hands, his face full of excitement. Master Hokage, it is really a pleasure to practice with you. Normally when Kuretsuchi practiced ninjutsu, he would release at most a dozen ninjutsu, but Chakra couldn't hold it any longer. But, when she released her ninjutsu today, Senju Takuya has been helping her restore the consumed chakra. Black Earth feeling. The chakra in your body seems to be inexhaustible. A whole day, the chakra in the body is still full. And, I don't feel tired at all. Master Hokage, can I continue to practice with you from now on? Kuretsuchi asked. If your father allows you to go to Konoha, I can let you live in the Senju land. In this case, I can guide you in your cultivation every day. Senju Takuya said calmly. Then forget it. My father will definitely not agree. Kuretsuchi sighed. With his father's temper, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to her going to Konoha. It doesn't matter. I'll leave you some scrolls, and there are some more powerful King-dun ninjutsu on them. When you grow up, come find me in Konoha. Senju Takuya touched Kuretsuchi's head and smiled. Although if he wanted to take Kuretsuchi to Konoha, Wonku would never dare to say anything. But, Kuretsuchi is too young now. These things, let's talk about it later. Then it's settled. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kuretsuchi nodded happily. Hokage, can you teach me too? It's enough for me to learn only one. What big spiral explosive pill was that today? Can you teach me about it? Deidara spent the day watching at the training ground. His eyes were full of longing. Deidara, I'll just teach you ninjutsu, but I can give you a suggestion. Senju Takuya looked at Deidara. What advice? Deidara asked with some confusion. You can pursue your art if you want, but don't let others forcefully approve your art. Art de Li Hao is lonely. If in the future, you go around causing destruction in order to prove your art, I will kill you myself. Senju Takuya said calmly. To Deidara, he still has some feelings for it. Senju Takuya doesn't want to. In the future, because of something, Deidara was killed. I see. Although Senju Takuya spoke in an understatement. But, Deidara still keenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. Under the pressure of this breath, Deidara didn't even have the courage to look at Senju Takuya. Mark my words, this is my advice to you. That's all. If Deidara continues to seek death in the future, he will be no one to blame. After warning Deidara, Senju Takuya took Kuretsuchi's hand and walked outside. Tonight, just take Kuretsuchi little loli to have a big dinner. Chapter 181 Kushina, an arrogant person can easily become a loser. Please subscribe. For the next few days, Senju Takuya stayed in Iwagakure. Every day, in addition to accompanying Kuretsuchi for daily training, just take Kuretsuchi to various places in Iwagakure. The relationship between the two, they also quickly became intimate. Kuretsuchi's affection for Senju Takuya is growing day by day. She feels, during this period of time, it was the happiest time since she was born. Not only can I eat, drink and have fun every day, but I don't have to worry about my father's reproach. The key is, her strength has also been greatly improved. Not too happy at all. Senju Takuya is also in a very good mood. The feeling developed, still wonderful. Unlike these two people, Huangtu spends every day in Tangle. He wants to use Kuretsuchi to get closer to Senju Takuya and give Iwagakure a guarantee. And he didn't want Kuretsuchi to marry Senju Takuya, who already had many wives. It made him not in the mood to work every day. Fortunately, after half a month, Huangtu got the news, Senju Takuya is getting ready to return. Other side, there was no idea of bringing Kuretsuchi back to Konoha. This made Huangtu breathe a long sigh of relief. Anyway, Kuretsuchi is still small now. This kind of thing, just think about it slowly. On the day Senju Takuya left, Huangtu and Kuretsuchi came to 983 to see him off. The black soil cries and the pear blossoms bring the rain. After half a month of getting along, she didn't want Senju Taku to leave her at all. Seeing his daughter like this, Huangtu looked uncomfortable. He feels, my worries are absolutely unnecessary. After the black soil grows up, would definitely choose to marry Senju Takuya. Lois, after I go back, I will ask someone to contact you about the development of Iwagakure. Besides, Kuretsuchi is very talented. After she graduates from the ninja school, she should be sent to Konoha for further study. Senju Takuya looked at Huangtu and said softly, understood, Hokage-sama. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, King Huang respectfully spoke to Kaido. Although Senju Takuya used a discussion tone, he was not qualified to refuse. Master Hokage, you must wait for me. When I grow up, I will definitely go to Konoha to find you. Kuretsuchi hugged Senju Takuya's legs and said loudly, "No, I'll wait for you in Konoha. When the time comes, it's my turn to take you around Konoha." Compared to Iwagakure, Konoha is even more prosperous. Senju Takuya touched Kuretsuchi's head and smiled. It's a deal. After Kuretsuchi and Senju Takuya pulled the hook with their hands, they released Senju Takuya. I'm leaving. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he activated Kamui and disappeared instantly. What a sin. Huangtu muttered and left with Haidu. It seems, I will spend more time with Kuretsuchi from now on. Otherwise, later, I will marry to Konoha. But he didn't think there would be many opportunities. Return to Konoha. Senju Takuya sits on Hokage's desk. The plan to collect tailed beasts is going very smoothly. At present, he already has 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 9 tails. There are 6 tailed beasts in total. Only 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails are left outside. I believe it won't take long before he can resurrect Tien Wei. Husband, I'm here to bring you food. While Senju Takuya was thinking, Uzumaki Kushina opened the door and walked in. Seeing Kushina, Senju Takuya had a warm smile on his face. Kushina, but this is his first wife in this world. He was also his childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. She was also a good wife who supported him unconditionally from beginning to end. Although he now has many wives, no one can replace Kushina's position in his heart. Kushina, thank you for your hard work. Senju Takuya sat Uzumaki Kushina on his lap and gently hugged her slender waist. Yeah, bad guy, I'm warning you, don't do bad things. Uzumaki Kushina said with a wary look. Look at how scared you are, am I such a casual person? Cut, if you act casually, you are not a human being. Uzumaki Kushina complained in her mind. How's the plan going? Uzumaki Kushina asked. It went pretty well. Next, it's Six Tails' turn. Senju Takuya said calmly. 6 Tails. If I remember correctly, 6 Tails Jinchuriki should be a guy called Bubble. He is Kirigakure's rebel ninja. Uzumaki Kushina said slowly. That guy had already defected a few years before the Third Ninja War. And, very low-key, I looked for information about him when I went to Kirigakure, but even in Kirigakure, there has been no news about him for many years. Senju Takuya said casually. Yeah, then this is going to be troublesome. Uzumaki Kushina frowned. No news for so many years. It's okay if the other party is alive, but if he dies, it will be troublesome. Jinchuriki death. The tailed beast will also die. Although it can be resurrected, it will take at least several years. Don't worry, as long as he is still on this planet, I will definitely be able to find him. Senju Takuya said confidently. With his current power, unless Bubble lives alone in the mountains and forests forever, without contact with others. Otherwise, it cannot be hidden. You are the only one who is great. Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes at Senju Takuya, and then opened the lunchbox. Eat it while it's hot. Senju Takuya took a look and found that it was filled with his favorite Huxia food. Kushina, you are good at cooking. Senju Takuya praised without hesitation. I just did it casually, no need to compliment me. I don't practice cooking every day just to make delicious meals for you. Is that really delicious? Senju Takuya just said a casual word, and Uzumaki Kushina used his ultimate move. Although he said he didn't care, the expectant look in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Kushina, Tsunade is no longer popular nowadays. Tsunade can easily become a loser. Senju Takuya chuckled. Eat, of course, I knew it. Who is being arrogant? Kushina, you misunderstood. Ah, it's just, you have to feed me. Do you still want to eat? You bad guy, big pervert. Senju Takuya said with a wicked smile. Subsequently, Uzumaki Kushina's face turned red. I'm not asking you to feed me with chopsticks. Senju Takuya smiled. Then he picked up the chopsticks and prepared to feed Senju Takuya. Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes helplessly. Really, you are such an adult, yet you act like a child. My wife will definitely eat the food she cooks with her own hands. Chapter 182 Six Tails Jinchuriki. Bubble, please subscribe. Take a look, they are all the freshest fruits. Konoha has authentic 3-color meatballs, free tasting. The hotel is opening with a 20% discount on the entire hotel. Guests, don't miss it. We have free flow of drinks in our store, and you are welcome to come and eat in our store. The country of Sichuan. On the street, the merchant shouted vigorously. I hope people walking on the road can go to their stores to make purchases. A man wearing a Japanese robe led a little girl with short yellow hair, walking slowly down the street. Master, are we leaving now? The little girl couldn't help but ask. Firefly, we can't stay in one place for too long, otherwise we will be in danger. Don't forget, my current identity is a rebel ninja. Man Kaido. Duh. After hearing the man's answer, the little girl named Ying lowered her head and said nothing more. She also knows, his master is Kirigukure's rebellious ninja, Bubble. Even more Six Tails Jinchuriki. I have to hide myself carefully every day, otherwise, once found, then there is only one way to be caught and taken back. Master, why did you defect from the village in the first place? If I didn't become a traitor, I wouldn't have to hide around all day now, right? Firefly asked a little strangely. Hotaru, you are still young and don't know what kind of treatment Jinchuriki received in the village. Compared to being monitored every day, I prefer the unrestrained life now. Bubble said softly. $308. Firefly nodded helplessly. She has followed her master around since she was a child, so she cannot understand the other person's pain. But, she didn't intend to continue arguing with her master. After all, it was she who took the initiative to follow master all the time. Firefly, is there anything you want to eat or play? Tell me and I'll buy it for you. It's the only thing I can do. Bubble's expression seemed a little apologetic, and he hesitated before speaking. No need, master. I'm very satisfied just being able to be by your side. Firefly forced a smile, although I am very nostalgic for the prosperity of Sichuan country. But, she didn't want to cause trouble to her master because of herself. Seeing Ying Ying's appearance, Babu bought a bunch of candied haws from the roadside. Eat, thank you, master. Ying happily held the candied haws in her hand and licked it skillfully. Soon, the two of them walked out of the town. Master, where are we going this time? Hotaru asked as she followed Bubble. Go to the bird country. You have to be prepared to work a little harder. After Bubble thought for a while Kaido. They are now located on the border of Kawa country, with boundless forests to the north. This time they will pass through the forest, pass through the Kingdom of Rain, and finally enter the Kingdom of Birds from the Kingdom of Rain. It's a long journey. I see. Master, I am very powerful now and I will never hold you back. Ying Ying clenched her fists and said. Haha, then I'll see how you perform. A doting smile appeared on Bubble's face. But it was fleeting. Last few years, the ninja world has undergone great changes under the rule of Senju Takuya. Although various countries have not yet cancelled their respective country names, they have gradually moved towards unification. Now, they are also able to hide in some small countries. But, waiting for the future, when the ninja world truly completes its unification, even a small village, they can't stay any longer. Could it be, do you really want to spend the rest of your life in the deep mountains and forests? As Bubble walked, he was thinking about his future plans in his mind. Suddenly, he stopped suddenly. Boom. Hotaru, who was following him, suddenly bumped into him. Yeah, master, how come you were walking so well and then suddenly stopped? Ying Ying asked depressedly, covering her forehead. But, Bubble did not answer her question, but stared straight ahead without blinking. There, a man wearing luxurious uniforms was leaning against a thick tree. Who are you? What do you want to do with me? Bubble asked as he looked at the man in front of him warily. Although the other party is not Kirigukure's Anbu ninja. But, he didn't believe that anyone would stay in such a deep forest. And it happened to appear on the road he must pass. Are you just a Bubble? The man asked with a chuckle. Sure enough, he came for me. Bubble's eyes narrowed. Subsequently, please give me flowers. 0. Without warning, he threw several shurikens at the man. Clang, clang, clang. The man in front casually waved the long knife at his waist, and all the shurikens fell to the ground. Don't be so hasty to do it. I came here this time just to discuss something with you. The man still had a calm look on his face. Tell me first who you are. What do we need to discuss? Bubble asked in a deep voice. My name is Senju Takuya. I came here this time to ask you to hand over Six Tails to me. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Bubble's pupils shrank. He never thought. The man in front of me. It's Senju Takuya. Why should I trust you? Bubble snorted coldly. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. As long as you hand over the tailed beast in your body to me. I can guarantee that the tailed beast will revive you after you lose it. Senju Takuya said calmly. Jinchuriki generally have tragic experiences. So, he didn't want these Jinchuriki to die as casually as in the original work. Unless the other party seeks death. Otherwise, Senju Takuya would not kill easily. It sounds nice, but I'm afraid even children won't believe this kind of deceptive nonsense. Don't say I'm not sure if you are Senju Takuya. Even if you are really Senju Takuya, there's absolutely no way you can do this. Bubbles snorted coldly. Detach the tailed beast and then resurrect it. What a joke. How could he believe such a thing? Bubble took the soap bubble blowing device on his waist in his hand. Firefly, please stay away first. Babu told Firefly. No, master, be careful. After Yingying finished speaking, she immediately ran away and hid. This kind of thing, she's been through it many times. The master was able to defeat the enemy every time. So, Firefly felt that there would be no exception this time. Oh my, you can be forgiven for not believing me. This reason even feels a bit outrageous to me. But, after you have seen my power, you probably won't have such thoughts. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Subsequently, the aura on his body suddenly changed. Chapter 183. Pulling away from Six Tails. Please subscribe. Water-style foam technique. Put the foam device in your mouth and blow gently. Moment. Countless bubbles appeared in the air and slowly floated towards Senju Takuya. Children's play. Senju Takuya looked at the bubbles in the air and shook his head with disdain. Snort. Whether it's just a child's play, you'll know later. Bubbles snorted coldly. These bubbles, but it is made by combining Six Tails chakra. Not only can it explode at will, but it can also produce strong acid gas that can corrode everything after the explosion. Perfect for both offense and defense. Once surrounded by bubbles, it is absolutely impossible to survive. Seeing Senju Takuya staying in place without even hiding, Bubbles' face looked a little ugly. This guy, are you really underestimating him? But, this, 190, is good. The other party is so careless. Then this battle can end early. After Bubble controlled countless bubbles to surround Senju Takuya, a sneer appeared on his face. Now, you are dead. Yeah, Senju Takuya's expression remained unchanged. It's as if he doesn't care about Bubbles at all. Since he decided to use hard power to crush the other party, he naturally wanted to make the other party feel the gap between the two sides to the greatest extent. I hope that after the explosion, you will not be left with only one mouth. Bubble laughed coldly. Burst. With a loud shout, countless bubbles in the air exploded instantly. The powerful force blasted a big hole into the ground. After the explosion, a pungent white mist swallowed up everything in front of it. Seeing this scene, a proud smile appeared on Bubbles' face. The victory or defeat is decided. Unless it was a tailed beast, absolutely no one would be able to survive being hit by this move. Even if the opponent is not killed by the explosion, he will be completely corroded by the acid mist. So I said, your attacks are not even tickling. Just when Babu was about to go back to find Hotaru, Senju Takuya's voice suddenly shocked him. Bubble looked forward in disbelief. Under the influence of the breeze, the acid mist gradually dissipated. I saw that the ground in front of me had been blasted out with many large craters. The entire ground is like craters on the moon, with pits and pits. Under the corrosion of the acid mist, all the animals and plants in that area disappeared completely. Only the bare Lois is left exposed. But even so, at the very center of the explosion, Senju Takuya still looked calm. Even the corners of his clothes were not stained with any dust. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Bubblecom muttered to himself. The attack I just made had no effect at all. Your turn is over, now it's my turn. Senju Takuya waved away the Susanoo around his body, and then gently raised his arm towards the bubbles. Universal pull. As Senju Takuya's voice fell, the strong gravity of the rope acted on the bubble. Facing this force, Bubble struggled desperately, but to no avail. His body, he rushed towards Senju Takuya quickly. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Bubble's neck was held in Senju Takuya's hand. As long as I give you a gentle squeeze, your neck will be broken. Now, do you recognize the awareness between us? Senju Takuya said calmly. Hateful. Bubbles roared angrily, and then released his body's suppression of Six Tails. The next second, his figure instantly expanded. The violent chakra swallowed up the bubble, and a huge figure appeared out of thin air. Roar. With a roar, Six Tails Saiken appeared in front of Senju Takuya. This is a giant Katsuyu, covered in mucus, with 6 thick tails, and looks like a giant bug. Saiken, go back. Seeing Six Tails, Senju Takuya said calmly. Roar. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Saiken yelled again. Snort. Deserves a beating. Senju Takuya snorted coldly. Subsequently, a huge wooden palm appeared in front of Saiken and slapped it down hard. Boom. With a loud noise, a big hole was created directly on the ground. Saiken howled miserably and shrank quickly. Soon, Bubble's body appeared in the pit. You are really Senju Takuya. Bu was lying in the pit, feeling that all the bones in his body were about to break. Only, compared with the pain in the body, the shock in his heart made him even more distracted. Six Tails, it was actually knocked back into his body with just one move. It's really incredible. This kind of power, it's simply not something humans can do. And the entire ninja world, able to do this, it seems that there is only the legendary Senju Takuya. Now, do you believe what I say? Senju Takuya asked, looking at the bubbles. Believe. Senju Takuya-sama, please forgive me for my rudeness just now. Bubbles said from the heart. After the battle just now, he already clearly knew the power of Senju Takuya. Although I don't know how strong the other party is. But, crush him in 6 tails, it can be done easily. Since the other party has this power. Of course, there is no need to deliberately fabricate lies to deceive him. Maybe, the other party really has a way to resurrect him. That's right, although the tailed beast can bring you strength, it is also the source of your pain. Come on, let me help you end this painful journey now. Senju Takuya pulled the bubble in front of him. Subsequently, then get ready to start pulling away from 6 tails. At this time, a sound broke through the air. Senju Takuya waved his sleeves and knocked several shurikens to the ground. A little girl took the opportunity to rush in front of Bubble. Don't hurt my master. Firefly opened her arms in front of Bubble. Although his voice was trembling, his eyes were very firm. Fire faction, it's okay. 0.4. The huge-tailed beast Chakra began to move towards his body. Master, is it true? She has followed Bubble everywhere since she was a child, and is very clever. Senju Takuya didn't care too much. After Hotaru walked away, Senju Takuya put his hand on Bubble's body. Then, Takuya-sama, I'm sorry. Afraid that Hotaru will make Senju Takuya angry. Get out of the way, I'm going to start. Bubbles said softly. Just a little kid, Firefly asked. Bubbles laughed. You have also seen that such a strong man has no need to lie to us. Firefly now, I believe Senju Takuya-sama, he will not hurt me. Funny kid, After Hotaru knew that the bubble was not dangerous, she immediately bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya. Chapter 184. What? This is simply alarmist. Please subscribe. With the power of Senju Takuya, it only took a short moment. 6 tails Seiken has been sealed into his body by him. And as 6 tails pulled away, the bubble has completely lost its vitality. Takuya-sama, what's going on? My master won't die, right? Seeing the foamy and cold body on the ground, Firefly asked in a panic. Do not worry, I said I would bring your master back to life. So, it's normal to die first. Senju Takuya explained with a smile. Duh, it seems to make sense. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hotaru nodded seriously. Yes, if you don't die, then there is no such thing as resurrection. What a funny kid. Seeing Hotaru's dazed expression, Senju Takuya smiled and shook his head. Subsequently, he put his hand on Bubble's body. A pure life force was transported from Senju Takuya's body to Bubble's body. Reincarnation. As Senju Takuya murmured, Bubble's face gradually turned rosy. Soon, his chest began to rise and fall again. It's alive, Master 29 is alive. Seeing the appearance of the bubbles, Hotaru shouted excitedly. Firefly, what just happened? Bubble opened his eyes and asked a little strangely. He has no memory of what happened. Just remember, it was as if he had taken a nap. Master, you have just turned into a corpse. It was Takuya-sama who saved you. Firefly said excitedly. Thank you, Takuya-sama. Bubble stood up and bowed to Senju Takuya. He thanked Senju Takuya from the bottom of his heart. First, Senju Takuya could obviously snatch 6 tails directly from his body, but he chose this gentle method. Afterwards, and resurrected him. Although he doesn't know how he did it, Bubble is sure that Senju Takuya must have paid a considerable price. Of course he was grateful from the bottom of his heart for being such a rebellious person like him. In addition, now that 6 tails has been taken away, it means that he will no longer be Jinchuriki. This is like a new lease of life for the Bubble. For countless days and nights, he had been thinking, if he was not a Jinchuriki, then he should live the kind of ordinary life he longed for, right? Now, Senju Takuya indirectly helped him realize his ideal. So, Bubble is very grateful to Senju Takuya. It's just a little effort. Senju Takuya waved his hand. I will tell Mizukage about your identity as a rebel Kirigakure. From now on, you can live like a normal person. Senju Takuya thought for a while and said to the Bubble. Really, thank you so much. Bubble said in surprise and joy. Although he is no longer a Jinchuriki, he is still Kirigakure's rebellious ninja. If Senju Takuya doesn't help him, Kirigakure's Anbu ninjas will still hunt him down. Now, with Senju Takuya's promise, then he can really sit back and relax in the future. After all, now Senju Takuya, but the de facto ruler of the ninja world. I think this child's talent is very good, you can bring her to live in Yi. If you want, you can also sign up for Konoha's ninja school. Senju Takuya glanced at Hotaru and spoke slowly. Subsequently, no more words, so be it, I go first. Senju Takuya finished speaking and activated Kamui. Uzumaki from time and space appeared and enveloped his body. Wow, is this Senju Takuya-sama? It's so handsome. After Senju Takuya left, Hotaru smiled infatuatedly. Regardless of strength or exit method, they are all so handsome. And, Senju Takuya's sentence, I will tell Kirigakure's Mizukage about your identity as a traitor to the ninja. Just don't be too cocky. Firefly felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Hotaru, your saliva is dripping. Seeing Yingying's nymphomaniac look, Babu shook his head helplessly. It is said that Senju Takuya is the nemesis of men in the ninja world. Now it seems, this sentence is not wrong at all. Even a child like Hotaru was still fascinated by Senju Takuya after meeting him. It can be seen that, how charming is Senju Takuya. Master, from now on we can live a normal life. Are we going to the bird country next? Hotaru looked at the bubbles and asked expectantly. Haha, since my affairs are settled, there is no need to wander around. Yingying, haven't you always wanted to live a stable life? Tell me, where should we settle? Bubble asked, looking at Hotaru. Well, let's go to Konoha. Yingying was silent for a while, pretending to think, and then spoke. I knew it. Bubbles looked clear. Yeah, master, what's your expression? Don't think too much, I'm still a little girl, okay. I want to go to Konoha just because Master Takuya just said that I can go to Konoha's ninja school. Moreover, Konoha is also the center of the ninja world, the most prosperous place in the world. It would be best if you could live there. Firefly looked at Babu's half-smiling expression and immediately explained loudly. Okay, I understand. Then let's go to Konoha next. Bubble nodded lovingly. Although Yingying is his disciple, he has already treated her as his daughter. So, Firefly's request, he will 803 try his best to satisfy. Master, let's set off now. Firefly said impatiently. The two of them started walking in the direction of Konoha. Konoha village. Senju Takuya sat on his desk, looking at Saiken, who felt a little aggrieved, with a smile on his face. Just now, when he called Saiken out to contact him, Saiken looked aggrieved. When he asked why, he found out that it was him who slapped Saiken half to death. Hey, God, you were the one who resisted first, okay. If you cooperate with me, will I still attack you? What? This is simply alarmist. When you came out of the bubble body, I told you to go back. He couldn't understand the tailed beast's language. Saiken said a little aggrievedly. Boss, the roar I made meant that I agreed. Good guy, I don't. Senju Takuya smiled. Saiken said aggrievedly. When you go back well and don't yell. It was you who roared loudly and wanted to fight me. Senju Takuya was speechless. Senju Takuya said calmly. Isn't this looking for a fight? Originally, I was about to shrink back, but who knew you just slapped me in the face? Boss, why don't I cooperate with you? You guy. Chapter 185. Going to Takigakure Village, Kakuzu's past. Please subscribe. Saiken's grievance did not last long. After hearing the treatment given to the tailed beast by Senju Takuya, its eyes instantly brightened. That kind of heavenly life. It is simply the life it has dreamed of. So, after nodding to Senju Takuya, Saiken pulled Shukaku and the others out. You have to experience it yourself. Are the things my brothers said true? After Saiken and the others leave, Senju Takuya focused his attention on the map on the desktop. Above, the location of Takigakure Village is drawn with a red circle. Now there are only 7 tails and 8 tails left, and 10 tails can be resurrected. Next, it's time to go to Takigakure Village. Senju Takuya murmured softly. Takigakure is a ninja village in the country of Taki. Located in the north of the Fire Country. The village is located behind a large waterfall, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and its geographical location is extremely hidden. The ninja of Takigakure Village. They are also very powerful. It is a very powerful ninja village. Second only to the 5 great ninja villages. Compared to Rain Shinobi Village, it's even better. Otherwise, it is also impossible to obtain the ownership rights of 7 tails during the Senju Hashirama period. Only, as time goes by, Longyan Village gradually becomes lonely. Especially after Kakuzu stole the earthly resentment there has never been a particularly strong ninja in the village. Of course, even so, the strength of Takigakure Village is also much stronger than that of ordinary Shounen villages. After all, in addition to earthly resentments and worries, there is also hero water in Takigakure Village. According to legend, the ninja who drank the water of heroes, ability to instantly increase chakra dozens of times. Dozens of times. Even Senju Takuya feels a bit exaggerated. This means, an ordinary chunin, after drinking the hero's water, you can instantly possess chakra comparable to Jonin. This kind of increase, very scary. Of course, no one has investigated its specific efficacy. Anyway, this is how Takigakure Village spreads its message. After setting the goal, Senju Takuya was not in a hurry to go to Takigakure Village. Work must be done in a balanced manner. He came here to enjoy life. In the absence of fatal threats, enjoyment is the most important thing. Not to mention, he also has so many beautiful wives waiting for him to nourish him. That's all. After staying in Konoha for 3 days, Senju Takuya was ready to set off again. Before setting off to Takigakure Village, Kakuzu found him instead. Kakuzu, why are you here? Is something wrong? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Kakuzu. Takuya-sama, can I take a few days off? Kakuzu spoke slowly. Ask for leave. Why? Senju Takuya asked a little strangely. Sigh, I'm just so bored. I want to take a day off and go out for a walk. Kakuzu sighed and said somewhat physically. Hearing his words, Senju Takuya was a little surprised. It's okay to ask for leave. But, there will be a salary deduction. Senju Takuya smiled. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kakuzu gritted his teeth. 15. Just deduct it from my salary. Seeing Kakuzu's appearance, Senju Takuya was a little surprised. To know, Kakuzu is a man who loves money as much as his life. Now that I heard that he wanted to deduct his salary, he still insisted on asking for leave. It seems, this is something I have been holding back in Konoha. Kakuzu, it just so happens that I have to go to Takigakure Village this time. Do you want to get up? If you stay with me, you won't be deducted from your salary. Senju Takuya looked at Kakuzu and asked. He can also understand Kakuzu's mood. At first, Kakuzu accepted the reward from the black market and came to assassinate him for a reward of 1 million taels. At last, he taught me a lesson. Then, he also used his salary of 30 million taels a year to bring him under his command. Kakuzu's original mission was to protect the safety of the Senju clan. But, as the Senju clan grew stronger, Kakuzu's job became dispensable. Although Senju Takuya did not reduce his salary, Kakuzu stayed in the Senju tribe every day without anyone to talk to. After a long time, it became really unbearable. Just right, this time he is going to Takigakure village. This is Kakuzu's hometown. In this case, it's better to take Kakuzu back with you. That's great, Takuya-sama, you are such a considerate employer. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kakuzu showed a happy smile on his face. Although he is a rebellious ninja of Takigakure village, he has no favorable impression of Takigakure village. But, so what, you can go out and relax without having to deduct your salary. Not too good at all. For a time, Kakuzu was a little lucky. I made a very correct decision back then. The entire ninja world, I'm afraid there is no more conscientious employer than Senju Takuya, right? After making an agreement, the two set off directly. It won't take long to go to Takigakure village this time. So, Senju Takuya and Kakuzu didn't take the time to prepare anything. On the road, Senju Takuya and Kakuzu chatted while walking. Kakuzu, why did you choose to be a rebel nin in the first place? Senju Takuya asked. After hearing his words, everyone's face showed a look of reminiscence. Back then, I was still a talented ninja of the younger generation in Takigakure village. The village sent me to assassinate the first Hokage. Later, the assassination plan failed. I escaped death. After returning to the village not only did not offer me any comfort, but also said that I was a sinner of the village and put me in a dungeon. In the dungeon, I thought for a long time and felt that such a village was not worth my experience. So, late one night, I drew a line on the ninja forehead protector and stole the earthly resentment. From then on, I became a rebel ninja. Kakuzu said somewhat sadly, it was this experience that made him realize. In this world, except money, nothing is worthy of trust. So that's it. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Senju Takuya nodded. Being treated like this by the village, it is not surprising that Kakuzu made such a decision. Li Jiaowei, by the way, can you talk to me about your assassination of Senju Hashirama? How did you escape from Senju Hashirama? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Although everyone said that Kakuzu threw a shuriken at Senju Hashirama from 800 miles away, it was obviously a joke. The real scene is definitely not like this. Less than. Hearing Senju Takuya's question, Kakuzu sighed. Back then, I was young and energetic. After receiving the instructions from the village, I went directly to Senju Hashirama. Who knew that Senju Hashirama was so powerful? I tried my best, but it didn't have any impact on the other party. Instead, I was seriously injured. I originally thought I would die at the hands of Senju Hashirama, but Senju Hashirama didn't kill me. Later, I lay on the ground for a day and a night. After I regained my strength, I dragged my seriously injured body back to Takigakure village. This is the whole assassination process. Chapter 186. You have no right to refuse my request. Please subscribe. Kakuzu slowly told the truth about that year. This is the biggest secret hidden in his heart. To date, he never confided in anyone else. To the outside world, he has always claimed that he just failed in the assassination and was defeated. So that's it. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Senju Takuya nodded in understanding. Let go of the ninja who came to assassinate you. This kind of thing, it sure looks like something Senju Hashirama could do. Then do you hate those guys in Takigakure? Senju Takuya asked again. Hatred. Can't talk about it. I just don't want to continue to deal with those disgusting guys, so the Tuanwei defected from the village. Kakuzu said calmly. After hearing his words, Senju Takuya nodded and did not continue to ask. Soon, the two of them came to the country of Taki. Under the leadership of Kakuzu, the two came to a huge waterfall. Behind this waterfall is Takigakure village. Kakuzu said to Senju Takuya. Haha, does your Takigakure village have another name? Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Senju Takuya smiled. What other name? Water Curtain Cave, 860. Seeing Kakuzu's confused look, Senju Takuya didn't say much. The two walked directly into the waterfall. After entering the waterfall, there is a long, narrow and dark passage. The passage is hundreds of meters long. It was damp and dark inside, filled with snakes and insects. When ordinary people come here, it is difficult to get in. After passing through the passage, it suddenly became clear. The dense forests and green plants stretched their wastes wantonly under the sun. What a beautiful view. Seeing the scenery in front of him, Senju Takuya couldn't help but admired it. Different from outside, inside Takigakure village, there are dense vegetation and many animals. And, there is also a rainbow across the sky. It's just like the peach blossom garden described in the book. Who are you two? Two ninjas wearing Takigakure ninja forehead protectors stood in front of Senju Takuya and Kakuzu. Subsequently, after seeing the traitorous ninja forehead protector on Kakuzu's forehead, their expressions immediately changed. At present, as far as they know, the entire ninja world, there seems to be only one rebel ninja in Takigakure village. The infamous Kakuzu who stole the village's treasure. Informed the great elder first. The two ninjas from Takigakure village did not hesitate and immediately retreated. They know, with their strength, facing Kakuzu, it's just a mantis trying to use a chariot. Seeing the two ninjas from Takigakure retreating, Senju Takuya and Kakuzu did not stop them, but continued to walk forward. These guys are becoming more and more useless. Kakuzu said complaining. Yeah, I think it was a smart move for them to do that. Senju Takuya said calmly. Snort. To become a ninja, you must always be aware of death. It is so shameful to retreat directly because the invading enemy is stronger than us. Kakuzu said dissatisfied. In their time, if you fail the mission, even if you risk your own life, you will be labeled a scum. It seems, times have really changed. Seeing Kakuzu's silence, Senju Takuya showed a faint smile. Really, people are nostalgic animals, even though Kakuzu said he didn't care about Takigakure village. But, when he really returned to the village where he was born and raised, he still couldn't help but feel a little sad. Perhaps, it would also be a good choice to let Kakuzu come back to help him manage Takigakure village. Senju Takuya thought as he walked. Anyway, now he no longer needs Kakuzu to keep his family safe. If nothing else, Kakuzu's strength, it's not enough. Both Kabuto and Naruto can easily surpass Kakuzu if they grow up for a while. Just when Senju Takuya's thoughts were racing, a burst of noisy footsteps suddenly sounded in front of him. Immediately after, CJED. Nearly 100 ninjas with Takigakure forehead protectors held weapons and stood in front of the two of them. Kakuzu, don't you dare come back. The leader of the ninja is an old man with gray hair. Look at the appearance, he should be the great elder of Takigakure village. Yuta, looking at the great elder in front of him, Kakuzu spoke slowly. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to recognize me. The elder named Yuta sneered. No, I don't recognize him anymore. It's because of this special birthmark on your face that I can call you by your name. When I left the village, you were still a kid who didn't understand anything. Kakuzu said calmly, I didn't expect that you haven't changed at all after so many years. Is this the power of earthly resentment? Looking at Kakuzu, a trace of greed flashed in Tada's eyes. There has always been a legend in Takigakure village. According to legend, people who get the resentment of the earth can live as long as the heaven and the earth. It seems, that sentence is true, Kakuzu, but the ninjas of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama era were able to survive to this day. And he looks very energetic. It must be the credit of Yuan Yu. Yuta, I came here to see you for something. This is Hokage, Senju Takuya-sama. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he retreated behind Senju Takuya. Hokage, hearing Kakuzu's words, Yuta and others' eyes widened. Although Takian village is independent of the world. But, the name of Senju Takuya is still very clear. Now, after Yuta saw Senju Takuya, his eyes were a little flustered. Why did this ruler of the ninja world come to Takigakure with Kakuzu? A very bad thought arose in Yutai's mind. Other side, you're not looking for trouble, are you? Elder Yuta, I am here this time for 7 tails in Takigakure village. Please give him to me. Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. You want the tailed beast from Takigakure village. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yuta's expression changed. Damn it, he knew it. Hokage and Kakuzu, a rebellious nin, came here together, and there must be no good things going on. Hokage-sama, tailed beasts have been the property of our Takigakure village since ancient times. I beg your pardon that we cannot agree to your request. Yuta gritted his teeth and said, after losing the land of resentment, Longyan village has come to this point. If we lose the tailed beast again, then the strength of Takigakure village will drop to another level. Not to mention, for the ninjas of Takigakure village, the tailed beast not only represents powerful power, but also a symbol of their village's past glory. So, even though it was Senju Takuya's request, Yuta still chose to refuse. After hearing Yuta's words, the smile on Senju Takuya's face disappeared. Yuta, you seem a little unclear about the situation. You have no right to refuse my request. Chapter 187. Kill them all, The Water of Heroes. Please subscribe. You have no right to refuse my request. Looking at Yuta, the expression on Senju Takuya's face gradually turned cold. How many years? He has never heard anyone dare to reject him. Hokage-sama, even if you are the nominal ruler of the ninja world now, you can't take anything by force, right? 7 tails was given to us by first Hokage Senju Hashirama in Takigakure back then. Even you have no right to take it away. And, you came here with Kakuzu, a traitorous ninja, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Yuta looked at Senju Takuya and gritted his teeth. Although Senju Takuya put a lot of pressure on him, he was still not ready to let go. Condition. That's not how it's talked about. Yes, 7 tails is the property of our Takigakure village. How can we just take it away? There's no way we can agree to this. That's right, our ninjas in Takigakure village are not greedy for life and fear of death. Behind Yuta, the ninjas from Takigakure village also shouted. Hearing what the village ninja said, a proud smile appeared on Tada's face. As long as the people in their village are united. He didn't believe it. What can Senju Takuya do with them? Yuta, don't bring disaster to Takigakure village for your own selfish interests. Kakuzu stood up and said coldly. It seems, the peaceful life for many years has made these guys forget the cruelty of the ninja world. I'm afraid they don't know. If you continue talking, you will definitely be killed by Senju Takuya. Snort. Kakuzu, you are just a rebellious ninja, you have no place to speak here. Yuta snorted at Kakuzu, and then focused on Senju Takuya. Lord Hokage, you see, I am not the only one who opposes your opinion. None of the ninjas in the village agree. Seeing Yuta's appearance, Senju Takuya already knew that the other party must have some conditions, so he spoke curiously. Tell me, if I want you to hand over 7 tails, what do you want me to do? Senju Takuya looked calmly at Yuta in front of him. He was really curious. What exactly is it? Let this guy in front of me. Not even afraid of death. My terms are simple. As long as Lord Hokage kills Kakuzu and returns the earthly resentment in him to our Takigakure village, then we will hand over 7 tails. Yuta said with a smile. In his opinion, if the other party asks this question, it means that they have compromised. So, he spoke his thoughts confidently and boldly. Although 7 tails is important, but compared with the earthly resentment that can make people live as long as heaven and earth, it is still far behind. With earthly resentment and fear, he can live forever. Hearing his words, Kakuzu sighed and stopped trying to dissuade him. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. This guy Yuta, there is already a way to die. Kakuzu is my subordinate, so don't take any chances with him. Let me say it for the last time, do you want to hand over 7 tails? Senju Takuya asked calmly, as long as Master Hokage agrees to my conditions. Poof. Before Yuta finished speaking, his head and body were already branching out. Blood spurted out from Yuta's neck. Yuta's head rolled to the ground, his eyes widening. He probably never thought until his death that Senju Takuya would suddenly kill him. Great Elder, the ninjas of Takigakure village exclaimed and rushed forward one after another. Hokage, we want you to pay. These ninjas roared at Senju Takuya with red eyes. Subsequently, a group of people rushed towards Senju Takuya. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Senju Takuya hummed lightly. Subsequently, a pair of Rinnegan exuded terrifying eye power. Wounded Tomb Border Prison. As Senju Takuya murmured, 4 shadows that only he could detect rushed into the crowd. With a burst of frightened screams, the nearly 100 Takigakure ninjas brought by Yuta mostly died soon. What the hell is going on? Damn it, we will definitely take revenge. Everyone, drink the water of heroes, we will definitely win. In the end, the dozen or so people left took out a small bottle from their arms. Filled with a clear liquid. Without hesitation, a dozen people drank all the liquid in the bottle. The next second, huge chakra erupted from these people's bodies. Kill. With a roar, more than a dozen people rushed towards Senju Takuya. Can be immediately, they fell under Senju Takuya's shadow. Master Takuya, these guys have been in the village for a long time, please forgive me. Kakuzu took the initiative. He is scared now. When Senju Takuya is angry, he will make Takigakure disappear into the ninja world forever just like the original Yunokuni. Kakuzu, after this matter is over, you can become the leader of Longyan village. Senju Takuya said calmly. Does he have a homicidal habit? Of course he won't kill all the people in Takigakure village just because of this. Just killing these culprits is enough. Moreover, he can also see that Kakuzu still has some feelings for Takigakure. Thank you Takuya-sama. Oh. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreed to Senju Takuya's conditions. Now, he also understood his own heart. If you can live in Longyan village in the future, it will be a good choice. After seeing Kakuzu agree, Senju Takuya took out a small bottle from the arms of a dead Taki nin. Is this the legendary heroic water? Senju Takuya opened the bottle and looked at it. Discover, these so-called heroic waters, it's nothing more than liquid crystallization of natural energy. Of course, Kakuzu, how many ninjas are there in the hidden village? After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he quickened his pace. I don't know if there have been any cuts over the years. Kakuzu said a little uncertainly. There are probably less than 3,000 ninjas in Takigakure village. He has not returned to Takigakure village for many years. Please, you little devils who don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. Follow me, I have sensed the breath of 7 tails. But even so, the body of a ninja who drinks the hero's water will suffer irreversible damage. Kakuzu followed him, looking worried. After understanding this, Senju Takuya lost interest in this so-called heroic water. After these ninjas drank it into their bodies, they were able to gain powerful strength for a short time. Senju Takuya asked as he walked forward. The power contained in these liquids has been diluted for some reason. So, please don't get into trouble with a ruthless person like Senju Takuya again later. I see.